Where did we find that this word amazing actually means to cook? Amazing seems to be a person who's intentional. Where do you see the word amazing means to cook? It says God with him. It says clearly does it. Yaakov, was cooking up lentil soup, and it was referred to as the yazid. Yes, the pasuk actually uses the word the yazid. More goes on. It says an extra a question on this passage. Very small. Very small for the follow. Then below up. Again, when it comes to the only thing that needs to be that a son cannot be a father. Yes, but then we have there is a custom to tell us that a child, the Torah Mora must be a man exclusively and not a father. Now hold on, how is it possible that the Torah Mora can even be a father? Starts to grow until just goes in. So you're telling me that she became pregnant after he grew two hairs, and he gave birth before all those hairs grew in. Well, I was thinking he could show up to the eyes at the time. All that happened for pregnant the birth of the back. Baha Amar, or just the die, calling I was to Torah Mora, ain't elegant with the best of the back. The amount of time that it is for the Torah Mora. Those 2 months, 2 months, the initial phase of the kids growing, will grow in. Now, it's not the inference was that you're going to blow that fucking full. How should it be that the child is going to actually be able to be a father and now have to be Allah? What must you do? The other, this woman became pregnant before the child was born. So it's still a child. When did she give birth? Second before, now they're Christian, and they are further second. He's a father. He treated because of very well for someone who is a child. That's okay. I mean, to know this, we must learn from here. Can indeed give birth to a child.
Yeah, that's another. That's
exactly. So long the outer box back to say we're talking about is that the woman became pregnant from this young boy after he brought the first out. So he's a gadol, already a gadol, he's a gadol years. Now, we're always going to give birth like a normal person to give birth, probably not many months after all those years before they do it. This is the costing. To have the question of that is basically what person in our period is.
Let me ask you this. You're seeing them everywhere. Is there anything like you notice a way to spot Jews before they tell you that they're Jewish? I did a stand-up for 6 years on a control
now, when you notice the pregnant, you
right here in Songtar and Songtar, the original song they heard them, but you have to actually notes and they have one words. That will happen for those
once that happens, those 3 months, that's start, bro. They'll say, hold on a second. Oh, it's that person that's going to the solar word. That guy. Oh, well, there you are. Okay, so now there's the third two. Going to work. not anything simple here. Where it says it's not a country. You know what? You give them the best bullshit. Take this bucket, I've got the most good production in, hold the year cooler in, if it's too long, then not what it is. It makes sense. However, while you go up and down Puerto Rican, very slow, if you are fast, you don't have to make that move to get on, you look from your side, and you get this. Yasu Yaku na papo comida vida. Yaku from na papo said something. The Yasu coming to the following thing we're going to bring you to. He said the following thing we're going to bring you to. How many numbers we've been twisted on? Over at that time, that the 11th of the first in her 7th month, and overall the year was 15 now. Remember the time getting 50 are true. That's why it's constantly types of pregnant. One pregnancy is 5 months pregnancy, another pregnancy is 7 months pregnancy. And it's not that the woman is birth in her 7th month of the rather it was a type of pregnancy that finishes in 7 months. Whether or not this consistent with modern day science is above my pay grade, that's what you are going to discuss. Now, if that's the case, so there's a woman who can complete a pregnancy in 7 months. How do you divide the trimester? When will those trimesters happen? Typically, it's
I edit which
but
videos,
in this case, the universe after 7 months. So,
right
when
there.
is her sleeper going to be recognized? When will he be pregnant? It must be, he says, the aim over Nicholas was never known for pregnancy when it's over a third, which is 2 months and a third.
Yes.
A week.
We talked about it last time.
With these lots of myself, over Nicholas, this is three coming up at 3 months, was pregnant after a split, after everybody there, yeah, normally Gimel, why do you have to wait 3 months? But this brave, this personal Sagi, with 2 months and a third, that's a real lot. However, the 3 months, that's straight away, and it's punishable. In other words, he gets pulled in, as the professor that's very well, look at this woman, if she's not pregnant, you say, okay, you're eligible. If she is pregnant, then you won't be eligible. But for her, you'll be enough for your time. The fact that if you got news, I'm going to let you say, yeah, you'll become noticeably pregnant, a third of the way through 2 months and a third of a month. However, it's no possible. Most women do not complete that. You are Canadian, so you're under the hood. Hold on a second. You're about to kill the stepson Laura. You can see that his wife, this woman, is going to be. Bottom line is that you can you are assuming that she's not pregnant, and you actually go out to the side. That's what it is. Where it says, that was tough to A to be two A to be told before, that one of the jobs of an adjudicating basis is to try to save the potential conflict in this case. Last time it was Liba Riba, basically trying to do for Pizza. And now you're saying, go after the majority.
There he is.
A drug can make it. Ravina, say back to Ravina, remember that, yes, even the focus of Liba Riba, we have to ask the majority. I'll prove to you that we do. But now, simply the brother of Israel, that's the one who gets down to the focus because he's in the capital case, in the case, and he says it happened on the second day of the month. That's one of the Gimel. The other one says the third day of the month. That's the Allah thing. This is Qiyamah. You do not qualify the able to by virtue of the fact that they have 50 months of the days of the month. Sorry. Why is the second day of the month? This guy got the memo that the previous month was extended. The other person does not know. Therefore, they're both the person savings and reference at the same time. But their calendar is based on it. One of them got the memo that this next day.
Answer's 38. 69 would be
if you do some of the capital cases, you do not go to the majority. What will we say? They are just simply being next to each other. Allah. Allah. You must say, go after the majority. I want to see how did you tell you to be here in the Arca? Now that we have a half on the
Thank you.
Yeah, some people, he's very common. He yes, one guy said, hey, he's the one guy said,
You're certainly
dressed
like you're on lunch and mushrooms. This whole checks out. Robert, I've got microphone. Let's talk about it.
Majority of people would make that mistake, and that would be fine.
This is my absolute first time in front of the crowd.
You also learn.
All right, great. You're 60 years old.
A girl who is
You want to start comedy now?
I went pro. Mara said, I saw something about a girl who was 3 years old one day. So that's the deal. You're qualifying for any kind of somebody she has beer. It is a lot of beer. You could be married with the beer. Young cut up in these are married to slaves. Then she is married to the other one is slaves. If he's married to someone, then how long is
Okay, Redman, very good.
how much well
Redman's going to jump in this fucking
and if somebody goes to call the walk, he does, then it's still like last time.
Robert, what made you want to start here today?
You would directly touch it.
It's a long story, but going broke could have been short.
This is the code.
Just how did you feel there? Let's talk about it. Okay, you're on the show.
This is
Working
relevant over here. If any one of the disqualified people are into their health living activity, they're disqualified to run now. Can wall out. That's a riot to work on there. And if you're riot, it's issue with her. Now, once you put it down, they will be put to death for being individual. You can do it. You got to put the child, but if any one of the riot. The amount of and therefore you're putting out a
So your plan was just to come out and go, I'm on mushrooms,
why?
goes okay.
Hold on a second.
It's been working so far. Where has it been working? Have you been doing other open mics? Bank accounts are looking great and everything else.
Therefore, the base
As you afford that fucking store.
really, we got it back. Majority.
The pubes and queefs.
I said, I tell you, unless
Everything's negotiable. What the fuck did that mean? I'm trying to fucking handle that from it. You're 60 years old and all you've said so far is I'm on mushrooms. I'm 60 years old. I'm a grandfather of three. How often are you doing mushrooms nowadays? Are you dealing with some type of trauma or something like that? Can you give us something compelling about your life? You have 60 years to reference here. Well, I lost 80 pounds last year. So February the 10th, and then somebody said, hey, I'm here because I was working on the show. Roseanne show. I don't know. Anyway, I was here as a
Lilith is not fucking. The woman engages in
Joe
a
Ellis,
very good
someone
act
Joe said,
with her young era of
you didn't know if you were supposed to mention it. Who would want you to get that to yourself? Excellent. I'm trying to follow. Do you put on all the jewels after you take mushrooms? I was wearing these things before I was doing mushrooms. This was once you start
Rabbi fine up there. We are sent around the cities to the palace. I'm like this with the army law, or this one was beauty, but like this is just a French can say that it was the Theo, the son of Rabbi, by a million himself, essentially it was his job, who said in the name of beauty, that October, and everyone wants to say in the agree that with this case, it's going to be on that side, to be off the Theo, everyone knows that this child was talking about in this case was 9 years old in one day, and Theo is Theo, and yet, followed by his mother as a Zona from Papa, who then Zona, if the child is less than 8 years old, then the other Theo will agree that the Theo is not a Theo, young child is not a That includes Theo, is the closest element of Zona, we're talking about a child who is Shabbos, says, young Nina Midor is Shunning. You just learn from previous generations.
Something about
We're
you.
able to find
I love
a
that you're on my
biblical
shirt, and now we all
reference,
feel like we're on mushrooms.
Yeah.
8-year-old child. An
Contagious.
8-year-old child
Dr.
had a
Phil's
baby.
throwing him a
And we'll say,
magnum condom.
even
There
though
you
now
go.
they're trying to connect it to
There you go.
what happens? Previously, we're going to assume that is a Via nowadays as well. Philosophically, the Phil says, look, I mean, we're trying to cannot learn from previous. The rest of the numbers, getting us into the family trees of some trees
These old
is
people doing mass
and we're
amounts
trying
of
to figure out
mushrooms out of
whether or
nowhere.
not everybody can find themselves as you were.
This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace.
Doris,
Talkspace
we don't even know. How do we know the
therapy
previous generation
professional
of
support
Russian
from licensed
Jewish
therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere, and take control of your mental health. Talkspace makes it
How do we
easy
know
to
the
start
Doris
better mental
Shonen
health leads to better health
had
overall, just
children
like
when they
your
were 8 years
physical body
old?
needs exercise,
No
your
one's
mental
old.
health needs
He
maintenance
labor,
and
it
attention.
was suggest,
Talkspace helps you build confidence and skills.
goes to a number of
Our therapists not only listen to you, they provide valuable techniques to manage stress or conflict in
Hello,
your
so
life.
Batsheva.
And improve your
This
coping
woman is
skills and
Batsheva.
self-awareness. Like it's
Bas
all about how we are in a
Eliam
relationship with one another.
Isis
And
Uriah
issues with
Haki.
Talkspace
So
helps
let's
you
get this
identify
clear.
obstacles to create
Number one,
real
you have
connections.
Batsheva,
Talkspace makes
who
it
is
healthy, easy,
the
accessible, and
daughter
affordable.
of
Plus, most
Eliam.
members have a $0
It's another
subscription
family.
per day.
Batsheva is the daughter of Eliam. Isis Uriah. Isis was Philip, it was Eliam ben Achitophel. Eliam was the son of Achitophel. Now, Batsheva, son of Leo, son of Achitophel.
And as a listener of this podcast, you'll get $8 off your first month. Talkspace. You go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80. Licensed therapist. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo
That
code
was Shlomo Havel.
SPACE80.
Shlomo Havel was the great grandson of Achitophel.
This podcast is sponsored by Tacoma. Visit anywhere where you want to work on it. It's on your work. It's where we do it.
The fifth, it says in the Pasuk, Vayigilu Shneim Yamim Mitzat Ended for years they go to the Olam. And they were kind of Barak, ran away, the Yelech Yeshua, when you don't tell something you says the Yeshe of Absalom Yusai, or tell Absalom Yusai, Messiah Yom, is 2 years. Yeah, Malachim, right? That's the king. Now it says, that when you get the Absalom, Yomer Absalom, all about the Absalom says, El Fano, as the Dora turns out, what's the story of it? That's whatever, it's like the temple wrong, but that's the whole story. He was one of the selfish plan. And he realized the plan was not working. The Yahweh, the Bar, he ultimately settled up with his donkey, the Yaakov, the yellow division, went to the house of Israel, the Yahweh, getting all this bit, that was the whole story that happened with the rebellion of Absalom, and now what happened is he ended up committing suicide. When was it? Siv, it says, on the Damim Mirma, the people of blood and Mirma, we will definitely Yemea, we're not even going to live half of their life. The typical lifespan of a person, the nation of heaven is 70 years. So a person who dies like this won't live even half of a life. That means he won't live till 35. The time you live, all the years is going, and he only lives 34 years. He's also years of Achitophel, Einon Ella plus Michelle. Only 33 years. Remember, Achitophel was the great grandfather of Shlomo HaMelech, and he died with was 36 years old. That comes out. Over here, the Philadelphia Eagles were only 30 years. How about Hollywood? How much were they? Plus in the clock. You have 33 years. Now, for 7 years. With the kids of 7 years. Now, what do you want? With Oxford, let's move. You take 30. You take 33. You get minus the 7. Then you're up to 20. So you have 26 years. Generations were born. Now, you have to subtract another 2 C's.
We are brought to you by Shopify. This is indeed the number one live podcast in the world. Before we get to all the chaos, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus. Ladies and gentlemen, we are taking the actual Hill Tony Show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, Dallas, March 28th. Go to TonyHLift.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Hill Tony Show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th, one in Granbury, March 28th. TonyHLift.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode? Okay, every single week I book this Mamma Jam. It doesn't get, I mean, this is just so amazing. Two of our favorite guests in the history of the show. Make some fucking noise for the great Sal Volcano and Greg Fitzsimmons. Oh my God.
Today put out less than 9 for the 40. Why the hiding of blood in his heart? Part of the story was that he was older Christ.
On tour. Theater in Nashville. He's got a brand new season of the Impractical Jokers coming out.
And what's the big deal? We never learned that
Fitzsimmons, one of the greatest guests in the show's history.
Tara was Abram's father. Well, his father was Abram's father.
Excited to be here.
That's horrible.
So excited.
Tara had Abram, Nahor, and Tarah. Now the Abram's double Nahor from us. Abram was double Nahor and Tarah. Nahor was in Tarah. Nahor was in Tarah. And then the Abram got those things on his Tarah. Abram must be 2 years older.
You guys know how the show works.
We got Abram and Nahor and
Comedians are stacked on top of each other now.
both
Right next door. This fucking trusty assistant goes grabs everything in 60 seconds, uninterrupted, on stage. You know, their time is up near the sound of a cannon. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
Yes, but it's Sarah. Yes, God was Sarah. Along with it, somebody
I looked up an interview and find out more about their real life or their careers or anything really that I find interesting about them. I'm so excited about this. Sounds great. I mean, we have you guys in it literally just does not get any better than this.
Yes, this is all stuff in yoga. Every year, for people, so beautiful. It's this. Now, let's go back up over here. Hold up. You said Abram fell on the face and he started to laugh. You ever believe it was sitting in the car? Okay, yeah, tell me. One of the kids was telling me. Yeah, how much Abram was Sarah? How much old was Abram was Sarah? He was at the kid. 10 years. He's talking to Yahuwah. Artist. And younger than her father. How much?
Oh my gosh!
Tara, younger than Abram. It's 2 years. Remember, it's 2 years difference.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is
Sarah,
indeed
Sarah,
2024 Guest of the Year. Dr. Bill is here, ladies and gentlemen.
And now, he's first, Tara, when
Some trees. We don't need any more red bands out there.
Wow. Dr. Bill is throwing out magnum condoms.
Might be open. Dr. Phil live in the flesh.
literally recognized as one of the greatest guests in the little woman back. Oh my goodness gracious. We didn't even get to hang out yet. How'd you get those?
Sad to be back to him.
It's been way too long, Dr. Phil. You've been out selling out all around the fucking world.
We did him going to Australia.
That's right.
Sorry, this year.
James
Wow,
Hagano,
that's a wild thing that's happening.
by 1 year. Tom got to the office, son of, and Tom was only offered by 1 year. Nick Joe comes out of the way. James called on the Yakman station. Turns out the same, he was older than, yeah.
Live in the flesh with
Hold that in
Greg
your head.
Fitzsimmons and Simon Cannon. This episode is brought to you by
100 years after he had his paper, that's when the novel started. David tells us tales of the state. These are the stuff of the state. James, the May Armstrong, by Yolis of Hotshot. David was 100 years old. He birthed from Hotshot. When
before the show to add
science,
vibes and energy to the show.
2 years after the novel. Now, how could you have been 100
So
years
what's
old
amazing is
2
that while
years
this is
after the
incredible,
novel?
perhaps one of the
The
greatest
pastor
starts to
was
the show
100 years
ever.
old.
Why
Watch
we take it one
his
step
younger
further
brother
and
was
have the
100
first
years old.
Canadian
2
be
years
the
after the
record
novel.
holder
The
for
first
all
has been
time
there. So now, from there, the
appearances.
conscience didn't
Normally
have
the
it.
closer of the show.
102. Hello,
One of the few living members of the Kill Tony Hall of Fame.
that's because
Some people call him the Memphis
rather
Strangler, the Manila Gorilla,
they actually used to be better at this.
Tacoma, the Weirdo of Washington. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery.
I'm going to try it up. I just didn't have to get your thing. You know, I think it's a couple of things. I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave too.
My mother was watching the news the other night and she heard people talking about doxing one another. She goes, honey, what is doxing? I said, oh, it's when two guys get in a ring and punch each other with their dicks. The waiter walks out and goes, who ordered the amberjack? I raise my hand and he sets it down in front of me. I look and I say, wait, this has whiskers. Have I literally been catfished?
But saying this doesn't exist. You see that the rings about it.
Can
Okay,
you
hold on.
imagine if you were a flat earther, like a depressed flat earther, and one day you tell your flat earther friends, I really can't take it anymore, I'm just going to walk this way and I'm never going to stop. And they're all like, no, don't do it, no. And then around 80 days later, you show up from the opposite direction. And you're in a hot air balloon, and you're like, God, I was never going to believe this. Okay, that's my time. Because the earth is round, Tony. That's how you show it from the other end, right? But that would mean that it's not flat. Right, it would mean it's round. It's proving it's saying to his friend, it's ultimately teaching his friends that the earth is round. Right, it's kind of like a passion play. Oh my gosh, Tony, I'm so nervous. Seriously, going up first, I love it. It's literally my favorite thing, but I'm so nervous right now. Just really, I'm time up there to hang out and whatever. And oh my gosh, here we are. So I love it. I love it. Out of your comfort zone, the truth that you can do it all. You got the show started with a bang. And Tony, I do have to say, I finally have been in a horrible funk. I'm still actually in a pretty bad funk in my brain, but I started growing again. I've done 65 crazy fucking miles
that they were out of the
days.
trains in the
Very good, William. That's 10 miles and some change per day. Yeah, listening to fucking Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness by Smashing Pumpkins all the time. Greg Fitzsimmons. Well, it's just great that you're, I know you guys have a long history of that as well. It's good to see that you're growing.
The actor today, behold, I am the communist running 85 years old. They'll say to them, how about it? Turns out, our boy, it was 40 years. Now I think if you expect 14 years, that'll be the solid.
It is not going good. Everyone's flying in my funk. I messed up. I messed up when I was in Vancouver last year. I allowed this guy to have sex with my ass. So literally with my ass. Seriously.
Well, it's good to mix things up.
I know, it was fun. I was kind of in a funk. I've been
Kalev, Salo, Uri,
the puzzles don't help. Nothing really helps.
Kalev,
And sex with that guy was
Uri, and
crazy.
Salo,
That was fun, right, man? What was that noise?
4 years. So now you know that's the 8-year-old
When you're watching my ass, you fucking weirdo. That's exactly what you would have been. Just in the corner where you're fucking
male child. That's Tanya, overseen it today, or the truth is, it's a hate off to the videos to the remarks. It would be perfectly appropriate for a female to be a Sarah and Laura just like the sun. Why it's a common street next to Bavero? It would be readily available for Bavero to master herself. Well, as Rothschild says, the Lolo is so well, the Katusha is going to be illegal to your child. So the Lolo is the Buddha, allegedly self-destructing, miraculous, and miraculous, and use the head before. Yeah, it's the whole idea that very more is. Look at her. She's already acting like this. What's going to happen?
Oh my goodness.
You're going to make something before the wind down, but still, there's a custody.
Trying to hopefully
Pieces
please
of
I promise if I get to see before I have all the different it's relevant jokes I got to get my tickets out. I got to go to marketing store. I got to figure it out. Well, would you just call me a nacho vest, or what did you say?
Have a wonderful rest of your day.
You should say everything. You should encourage your woman to say everything that comes to the front of her brain, sir. You're doing a really good job. The Lakers hat always a good giveaway for not having your woman under control. Shut up, man! Yeah. Whoa. I'm trying to have fun. Fucking red man throwing Greg under the bus.
Okay, good morning.
It's really weird. Why'd you... William, I get what's happening with you right now. You're fired up, you're angry.
Today's stop
Anything was possible.
is South Samachnas.
Right now, where can we get some of it?
We begin by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors in the year 5785, the Social Mitzvah of Eretz Yisrael, as close to the third service for all of Am Yisrael, all of Klal Yisrael. We also thank our sponsors this morning, Nell and Karen Ron. We will list the Father Mordechai and Yitzhak We're going to begin the summer fest on the days, and we begin with the 4 lines up in the bottom, which is Pliga, the Rabbi. Yesterday we mentioned the Gemara quotes Rothschild, who tells us there's another exception to the halacha of Ben Sora Umora. That is that the Ben Sora Umora cannot be as follows. Just to quickly quote him, he says, Amar of Tisdak Katak Saholid Ein Beno Nasa. Sorry, Katak Saholid Ein Beno Nasa Ben Sora Umora. This is halacha is that the Katak gives birth. His child is automatically going to get a lifetime exemption from the halachas of Ben Sora Umora. Why? It says in Pasuk here, who it is that the son has to be born to an ish. If the father of this then is not an ish, then the automatically going to exempt the halachas of Ben Sora Umora. Now the Gemara starts to spend the entire Omer today discussing whether or not the child can have a child. That's the question for tomorrow. Tomorrow's question for the Rabbi who is telling us to exclude the child of a child. He must have been of the opinion that a child can have a child. The Rabbi that's arguing the Rabbi why. Some around, Robinson will call it Taka in a moment. The child cannot give birth. Never put them in the buffer. In English, no. This is talking about the halacha of Gedol Ager. There's a halacha testing or something, and he is approached by the victim of the theft, and the person denies it. He says it's not true. I never stole it. And he takes an oath, and he takes the twins, he didn't steal it, and then it turns out that he lied. It turns out the victim lied. Halacha is that he has to pay the person back to Karen, the principal authority, and he has to read a carbon. Now the
And so
Pasuk
that
says
can be
if
hard. So I got these shoes.
in
that make
English
it 5
go
free.
out, if this
Don't
person
believe me, we'll call the
doesn't
spikes
that's
at 5
already passed away,
And now we're at
and
5
who does
1.
not have anybody who is going to be an heir of his estate, Allah is when the payment goes to the child. The words hold on, is it possible that the age of the Adam Yisrael in the girl is that person doesn't have any relatives? Everybody's got some relatives, you didn't have that many relatives to go back generation to generation, to find somebody to relate to. How does the child say that the person is right? Well, how would you guess that the Proverbs talk about a person steals from his son? The Proverbs halachically centered having family, unless he gets married and there's no family. Now, the Pasuk teaches us, Ish says very clearly in the Pasuk that the aim lo ish go out. The ish does not have anybody as a redeemer. Then the Pasuk says, Ish has to start back for Allah. If the person who cell phone wasn't Ish, you have to start reviewing the use of Garland. If you have to do relatives, you could actually pick up the payment for him. They laugh or not. However, Katan, if the person who is sold from is a child, he after starts lots of love, you do not have to start looking to see if the child is any relative. Why? Because if the child is a convert, be a Jew, in Golan, it's obvious it doesn't have any family members. Why? Because the child cannot father another child. Therefore, it's impossible to assume that this child convert has any relatives. Therefore, don't bother with him. Clearly, we see the rabbis of the opinion that a child cannot father another child. Clearly, it's in stark contrast with this, because this is the whole possible to teach you that if a child has a child, that child goes to exempt from the entire concept of a child. Well, it's
like the military. Oh, got it. You were in the military. Yes, sir. I'm a
Rabbi,
what the hell were you doing in the Marines exactly? What was your specialty? I was an engineer company, so like refrigerator build stuff.
Considered to be halfway free and halfway still a enemy. So
Texas job.
because she's married to an Eved Ivri. The person has an affair with her, the halacha is that person gets not just, but does not get Nisa. Pasuk says, Ish, Eli, Ella Ish. I only know the halacha is true if we're talking about an Ish. Then test, Shani of Yorecha, to write the Bia. How do I know that a 9-year-old child, 9 years old, and one day, is technically able to engage in the Bia? How do I know that this person is going to be included in the Parsha? On the lower it says, Vit is the additional above in the word says, Vit is. That includes even a 9-year-old child.
Still struggling, obviously.
No, a 9-year-old child is possible to be included in the concept of Bia. And if he's included in the concept of Bia, that means he has the physical ability to perform the Bia. He's able to perform the Bia physically, and also be able to be Moshe Fazera. He disagrees with Fazera because if he can't, that would be becoming like a flaw in the Bia. If you say that a 9-year-old child in one day can produce the Zera, then obviously what should happen to the father child because his years live in the world. Yes, he can actually physically perform the Bia, but it's not going to be strong enough to be able to produce a child. What is it like? It's is similar to grain that only grew once, did not grow once. Rashi tells us he tried to plant that, it's not going to happen. The same thing is true to have a seed, never started to try to plant it, and it won't grow. The same thing is true when it comes to this child. He will be able to perform the Bia, but the action of the Bia is not going to be strong enough to actually produce a child. Okay, so it's possible that God is still correct and the child cannot do it. May this be a tunnel. May this be a tunnel they learned another allusion to this idea, which is the Yaz of this, the Yaz of this, intentionally ambushes somebody and kills them. The Pasuk says, "The Yaz of this is a hard life, arma, wins the people who kind of love." So this is kind of a play on words over here. That this is going with the Yaz of this is if the person is in the dog, then they must be able to put his physical bodily production of the Zera, he must and he can actually produce the semen. However, aim cotton made Mazria, a cotton, while yes, he might be able to produce it, and that would be the concept that yes, he can be lazy, cook it within his body can produce it, however, he cannot produce it and he Mazria, and actually strong enough to actually can see the child is rebuilt. I'm gonna lay round more than about. My masma the high where do you find that this word mazid actually means to cook? Mazid seems to be a person does something intentional. Where do you see the word mazid means to cook? He says in Rabbi, he says a signature to cook it by Yazed, Yaakov, Yaakov registered, and it was referred to as Yazed. Yes, the pasuk actually uses the word Yazed to mean to cook. The word goes on. It says, and that's a question on this time. Very small. The very small put a scholar. Then below out. Again, when it comes to Betzara Mora, the only thing you think to be is exclusively a bag, a son. He cannot be a father. You have to really have a nearest account to tell us that a child, a Betzara Mora, must be a ben exclusively and not a father. Now hold on a second. How is it possible that the Betzara Mora can even be a father? He's a alpha busted actually states that is the conversation sucking. The entire is that period of time between these starts to grow the 2 hairs until it goes in. But you're telling me that she became pregnant after he grew 2 hairs. And she gave birth before all those hairs grew in. And then it's like when you eat the dose to the highest of the time, all that happened, the pregnancy from the birth to the past, Vaha Amar, or Christopher died, Holy Dollars from Sora Mora, ain't eligible for that in the body. We have this time that there is for Sora and Mora. It's only be 3 months. What's it going to be 3 months? The initial phase of the hair growing, so it's going to grow in. Now it's impossible for it to go 3 months. So how can it be that this child is going to actually be able to be a father and they'll have to be excused? Hello, what must be what you got? The other, these common guys will say sorry. This woman became pregnant before the child was considered. Once it was a child. Well, when did she give birth? The common guys was before. Now, parents they are hold on a second. He's a father. He's included because it's only relevant to someone who is a child. That's the case. Not enough. But to know that we must learn from you and the purpose of it, that you can indeed give birth to a child. Unless says no, incorrect. Lola, the upper boss that's what they say. What we're talking about is that the woman became pregnant from this young boy after he brought the Sarah. There's a brother, already a brother, was years. Now, but only when she gave birth, like a normal person, she gave birth, doctor record many months after all those years completely grew. With the capacity, if you have the question, just get the better, that entire period is 3 months. No, you misunderstood. The Oscar, even Omar, when the Bini came and told us that Amri bin Arava, they told him Arava then, below Haroy was close to the end say was he has to be a Ben, but he can't be called the father. When is someone called the father? You call the father as soon as the person who is pregnant is noticeably pregnant. People see a woman who's pregnant and say, oh, who's the father of the child? We mentioned Shibboleth is the concept of not Hugo for Uber's death. Where does this child come from? Now, once they say, oh, it came from this person, oh, father himself. For the father, the child is actually born. So yes, the part of the pregnancy takes place, the conception takes place after he grows 2 years. Now, when is a woman noticeably pregnant? There was no pregnancy test. You could just pick up the dollar for them. So what happens? She has to actually be noticeably pregnant. That will happen for 3 months. Once that happens, those 3 months, that's the card. Well, they say, hold on a second. Oh, it's that person that pointed at the photo of Mara, that guy. Oh, it's not bad anymore. It's the father that tells me okay, so in other words, it's going to work. It's going to work, and it's possible that she's pregnant, but in 1 year already, they have a lot to develop. It's already back massive members. Kufa, Amar Christadai, Amar Shakti, Kal Yamar, Vasaramara, Aini Allah Gimel Chanasi. All the days of the Vasaramara are only 3 months. Bavad. Now we learned in our Mishnah, we didn't learn the 3-month period. We learned the period of time is the American take control those years. Where it says it's not a contradiction. You know what? We give him the best of both years. Take the second outside from all the years go in, within 2 months, then the halacha is what is that? However, Malajim Tadash not called the Hikif is very slow, over 3 months back, he's also being said, brothers, you get to hold on to the rope for both sides, and you get both. Yaakov and our father from Ravina. Yaakov from Narfak said the following in the major of Yeshua. He said the following in the Yeshua. How many numbers need you to put the die? Amar up Shaksai, that you let us fulfill what we wouldn't prefer in the 7th month. Eight Ubra Nikra was with you now. Another context is tomorrow assume that there are 2 possible types of pregnancy. One pregnancy is a 1-month pregnancy, another pregnancy is a 7-month pregnancy. And it's not that when a woman gives birth in her 7th month is doing reproduction, rather there's a type of pregnancy that finishes in 7 months. Whether or not this is consistent with modern day science is above my pay grade, that's what the Gemara is going to be discussed over here. Now, if that's the case, if it's a woman who could complete a pregnancy in 7 months, how will we divide the trimesters? When will those trimesters typically month 3, 6, and 9? But in this case, it's in her after 7 months. So, when is her Uber going to be recognizable? When will we be able to tell if she's pregnant? It must be, he says, the A Uber Nicholas is not going to notice her pregnancy when it's only a third, which is going to be 2 months and a third of a month. 2 months and over a week. And these months that I thought Uber Nicholas listed, they will tell me that she's pregnant after a split, after the way there, it's just now, Lamali Gimel, why do you have to wait 3 months? But the Shrave, the Tilsa side, you do 2 months and a third, that should be enough. In other words, it's enough, but that's a third of the way of pregnancy. And it's noticeable. In other words, he gets called in as a potential Veteramora. You look at this woman, if she's not pregnant, you say, okay, you're eligible. If she is pregnant, then you won't be eligible. But for her, it's going to be much earlier time. The fact that that means it's not noticeable. Amalei, he said no. How long in the loss over Nicholas is you out? Yeah, she will become noticeably pregnant a third of the way through, which is 2 months and a third of a month. However, we will go after the majority. Most women do not give birth after 7 months. Hold on a second. You're about to kill the Sensor Mora. You're seeing that wife of this woman is going to be can't be a wife, can't be married. Bottom line is that you're assuming that she's not pregnant, but do we actually go after the majority? That's over here. Where it says in the Torah Omra, the Torah teaches us that but Shaftu that one of the jobs of the adjudicating base is to try to save the potential convict in this place, in this case. Stop down and give us a lupa, take the job, and go to find an invitation from Mitzvah. And now you're saying, go after the job, and put the better job. That's not how it works. I grew up to major Ravino, and they came back to Ravino. Normally, yeah, even the fuckers will give us lupa, you not right in the majority, I'll prove to you that we do. But now, it says in the Mishnah, after the Mishnah, he was testifying on top of the case, in the murder case, and he says it happened on the 2nd day of the month. That's when we give up. The other one says it's the 3rd day of the month. We do not qualify the idiots just by virtue of the fact that they have contradicting months of the days of the month, Why says this guy got the memo that the previous month was extended. The same way there, the other person does not know that it's extended. Therefore, they're both referring to the same incident that happened at the same time. But their challenge was that the day from this one of them got the memo that was next day in the previous month, and the other one did not. These are the preliminary of the Ruba. If you do talk to the capital cases, we do not go to the majority. We don't have it out from the side. That's if you come out to the other. Let's just say we don't go out to the majority. And what will we say? They are just simply being makdish to each other. LOL. In other words, they're practicing each other to cross out their Eidos. LOL. They would go after the Dari. Not everyone had an app on their phone to give them music. Yeah, for some people, it was very common. You went around town, you asked people what it is. One guy said, it is the secular month. One guy said, it's the secular month. And eventually, sometime during the month, we figured it out. But it was very common to make this mistake, and the majority of people would make that mistake, and that would be fine. You're free to fix it. Clearly, you go after the road. Omar, Rabbi Yeri, this the Afro Nina. We also learned about Shalom from the Omar someone who, a girl who did, we learned this previously, a couple weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, we learned this Gemara. It says about Shalom from the girl who was 3 years old in one day, but that's we're qualifying that any time she is interested in somebody to feel, it is a full-fledged halachic feel. You can be married to the while Yom Kara is and Libra marriage takes place, then she is officially married to the other level she takes place. So she's married to someone, then the halacha is the Sabbath bylaw, and if somebody is going to follow the law, even if you touch it, the person has to become somebody, and he can get out of other things. This is the Kohen, this is the Shimon the Kohen, for Baal Teshuvah. He's allowed to eat Truma, Baal this is relevant over here. If any one of these disqualified people are interested, they're possible to not listen to because disqualified people now, the Baal out, Echad, alright, the word for her, and if you're right, is intimate with her, now look, it's put to allow, they will be put to death for being intimate with her. Even sure if she's got to be fucking to the child, but if any one of the arrives to her, they are going to be Shayas Nisa. Why? Because they had a full-fledged deal with one of the arrivals. And what's the question? Why is it true? Why did it say that initially she is someone who's an island, she can't give birth? And died with the hospital context. The person who married her never wanted to marry a person who's not going to have children. We say this person went to heaven, or one of the arrivals. And why do you assume that she's an islandist? She's not going to be an islandist. Everybody else, majority of the people still for children, and the original deal about people who have nothing love islanders, and therefore you put the guy to death. Now you keep so you put the guy to death for being intimate with one of the arrivals. Why? Because she's married. Hold on a second. She's married. Maybe married to a partner because she'll be an islandist. Now, says the Gemara, you don't assume you're going to be an islandist. Most women are not islandist. Therefore, the based in the guy to death. Really, they got it down. Because we can't see some robe of the majority. Gemara says, my chayyim allowed to study for ministry. Doesn't mean it's chayyim himself. It's funny to call it the person to be a carbon and not himself. So that's what Gemara said. You didn't read it carefully enough. It says, you push the guy to death. That wasn't referring to all the alliance. That was referring to all of the brothers. Hold on to the one. The Hawking it says, anyone of the relationship. You can take it back. You see it a lot more with it. Must become a case where the person who married this child loves her so much, and he said, even if the person is out of it, I'm going to keep you as a wife, and in such a case, even if she turns out to be out of it, it's still going to push the person to death. So again, we do see that we do not have a rider. We go after the road, but someone to death. Son of Rabbanan. The woman engages in a very grotesque act of priestess with her young child. The Arab as a result of that act, child death are all with it. When last time we learned Sunday and Monday 2 weeks ago, the hara is about focus on either the initial contact or is the initial penetration. So it's not a focus in Marbia, doesn't finish off the video, but it is the first part of the video, which is its problem. So a woman has this intimate relationship with her son, her child, of what becomes responsible still not here. They still says that she's looking to be kosher and kosher. You know, what is the I'm going to be up Ray, Rabbi, Barna, Kia, son of Rabbi, to the college. I'm going to test the Army law or a sister of the Zahiri. Not close to suggesting how this went. Some say that it was the Kia, the son of Rabbi, Barna, Randy, and the sister. And some say the sister, who said the name of the Zahiri, that I told both and everyone, both the Italians, they still agree that the meditation son of Yom Echad should be also Bia. Everyone agrees that this child we're talking about in this case was 9 years old in one day, and Bia is the Bia, and yet his qualified mother has a donor from Papa, who then Bono. If the child is less than 8 years old, then Bia also Bia will agree that the Bia is not a Bia, a young child like that, not actually perform the Bia. The next issue here is Maboket, Ella, the Benchmona, we're talking about a child who is 8 years old. The comment says, we can learn from previous generations. In other words, we're able to find that we did correct reference to that 8-year-old child. An 8-year-old child had a baby. And we'll say, even though now we're to find and not what happened previously. And since it happened previously, we're going to assume that it is a Bia nowadays as well. Still Savrig, it still says, cannot learn from previous generations. The rest of his take us into the family trees of some history in Tanakh, and we're going to try to figure out whether or not anybody was somehow when he was 8 years old. The Doris is showing you Noah. How do we know the previous generation of Rothschild?
Everybody, that's perfect, Mario. That's a okie dokie. Well, there he is.
How do we know the Doris was shown him? Yeah, children when they were 8 years old. No one's older. If you want to suggest with the kids from the Southern Fossil, look at a number of these looking, and then we'll start to look after the exact what it means, and then everything's great. Hello, those Tasteva. This woman did Tasteva, but Eliam, so let's just get this clear over here. Number one, you have Bathsheba. It is the daughter of Eliam. Let's get them in a family. Bathsheba is the daughter of Eliam. It also says the Eliam ben Achitophel. Eliam was the son of Achitophel. Now, Bathsheba, son of Eliam, son of Achitophel, Agilon. The Tzibah Yitzchak Yad Nosson Rabbi. Yitzchak Shmo Yedidya. And essentially has nothing. He called him Yedidya before Hashem, because of Hashem. And who's it referring to? That was Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was the great grandson of Achitophel, right? Achitophel, Eliam, Bathsheba, and Shlomo HaMelech. It doesn't cost it. Right here, it's deciding Yamin with that endless to use every day in La Sola. And they were kind of chasing after Absalom with Siv. Absalom Barach, Absalom ran away. And there was Surah. And some sons resisted him. Siv, it says the Yisrael of Absalom Yisrael, and Absalom son of Yisrael, the assigned them for 2 years. The Shnei Melech was actually the king. Now it says it's Siv, but he became the Barach for 4 years. Yomer Absalom, Absalom said to him, El Chana, as the Zara said, he was one who helped him complete his plan. And he realized his plan was not working. But Yaakov was Tamar, and the Tamar, he ultimately saddled up his donkey. But Yaakov, but Yaakov basically went to his house, a hero, the Esau, basically Yaakov. Now, getting all this good, that was the whole story that happened with the rebellion of Shalom. And now what happened is, he ended up committing suicide. When what? It says, I'll take Dunham Murmah, people of blood, and Mirmah, we will yes to your man, you're not going to live half of a life. Typical life is 70 years. So a person who's rebellious like this won't live even half of a life. That means we won't live till 45. The time we learn cost all years is going, he only lived 34 years. The Rashi tells us, here's what Rashi tells us, Einam Elos Loshenzelos. Only 34 years. Remember, Achitophel was the great grandfather of Shlomo, and he died when he was 36 years old. That comes out. All the years, Achitophel Elos Loshenzelos were only 30 years. How much were they? Plus in the plus. You have 43 years. Thou Sheva, the heavy someone else for 7 years. Think of 7 years. Now what are you left with? Half you have to calculate. They take 30. You take the 33. You get minus the 7. Then you're up to 26. So in 26 years, every generation were born. Thou Tarki, you have to subtract another 2 P. Now, why it's exactly 2 years? Rashi has his explanation because the Tyra tells us this go for it, it's not exactly 2 years, approximately 2 years. So Chad turns out it's how we go. Yeah, 26 years minus 2 years. It turns out everyone was born, all these generations were born in 22 years. 24 divided by 3 is 8. Must be the your father when their father was 8 years old. Marshall, hold on, that's not a raya. Can't you take 24 divided by 3? Then what's our raya with the case that maybe 2 of them were born when the fathers were 9. Who knows a 9-year-old child? That's a you purchase. And if you did, it's a child. About Sarah, remember, it's a female. Oh, look, she's 6. That's a female. Why? Because it's somebody. Women are more healthy than men. Therefore, women are willing to give birth when she is only she's less than 8, but less than 9, but a boy has to be 9. Hey, now, why the Mahavi love lab? Part of the story was that he was told his child. That turns out that he's still at a child. So yes, you can see that our women you can give birth like men. Therefore, the math is working off. And what's the big deal? 9 years old. Okay, Elohim. Here we have a ride that is 8-year-old birth. Ayla told the Terah, these are the offspring of Terah. You have Terah, holy is Avram. Terah is Avram's father. Who else is father? He was Nachor's father. And that's Terah. So Terah had because of Terah had Avram, Nachor, and now Avram doesn't Nachor son. Avram was old enough by 1 year. And Nachor doesn't inherit. Now Nachor was a year older than Haran. And so Avram Gadol stays on the Haran. Avram must have been 3 years older than Haran. We got Avram and Nachor and Nachor. Avram and Nachor both got married. Who is Avram married? Avram married Sarai. We see soon that Sarai and Yisra are the same person. Who's Yisra? Yisra is Sarai's boy. He inherited Greece. Yisra. Mother of Yisra. Yisra is Sarah. Yisra was Sarah. The woman hit the Shemaiah. The woman was the first year of Yisra. The self-revelation. Able to see with the divine vision and revelation. And the Sudan says, oh, I said, that's a Sarah, not a Torah. That's why I said, Avram, listen to what you have. Tell you why you think it was the prophecy. Okay, now let's go back to here. Yitzchak, Avram fell on his face and he kind of laughed. You don't believe what he said in his heart. Oh, that there. How much older was Avram and Sarah? He was as a snake, 10 years. He's talking about and younger than her father. How much was Haran younger than Avram? 2 years. Remember the 2 year difference. It comes out. The older Haran and Sarah. When did Haran have Sarah? Again, he was 2 years older than Avram. Avram still the new difference. It turns out he gave birth to Sarah when he was 8 years old. the Tommy Ovid. No, hold on. You're making me a mistake. You're automatically assuming that Avram was older than Hara. Nimai, Dilma, Avram, Zuzu Daf Ravi. He's younger than his brother. Therefore, the Torah itself put Avram first because he was much more wise. Therefore, the Pasha Bluhu, they don't have we do that sometimes. Why? Because the Pasha Bluhu brought Derek and Pasha, we sometimes put children not in order of their age, but in order of their wisdom. Say, but you don't become a male. Noah for 500 years, or Yolet Noah was famous from a and in young age of 500 years, he gave birth to his son, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem Haggadol, Shem Gadol Mikar Shana, Shem was older than Sam by 1 year, Ham Gadol Yafet Shana, and Ham was older than Yafet by 1 year. Means so what comes out of the earth. Shem Gadol Yafet Tesa. Turns out the Shem is 2 years older than Yafet. Older than the husband. Tells us, the North and Faith Yoshana, Hoya Mai Halar. 100 years after the United States, that's when the novel started. It tells us heirs of the state. These are the children of the state, then they are Shana, by Yoel Kapasad. They was 100 years old and gave birth to Kapasad. When was science? After Babel. 2 years after the Babel. Now, how could it have been 100 years old, 2 years after the Babel? It's not possible he could have been 100 years old. Why? Because his younger brother was 100 years old. 2 years after the Babel. It's Martha said, "They are shut up. My name is Tarsus didn't have it. Look for the lead of 100 years." Ella, but see, you know why? Not because Sam was absolutely older. Rather, Ella Therefore, wasn't the possible. They were actually the mother of wisdom. So now, therefore, wasn't the possible to the Alva was just mentioned first because he was smarter, they were wisdom, but not because he was older than Arda. However, Kahana, I'm just looking at the face of this. He had died, sent it in front of his in front of their business. I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave. You learn the concept of putting people in age order. Sorry, in wisdom order from there to Anan, the ultimate. You learn to cover that. You let Gamu as we covenant, Aver, Aki, Yaakov, Haggadah. Because he came to birth. He was the father of everyone on the other side of the river, which is Aki, Yaakov, Haggadah. Yaakov, Haggadah. He became the Yaakov, who was the oldest. But saying it still makes them first. You see that their names are not in there. Okay, Elmanella, let me know that the 8-year-old child can give birth. The Alpha, the Narcissus, the Salo, the Uri, and Kor, Lamate, Yehuda. The Salo was the son of Uri, the son of Kor, and the savior of Yehuda. Saying, that Hamas Azuba died, he was that was Kalev's wife. He got low Kalev as Ephron, the Kalev low, now we know that Kalev was Kor's father. Who was the father of Uri? He was the son of Salo. Salo, Uri, and Kor, that's Kalev. Turns out that Kalev was the great-grandfather of the Salo. Now, the other Salo is how old is the Salo? Bar Kama, how old is he? Yeah. Oh God, the Salo, Mishkan, Bar Kama, how old is he? Mishkan, must have been Bar Slave, must have been at least 13. Let's say, what does it like? Ish, in the last year, name also. The person has to be an ish, and the dog just a little bit stuff. It's how do you learn it up to the right side? Shana, Rishona, most of this. The first year, most of this. The second year, after they were in the midbar, he built the Mishkan. The Shana returned the first year after Moshe Mishkan. She hated the Mishkan. He actually put it up. He sent to Meraglim during the second year that they were out of the sky of the Mishkan. Anoki, the son of Moshe Evan. This is referring to how old Kalev was when he was said to be Meraglim. He read as one of the Meraglim. He was 40 years, he was sent as one of the Meraglim. Now, the Alpha Ginado, today, behold, I am the son of 85 years old. Don't they do that? How turns out, our boy. It was 40 years. Dollar base. We have to subtract 14 years. That was the dollar. For the dollar people. Plus the shit. So that's still 26 years. Dollar parts of these multitudes. Take out 2 years for the parentheses. Turns out that was the time of the Turns out that whole family of Kalev, the Shalom, the Uni, Kalev, to 4, Uni, and the Salo, over the 24 years. So now we know that's what 8-year-old that is. That's how we know 8-year-old is. This is a little bit further than the Mishnah, then below that. The Torah more is only relevant to a male child, not to the child. Tanya, other students, the din or the first is to make that to the Torah more. It would be perfectly appropriate for a female to be a Ben Torah or more just like a son. Why is that called a free enough for Avera? Everything should be readily available for her to do Avera. This is not for herself. Like the doctor says, if you see the wall of the sofa, the kapanusa, if she's going to be all these things, if she's already a child, so it's the low kids in the Yuda, and then you start to trust me, Margella, Maragdas, Arias, Maragdas, again, if the whole idea of Ben Torah is he's moving on himself, then ultimately this person is going to be a disaster for his personal life. Look at her. She's already acting like this. What's going to happen? She will end up being a major stumbling block for all the men in town. But still, Eleg's there for Constantine. But it teaches us then below that. The concept of the Torah is only relevant to the rebellious for the wayward son, but not relevant to the daughter. Even though you might think it to be just as relevant to the daughter, and it makes sense to be much relevant to the daughter, the Torah thought otherwise. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Why would you agree? Because the numbers match up with the client. It's fucking number. That's it. Yeah. I can keep right when the numbers don't match. They don't match. You do this for 8 hours a day. 10 hours a day. I'm on the phone. I'm hanging out with my common friends. That's it. Was there training for this? Not really, no. Yeah, it's like day one. They're like, all right, here's what you're going to be doing. And the name of the company? What the? Well, I don't think he's going to lose this nothing burger job if he says that. Yeah. Tariq, what's your love life like? Single right now. I can't afford to date. I make $20 an hour, so yeah. I should bro. Yeah, single right now. I haven't been on. How long have you been in Austin? Since July. And so you've been on no dates, you met no women. I went on one date. I met her like at a show.
All right, say good morning. Good morning.
And it didn't go well. What happened? This is perfect. Take us through the night, Tariq. Yeah, she was just like a bodybuilder. I couldn't see she was wearing a hoodie. And we went on the date. She was wearing like a tank top. She had like biceps. I wasn't ready for that. I think I was a little big neck. Yeah, a lot of innocent. That's it, Joe. She was jacked. Now, permission to speak freely. When she took her hoodie off, you saw just you saw your most potential opportunity for freedom and filter, right? Did you?
That's us speaking for 8.5% of 60 years. And we have to put up a message that actually half power, so that's 68. So you are told to seconds from that remember again, that you have 2 times mentioned in the ritual, that you have mentioned in the ritual about the collection of tissue, especially cucumbers or boards. And that you see the same ritual, 9 local tissue, after local tissue. Sometimes someone can go ahead and flip cucumbers, right? Other cucumbers like that. Sometimes the person can be tired, sometimes the person can be hot. You might say, what does that mean? She went in for the kiss. Exactly what happened. She went for the kiss, and I had enough time to like kind of think about it, so I leaned back a little bit, and then I just looked away. Her eyes were closed, so I just leaned back so I didn't see it. And then I looked back. Like, oh, hey! It's like a red document. It was a thumbs up. difference Rabbi Akiva v'Chaver L'Bachlo.
Absolutely
Rabbi
incredible.
Eliezer became ill.
What size
Rabbi
checkbook did you get last
Akiva
time
and
you were on?
his other
You got a big one.
other
All right, well, there you go. Then turning more allies, everybody. Both sides making all kinds of different checkbooks. Small, medium, large, some are black, some are brown, like Tariq. So, things are moving along here, but I think we need to shift the momentum. I mean, wow. This has been Sancho Pancho, Mario, Robert Carroll, and Tariq. I'm gonna say none of them really knocked it out of the old fucking.
That's great. My favorite.
We're outside.
I'm gonna bring up one of our unbelievable regulars, ladies and gentlemen. It's Sage the Real. He is fucking fantastic. Excited for the Green Power Board for the Dark Storm of Atlanta. This is Denver Gordon, everybody.
This was Hercules. He had a son who named after his father, Hercules. And then if you're playing, we'll talk a little bit more about the rest of the himself, was the disciple of the Yochanan ben Zakkai. So what happened? So he's so fortunate to remember, Eliezer, the father, very ill, son comes in Alexandros to remove his father's compass is about to start. So God, you got to lose your father. And then Eliezer started yelling at his son. Started yelling at him, and little bit again, which you get into a Uber, I'm a liar, I don't know, and you must know, so that goes to other people. So Hercules sees the other on the road, right?
You're at your house. You know, wake you up in a way mode.
And my father is not going to cover me
in Phoenix, Arizona. That's why I went to sleep in a way mode.
They say that my father is not going to cover me. So what happened? He doesn't hear this.
Take it from one example. One time, I was a heavy sleeper. That's why I was mad at me about waking me up in a way mode. This ain't could wake me up in 30 minutes.
And his mother, my wife, who are the ones who are making
she could wake me up. She took my phone, unlocked it with my face, and then called my mama.
That's literally saying,
I was up. I woke up immediately.
And they worried about the game like that.
And I was like, I'm so sorry. I started cleaning because, like, when I was a kid, when I was a kid, if your mama started whooping your siblings and you cleaning, she not gonna whoop your ass too.
He felt like they were not probably prepared for Shabbos.
And so I woke up, just started doing push-ups, cleaning, and then she was like, hi, Daddy,
Instead, they're focused on
and the next day, I had to go to that same Uber lady place
very
and cut her grass and then wash her car. That's my time. They got so I did it for 2 minutes of material, tons of punchlines throughout, cleansing the room of the debacle of the past 4 bucket bowls. I'm so sorry. What are you apologizing for? The bucket bowls. Oh, yeah, exactly. Great work, Ginger. That really happened, didn't it? Yes, it did. That sounds real. I texted Instagram the night after that. I apologized and said it believed. And I was so scared the whole time because it was like, when you're drunk and they wake you up, you're still lying. When you wake up, you're like, oh, I should have been lying this whole time. And the whole time I was like, I'll be fine. I'll just call Joe Rogan. That's right.
So better to go ahead and go with that.
Tell me go baseball. They do. They told me that when they was walking me to the Omni where I was. I just did a sold out show. I felt so bad. I didn't know. I'm sorry.
And again, realizing this is
I'm sorry to the police and the 2 officers that I don't know y'all name. And the Instagram asked me that to this and what officer. I said, nigga, I told you I was from. That's amazing. That is incredible. I never really thought about that. Well, like sleeping away mode, there's no real. I heard that they start playing music. I don't know. Slept through that too. They don't have good music. That's what fucked me up because I had went I was leaving Rochester, New York,
from
and then I had a 5 a.m. flight, so I stayed up, went to that, flew, did 2 hours in Tempe, Arizona, and I was expecting to see my grandma, but my grandma was down there right now, and she lives in Tempe, and so I didn't know until after the show, so I got drunk, and I started hanging out, and I started getting sick. I said, I'm a lady, and then I got in the Waymo, they have suggestions for music, but none of them are good. Music that you listen to. Dr. Philbin's
Vertical horizon.
So then the entire community has to be ready. Down from as a result,
Is there a specific song that would be on a Waymo if you needed music to wake up a black person that fell asleep on a Waymo? As our senior black correspondent, what song would you pick? Too short.
Was not expecting this and therefore again they come to the distance. Also like but it also says there's so much and you really wrong. Now that's not mean nothing to me. I'm from Atlanta. We go to see the gunshots, nigga. That's not. As well as absolutely. You know that we do not listen to Too Short. But we do always tell it so. If you're the only guy, and everyone else is one thing, like when you hold something else, chances are, you're wrong. And chances are you have to have enough humility and enough innocence to be able to understand that maybe for that you visit the sheep as much.
That would be a great sketch on Impractical Jokers. Just you guys going around the streets of Atlanta telling each other what to say. Say hello, my friend. You have an extra wallet to the guy walking towards you right now.
I'm a low, motherfucker. You're no
playing both roles. Dedrick, what is one of the more dangerous things you saw in your days in Atlanta? Oh, besides my best friend getting shot in front of me, different clip. Oh my goodness. All right. The police don't come that fast in Atlanta right now. Go ahead. I saw with my own eyes. This is crazy. I was at a bar and one dude walked up to another dude and asked that nigga for a chicken wing. And the dude was like, order your own chicken wings. And he was like, yo, I paid $25. I got chicken wings fast. I'm a little bit sick today, but I don't want to. You ever take your poet ass over there? And then that dude, I swear to God, this is the first time I've ever seen this entire life. He had a sock attached to his string. It was like a piece of string with a knot on the end of it. He started swinging around like it was a nunchuck. There was something in the sock. Yeah, it was dumb. It was like, but you put the finger waves in Atlanta. That's a lot of people from your price. Asking for it to go to the highway in Atlanta is like asking to fuck somebody's wife. You know what I'm saying? Like that. And this nigga pulled out a chicken wing. A sock with something in it at the end of the string. You are from New Orleans. You know when Sour Rock came out with that little chain thing that nigga said? And they were fucking up the hills was the Lord of the Wings. Lord of the Wings.
Again,
To summarize the two craziest things you saw in Atlanta, was your best friend getting gunned down in front of you, and someone taking someone else's shit joint. So there's a string. And he's and there's a song that's a whole string music. He has to like slow down. He uses like a bigger thing. Wow. He has like a it looked like a I don't know what you call it. I'm not from the medieval town. Right. He was like,
The people go through life, and they end up at home. It's only justified enough to feel like it's a every single thing you talk about, that's a problem. What is that? Well, let's digest it. We fail to take the life opportunities. There's a difference works. Often we don't take advantage of our life opportunities. We convince ourselves that that's a decade later. But you know, that's not the right way. Often we don't take advantage of a life opportunity, that opportunity is that. But there will be other opportunities down the road. The ones you miss are the ones you miss more often than not. The ones about to say to you about that. When you don't have to know, you can live a life where someone is very
actually talk about that in my book, chapter 35, Black People Have Quarters.
killing you. Like, killing it, like that one, like, you've lost that one. And that's ultimately a thing that is a great trust and what onto that. Just understand, you see the color. There's stuff on a life opportunity because
I never know what I'm for. Like, I come fast.
And you're but maybe otherwise, but once the opportunity challenge,
I was like, my bad, I'm sorry, oh my God. She said, no, so wrong.
What happened? The only thing out of the world is about to die. The world itself is about to die. What does it do? You don't go stage where it starts, maybe that's how you go. So that's like, this is out. This is a
she cooked me so good.
I drank IPAs now. I'm Art. All you left on stage though is I shake the case super close to the most of these oils that are like super Torah that I'm really rough. This is an easy very for if you look at his oils, like the two colors that it says like passing over his chest. And he said most of these super Torah that are rolled. Now that's because our kind of super Torah is rolled, closed, you can't see the letters. Look at the edge is momentum. It's pretty romantic. This is like, yeah, an actual life. I had all of this, right? I had this sense of color. I had all of this. I got my sense of color and me.
Just hit 3 years today.
Yeah, what's that?
Today's your 3-year anniversary. How about that? Amazing.
When a person uses this color, sometimes the thing that gives them the greatest color, but it was not every day. You know,
10 hours.
You know, when this is on the deck, no one ever
goes to bed.
What about all
Your job, right? Your job? No, I used to work at Apple or something.
Like, oh, same thing. I was thinking about the other day.
Amazing. You ever get hit on when you're doing electrical work in a lady's house? We're done in like industrial shit, like data centers and shit. It was one time. Because
that's just one of the ways
she tried to see me and my coworker.
Is romantic. These colors, this is sacred Torah. This is rolled up. What good is a rolled sacred Torah? What good is rolled sacred Torah? What good is rolled sacred Torah? You can kiss it. You can hold it.
I went to uni, so I just get moving around.
So the answer is referring to himself as that rolled sacred Torah. So much unactualized potential. How do they grow up? But medicine, the how they told me medicine. I learned so much and I taught so much. And I said, right? So how did that change? You just said that you were from the old state of Florida, and you first to the thing. But then it says, I learned so much and I taught so much. I was the same place as the time. Yes, I did a lot of it. I learned a lot of Torah and I taught a lot of Torah. But I could have done so much more. I could have done so much more. And that is the biggest expectation for the person to face when we are at the end of the journey of life. I could have done more. I could have done more. I could have learned more. I could have helped more. I could have accomplished so much more. Because when he says, I did tell you not to go to Saturday, but Saturday you can't come on page. I learned so much from myself. As the truth is, I think to Tai Chi or laughing water from the sea. I bet nobody says that correctly. I'm sure it's possible. That's based off of this spelling. Tai Chi. Okay, Dr. Phil.
You mentioned
I
the
drank
premature ejaculation.
there's so much more to drink. Our day.
Begin?
Well, it'd be not a few.
And how you
But as soon as I knew that Alex in the couple, we
Because
spoke at it.
I would have ventured to assume not many women receiving that information that are fired up, right? And I know you know how I'm finished.
That's 6 months of my day in,
So you're probably really used to hearing, right?
I gave so much to my students that it was just beyond the ocean. We're all old, not only that. So let's say, so again, this is
Is there something that you do to compensate, right? So if you're
I learned a lot. I taught a lot, but I could have done
and the girl's
so
still laying
much
there like a
more.
dead
My
fish, being like,
personal
where's my
sleep
fucking,
is rolled up.
where's
I
my
can't see the
however
point,
she says it,
I go to the grave with the pain of
what
knowing
do you say to
that
make
I
her feel
could
like
have
it's
been
not a
more,
waste of
that
time?
my life could have been more.
Hey, I gotta
He
get
goes
out
on
of
and says,
here.
oh,
That's
I was trying to show the socialist on the house for the highest
that's what your
myself.
white
Well,
father
how
said.
you against the somebody behind government?
So heads up, you can't
I
buy
know
longer
200
using
halachos
chew
with the
gold.
Bahalas
Use
Hazar.
promo code
What's
Tony
Bahalas
at
Hazar? What's the Bahalas is a type of
BlueChew.com. Get 10%
salam.
off.
That's
That's
what means
BlueChew.com.
right. So I realized what this is.
I love it.
I even had very specific knowledge.
You really are like a union guy. You just
And no one ever asked me about it. No one ever asked me about it. You know, I like to research socialist halachos. And then socialist halachos.
That's free to live just today.
Well, how you Adam Shamani by government?
Amazing. Tai Chi. What else do you do when you get fun?
When it comes to cucumbers, we'll see that in just a moment. And no one ever asked me anything.
Oh shit! All right. What's his phone number?
No one ever asked me anything about second people. Why? What's the sense of your people? And I realized that working I'm Atlas, and we could do my house and the guy. So the resident of this house is one time that the people are walking on the road. I'm a week, and then the people said to me, Rabbi, Rabbi, you can teach me about the levels of sorcery.
Amazing. Tai Chi. Tai Chi. Some
What's like,
pictures that he did is right before for
let's
talk about that. Nothing. He brought him
I said one word of
to your white mother to your white father. To your white father. How did white dad take that? I mean, we'll be one dad. How did white dad handle that? He very supportive of the shit. He supported him. I was mad. What do you think your black mom even say about it? I got a sister. She
Tell me how to hold this
oh,
fish.
she
So I'm not to cover. I'm going to start to put
yeah.
them up in
And
there.
my brother on my dad's side, he like,
And all of the cucumbers are
flamboyant.
incredible.
Okay.
I'm a
He's
roll.
a tiger.
I'm a roll. So I get that. This is the stage. That's the whole point of
He's
this.
a tiger.
Remember, in the Mishnah,
Was your brother's boyfriend a big fat white guy? No, more like Tony's
The
beautiful.
Gemara was asking,
That's right.
you know, the people in
164.
it seems to me so that you actually learn this.
But I was mad because that nigga was
That's the whole
ugly,
point of
bro.
this story.
That's
And that's what was just a
oh,
little.
man, that's
So
what
Russell
this
said,
yeah,
this
because
person
I
had
don't care.
no words
Yeah,
on
don't worry, no. You like
the other
ugly,
rabbi,
you know.
I think he just didn't really
You
understand
gotta
that he's
get down to
holding
the
the
same
cell
standard.
glory.
You know what I'm
So therefore,
saying?
they want to use this
He
opportunity
looked like
to
he bites
ask
me.
him a variety of questions.
I'm
You know,
for
it's
real.
a
He had a fucked up career. almost that
Maybe your brother likes to last longer in bed, and it's easy to do with an ugly person. Thank you. Yes, some of my tricks when I want to last long in bed. I hook up with an ugly man.
So literally I get a ball of actually says over here.
This show's out of control.
So I'm like,
We're getting one tonight, Ty J. There you go, buddy.
So listen, these are all things that people have to be like, they're filled with something else.
It's the
So
green
the man says,
GC1
Simon,
set.
what's the last thing
On to the next one.
question?
Your next bucket hole goes by
I
the
don't
name
know.
of
I don't
Green
know.
McCowan, everybody. Here
Which I
comes
lost
Green
some dimension.
McCowan.
Again, I've heard of this piece of my office at Killing Power. Fine. Minnow, Shah Gabi at Enos Mine.
Yo, what's going on? Yo, Tony.
But it's still on
Yo, recently I've been trying to date, but it's been very hard with an Android phone because for some reason iPhone users always discriminate on me based off the color of my text messages. You know what I mean?
That's
It's always weird. Like every time I'm in a phone, I try to talk to a girl, I feel like Martin Luther King. I'm like, I have a dream that one day green messages and blue messages will one day come together. You know what I mean? It was great. Like, I could imagine I'll have like a group of Android supporters behind me. We just love them and chant shit like green or blue. We don't care. Let us see your underwear like you're on your real. Shit's crazy. Across the street, you know what I'm saying? You'll see like the Android supporter, the iPhone supporters. They'll be saying shit like, well, if he ain't blue, then he can't come through. Or shit like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, shit.
The last thing that he said when he died.
Oh shit! Okay, I'm pretty sure that's a great. That's as close to line there, Green McCowan. Nice guy. Great. How you doing? Is this your first time on the show? This is my first time on the show. How long have you been on stand up? 2.5 years. Ty J is your brother? Is that correct? I know he looked familiar. It's long lost. You know. That's right. Great McCowan. Okay. 2.5 years have been on stand up. Here in Austin? No, originally from Dallas.
Companies the possession.
All these people have fake ass jobs now.
And your master of sorrow,
Currently unemployed. When's the last time you had a job? Last year, 2025, last month. 2025, December. Yes, to collectively get it. Last month of 2025. I think 2025 was in December. It landed on December. You might December 25 times it's February. You never know when the last month's gonna be. What was the job that you had in December?
I worked as a customer service rep for like Spectrum. Basically, I was just calling people about their bills, trying to help them out and shit like that.
I'll be that kind of fellow for us. So ultimately, again,
I've recently been researching
that's what I said when he said, I'll be my father. That's how he saw power. Ultimately, again, he's trying to get himself and his knowledge. I think not as again,
Thank you for calling. This is Spectrum calling about your bill. It's been overdue for like 3 months now, so we're calling because you have missed your payments, and we're trying to give you a monthly invoice. We're basically trying to give you a heads up to let you know that we'll be done with some of your bill if you don't even collect it right now. So right now,
First of all, how'd you get this number? I'm star 69 here.
you're star 69.
all of us are like
We got your number on file. We saw that you have been missing a lot of payments for a lot of households. Apparently, you just haven't been paying. I don't know how you're not paying your bills.
It's been a rough ever COVID, motherfucker.
You know what? I got you. That's what we'll do. Well, if you go ahead and pay 100 right now, you ain't even got to worry about the bill, dog. Don't even worry about the shit.
All right, let me call my friend Brett real quick.
That is not the same. You know, for instance, I have so much money, but I don't have the money to use it. What is the money to use it? What is the money to use it? And I've always been money to use it. And I've always been money to use it. exchange this for this. Put this over here. Do this with this. The money changing is showing I think everything that you have and maximize what you have for every confident of your business. Now you can say like this. I need to be realistic. Some people you have to keep all of the knowledge and figure out how to get back to that. Sometimes not knowing how to utilize reference that we have. I've heard so much.
How exactly
But I
did you
need to
lose
figure
that
out
job?
how do I optimize it. That's really
Basically paying off a lot of people's shit, like just pushing through and shit like that. Just, help some people out. Okay. They didn't like that shit. They didn't fuck with that shit at all. Okay, so how much money do you have in your checking account right currently, I live at the homeless shelter that's like right down the street from me. Having an Android phone. How long have you lived at the shelter? I've been off there for probably like about a month now, so a month. Okay. And how are we going to, when you moved from Dallas, so you had a living situation in Dallas, you're sacrificing it all for stand-up comedy right now. Okay, how much material do you think you have all together if you were to do your longest set? We just saw your Android material. Probably 15. Okay, so what can you do? Like, what kind of job can you do?
I'm going through a whole list of stuff. I got everything. Because a lot of times, the fiction is the right piece. Where where do I put it? What do I do with it? Sometimes more is less, sometimes less is more. Sometimes I should be focusing on certain things and not doing everything. Sometimes I should be doing everything and focusing. Right, this magic, Caruso, all these things. It's everything. Seductive, so values. I have all the coins.
I'm about to hire a brand new keyboard player. I don't know, I can make somewhere. I don't know. Seemed pretty solid back there, dog. I'm kidding. He's not
How do I organize it? How do I set myself up for success?
Shit, literally.
That's what I need.
They start like scrubbing it regular day, that's like something they do a little chicken bolognese, some type of shit. I've never even heard of that before. That sounds like when you notice that shit all the time. It's like the dollar stores we get. Chicken and mayonnaise shaped into a ball. All
Incredible. Like, so, okay, by the way, full circle. What do you see here? Like, you keep like getting changed, just keep coming out, you understand. Who you doing it from? How do you ever get that? I'm a relaxed, I'm not tomorrow. I'm a relaxed, God, you can imagine you like, I'm a relaxed, there's the most stuff. How does I'm a relaxed, the odds going to do that? But I want how nice you can understand it. And then you go get your sure
call it that, occasional
like
fights, a lot of crackhead energy.
You see how exactly is that the others are allowed to go ahead and use your socially, go ahead and with become risk and then make them collectively is that pizza. Which where run on trends, also my society is running. Like also my society. So look like that this. Isn't that this you might say, no, this is coming. Has to understand how things work in order to be able to customize. And therefore you have to learn it, in order to understand what I'm saying. You have to learn it in order to understand it. About it, I'm about. Los somos más. do not learn in order to wrestle with or to minute that is the nations of the world to do. Not so see after moment. Ultimately, again, you can't learn in order to go ahead and minute that which the nations of the world do. After moment, the Havim to the Holy. So ultimately, again, a person is not allowed to learn for any other parameter or anything else in order to do it for themselves. But if a person needs to learn it in order to understand it, in order to teach it, that's it, that's not good. Teach them what to do themselves. You know what? Listen, if they're going to understand that I don't mean the job using the people, right? In other words, I want to understand it, right? I need to understand some numbers, I should have to become proficient. No, calm down, right? But what it means is like this, that somebody who needs to speak about this, you should understand the mechanics. Like you can't trust him if you don't understand it. So Rabbi, you also have to need the person on the outside of the environment. You need to understand how it is working. And that's why you try to have Yeshiva, not for the purpose of blowing my head. I'll tell you what, you have a lot of work to do at the stage of just fill it up with that something. Okay, let's say I just point out, I feel like I'm going to حجر الوقت على مستوى الوقت nice. Nice is the direct that. But the first part is let's go with the first. We'll take a winner's incredible. Yes, that's the first one. That's how they say it. Like the servant salvation. Let's go. Hey, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. Go right, push, now move on. Let's say some of the just together, that's the great metaphor for life, right? Metaphor for life, you're on the belt, and you go ahead and you purpose, and you see this, right? Like you win a Super Bowl. Like, oh, what did you do now? It was understand, they're like, okay, now you have a break, now you do this, and you do this, right? Then you go ahead and you have a dramatic accomplishment. What do you do? Next moment, move on, right? Give yourself a share, 5 seconds, appreciate the accomplishment, and then move on to whatever is next. Once I say go, some of us are 6 years old. Then so knows the more. Once I say, now this is how we left color. No, it's not. It's what's very good. Just kind of like that.
There's a lot of similarities between objects of intrigue and there are.
So this is ultimately the number the trail. We got to
like I think we're all about loud, we're prone to nervousness, we're very socially
in order to go out and purchase needs and
we're very anxious people. That's just what I realized. The number one difference between autism and Judaism is that Jews don't like trains.
At first glance, it doesn't really feel that the crime really is that severe, but it's a warrant execution. So what the script says that they say it and know that it didn't execute not as much for what he did, but for what was going to be cursed. And he represents the profound effect of the community, and therefore I've also learned to be executed before you can be after. Now again, it's just ethically problematic, although the church is government of this. But also like how it's a let's be just first to put in the people. So they saw the Mora. They listen after they saw the Mora. When did it tell them from they saw the Mora or from what age? It's another true Cyrus. The Achiyot is something. So really against the 132 years, which is sanctions from the nations. Achiyot is something. That means something from years, still around. That is Muslim person, by the way.
The last time I was on the show, Joe Rogan told me to do some props. So I'm
hello, so this is the kind of luxury. I some spoke, in a funeral. I didn't want the child ultimately again is after the time came before they saw them, right? So the time out, so the ball with this guy. Because the Papa hasn't yet come to the responsibility of this. And therefore, they're talking to the Papa, the rest of the United States. The honor section, the Hafi, Gaza, the White House, the first one.
He's doing the
It sounds like
props.
a commercial, the money that's twisted.
This
is a drawing by D-Madness.
Not such a representation anymore. But that's what it is. Why do you ever think that a Papa is subject to in general?
great stuff.
Papa is always
This
exempt
is health
from
insurance for
everything.
healthcare CEO.
So I don't know this
Ah,
that a Papa is works with the United States. I don't have to tell you that.
This is
I'll keep that
this
so
is like a Oxford Island, everybody.
I'll say so on that.
I thought that was going to go so much better.
I'll say so on that.
Jesus Christ. All right, well, we have an extension back with Donald Trump and Bill Clinton. I think
Because if you think about it, we haven't gotten into it yet. Once we say that, once he does, he stole money, and he bought many things to
What's that one?
not
Stephen
good.
Hawking.
Like,
Yes,
not
he was
good.
there.
That's
God
really
damn
not
it.
good.
Well, you know, we tried it.
That's right. Jack Shaw lives in LA, so they will never let it go that Trump was never on Epstein Island. Just a fun fact. But he was never there.
Well, that didn't feel great.
He almost can have. He's a little like carrot stop.
Dude, that's what I wanted to ask Karen. I was hoping Karen would be here so I could ask him for some mentorship. So Karen found Bobby Karen Bottom right here.
Oh, you were ready for that. That's amazing.
Hey, you want this?
Really, they say in there, it's not as much about what you do.
It's a lot of red
Want
meat.
this? You can't have it.
Alright, we'll trade you. There you go. You can use that. You can use that.
I scrunch it down enough. That's fun.
Just put your whole body into it.
Yeah. Put it over my head.
Then below each controversy. So furthermore, again, it's like, you have then below each
Jack, it turns out we love good and bad props here. I loved it. Make some noise
I'm
one more time
going to
for
the
Jack
email
Shaw.
East Bank. As it says, if a man will go ahead and then someone will do that. It becomes a nice little Morant. Again, is just recently entered into man. So this is interesting about that. So there's similar Morant, that's the being a goal. And again, he's a recently valued start as well.
Last Christmas,
Then,
Chrissy Corner was in court for having intercourse with corpses.
recently, but he's still a bank. So he's a young piece
Magically,
who is just relatively recently entered into Jewish adulthood. Incredible, it's just all in the bank. So actually, he's not going to attack them. So actually attack fire. So also, remember all of this discussion about stuff that appears.
she testified that her favorite movies are Die Hard and Rise of the Living Dead.
about physical maturity. So
In related news,
so the American actually up in second attack. So we're going to be I
that
checked
means
the
she was down
fire.
there gangbanging
Okay,
gangbangers.
so there's air
It was Crips, and blood everywhere. No regard for the life.
Kapas in, so lot Kapas dates in. Okay. So
She
what's
also faces sexual
interesting about
battery
this
charges.
is a tremendous level of specificity regarding pedophilia, right? Right, so nice again, Gemara says it's not testicular hair, but rather again, it's pubic hair that surrounds again the normal muscles. I want to point out
That's when you bang only vampires.
you will not get touched on this, right? So as I said, I think of course I'm a bishop first. You want to do yourself, right? I really was probably out of it. So it's just understand, these guys are innocent. I'd like to do Mars that talked about execution. What in general, right? When it comes to things of execution,
There was a lot
what's the
there.
general approach?
I
We
mean,
don't want to do it.
that's
We don't want to do it. And therefore, again, we will make it
there's
as
so
difficult
many,
as
you had so
possible
many
for a
attempts.
state to
You had
execute
so many
someone.
jokes.
When you see this level
Yeah,
of
that one, I
specificity
don't know
regarding
what,
pubic hair,
12 people
what's
would
the
laugh at
takeaway
that
message?
one.
And this is
Saw the
right?
vampire.
What's the takeaway message for this level of specificity? They don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. Like, if you're getting into this, that's how it makes you succeed to pubic hair.
I appreciate that.
Right. It makes you succeed to this. Like, what I'm doing, if that shows you is, the system does not. And therefore, again, you will essentially make it as procedurally
it's part of a bigger
that's
set.
the
It's
thing
not
over
quite
here.
fitting, so I just try to.
So you must, I'm going to start cutting shoulders, even on that seven solar more. Let's try to get
Well, I mean, the only thing
father's
sitting
child,
on my
that often cannot become a ben solar. I love it. Not still the ish then below the then. Listen, it's interesting enough that the concept says still ish equals what? Adult. If an adult fathers a child, that child can become a solar. And at the end of the day, if a child fathers a child, a minor fathers a child, ultimately, again, that child cannot become a ben solar, which means at this time, if I was to do that, what's that? She has been leashed. Just said, if a man will have a child, or the man, right, the man will be leashed. Mike here leashed, then, why does it say that if a man will have a child, here leashed, then it's going to be leashed? Not enough, but she loves this stuff. Ultimately, I think so, I love this stuff. If a minor child, like a part of a child, fathers a child, then offspring can become the same way. I, the immaculate, I, the city, the entire constitution just for some of all. If you name a crop, then ish. The Senate is short for not then ish. My ish, then. Ultimately, again, once it comes to defense, ish, then. Ultimately, again, you can then have both of these halachas. Like number one halacha, the Raisa, that again, halacha, the Raisa. I love the race that has to be retired. I love the race that I have to say to the parent, that's the one. And the other half of the child, family the child, that's also is not something that I love what's concerning. That is so right in there. So also, so we're a couple of different today. I just want to get so I don't want to watch it to the whole story more because the next time you'll see this on future documents. There's a lot of things that are interesting to look at, right? If you notice, there's a lot of what was he lamenting? He was lamenting the low state of Torah. Like he was lamenting the fact that there's so much potential that remains unrealized. It's incredible because they saw it in the last, they saw it more. Because it's the opposite of that. They saw it more as what you notice about potential that will be realized. But they saw it more as you also realize we don't he is executed because of what he really does. So there's some more that concerned about the potential he will realize. And that potential is negative and detrimental to the greatest extent. So that's what we're working with, is the negative unrealized potential, and then solar and more is executed because of potentially realized potential, or potentially realized potential. It's incredible how much is focused on potential. Negative potential, positive potential, then solar more negative potential, everyone's been working with the mentioning positive, unrealized positive potential. They kind of insult this. I think
So BHC is just like my family for all my social media ever since like Bala's Messenger or just anything about that.
it's about courses. The biggest feeling of leading this world as a rolled up sacred Torah. Each of us possesses so much incredible potential. Those are the each of us is that rolled up sacred Torah. And so tomorrow we're going to see who can change his ways. Who can teach you about the U.S. potential and other people's ways. If the goal won't be your ways, make sure you watch the potential. Put yourself in a trajectory. And if you so careful on one not corrupt that potential and not to the life of you. There's a couple different today. A lot more to say talking, but I need to go ahead of ourselves to stay up, everyone.
Some people just try. Some people just hope for the best. You gotta try. If you don't ever succeed, well, maybe do something else.
All right, so we'll say good morning, we'll go to the office. I'm great to close off that time.
Your next fucking podcast by the name of Lorenzo Tyree.
Today's done is Sunday, 16th of this morning is dedicated by our annual Talmud sponsor, Tilson Shach Haber itself, dedicated all the students Russians this year. Since of course, all the stars covers for all of Amnisa. However, she's up in the Hashem. Should be a week of melon carrying around and
I also hook up with the girls on 6th Street and
Nishmas.
she takes me home.
What if I did this? She also knows about when we go to the town of Maria and the family of that was what we just do to nurses and we used more about us to just come in. When these surgeries are successful, but all of you guys see things that you should just be so familiar with the breakfast, the shoes, and that's and with that, let us begin. Today's Dr. Sunday 68. I represent the nurse Hashem actually at the top of Sunday 68. And we are going to this section from Rabbi Akiva. So here again, Rabbi Akiva mentions in the Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva mentions in the Mishnah about the collection of tissue, the collection of cucumbers, of boards. And Rabbi Akiva said in the Mishnah, Shnai Mokim tissue, Alchalokim fight. Sometimes things can go ahead and collect cucumbers, right? Harvest cucumbers on Shabbos. Sometimes the person can be tired, sometimes the person can be hungry. And the Mishnah says, what does that mean? So the person actually harvests the cucumber, and you can tell it for sort of but if you engage in a calculation, then you will be touched. So we're going to go about that. The Gemara says, Aha, top of Sunday 68. Aha, Rabbi Akiva and Yeshua committed. Rabbi Akiva and Yeshua. Not about time, y'all. This is an incredible story. By the time we might tell the story, you should call it Rabbi Eliezer. Yechnusu, Rabbi Akiva b'chaver b'chaver. When Rabbi Eliezer became ill, so Rabbi Akiva and his other companions, colleagues, thank you. His colleagues came to visit Rabbi Eliezer. Listen, you didn't see the context of this story. It's just that the Rabbi Eliezer who knows who became Shalom? He is in trouble. So Eliezer was like in his bed. He was very ill, definitely only about to die for some time. And he was like under his canopy. So he was in his bed under the canopy. And Rabbi Akiva and the other Rabbanim were outside, literally checking the music in the edge. In the fire, so they were visiting with him in an antechamber, the hallway. But also, you know, Erev Shabbos, and it was Erev Shabbos, it was Friday afternoon. So what happened? Nicholas Hercules, last host he left. So Hercules, so this is Rabbi Eliezer's son. So Rabbi Eliezer's son was Hercules. And it's interesting enough, this was Rabbi Eliezer's friend Hercules. He had a son who named after his father, Hercules. So then if you have time, we'll talk a little bit more about the Eliezer and Hercules himself. Was the disciple of the Yochanan ben Zakkai. Okay, so what happened? So his son Hercules went into his tzitzit. So remember, Eliezer the father, very old, son comes in on the Shabbos, and he his father's from the Shabbos. So God are both the Yatzim and the Zifa. Rabbi Eliezer started yelling at his son. Started yelling at him, and literally again, with and hoping to step to him. I'm in my hand of other lives, can you do it? And he should die for Shahad and so Hercules sees the other Rabbanim especially if you do not also for and Hercules, his son says, and my father is not going to help him understand. Like after chasing me up and doing like this, after beating me, okay, that my father was not going to help him understand. So what happens? I'm making here's this. And it's just Daito is that's so when Eliezer says, I'm fine, I'm not the problem. But rather, then it's my son, Hercules, and his mother, my wife, who are the ones who are making lacking the priority. Why? My mission is a skill, but also is a stress. It's literally translated. How could it be that they are not careful with the issue? And they're worried about the good my spirit. It's interesting, you know, Eliezer is very ahead in his son and his wife, whether it's the Eliezer wife, they're not properly preparing for Shabbos. If he felt that they were not properly prepared for Shabbos, and because they weren't properly prepared for Shabbos, there's a real concern that that's the time they come to Shabbos, so they're not worried about praying for Shabbos, instead they're focused on thinking about Torah. So everything is like this. You're ready for Shabbos, so worst case scenario, maybe you think it's in Rabbi. But preparing for Shabbos, that would be a serious issue for everybody. So it's the third short one. I'd look at those in the Dabar She'ino Ala Isa Shlos. The Maniach Tefillin B'Shabbos in time, Shabbos income is so Rabbi was upset about was he felt that his son and his wife had not properly prepared for Shabbos. So he felt focusing on all the wrong things. Focusing on winning that phone on Shabbos. So what was the worst case scenario? Like, go ahead and I work for that Shabbos. So what? I'm mostly focused on Rabbi. So better to go ahead and don't worry about this Rabbi or worry about preparing for Shabbos properly. So again, so what was the Shabbos? So my Shabbos going to the Torah says, great, we had the leader prepared for Shabbos going because they were caring for their father. Not because they were caring for their person. So there is a strong personality, very strong personality. So the mice, again, he's safe, no problem caring for Shabbos. Gave a drug, shake out to me, Shabbos alone. So now at this point in time, Rabbi realized that Rabbi Eliezer was a son. Everything was fine. Everything was fine. He wasn't sound mind, he was totally with it. When the other Rabbi realized this, so he comes into the Rabbi over. He knows she was notes, and we looked down at this. And the sand was safe 4 hours away from Rabbi Eliezer. And listen, what's happening? So now we just take these to really from Rashi. Rashi says, the reason of Abraham is that they immediately should have taken the closest commercial of Rabbi Messiah. So this is the famous story of commercial of Rabbi. Commercial of Rabbi was the famous fallout between Rabbi Eliezer and the Rabbinic community. There's a big progress about, again, an oven, right? What you refer to as right, an oven made up of multiple parts, and because I mentioned regional focus about regional status. So then the entire British community passed in one way, that the Eliezer passed in a different way. That the Eliezer would not back down from his position. As a result, he was pretty clear. He was pretty clear. He was extremely clear. There wasn't an interesting enough that local is that when somebody is in Canaan, you're not even allowed to come within Kaladamas, 6 feet of them. So they're coming now to go ahead and be back to Hola. Now, the truth is, they're already going to be back to Hola. What they really come to do is to any additional Torah knowledge that they can from Rabbi Eliezer. But they have to keep a distance from him because at the end of the day, he's still extremely people. That's why they're not going to his bedside. They're keeping a distance of Diane. But Eliezer, even on his bedside, was not attracted to this halachic position. And therefore, they come a distance. Amar Lab. So the Eliezer says that. Listen, there's so much just about this entire story. And that's what Eliezer himself. Sometimes in life, it's just a story for him. And it's just a people in their opinions. But if the whole world is against you, chances are you have to do a self-check. And you need to. For example, the world is against us, obviously. Everyone is against us, again. You know that we do not back down from being what we are. And we do call this on itself. If you're on a island, and everyone else said one thing, and you have something else, chances are, you won't. Chances are you have to have enough humility and enough to the soul to be able to understand that you use the right to visit my sheep as my locus, my life stands. But I mean, you would not back down. You would not back down. So what is it happening? I'm going to have another boss. So the Lord says to be a people and then the people Friday. And why did you guys come? Amro, Lilmod Torah Baruch. Rabbi became Torah. This you have to understand something. You make this many times. Once upon a time, Torah Shabbat was Bapa. Right? The old tradition was Mamish Bapa, which means that when a Rebbe died, what happens? Any Torah you have that you do not share, learns it into the Which is why often in the Gemara you find that for a great sage on the backside is communion of suffering the back because the focus is whatever last minute Torah that has to be going to choose. So now, Rabbi Eliezer doesn't stay there. And he's about to die. And the change he gets in the Torah, the people is ready, we're here for the Torah. You must get everything before you die. This is Rabbi Eliezer. Yeah, the Akshay Rabbi Eliezer. So why haven't you come in for it? Okay, let's just move. Where have you been this entire time? Why are you only coming down? They said to him, the higher one of tonight. didn't have enough time. Enough time, you got busy. I'm not supposed to listen to this. All about him. So let's back to them. Tamia Ani, Yamusu Misas. I wonder about you guys if you will die or not to death. And then also said prophetically that Jesus is the most unfortunately he would meet about each other and again, and all these other rabbis were unfortunately killed by the Romans. So Rabbi Eliezer says prophetically, I see how unfortunately you're going to be prevented because I'm going to be a diva, Shemi Mahid. Rabbi Akiva specifically asked Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi, what do you see about my teacher? And then Rabbi Shafar asking the Shalom. Your end is even more difficult. It's even more difficult than anyone else. So let's say, there's a lot of emotion involved in this as well. So as we're looking at feeling that he was, ostracized in that community, which he was. And again, because of his own decisions, as we're going through his own unagreements to that guy. So let's say that this experience is so incredibly described. The Rebbe asked me about him, why have you come to you and so much? And they said, you didn't have time. And the Rebbe says, I can't tell you. If you live a life where you don't have time, because to me, in the mission then I would be shocked if we only got the experience of this world. We really read that pages. I would be shocked in your mission resource. So the only guy of living like that. What is anyone going to say? The people go to life and there's plenty of opportunities. But how do we justify not taking the opportunities, not taking the other opportunities? Not enough time. Every single time you use out an opportunity because the protocols don't have enough time, that's a quasi-death. What is death? Death represents a certain finality. When a person dies, that's it. You fail to take advantage of your life opportunities. Also, you know how this works. Often we don't take advantage of our life opportunities because we convince ourselves that what? I'll get to it later. But we know that's not how life works. Often when you don't take advantage of a life opportunity, that opportunity is that there's already other opportunities down the road. But the ones you miss are the ones you miss, and more often than not, so Eliezer perhaps is saying to the other Rabbanim, you tell me you don't have time. For people who live a life where their common refrain is, I don't have time, just understand, every time you don't have time, and you pass up on your life opportunities, you're killing that opportunity. And not like, you're just like, I'm killing it. Like, you're killing it, right? Not like that one, right? But like, you've lost out on that. And that is, that ultimately, again, that is a great trust and one success. You cannot be off the course. This is perhaps one of the most important lessons. So many of us, we go through life, and there's opportunities, whether it's opportunities to speak up and see, or it's opportunities to learn, it's opportunities for helping yourself, it's opportunities for testing, it's opportunities to go down shalom bodies. And what ends up happening? I'm too busy, I'm too tired, I'm too this, I'm too that. Just understand, every single time you pass up on a life opportunity because quote-unquote don't have time, that opportunity has just done right in front of you. And there's no cancellation for life opportunities. So maybe other ones, but once the opportunity dies, it's dead and going to you forever. Overwhelming demand. So what happens? So now the Rebbe is about to die. The Rebbe himself is about to die. What does he do? Not those days were also, then you have to die. So that's it. This is right. This is a time tomorrow. The Rebbe takes his two arms, a little one is like he presses it against his chest. Amar, I lachem shtei zra'osai, shem kishtei sifrei Torah shenigdorim. So both of these arms that are like two sifrei Torah that are rolled up. Plus, this imagery is very prepared. If you look at his arms, like the two columns of the same place, crossing it over his chest. And he's saying both of these sifrei Torah that are rolled.
So what up?
Now, that he points out that sifrei Torah is rolled, closed, you can't see the arms. But the other is the anointing. What is truly the anointing is this idea of unactualized potential. I had all of it. I had this Sefer Torah. I have all of this in me, and yet my Sefer Torah remains closed. You know, it's like, it's such a wondering idea. that when a person leaves this world, sometimes the thing that gives them the greatest rest, you know, so you know what, I want to know this. When a person's on the deathbed, no one ever says, oh, you know what? What about all the places I worked vacation and I never got? Like, oh, Cancun was waiting for me, and Paris was waiting for me. And there's no one ever on the deathbed laments the vacations they didn't take. I always know there's no thinking people does that. What do people lament on the deathbed? They lament the opportunity they had to actualize their potential and failed to do so. Because that potential goes with me. And that's what is lamented. These arms, this Sefer Torah, is rolled up. What good is the rolled Sefer Torah? What good is rolled Sefer Torah? What good is rolled Sefer Torah? You can kiss it, you can hold it, you can't look at it, because you can't see anything. So the answer is referring to himself as that rolled Sefer Torah. So much unactualized potential. Harbe Torah, Lamadati, the Harbe Torah Limadati. I learned so much, and I taught so much. And I said, like, it's interesting so how does that stem? He just said that he's like a rolled Sefer Torah, which means you can't see the thing. But then he says, I learned so much, and I taught so much. And that's the same thing for the Torah. Yes, I did a lot of life. I learned a lot of Torah, and I taught a lot of Torah. But I could have done so much more. I could have been so much more. And that is the greatest existential truth that a person face when they are at the end of the journey of life. I could have done more. I could have been more. I could have learned more. I could have taught more. I could have accomplished so much more. And those when he says, I learned so much from my rebellion. But the truth is, I didn't take more than that, but like a dog takes when it's lapping water from the sea. Like the dog goes over to the river, he starts drinking water, he doesn't finish the water. So again, I learned from my rebellion, but there's so much more I should have learned. Like the dog drinking water from the river. I drank, but there's still so much more to drink. Harbe, Torah Limadati, V'lo Chesini Hamida Elek Yelokach B'Shvat Eretz. I taught so much Torah, and my students didn't take anything more from me than like a two thing like an apple. In other words, it's the same idea that I took so much from my rebellion, that I was like a drop in the ocean. I gave so much to my students, but it was just a drop in the ocean. Not only that, so again, this is the making an unfulfilled life, unless you think you couldn't accomplish. It's like I learned a lot, I taught a lot, but I could have done so much more. My first holistic Sefer Torah is rolled up. You can't see the print, and I go to the grave with the pain of knowing
I have been single now for like 13 or 14 months.
He goes on, he's glowing. Allah shall show us to the highest result. Is it burning water? I know 300 halachos with the Bahayas Hasa. What's Bahayas Hasa? Bahayas is a type of saras. Hasa means bright. So I even had very like specific knowledge with a specific type of saras, and no one ever asked me about it. No one ever asked me about it. Allah shall show us halachos, and then show us halachos. So the kiosk Kishim, or the Haya Adam Shalani by Dabba Me'elam, puts me to the Benosis. And I know 300 halachos, and so 3,000 halachos. When it comes to cucumbers, a lot of halachos comes to cucumbers, we'll see that in just a moment. And no one ever asked me anything except by the Akiva. Akiva Ben Yosef. No one ever asked me anything except Akiva Yosef. I'm just like, what's the story of Rabbi Akiva? And Eliezer Ben Hokinos, all of these numbers, listen to this. I'm Achos, I need to do my half that I need to die. So Eliezer Ben Hokinos tells this story. So one time, Rabbi Akiva and I were walking on the road. Rabbi, and Rabbi Akiva said to me, Rabbi, Lamdeni Benetios Kishir. Teach me about halachos of sorcery when it comes to cucumbers. First white line, I'm married to Dover Echad, so let's look at this. I said one word, it was a sort of silent word. I said one word of Kishok, the smaller cholesterol of Kishir. And the entire field told you cucumbers. So let's put an example. Obviously, we're talking about how exactly is it permitted that husband is engaging in Tisha? Is it engaging in stress? We're going to discuss that. I said one word, and the entire field filled with cucumbers. Only Rabbi Maratani, Yitzyasan, Maratani Akiyasan. Rabbi taught me how to plant cucumbers with sorcery, taught me how to harvest it. So I'm not to cover effort and started putting in that. I said one word, and all of the cucumbers were piled in one area of the field. Incredible. I'm so again, that, just to understand, that's the whole point of this story, right? Because remember, in the Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva quoted in the name of Rabbi Yeshua, but that's how it looks. The Gemara was asking, did Rabbi Akiva learn this Rabbi Yeshua? It seems from the story that Rabbi Akiva actually learned this from Rabbi Eliezer. That's the whole point of the story. We're not there for just a moment. So once they said, at this point in time, now the word comes back. The other Rabbanim who are coming to this over there, see that he's holding a sound low. And therefore they want to use this opportunity to ask him a variety of questions. Amullah, this is Rabbi Eliezer. HaKador, almost that Tamira, it's Svar HaMagalo, and the Shkodesh Kitano, Mahi. So this is interesting enough. They asked Rabbi Eliezer Hokinos a question regarding Tum and Tyra. So literally, I get a ball, and Rashi says over here. A weight, for me as an amulet, some pouch for gems in the shoulder, or a weight. So let's say these are all things Rashi points out that we don't want to make from leather, or filled with something else. So the Gemara says, Shiloh, what's the, they were asking me a Tuman Tara question. Hello, and aim its name, which I lost on the nation. Again, I've also heard them speak in the halachas of Tuman Tara. Fine, mineral, Sha'agabia, Imas Mari. So then they ask, what is the halacha concerning the shoe that is still on its form? In other words, let's say you have a shoe, and the shoe is being fashioned, it's still on its form, what's its halacha regarding Tuman Tara? On the one hand, Futar, ultimately in a star. Why? Because it's not a completed piece. That's what Rabbi said. And the rest of the Yasa Nishmasa, the Tara. The last word that the last word he said was Tara, was pure. So the last words out of his mouth. Amar Rabbi Yeshua, Amar Rabbi Amar, Putra HaNeder, Putra HaNeder. So Yeshua stood up and he said that ultimately they're going to release Rabbi Eliezer from the excommunication. So also said that they lifted the Rabbanim assembled, lifted the excommunication from the Muslim Orthodox after he passed away. Incredible. That's what he's put her on that. So the Lord says as follows. The Moshe Shabbos, again, so those who work in this night, and you know, so incredibly enough, the last thing that he said when he died was Tara. That was his last word. So the Moshe Shabbos, talk about Rabbi Akiva, he started with it. I'm sorry, you know what Rabbi Akiva, so now, this remember, when he started, this whole story happened in Friday. Remember, that's what I'm started, but it's so broken, it's coming to remove this tour, it goes out in Shabbos. So the Ravino was on Moshe Shabbos. It was on Moshe Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva's apparently, must be according to this story, Rabbi Akiva must have left before Rabbi Eliezer died. And Rabbi Akiva therefore goes into the field procession on Moshe Shabbos. And Rabbi Akiva accompanies the procession from Caesarea to Lod. And the Makkah is sorrow, I said, that will show his love. So literally, the Akiva was striking himself. And so he started to be, Tosis points out that here, Tosis says that these people wasn't masquerading themselves over the death of Rabbi Eliezer. Instead of the king was, he was mourning the loss of food. So by that means, you're not allowed to masquerade yourself as a mourning for the death. He wasn't masquerading himself mourning the dead. Rather again, he was just could not take the pain that all the terror that was lost, which the death of Rabbi Eliezer. So ultimately, again, in such a context that actually Elisha said about to know and never died. That's how Rabbi said to him, said, Abi, my father. That's how he saw Parasha. Ultimately, again, chariot of Israel and his riders. Harping also again, he was hurt, as his father, and as a child, and just like the child, get the rider from your appreciation, that he wasn't as somebody who was
extremely blessed. It's the reason I can afford to
Rabbi
like
Akiva
go
says,
places and
"Having
get
mouths
everything
yeshvin,
and not have to
the
figure out how
English
to
will
live
find
every
the
night.
heart
So I
says.
am very blessed. But
Ultimately, I
I'm
guess
just
I have
not
so
like
much money.
a
I got
really
all these
sexy
coins,
energy.
but I had no money change. I had no money change to show me how to have any reason. Because like, this is really terrible to say. Where I say sometimes, the Mishnah tells us, I say like a lot. All of us in life, right, we need a rabbi. All of us. By the way, a rabbi doesn't even have to be like a rabbi. A rabbi just means in life you need someone, you own someone who can help us with perspective. Because a lot of times, I have all this stuff I need. I just don't know exactly how to arrange it in a way. So that's my personal success. Like, it's interesting that the Akiva is not saying, you know, what does he say? I have so much money, but I don't have a money changer. What does a money changer do? What does a money changer do? I guess it's how much money changer. You bring all of your clothes, right? And then what would the money changer say? Here's what you should do. Exchange this for this. Put this over here. Do this with this. The money changer will show you how to take everything that you have and maximize what you have for ultimate profit and ultimate results. Right? You keep yourself like this. And you can be realistic. Not because I need the knowledge. I have the knowledge. But he helps me take all of the knowledge and figure out how to best myself. And it's like, sometimes in life, our greatest challenge is not knowing how to utilize the clubhouse that we have. I have so much, but I need to figure out how do I optimize it. Right? Because it's interesting, especially like according to this topic, we live in an age where it used to be you needed a levy for information. I need levy for information. I will say today you need a levy for information. No, really, right? You get the 8-minute doc, the second doc, the 25-second doc, right? Half a doc, part of a doc, the whole doc, right? You need it, right? And you get any medium you want. You do not need a levy for information. You don't. You get information, however you get information. What a levy does for us, for all of us, is not one of us who doesn't need someone like this. And it doesn't do us. We like what we say. And it's okay, so get my information. How do I use it? How do I use it? How do I organize it? How do I set myself up in the right framework so I can be successful? You know what I'm saying? And I feel that sometimes like this is one of the biggest challenges of our job, right? Because you know, it's just kind of like there's like all the yogis, right? It's cute. Right? Kids are fair question. Let me remind you, and what happens? And you're doing that, you're doing Mishnah, you're doing nutrition, everything's everything. You can't find this later. You know, when you're zero, right? I'm breaking my bonus for stuff. I got everything. Because a lot of times, the mistakes you make in life is, where it's really organization, where do I cut it? What do I do with it? Sometimes more is less, sometimes less is more. Sometimes I should be focusing on certain things and not doing everything. Sometimes I should be doing everything and focusing. Right, basically, as there's home, chavutza, all these things. It's everything. Tzedakah, shalom, bias. I have all the coins. I have everything. But how do I arrange it? And that's the key. I think I need people with momentum. I don't need Rabbi Eliezer and having us for information. I have the information. But what I do with it, how do I organize it? How do I set myself up for success in life? That's what I need my level for. It's amazing. So when Rabbi Akiva lost that, he loses the relative happiness. He's overwhelmed. Who's going to help him make a simple life? Who's going to help him create a vision and a way forward and a process and a framework? Who's going to help him with that? And you can see again, he's overwhelmed by this loss. It's incredible. So the Gemara goes back there. So by the way, full circle. What do you see from there? Rabbi Akiva didn't gain his cucumber knowledge from Rabbi Shimon. Who did he gain it from? Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer, I'm sorry, Rabbi Eliezer, which the Gemara says, you're right. Rabbi Eliezer, the most suffer. Hadar Gamar Rabbi Yeshua, the Asbra Nidula. Originally given for the Lazar, or Rabbi Eliezer, I should say, but Allah Almighty didn't understand it. And then he learned again from Yeshua, and this time he understood it.
Right now, I probably.
So the Gemara was like this. The Gemara was like, now goes the Gemara says, whoa, we hold up, it was just a second. How exactly is Rabbi Eliezer allowed to go ahead and use sorcery to go ahead and make a field appear with cucumbers and then make them collective? Isn't that Kisha? Isn't that Kisha? To which the Gemara says, Banan Tzgan, Ha'osa Ma'isechayim Le'Islami. Like, Ha'osa Ma'isechayim. So, look how you have to this. Isn't that she's alright to change the Kisha? To which the Gemara says, no, the Islamic trend. It's like sometimes, again, especially someone like Eliezer has to understand how things work in order to be able to test it. Right? So therefore, you have to learn it. You have to learn it in order to understand it. I should say, you have to learn it in order to be able to. You have to understand it in order to be able to constitute. Talking less about it. I'm a man. Los simul masses. Paul tells us, do not learn in order to replicate or to mimic that which the nations of the world do. So ultimately, again, you can't learn in order to go ahead and mimic that which the nations of the world do. So let's say, so ultimately, again, a person is not allowed to learn sorcery or any other or anything else in order to do it for themselves. If a person needs to learn it in order to understand it, in order to teach it, that's where that was. You know what? Listen, it's important to understand that iris. I don't mean the job of the people, right? In other words, like, one to understand it, I need to understand some nonsense. You have to become proficient. No, right? What it means is like this, that somebody who needs to constitute a locus needs to understand the mechanics of things. Like you can't constitute if you don't understand it. So Rabbi Eliezer, we needed to constitute a different situation regarding teacher, you needed to understand how it is working. And that's why we qualified that people, not for the purpose of going to hard conformity. For the point ultimately again of going ahead and understanding the dynamics of these things. Okay, let's say I just point out something amazing. How to say it. How do you like how Lisa says tomorrow? How's the parents? Go. Look at the first part of the choice. Yes, I said the first thing. Let's go. Alright, so let's start with celebration. Let's go. Alright, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. Right, push, right, now move on. Let's say some of that's the greatest metaphor for life, right? Metaphor for life, in the belts, where you go ahead and you purpose them. You see this, right? Like you win a Super Bowl. Like, oh, what are you going to do now? Right? It was understanding, like, okay, now you have a great, then you can this, then you go ahead and you have a dramatic accomplishment. What do? Next moment, move on, right? Give yourself a shot, 5 seconds, just and then move on to whatever it is. So also, here we go. Some of us are race 16. Right? So very familiar. So now this is our next character. Very good. So let's go again, just kind of like a quick overview. And so Moreh is the rebellious son. So this is ultimately, remember, the child, we get a child, but we really don't receive. He steals money from his parents in order to go ahead and purchase meat and wine. So this is a fascinating set of halachos, which we'll have to delve into a little bit. And so this is Ben Sorah Umorah is executed. Now, interestingly enough, at first glance, it doesn't really feel that the crime really is that severe that it should warrant execution. So what we see, of course, is that Ben Sorah Umorah is really executed not as much for what he did, but for what we're concerned he's going to become. And he represents the profound effect of the community, and therefore our local ways to be executed before he can become an actor. Now again, which is hashtafically problematic, doesn't seem to make all that much sense. We're going to delve into with this. But often our topic is how let's begin first considering the first people. So Ben Sorah Umorah. They also answer Ben Sorah Umorah. When did a child become Ben Sorah Umorah? Right? From what age? So literally again, from the time that he brings 2 hairs, which is a sign of physical maturation, that literally sounds like from his beard, the beard fills out. That is mentioned because in Ballet, a cock code, And it doesn't mean that it's Facebook or other again, it means physical maturation. Maybe you guys, hello. So this is from the Russian Nikia. Chazal spoke in a cooler way. Right? So they didn't want to be explicit. Because the story is ultimately about the pubic hair. So they didn't want to be explicit like that. Therefore, they said it in a little bit of in a nice Shinamar. Kia the ish ben Lobas. As it says, and the man will have a rebellious son, first of all, his son, and not a brother. Interestingly enough, there's no das so in there, right? There's no female equivalent. Right? Furthermore, ben below ish. Furthermore, again, it's a ben and not a man. And again, we'll discuss exactly what that means as well, ben below ish. Katan, katan, shalabala, katan is katan, right? Because ultimately, again, a katan has not yet come to the Shia Bavnitzis, okay? So therefore, that's the question that's going on. Just give us 1 second. Katan, we know in the katan. So where do we know that katan? The child ultimately, again, is the child can become a because a katan hasn't yet come to the responsibility of the system. That's not going to happen. The which the Gemara says, the Su Eicha Ashkekon, the Ana Shakaslop, the Havi, Dava, the Boy Khan, the first one, 1 second. The sounds of the Gemara says the Gemara is an explicit teaching that a katan is not such a represent Solomon. But that's obvious. Why would we ever think that a katan is subject to the halakha of Solomon? In general, a katan is always exempt from everything. So why would I need a specific positive teaching that a katan is exempt? Which the Gemara says, I know how to tell you. This is what I need to say. So what says we're going to discuss about Sora Mora. Why is he executed? He's not only executed for what he has done, right? Because if you think about it, we haven't gotten into it yet. What's been Sora Mora doing? What has he done? He stole money, and he bought meat and he drank wine. Not good, like not good. That's certainly not the executable offense. Right? You can't say, so why is he executed? He's executed because we're concerned for what he's going to become. That's what we're concerned about. We're concerned that maybe that when myself, if he's exhibiting these types of behaviors as a child, we are concerned about the type of menace to society that he's going to become when he gets older. When he gets to the kingdom, so I'll suffer now, I'll be the couple of you. I'm not about the sins we kill him. For what he's going to become, maybe he's going to push it aside. And if really they say Ramora, it's not as much about what he is, but rather about what he's going to become. So maybe we should execute people for exhibiting this type of crazy behavior. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure teaches us that a katan is not so accountable for his then so furthermore, again, was like the halacha where it says ben b'lakish. We're going to see the halacha where it means is ben b'lakish means ben b'lakish. I'm not going to go that. I'm going to call it the b'lakish ben. As it says, if a man would go and have a son, then a son will come to it becomes a ben son of Morak. A ben who is just recently entered into manhood. So this is interesting, by the way. That a son of Morak has to be an adult. And again, he's a recently by mitzvah adult. But it says to be a ben, a son of an ish. He became an ish recently, but he's still a ben. So he's a young ish. We're just relatively recently entered into the faith. We can also spoil the Bible. The Antiochi is second attack. We tell you that you are Antiochi Takaya. Also, so remember, all of this discussion about Shaka and about here is euphemism, not for his face, but rather again about physical maturity, so pubic maturity. So the Antiochi is second attack. We're telling you here, Antiochi Takaya. Okay, so there's hair that one of the things that helps. And not just that's what Papa's teeth, hello, Papa's basement. Okay, there's a what's interesting about this, by the way, is a tremendous level of specificity regarding right? Right, so nice again, the Gemara says it's not testicular hair, but rather again, it's pubic hair that surrounds again the male members. Listen, I want to point out this, like, we're not going to test it, right? So as I said, I couldn't put it in. You were with yourself, right? Listen, so just understand. This is very reminiscent of like the Gemara's that talked about execution. What in general, right? When it comes to a thing that's executing people, what's the general approach? General approach, we don't want to do it. We don't want to do it. And therefore, again, we will make it as difficult as possible for a Bayesian to execute someone. When you see this level of specificity regarding people care, what's the takeaway message? It's a message for everything, right? What's the takeaway message for this level of specificity? They don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. So it's like, if you're getting into this, that they want to do it, and they keep curious to keep it right. They make it curious in this, right? Make it curious. What that shows you is the system does not want to execute this kid. And therefore, again, we will essentially make it as procedurally difficult as possible before execution. That's the takeaway over here. So the Gemara says, "I'll wrap this up. Katan shahol it even on nasa ben solomon." Listen, by the way, if a katan fathers a child, that offspring cannot become a ben solomon. How do you know? Ishmael, then the ish then below the ben. So that's an interesting reference because it says here the ish. This means what? An adult. If an adult fathers a child, that child can become a solomon. But at the end of the day, if a child fathers a child, a minor fathers a child, ultimately again, that child cannot become a ben solomon. Which we must count because we should be up. Look at me, that thing, and we know about it. And we know about that, we know about that. Into the name of cross, here, then we have to put it just that. If a man will have a child, or if a man, like, then always do this. My PA is then, why did it say like, if a man will have a child, you understand the concept of then, none of y'all will be like this stuff. Ultimately, I think so, of this stuff. But if a minor, a child, like you tell about the child's father's a child, then offspring can become their son. The aim of Kulo, well, I just really did that has come to this level. If you name a cross, then ish. There's set it in the shortened form of then ish. My ish, then. Ultimately, again, once you come to this ish, then. Ultimately, again, once it says, we can learn out both of these halachos. Like number one halacha, when I say that again, halacha when I say that it has to be a child. Right? Halacha when I say that halacha is saying that you get there, that's number one. And the other halacha that if a child fathers a child, that son also is not subject to the halachas concerning that is so that So okay, so we're covered there for today. I just think it's saying that so I don't want to work the whole bit so more because the nurse was saying we'll see this on in future documents. But if you want to point out in future yesterday, right? If you notice, the beloveds have been working us. What was he lamenting? When he was in his deathbed, what was he lamenting? He was lamenting the Lord's sacred photo. Right? He was lamenting the fact that he had so much potential that remained unrealized. And we don't realize it's incredible because Ben Sora is the opposite. What we know is about the potential that will be there. But there's sort of more of the also the legal exchange itself. He is executed because of what he will become. So there's some more we're concerned about the potential he will realize. And that potential is negative and detrimental to the greater society. So resident happiness is the most unrealized potential, and then solar and more is executed because of potentially realized potential, potentially realized potential. It's incredible how much is focused on potential, negative potential, positive potential, and so more negative potential, emotions, positive, unrealized positive potential. And kind of when you start thinking these positive things and the chakras. And how to do it, so we can speak about these things. Like, Loya and Shakira, right? About the greatest real life of misfiring your potential. The greatest real life of going leading this world as a rolled up superpower. Each of us possesses so much incredible potential. Those are the words of us. Each of us is that rolled up superpower. Even though so Mora. And so Mora, we're going to see he could change his ways. He could choose to go and realize the potential dramatically different things. But the goal ultimately, again, is chasing these productive and put yourself on a certain trajectory. And if you still keep on going with not corrupt up again, go and that's what I like to do that. Well, we're going to stop again for today. A lot more to say is back in, but I know we won't get out of ourselves. Stay up, everyone.
One more time for Timmy No Breaks, ladies and gentlemen. And how about Actual Kill Tony show in the great state of Texas? One in Houston, February 28th. One in Grand Prairie, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode or what? Okay. Every single week I took this Mamma Jamma. Doesn't get, I mean, this is just so amazing. Two of our favorite guests in the history of the show. Make some fucking noise for the great Sal Volcano and Greg Fitzsimmons. Oh my God. Yeah, baby. Greg Fitzsimmons. Sal Volcano. Oh my God. Very exciting stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Sal Volcano is on tour. SalVolcanoComedy.com. He's doing the Ryman Theater in Nashville. He's got a brand new season of The Impractical Jokers coming out on TBS Thursdays. On TBS, and his podcast, Manoosh, is available everywhere. Great Fitzsimmons, one of the greatest guests in the show's histories, touring Fitzdog.com. He's in Philly, Lexington, and Houston. Coming up very soon. How you guys feeling? You excited to be here? So excited. Hell yeah. I'm fucking excited. Are you guys excited? Hell yeah. Let's go, Tony. Are you guys excited or what? These sick Latinas love The Impractical Jokers. This ladies are screaming Sal's name over and over again. Little fucking, the tortas love you, Sal. You guys know how the show works. 300 plus comedians are stacked on top of each other in a bar right next door. And if I pull one of their names out of this bucket, our trusty assistant goes, grabs them. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted on stage. When their time is up, you hear the sound of a kid. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West.
All right, so it's like, good morning. Let us begin. I was going to Dr. Davis and I was thank our sponsors for this morning's Dr. Thank our annual Common Colors Concert. We're talking hey, thank you for having us dedicated everything is just this year. And it's supposed to continue to show those programs to the audience. I'd like to know that we go to give us the information of speaking about the show because it's running the down. We're one of the pieces of press. Yes, one of the good ways to know. There's 3 days for us, that's 2 hours of the other people, and there's no step before that. Please use the light, and the colors to
Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed the 2024 Guest of the Year. Dr. Phil is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Brought some treats. We don't need any more redheads out there.
Wow. Dr. Phil is throwing out Magnum condoms.
One might be open. I got more than the Delta Lounge.
Dr. Phil live in the flesh. Literally recognized as one of the greatest guests in the show. What was that? Oh my goodness gracious. We didn't even get to hang out yet. How'd you get to wow. It's been way too long, Dr. Phil. You've been out selling out all around the fucking world.
We did it. We're going to Australia and Canada next year.
That's right.
Sorry, this year.
The Who Is Me tour. Wow. That's a wild thing that's happening.
I'm excited.
Well, I guess you don't even know
You
how.
can leave everything else on the side. All we can
You
do
do.
is
We're gonna keep it
immerse
right
ourselves in that,
Alright, this is very exciting. Dr. Phil is here, live in the flesh with Greg Fitzsimmons and South Organa. This episode is brought to you by Shopify. My goodness. I mean, what a start to this show. I mean, that's an absolutely crazy.
You got fucking Joe Water.
Yeah, we do. We absolutely do. We shake them up before the show to add vibes and energy to the show. It's working and it's working. That's what we call that. So what's amazing is that while this is an incredible perhaps one of the greatest starts of the show ever, why don't we take it one step further and have the first comedian be the record holder for all-time appearances, normally the closer of the show. One of the newest living members of the Kilphony Hall of Fame. Some people know him as the Strangler, the Manila Gorilla.
I guess you don't have to do this much. So I don't know if you're in New Jersey, it's incredible. They stick and they stay and they're able to show you. Now, as a result, I don't spend 14 minutes every single morning trying to figure out where we are. But only 4 minutes. But I moved the sticker from your face to this morning. So as I say, we're picking up.
My mother was watching the
Really
news
so-
the
so,
other night and she heard people talk about doxing one another. She goes,
Retail
honey, what
value,
is
99
doxing?
cents. But again,
I said,
that's
it's when
tremendous
two
guy. I
guys
think
get
it
in
was a
a
lot of
ring
time.
against each
So
other
again,
with
we
their
are picking up
dicks.
in your section rubber, which is
The
2,
waiter
4,
walks out
6,
and goes,
8,
you ordered
9
the
lines
hamburger
up from the bottom.
I
So
raised my
much
hand
as
and
follows.
sits
I'm a
there in
rubber.
front of me. I
Okay,
look and say,
incredible,
wait, this is
incredible.
Whiskers.
9 lines up in the bottom, 65 pieces of it. I'm a rubber. Bowl, Saduki,
Can you imagine if you were a flat earther, like a depressed flat earther, and one day you tell your flat earther friends, I really can't take it anymore, I'm just going to walk this way and I'm never going to stop. And they're all like, no, don't do it, no. And then around 80 days later, you show up from the opposite direction, and you're in a hot air balloon, and you're like, guys, you're never going to believe this. Okay, that's my time. Because the earth is round, so it's like you show up from the other end, right? But that would mean that it's not flat. Right, it would mean it's round. It's proving and saying to his friend, and it's ultimately teaching his friends that the earth is round. It's kind of like a passion play.
So each bowl that you can buy album, it's a different market to the world
Oh my
that
God, Tony, I'm so nervous. Seriously, going up first, I'd love it. It's literally my favorite thing, but I'm so nervous right now.
What
It's
is
really,
the
I'm up there to hang out and whatever, and oh my gosh, here we are. So I love it. I love it. I hear come but some proof that you can do it all. You got the show started with the bang. And Tony, I do have to say, I finally had a horrible fun. I'm still actually having pretty bad fun in my brain. My sex started growing again.
I set the bar very low. So really, like pretty much whatever you throw out is really fantastic. Russia, definitely fantastic. I love you. Like, I love you. It's beautiful. So let's say, all correct. What you also begin to see.
Well, it's just great that you're. I know you guys have a long history of that as well, but it's good to see that you're.
So let's say is some of those guys. What are you doing? One of the interesting things that we see is that anyone can go right?
It is not going good. That's part of why I'm in my funk. I messed up. When I was in Vancouver last year. I allowed this guy to have sex with my ass, literally with my ass. Seriously, let's get the mix things. I know, it was fun. I was kind of in a funk. I've been in these bad months, and the puzzles don't help. Nothing really helps. But when I was having sex with that guy, it was crazy. Oh, that was fun, right, man? What was that noise? You want to be making in the corner, right, man? When you're watching my ass, you fucking weirdo. That's exactly what you would have been, just in the corner where you're fucking tank top. You fucking nasty weirdo. You're literally blue tank top. Yeah, have you ever seen it, Tony? Or just like blue fucking tank top with these little swim trunks? And it's like a little bad boy. He's showing everybody pictures of his fucking girlfriends. That's what you want to be. Seriously, I'm doing it. He's
So that's what Rabbi is saying. Rabbi is saying tzaddikim have the ability to become Bali Tshuva. And because they have the ability to become Bali Tshuva, therefore what? Ibo tzaddikim bore alma. It will say, when you become, once you realize that you have the ability to change, what does that show you? That you have the ability to change.
There's certain things that stay in the ground. And we rather continue to the grave, man. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Now I have to cut them off. I don't have to do the same.
Oh my goodness. I love it. Williams.
Consistently on and going forward in this if I want, tzaddikim, definition of a tzaddik is about tshuva, and Rabbi says tzaddikim realize that they have the ability to create world. And also, each of us, if we choose to tap into the power of tshuva, we become tzaddikim, and if we become tzaddikim, we have the ability to create and recreate worlds. Is that not the most incredible thing ever? You know, you have to say to yourself, I'm tired, and I'm wasting my time. Like, one of all time. Everything needs a practice of balance for them. Have the ability to create and recreate. Mothers like this. Rabbi, this is great. Rabbi, Baragasa. Rabbi actually created something. Rabbi created a person. Stories are like their stories are not stories are not allowed. Their stories are people like literally Baragasa. He created a person. Look at that. Rashi says every year. Right, Baragasa. Are you the simple Yitzi? Shalom Yitzi. So really, there was a saving Yitzi. In a book that contains the that contains and Rabbi literally went ahead and he created a person. What happened? Shadri Klemei Rabbi Zera. Sent the guy, Rabbi Zera, how the place started that day. Rabbi Zera started talking with this person. Well, how become a Hajj? But ultimately, again, apparently, the version that Rabbi created wasn't just standing. It wasn't engaging in the conversation. I'm late. So before he wasn't happy, okay? He said, you didn't like to take in the cover. I was going, I was at Havana, like you are someone, like you are someone who's been created by someone else. Like get out of here. Like, I don't have to talk. Go back to your desk. Go back to your desk. So they'll say, sometimes you might say, what's the issue? Why do you have these data going to this right back to your desk? Because remember again, this weirdo was unable to interact.
Wow. Well, William, you got the show started with a fucking bang, my friend.
Unbelievable.
Right now, the great and powerful William Montgomery showing us how it's done. Before we go to the bucket, everybody. Oh my goodness.
The Lord doesn't mean you. Love me, God doesn't mean you. If you don't know how to interact, how do you going to do it? Incredible. And you have that Rothschild. I mean, that's the Kamali Shabsa. But the Shabbos tomorrow. And I have Shabbos tomorrow. How ridiculous is this? 7.5 year cycle. 7.5 year cycle. Right, for the decade. But don't get caught up in the details. Right, we're sitting on Erev Shabbos. The Oski the Sefer Yeshua. And they were learning Sefer Yeshua. Listen, before we even break one out, I just want to point out that, right? So we get a little later on. Right? All of Erev Shabbos, they were learning Sefer Yeshua. And what did they do? They created for themselves. Doesn't mean first or tenth, or doesn't mean a cap that is each one third of its maturity. Either way, it's supposed to represent like the best piece. The best piece, like the most tender meat. So they created
Like I was hitting on this one super tall girl, she was like 5'5".
full self, from the seafood, broccoli lake, and they ate it.
She looks at me and she's like, boy,
So
you're so short, you have to go football.
the point is, again, so
I'm like, that's a weird way to ask, but you
so you can have the ability to create, and you can have also
I'm like, I wouldn't feel like a shirt for it. I'm like,
we're on the same note. If you do that, you have the ability to be about Shiva, create yourself, recreate yourself, that there is no telling what you could expect from this world. Because the most incredible disturbing life is that you can create and recreate yourself as many times as necessary. And that is the hallmark of a savage. Savage recognizes the creative powers he possesses and utilizes that to create and recreate yourself so many times as necessary. That's what I think. And the Gemara says, "Shut up, Rabbi." You must moan, so that's back to sorcery. Sorcery moaning. And the Shimon Omer, "Zehamavir shiva mine zacher alahai." This is someone who takes seed in 7 different types of animals and puts it on his eyes. Puts it on his eyes. Somehow again, you start realizing you can't see it again. Right? I was just saying, right, so Rabbi again puts on his eyes and the property that allows him to be able to see things. The funny thing is that opens his highlights. This is somebody who engages in deception. Right? Like an illusionist, like a magician. Like someone who goes ahead and deceives people by making them think that he's engaging in some type of sorcery. The people says, he's having a conscious in the shows. The people says, who's the Ma'onim? Ma'onim is someone with a huge what does that mean? Romer, Ayom Yopalote. Today is a good day to embark on a journey. Lamaka Yopalika. Tomorrow is a good day for purchases. Limude Arde Shrius eating Yopal. So someone who says, Eric, we thought that's when the wheat is best. It's really keeping those from those rows. So again, what's the shot? What does that mean to say? I'm not only with someone who feels that certain times are auspicious for different things. I don't know, why does that sound so bad? What's that open like? Don't wait for the perfect moment, but make the present moment perfect. So the Ma'onim is someone who believes you gotta wait for the right time in order to be able to go out and accomplish. Listen, there are people like this. There are people who have the most incredible dreams, goals, and aspirations. What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? They're waiting just for the right moment. And when's the right moment? When's the right moment? I don't know when, but it's certainly not now. Certainly not now, right? It may be tomorrow, but tomorrow's cloudy, so probably not tomorrow. Right? Sunday sounds good, but Sunday has that thing. I'm pretty sure the right moment is going to come sometime in the next decade, or when that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to throw something, right? When that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to make some magic happen. That if people say, we call that? We call that a Ma'onim. That's the issue of the rights. It's the issue of the rights to wait for the right moment. People who wait for the right moment in life to make things happen. In order to become excellent in, to become proficient in, you know what? In waiting. They become professional waiters. You understand, right? Not that. Right? They become professional waiters. That's what they do. Spend their entire life waiting to make things happen. And the Akiva says that's called sorcery. That's called Ma'onim. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Make the present moment perfect. Love the Bible. You might say, Menachis, that's Menachis. So let's say, Menachis is the person who believes I can hold it. Zell Rekit, enough from the other. Repeat. Like the person, my bread fell out of my mouth. That's about it. Not blown up from the other. My staff fell out of my hand. Kori lo me'achoro. You know, Kori lo me'achoro. My son called me from behind. These are things that people think are bad omens. Only Kori lo. The raven called out to me. See, it's Siko Badara. Here, ran right in front of me. Not touch me, you know, the shul and the snowball. There's a snake on my right and a fox on my left. Now that one maybe we did it. If you have that, right? But the nice again is the old things that people hominize. Yes, you would. Right, they hominize.
I do. I'm downtown now. What have you been doing exactly? Explain to some of these people who out here how they can lose weight.
Life is supposed to be first.
I quit
I've also
alcohol,
started
so that was a big one.
and then one
Overall,
out of the
yeah. But on St. Patrick's Day, I dress up like a little son, so like, I'll go another way and I can drink it.
Okay, anyway, right, but it was a new thing. The whole time, I've never had to watch my back for a while, but
Back to mention 245. That's cool.
Okay, the Gemara goes like this. You can speak to us with the rest. That's all right. The rest is as follows. Then show me the total. Top of something else. 66A. Our task will be, or let's say a person in the collecting taxes, the person goes to the tax collector. Don't start from like Shabbos, goes Kodesh, Matzah Shabbos. Or you know what, again, I don't want to do certain things first thing in the morning, like actually that's point out that you're paying your debts. You know, look at, again, these are all people humanizing things. I thought that's like the old not a good thing to start with me. Or I don't want to pay my, I don't want to start off the day by paying my debts. Or again, it's about Kodesh, I don't want to start the new month. Or I don't want to start the new week. Again, person humanizes all of these things. We don't believe in that. We don't believe in that. Okay, again, a local amazing trying to accomplish it now. We're trying to take care of your debts is now. We're trying to take care of your responsibilities is now. And also, anything that is on the opposite, the Hilda, the Opos, sorcery and divination, ultimately again, with results, with birth, and with organize all these different things. But I will say, Mister, when the Karos has Shabbos, the David Hayavan has a donor house, actually does it. So that's what we can work. When a person violates Shabbos, like then Halach and Mesa, the person goes ahead and violates Shabbos. So it's something that the way, so again, if you're the colors, if you were to do so without law, from Halach and Mesa, you violate Siva, if there was proper meaning for this as well. And again, accidental commission of an Avera, ultimately will be higher. If you went to the club, you need to meet your full Shabbos hobby. You high up in the law, you go to Shabbos, you're all going to place. So that's to say that there is some type of full Shabbos. And if you can go ahead and do it unintentionally, if you would not be kindness for Shabbos, or you wouldn't be tired of kindness, what would that be? You might just see him by you because you have Kiva. Agora da ali de Gomes, porque as pessoas que haviam cometido hoje da Cunha, as da Balão, e haviam se hoje da Agora de atitude de palavras. Ultimately, the symbols out of the Bible a lot from that Bible. Listen, and the color of the Bible, you're actually telling the same. What is that? You see this reference pretty wrong. The person's you only have the person that is the actual name of our public policy. Still on the community, if a person goes ahead and purchases his parents with some type of nickname, right, or descriptive name of our public policy, what's the name of how the nation is tired, they can't come in place. Coming to us, the idea that you are says the Gemara, let's analyze money, coming to us, and we have nothing below season. Nothing below season. Besides us, Rabbi Nachman, Rabbi Yosef, the Mikvah thing, because of the particular name of our friend, it's ultimately one of the things not common law. So the Lord says, it's not common law, it's shame. You know, I'm a child of others, you know, I actually tell them to make it easier for the one person to say, one is not tired of taking the time, and yes, one goes ahead and does so, utilizing the actual name of the it's not about it. It's not common law. What is that? Not common law. It's not common law. The levels back 16 by and even if one's parents is a kingdom and a glory and greatness. One might have thought that I might under those circumstances, not tied to person. Much more on again, the other difference is one is tied to go, one is tied to person. Actually, it's how many others so will curse his father or his mother. Amy and the others didn't know, so I only know in the process of the process one is tied to person, mother and father together. All these shalom, emo shalom of this I don't know that I'm tied to the person. One of my parents, I don't know about all good, rich emo, all good, even though it's said as mother and father, we understand it as all good, emo, so see one of the parents ultimately makes you tied as the radio. Much means that, but much subject to most at the people of the podcast. The possibility of the one in the possibility of the
points about total blue points, physical and mental. Blue chew gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 50 minutes. 7 plus gold maintenance all level of readiness.
You will always be higher than what the person is doing. And as the person says explicitly, it's the only type of person that can go. Most humans, for instance, will be put to death for stoning after this video in a lot of African communities and West Dakota, this is the maybe maybe for the other types of that kind of investment. Nama Khan Dama Bo, Nama Lahalon, the Mayhem Bob. It's like over here. Dama Bo, and it says later on, by only the donors, the make ball. The Mayhem Bob. What do I know from this? Malahalon, just like that over the donors, you know? I've come to see it, so it's like parents ultimately you as well. Says the owner, Shamanu Asalaminari, so now I know that, and now I know the punishment of Skill. Where do I see the warning for what's the reason the way you look that every person has to have a color of warning and also the owner. Now it's the owner. Where do I see the warning? Elohim or Elohim Moses Allah. Which literally again also so see exactly what that possibly means. In Haya, watch this. Let's say first wide line. In Haya Ovid Zion, one father was a Dalvin. The says, "Are you good cloud Elohim most of the we don't understand the lesson of Elohim. Elohim first to judge. So now the most reason that let's say again, like Alan is probably Yaakov, and Yaakov is a Zion. So even first his father, and not only is he the type of person's father, but he's also the type of person to judge. Then how you argue the Nasi, and if your father was right, even if your father was a Nasi, or how they would be allowed the Nasi, but I'm the color of so it's just made up as a prohibition, because it's diet, as a prohibition for first leader. So if we don't father Yaakov was a Chinese, Elohim was the color. If he was the Nasi, he'd be kind of the Nasi was sour. What happens? Being dying below Nasi, but how do I know that if he didn't hurt his father, and his father is not a diamond, his father is not the Nasi, that even is still going to be third white line. Are after done being out and staying? Those are the interesting enough to create a paradigm. Even like the paradigm. What's the paradigm? Here we go. Slowly be Nasi to be dying. So Nasi is not like a diamond. Slowly dying to the Nasi, and the diamond is not like a Nasi. How so? Listen to this. Slowly is dying Nasi. Why? So are dying after Mitzvah? Al Hala also. Kiroi Nasi Shiki after Mitzvah Hala also. So let's say the halakha is like this. A diamond, if a diamond, right? Let's say a diamond on the this is a ruling. You're obligated to go ahead and failure to adhere to it to actually result in death penalty. Interestingly enough, that same halakha doesn't apply to a Nasi. Like the violence and halakha giving to a Nasi, but doesn't necessarily carry you to death penalty. I'm sorry? Right, you should start it. Oh, that's wrong. Like, Lord, Nasi, Kiroi Dayan. And on the other hand, again, a Nasi is not like a Dayan also. Shanosi Atom Mitzvah Hamra also, Kiroi Dayan Shetam Mitzvah Hamra. So Nasi and a Dayan is one of the units. A Dayan is halakha. And therefore, if halakha relates to the Dayan is issued in halakha, and you violate that can result in death penalty. A Nasi is not halakha. And therefore, if a Nasi is halakha, then you violate it. You're not carried death penalty. On the other hand, if a Nasi can be treated like directive, thank you, like a directive, right? So then again, he's believing you gotta follow it. If you violate it, you hire Esau. On the other hand, if a diamond gives the directive, you're not hiring Esau. It's two different forms of leadership. Yeah, what's the halakha? The Gemara says, what's coming down there between them? So in the Amchal, that they are both members of Club Yisrael. What is the common denominator between the Nasi and the Dayan? They are both members of Club Yisrael, and you are not allowed to curse people. That's the common denominator. So let's say if you take a paradigm, that's a paradigm, that any person who is a member of Klal Yisrael, you can't serve. So therefore, again, that includes father, even if the father is not a Dayan, or the father is not a Nasi, you still can't serve him. You must, remember, this is the Aspara. People are looking for the warning. So you must, Mala Tzala Shabbat Shemayim, because you lost some Gandala. Why is there another amazing coming under the Nasi and Dayan as well? They both have to fight, exalted they both have greatness. The Lomar goes to Kyle here. So also says, don't curse the person who rejects you. So what do you see here? The Lomar Sheva unconscious of that. So talking about these people who are not but again, the media so it turns out that really have three things that and that's the guy in the favor. And the truth is, they're really all very dissimilar. What is the common denominator? We've got Tala, Shabbat Shemayim, the Amcha, the Atzar, Musa, Atzar. Common denominator for Nasi. And if there's also a common denominator, they're all members of Amcha, and you are not allowed to curse them. On the other question of Amcha, you have to look out for those. So far, to the father also is used also part of Amcha, and you're not allowed to curse. Not allowed to Shabbat Shemayim between those that maybe this is Shabbat Shemayim. Is that again, Nasi, Dayan, and Pirish all have some unique difference. Into Nifto Cross, O Elohim the Pirish, O Nasi the Pirish, Elohim Olamim. So what's the exact for these? Why are you the Elohim? And Eno Inu Lefo Tia Inu Lahim. Also, what's the other else is if you don't need it for its own interpretation, then use it for power. That's almost like things that you have a paradigm. So you can between Nasi, Dayan, and Pirish. Becoming number between all those three groups of what? And Allah promotes against someone who is coming from part of your people, ultimately, you're not allowed to curse. So let's say, what a beautiful and profound story. What's the criteria for the or at least what is the criteria for not being someone? If they're unfun, if they're not from so you have to love them.
We both drink until we can't see. Then my friend leans over and he says to me, "Hey, I love you, man.
Last night,
You're my bro." And I'm like, "Yeah, bro. I love you too." The part that's weird for me is he's telling me this while he's rubbing on my knee.
My name is Mario.
And if you're having a bad time and the show's so far, I'm ready to go. Work the late shift and I'll need the buckle up.
What you have to do, you have to bring everything. No matter what the actual uniform, the physical uniform looks like, the spiritual uniform is always the same. The spiritual uniform is that every single uniform is the same. And then because that is because that is the Klal Yisrael, and because of that beautiful uniform, therefore, you'll start at least. And the baseline is don't face it. Right? The baseline is don't mistake it. The baseline is don't touch someone with a negative political view. But that's where it starts. And that's what you get on from there to So by the way, this all works well if you understand that the Elohim most of Halo is not Elohim God, but rather again Elohim is a very good God. Not anything that you can struggle to even apply to the Father. Elohim the Amar told this And according to the opinion that says, no, it's not Elohim, God, rather what it is, it's Elohim HaKadosh. This is the reference to Hashem. Then what is it? The sign of Elohim told Abraham, Elohim is possible. It's not God. Elohim refers to God. But yet people Omer Elohim Kodesh. No. It refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The time of the legend of the Omer, as part of the Bible, from Levi to the warning against cursing of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Talalomar Elohim Lo Shechalel. Which is like Mandama Elohim called Gamar Kodesh we call. The one who says that Elohim in this context is called means it's not God. So to a God, but ultimately again you can learn how to say this is the concept of for the prohibition to curse God. Mandama Elohim Kodesh Gamina Kodesh. So the one who says Elohim in this context is the derived ultimately again the prohibition to curse God from the prohibition to curse God. So we shall remind them Elohim, Gamar Kodesh we call. So according to the opinion that says Elohim means a judge, I understand. If you're not allowed to curse a judge, then what? Allah has told the time of Kodesh, and you're not allowed to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Elohim Kodesh, Gamar Kodesh. According to the one who says Elohim is God, so he's right, if you can't curse a judge, and the fact that you can't curse God, which the Gemara says, Domo, HaKodesh Asar, HaKolo Asar. Maybe after the Gemara tells only warning us against cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu, is not warning us against cursing the God. Impay L'Chosra L'Saka. If that's the piece of evidence that's written in the form of L'Saka, don't curse. My L'Sikara. Why does it say don't curse L'Saka? Mamina, it comes to be just two things. What are the two things? Number one, don't curse a judge, and number two, don't curse a judge. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's go like this. Say, you know, I'm born out of Mirasa. Don't say the person, I'm going to change it out of it. You know, you're very specific. What it is? The night on the Rasa is a girl who's clothes, right, but not in sin. So she's married. Therefore, the night has another man, listens to her, that she goes home. What's unique about Nara on the Rasa is that she is single out for a unique sort of cheating. She is and the Nara relations with her are singled out for evil. This is a concept. So now that Rabban Nara on the Rasa, ain't no type actually takes. So looks like all of these types ultimately against the Nara and the rest of the skill. Remember, so these types is normally adultery is like kind of strangulation. So here, this is singled out for skill. But in order to fit the criteria of Nara and the rest of the following criteria. Number one, ain't no type actually takes Nara. You go after the Nara. Number two, this is one. Number three, no Rasa, and number four, is the base Avila. And ultimately, I think it's still living in the Father. So those are the four criteria that you need in order to get the punishment of skill from our Amira. Go out last night, 15 minute conversations with her. And I said that that's the second, right? Then what? I leave some skill by saying the prayer. Then the first one is with Siva. Remember again, the first one is with the Siva. The second one is no longer with Siva. And therefore it's punished in a regular case of adultery by Hannah. That's kind of okay. So the Gemara goes like this.
This is my absolute first time in front of a crowd and a microphone.
So it happens to be over here.
All right, great. You're 60 years old. I'm swapping you want to start comedy.
So the issue of the America, technically speaking, is physiologically.
Okay, relax. Did you hear the last
You would have thought that physiologically safe is part of the Suda. Therefore, again, Allah for the nice, maybe even the second guy should get Suda. Much more looks like much more we know the solar recognizes two forms of Dia. Is Dia Kidarka and Dia Kidarka, and they're both covered in the forms of Dia. Therefore, again, after the first time of relation with her, even though physiologically when the student out in track, she is considered to be a love, and therefore the second guy gets connect, and ultimately again that's very interesting. And that's how it's interesting. But again, but interesting nevertheless. Alright, so the word goes like this. Now wrong. So right, this is one of these things. somebody else has to do it, right? It's the person who doesn't have to do it. So now below Bogeras. Okay, so this is Nara. So again, now we're going to go to the Nara means the Nara, not a Bogeras. What's the Bogeras? Bogeras? 12 and a half years old and above, right? Below Bogeras, the Sula. So that's the Sula. Below Bula. Again, what's the point that remember, even if a girl doesn't fulfill these criteria, you're still trying to go through. We're talking about the specific focus from Nara Murasa, which carries the appropriate schema as opposed to China. So in order to be high for this again, the Sula. Below Bula, Nu'ula. That's the innocent. Below the Sula, the base Akita, in her father's home. So, Masara Abu Shruki Haba. This country is ultimately again where the father had already given her over to the system of the earth, which is being given over right to be taken to her husband's home. And Mara says, good, I'm not so good. I'm ready to do Amarav. She could have been there. He's the only one that has been there. About come say now I'm the so I feel this to come out and go, I'm on mushrooms, come to say that now I'm the rest of us could even what? Now I'm the rest could even be a kind of other way of actually getting the idea. You might be making some energy when you take the kind of money. I don't know that I'm not going to make it. I just want to school it. According to our Mishnah, now I'm the rest is that and now and not a we're going to if you get us to see one. Maybe it's place of Rabbanon, and maybe the place of the Mitzvah is to exclude a whole Geras for Nara. Amallah, the Sula, and the Kaif, Al-Nara, the Sula, Nora, says, should have said, that's what you just said, Nara, the Sula, Nora. So, the Sula, maybe, for the Nora, there's nothing more to talk about. We just solidified the fact, and again, the specific and unique punishment for Nara, Nora, says, that's the for Nara. Not a Kitana, and not a Bogeras. When we are back over at the Nora, Ba, Allah, Kitana, Nora, so the Rabbi Meir, what happens? If another man, in other words, not the husband, another man, he has a reason with the kind of who's in our use. What's that up in that situation? According to the what's that up? You must be gambling on this one. Is it saying that it's not adultery at all? Or is it or maybe it's just so anyway, the stab of the skiller man, no, it's still probably the adultery. It's just the skiller man, or the skiller, right? What will it get? What kind of instead? The Rothschild makes the gun snare. Actually, snare and shovel. There's the problem. The concept of adultery says the makes the gun snare that they were both which seems to indicate to us that despite the equality in both of the parties committing adultery on both sides, if the defendant engages in adultery, what's Talahot? She's not Chayadas. Why she's not Chayadas? Why? The not Chayadas for anything. So how can you hold the man responsible if the girl is not responsible? So again, Shasakad, Rob was silent, he didn't have a responsibility. Well, my time is Shasakad, I don't say Rabbi, he's not the name of it. We may say Ish Asher Shachadi Mother. There's another person. And the other person indicates to us that the man will be executed because he committed adultery. What do you see here? There's a case ultimately against where a man is singled out for execution, even though the woman is not. What's the case when a man is singled out for execution and the woman is not? It could be a case of a man who commits adultery with a Kitana. So again, she's going to be pure. Why? She's going to be higher to that. Which is where it says Kitana. Reality is, also this point is in fact in our highness tonight. Well, we see that the process is both of them when you put together. As you actually say in some of Yosha. And Yosha says in order to execute the couple for adultery, both of them have to have the same level of liability. And therefore, again, if it's adultery with Kitana, she's not put to death. He's not put to death either. The Yonasan says, the Mace Harish Asher Shachadi Mother Vado. But Yonasan is not true. There are sometimes when the man will be executed, even if the woman is not. What will be that case? So she is not going to be executed because she's a child. But the woman says she will be because she's an adult. I want this of Yoshi to do it. That's what it's read off. Oh, it makes me understand. Sorry, it makes me understand my Dutch today. What does the Yonasan do with the passage that says it makes me understand? It seems to indicate that again, there's got to be an equality and liability.
This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy, bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere. Take control of your mental health. Talkspace makes it easy to start. Better mental health leads to better health overall. Just like your physical body needs exercise, your mental health needs maintenance and attention. Talkspace helps you build confidence and skills. Our therapists not only listen to you, they provide valuable techniques to manage stress or conflict in your life, helping improve your coping skills and self-awareness. Life is all about how you're in a relationship with one another. Communication is key. Talkspace can help you identify obstacles and create new meaningful connections. Talkspace makes it easy, accessible, and affordable. Plus, most insurance offers up to $0 copay.
You only have of Talkspace. I think the provides some of the best mental health treatment out there. I can't recommend them enough because therapy is like
so then they have a little bit of
transformation.
so physiologically,
And as a listener of this podcast, you get $80 off your first
now
month.
what is the liability for those men?
Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code
When it
Spacey
comes to
here.
being
That's
says, they're all liable to steal. Now, we'll say, now why are they all liable to
Licensed
steal?
therapist today. Go
Because
to
halacha teaches that all of them had relations with a na'ara
Hello there, my
hamurasa.
dear friend.
Because since the
Favorite
first
human
is
being.
the alliance
Very
with
nice
the
guy.
Sula,
Cares about
there's
everybody.
all
This
chayat to
podcast
steal.
is
Rabbi already
sponsored
said,
by
no.
Coke. Said he's worth going
At
is
least
worth
from the
going.
Sula,
Find your
the kind of natural, that's true.
They're
The first guy is chayat to steal, right? Because he had relations with an na'ara hamurasa. But again, even though it's being looked at, so looking at the being looked at as a value from a deal, therefore acting as first act, therefore was no longer the Sula. So the rest of the guys are chayat. What are they chayat for? What are they chayat for? Adultery. Like the chayat for regular adultery, right? So the chayat for regular adultery, which is not punishable again by skila, only punishable by incredible Rabbanon, Ubas
Everything into Coke is the same detail and one-stop shop. Coke is Western Goods online at Coke.com. Swing by into Coke store.
It says, Ubas is going to say that his nose, as a being in the Kabbalah, but it's just moving able to see this.
Get 10% off into Coke.com/Coach. Sign free now and 10%. 10% off
Ultimately, again,
COCAS.com/Tony.
because the Ubas is going to say, well, this knows everyone already says, he lost them. So Rabbi Omer Kilas, you want to do it without you just a moment? Right? So Rabbi Omer, Seicha Lashon Kila Ulu Kamin Parsha. So Rabbi says, Rabbi says, that for liability is Kila. The Gemara says, what does that mean? Rabbi Omer, Omer says, Sheshah Havima Levado, my God, what does that say? And the thing is, there is Kila, Rabbi could be Shlos with it. Rabbi also could be Shlos. What does it mean Shlos? And the Amar, Arusa, Yatsa L'Seifa, below the Shua. It looks like it is only in Arusa Bastan, it is only in Arusa Bastan. Ultimately, again, the subject is Seifa, not on the Shua. Not on the Shua. The Hafitah is always to say, in Kilas, Via Business, the Seifa, the Ida, the Kana. So we'll say, if the Bastan is in Arusa, has a relationship with someone, the first man is going to share relationship with, that's what he is Seifa. And his subsequent acts of relations, ultimately, again, will be the Kana. So again, what's that case? That's when we finish releasing what we got there. The first man of the relations with the Bastan, he's going to be punished by Seifa. The rest of them, even though she's supposed to be physiologically a female, will be treated like the regular creatures of adultery, and therefore again, the most minor thing, what was the thing? The most is Piasam, Mahas, and that's your Anastasia, just like her judge out of various activia, how can I be Pilas, Pia, and the Spanish law? So what we guys are talking about the initial act of Amalei Rabbi Barabaye, Mar Lo Hafida, right? So Misha Kabaye, my Rabbi didn't say this, and Rabbi is referring to it. Right? So Rabbi Yosef. Who did he say? Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi coming there. Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi. The Amar Nisei Leach Amin Apshilin. Nisasa the kind of ultimately against Rabbi Yosef Halav. Yosef Halav Halav. How can you ultimately again? How can you have the Rashi points out? Rashi says over here. Rabbi Meir Rabbi the Amar Das Cohen Yeshua Mikasher B'Sefer. Ava Nisei Leach Amin Apshilin. Rabbi holds the power. You see what Rashi two lines of the Bible again. The Bas Kohen, right? That when he's there, straight up by a Bas Kohen, so only if she's married to a person who is kosher. However, again, Aval, he says that Echam Nafsirin. She was telling him the Shafis, right? But let's say a Bas Kohen is married to a apostle, to a psul. Not married to a mamzer. Married to a mamzer. If she's married to someone who's an apostle, therefore, what figure out? She says, telling him the Shafis, Shud Eina Ella Bechena, by Tila the Kama Rabbi Yavi. So what's the Rabbi calls it right now? What does the Mayor say? The Mayor says like this. The Mayor says, when he's there, and he needs punishment for Arusa Bas Kohen, only when she's married or has innocence to someone who's kosher. But if she didn't have innocence to someone who's kosher, let's say again, she married a mamzer, in which case what? She's already quote unquote what? Did profane, so therefore again the unique punishment of a Bas Kohen doesn't apply. So the Gemara says the Chenek, and therefore it's still adultery, but it's regular adultery, only the Chenek. Other than to say, in Pilas Achalasa Biznus Bisreifa. If Halacha Lamaisa the first time she was profaned was to the act of adultery, then there's a bit of Sreifa. But if technically speaking she was already profaned how? Through an illegal marriage, then a marriage who has committed adultery with her will only be Chayiv Chenek, not Sreifa. The Idak. So let's say the Idak and the other, right? The Idak and the Chenek. And again, we'll say ultimately again the other thing is right there for the Chenek. So we'll say ultimately again what the case of what's the thing? Look at that. Talk on most puppet Ella Akilas Kibo, below Akilas Biak, Bahasam Akilas Biak. So again, I'm also saying what is the book? What is that? Similar battle. Ultimately, again, there's a thing that the other case of these similar words. Look at that. And the Kilas double custom in that. The Kilas Kibo. So this is what a king is this. Interestingly, I've put it in the case ultimately again of now so look at the story together. So Nara Murasa, that's the end of the Nara Murasa. What do we have in Nara Murasa? First singles out Nara Murasa for a unique connection of what? Of Kilo. Right? A man has a relationship with Nara Murasa, a girl betrothed to someone else. Even though what adultery normally carries with the judge, the penalty of connect, Nara Murasa is unique. But again, let's satisfy all these criteria. Number one, Nara. Number two, Murasa. Number three, Beis Aviyah. Right, Allah Kalamaysa again, if you have those criteria, then Allah Kalamaysa, it's Siva. Anything else can be covered. What else can we learn? We also learn that Allah Kalamaysa, if the act of Ziyah then it's Siva. Therefore, if again there are multiple acts of adultery, or let's say an obvious Ziyah, the first guy will get Siva, subsequent people will get Siva. Interesting enough, the Gemara refers back to also to Bas Kohen. When is a Bas Kohen Chayiv or adultery? Adultery or Chayiv? Only once again, only if it's innocent, only if innocent, and again, only the first person to have a mission. It's the same thing. If there's B'Yisrael Lotinarka with a Bas Kohen, so the first guy will be Chayiv Sreifa, subsequently will be Chayiv Watch, and then we will be Chayiv Kana. But interestingly enough, another detail by Bas Kohen is important. When is there a dinner Sreifa? Only when what? When that first act is what the thing is. But it's already profaned. How is she already profaned? Illegal marriage. She's married to a mamzer. And Allah Kalamaysa dinner Sreifa doesn't apply. Rather than be treated as a regular act of adultery and be punished by that. Right? What's that? Go ahead. Why not? So we'll say, let's breakfast, 9:30, let's do 9:55, 25 minutes of breakfast, 9:55, back here in the day service.
She went for the kiss, and I had enough time to kind of think about it, so I leaned back a little bit, and then I just looked away. Her eyes were closed, so I just looked to pretend I didn't see it, and then I looked back. I was like, oh, hey, look, great meeting you.
All right, so let's start. Good morning, let us begin. So that's getting Shalani Kodesh. thank our sponsors for this morning. We'd like to thank our annual Comic Color sponsor, Or Touch Tuesday. Hey, the Tulsa Mishpach Haveris is dedicating all the Sherman dresses this year. So this is supposed to continue the Soros Hobos to be able to see. There was something I was thinking about this later because comparing the dots, one of the speakers that yes, and it's reverberating to my mind. Were it not that you told gave me delight, I would have perished in myself. You know, we're just so overwhelmed by everything that we see and holding right in front of us. So overwhelmed by all these circumstances. Overwhelming of the enemy circumstances, and the reason for a person to just use themselves and I think all the reason we got these little self-driving ass cars and that is what keeps us because there's not enough black people to go. Is what allows us from falling off, prevents us from falling off the side of the I hate these little self-driving ass cars because they don't leave the human factor in there. Because if I'm drunk the car that keeps us tethered to the emotional elements.
Who's gonna wake me up in the way home?
So much in his life. So the emotional element were not
you get drunk and you get into the Uber driver wake you up when they so yes sir. You know who wakes you up in a way home? The 10 people police. Phoenix, Arizona, that's where I am. I just sleep in a way home. And these niggas were nice or kind at all.
You can leave everything else
Take it
in
from
the
one example, one time, because I'm a heavy sleeper, that's why he was mad at me about waking me up in the way home. Because they could wake me up in 30 minutes.
It's beautiful and holy waters to see that. So,
one lady one time tried to wake me up. She couldn't wake me up. She couldn't wake me up. She took my phone, unlocked it with my face, and then called my mama.
So she was dedicated by knowing how to run with the Mishma, Mordecai things, and the Shem Shah and Aviyah.
And I was like, I'm so sorry, I had to clean it because, like,
so let's begin. A lot to do today. We've got some really exciting guys. So you left off on some things that I want to tell you about the bias.
So I woke up, just started doing push-ups, clean everything. She was so happy.
It might not look like much to you, right? And it's going to come on the camera.
And the next day, I had to go to that same Uber lady place and then cut her grass and then wash her car.
Every single morning trying to figure out where we're up to. So I guess you don't have to do that. So I think the university is incredible. They stick and they stay and they're able to show you. So I don't spend 14 minutes every single morning trying to figure out where we are. Only 4 minutes. But I moved the sticker from the upstairs this morning. So I said, so we are picking up. It's really short. So I straight to the device on dedicated post-its, retail value, menu results. But again, but for no this guy, I'm going to save us a lot of time. So again, we're picking up in your section, Rabbi. 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows. I'm a Rabbi. This is an incredible Gemara. 9 lines up from the bottom, 65 I'm a Rabbi. That's how it's going to go. So Rabbi says, if Sadiqim wanted to, they could create an entire world. Sadiqim are so powerful that they want to be able to create Shnei Amar, Kavano Sechem, how you must do it. So this Rashi says over here, Rashi says, first white line, we must the key in the car. Now, so here's the interesting thing. Rabbi is saying like this. If Sadiqim wanted to create an entire world, how could Sadiqim create an entire world? Because Sadiqim have the ability to cleanse themselves from sin. And once you cleanses yourself from sin, then there is no telling what he is able to accomplish. And that's why it's interesting. So he both that he by album. So he wanted to put the world in the position and not yeah, but I'm sick of you so what is he here? So it's two things he's here. Number one, what is the definition of a tzaddik? What's the definition of a tzaddik? So we'll say, so we know, by the way, what's not the definition of a tzaddik? What's not the definition of a tzaddik? Right, what was that? A Russia, excellent, well done. By the way, after operating on the system as a regular sleep, I set the bar very low. So you're like, pretty much whatever you throw out is going to be fantastic. Russia, got the show fantastic. Enough. Beautiful. So let's say, okay. Also, all correct. Would you also be all excellent. And so that's what I was going to say. Some of those like, one of the easiest things to see is that Indian people, right? Learning Torah doesn't look to yourself. But learning Torah does is opens up your neshama to all kinds of possibilities. You know the definition of a tzaddik was like it shows that before that Rothschild, that's such kind of like a baseline. Like you're not going to say before tzaddik is someone who helps someone, doesn't just think about himself and know tzaddik. And I think what you actually begin to see is someone who realizes and has the ability to see. But as you spoke about in yesterday, that reality of cognition is never enough. A tzaddik is someone who understands that he has the ability to live out. Because being about Shiva means that I recognize I don't have to be the same person. I don't have to remain the face. One of the most incredible things is that they recognize. Most certainly the place to go. You need to realize you don't have to remain the same. Change. Whatever change you want to affect yourself, whatever change you want to affect your life, do it. So that's what I was saying. Notice in tzaddikim have the ability to become Bali Shiva. And because they have the ability to become Bali Shiva, for what? Once you become, once you realize that you have the ability to change, what does that show you? It shows you
say hello, my friend. You have an extra wallet to the guy walking towards you right now.
Because change says how to create and recreate and manipulate those necessary. I don't have to live in the same world. I don't have to do the same things you saw in your days in Atlanta. Consistently on and going forward in the same trajectory. If I was tzaddikim, definition of a tzaddik is about Shiva, and Rabbi says tzaddikim realize that we have the ability to create world. And we'll say each of us, if we choose to tap into the power of Shiva, we become tzaddikim, and if we become tzaddikim, we have the ability to create and recreate world. Is that not the most incredible thing you've ever heard? You have to think for yourself, I'm too tired, or lift my hands, right? You know the walls, feeding the world, okay?
Yo, I pay me $25. I can eat your chicken wings. That doesn't work anywhere.
Robert says tzaddikim means like that. He says
Bobby Shiva take your po ass over there. And then that dude, I swear to God, this is the first time I've ever seen this entire life. He had a sock attached to a string. He was like just a string with a knot on the end of it. He started swinging around like it was a nunchuck.
The stories of like the Golem that we see, like those stories are not those that are not allowed. The stories are about people, right? So Rabbi literally borrowed Gafra. He created a person. Look at Rashi says over here, right? Borrowed Gafra. I'll give you secret. So literally there was a Sefer Yetzirah, which is a book that contains a secret that contains all the secret information. And Rabbi literally went ahead and he created a person. What happened? Shouting his hand at Rabbi Zera. He sent the guy, Rabbi Zera, had a contact that day. Rabbi Zera started talking with this person. And what happened to him, but ultimately, again, apparently, the person that Rabbi created wasn't responding, wasn't engaging in conversation. Amalei, min Chavriat, and Amalei, min Chavriat,
summarize this crazy thing you just saw in Atlanta.
He said, you can, Rashi says, or in the Kavya, and they brought I guess someone, like, someone who can create by someone else, like that, that's not, go back to your guys, sometimes you might as well watch the chapters, why do you have to say that going and send this guy back to the dust? Because remember again, this creation was unable to interact with everything. If you don't know how to say if you don't know how to give Augustine, if you don't know how to give a word of wisdom, go back to your dust. The Lord doesn't use you, Rothschild doesn't use you. If you don't know how to interact and how to communicate with people, incredible. Listen to this. And you know about Russia, and Yossi Kamali Shabsa was an Erev Shabbos Gemara. An Erev Shabbos Gemara. How ridiculous is this? 7.5 years cycle. 7.5 years cycle. It's not going to get things up, but don't get caught up in the details. Rabbi says, listen to this. So these two Rabbi Hanina and Rabbi Rothschild were sitting on Erev Shabbos. The Aski the Sefer Yitzira, and they were learning Sefer Yitzira. That's what this word being very traumatic. So I point out about it, right? So you can give it later on. Right? All of the Shabbos were learning Sefer Yitzira, and Nifur the root Igna Tosa. And what did they do? They created for themselves. It was an Igna Tosa. There was no Igna Tosa. Igna Tosa means. Doesn't mean it's third form path, or doesn't mean a path that has reached 1/3 of its maturity. Either way, it's supposed to represent like the best use. The best use, like the most tender use. So they created like Igna Tosa from the Sefer Yitzira, Bakli right, and then so what's the point of this? What's the point of this? The point is again to show the creative power of activity. So we can have the ability to create, but we can have also come full circle. What's that mission inside? Inside of this, someone recognizes that we have the ability to create yourself. If we realize that you have the ability to be about Shuvah, to create yourself, to recreate yourself, then there is no telling what you can accomplish in this world. Because the most incredible discovery is that you can create and recreate yourself as many times as necessary. And that is the hallmark of a tzaddik. Tzaddik recognizes the creative power he possesses and utilizes that to create and recreate himself so many times as necessary. That's what I think. So the Gemara says, you must know name, so that's to so that's in the only. We should know, right? Zahamad is Shiva Mune Zafar Ala'ai. That's interesting. So this is someone who takes seed in 7 different types of animals and puts it on his eyes. Puts it on his eyes. Somehow again, you got to open your eyes and that seed is about, right? I'm just saying, all right, so I'm going to say again, push on his eyes in a practice that allows him to be able to see things. But come say, Za'ofi is this Hainai. No, this is someone who engages in deception. Right, like an illusionist, like a magician, like somebody goes ahead and sees people and makes them think that he's engaging in some type of spiritual. The Kiva says, that Makashi did the show. Yes, this is the Kiva says, who is the Ma'onim? Ma'onim is someone who believes in what does that mean? Gomer, Hayom Nopalotis, today is a good day to embark on a journey. Tomorrow is a good day for purposes. Limude Arvi Shvius Kiki Yapos. Or someone who says, oh, Erev, we thought that's when the week is best. Kuri Kitnios Mios Yos. So again, what's the chat? What's the chat? What does people say? Only is someone who feels that certain times are auspicious for different things. So what's that? Why does that sound so bad? What's that whole thing like? Don't wait for the perfect moment. Make the present moment. See, the Ma'onim is someone who believes you gotta wait for the right time in order to be able to go ahead and accomplish. Listen, there are people like this. There are people who have the most incredible dreams, goals, and aspirations. What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? They're waiting just for the right moment. And when's the right moment? When's the right moment? I don't know when, but it's certainly not now. Certainly not now, right? It may be tomorrow, but tomorrow's cloudy, so probably not tomorrow. Like, Sunday sounds good, but Sunday have that thing. I'm pretty sure the right moment will come sometime in the next decade, or when that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to pounce on it. Right? When that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to make the magic happen. Like, because we call that? We call that a moment. That's what this is the rice. This is the rice of right to wait for the right moment. People who wait for the right moment will like to make things happen. In order to become excellent in, to become proficient in, you know what? In waiting. They become professional waiters. I think it's how understand, right? Right? They become professional waiters. That's what they can spend their entire life waiting to make things happen. Rabbi Akiva says that's called sorcery. That's called the only. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Make the present moment perfect. Love is like that. You must be turn on. Menachis, what's Menachis? So Menachis is a person who believes like the Holy So that's what enough from the other. Repeat. I suppose all my bread fell out of my mouth. That's about all. Not blown up from the other. My staff fell out of my hand. Horrible Ma'afora. You know, from my son walking from behind. These are things that people think like about home. Only horrible. The raven calls out to me. Svi with super badaya. Here, ran right in front of me. Now freshly, you know, but sure, Miss Mobile. There's a snake on my right and a fox on my left. Now that one maybe you have that, right? But my second, these are all things that people hominize. Yes, these are hominize. Right? And it's one, and it's one. The rest of my life, I put together. My first, the first, life is taking first. I got to start a football, and the guana falls out of the tree. Right by the football. Right by the football. And like, this can't be good. This can't be good. Okay, but anyway, right by this new thing. The whole time, I never had to watch my back for a while. But, no, this shouldn't happen. Okay, the blood was like that. You can speak to us at the rest of the story. But, all right. The verse says as follows. I show me small. Top of something like 66A. Our test will be. I was going to say, person with collecting taxes, the person says the tax collector. Don't start from you. Right? Shabbos you, Chodesh you, Matzah Shabbos. Or you know what, again, I don't want to be certain things first thing in the morning. Like, actually, that points out that we are paying your debts. Again, these are all people feminizing. I told that's it's not a good sin to start with me. Or I don't want to pay I don't want to start off the day by paying my debts. Or again, it's Rosh Chodesh, I don't want to start the new month. Or I don't want to start the new week. Again, womanizing all of these things. We don't believe in that. We'll say again, Allah for the most time to accomplish is now. The time to take care of your debts is now. The time to take care of your responsibilities is now. Allah son. And if you go in on Menachashim, the Hulda, the Opos, is Okay, but I was saying, Nishkaras HaShabbos, the Darshan, I love it as a dollar, I'll see you guys when a person violates Shabbos. So again, Allah for the myself, a person goes ahead and violates Shabbos. So if something that they went ahead, so again, if you would be paying price, if you were to do so without Hasra, then Allah for the myself, you be paying if there was proper meaning for this as well. And again, accidental commission of an Avera, ultimately will be Chayav Chatos. Which means in the Chag, you eat the meat before Shabbos, Havi. In Chayav and Avash, you go to Chatos, your law is going to price. So is that to say that it is some type of full Shabbos, that if you were to go ahead and do it unintentionally, that you would not be Chayav for Chatos, or you wouldn't be Chayav for this, what would that mean? In Marcus, We've seen this reference earlier on. If a person curses his parents, he's only chayav if he curses them with the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If a person goes ahead and curses his parents with some type of nickname, right, or descriptive name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so what's the halacha? Remember the Chayv is chayav Chachamim poetry. The Chachamim says we play again that you are says the Gemara. Let's analyze my Chachamim. What the Chachamim Rabbi Nachman Yossi? Nachman Yossi, the sign up. Rabbi Nachman Rabbi Yossi. The Nikvot Shem Dimas. The Torah says when you articulate the name of Hashem, it's ultimately one of these verses. Matam Olam. So what is this coming to refer to? So the Gemara says, Matam Olam, Hashem. We make a matala other the emo Sheino Chayev Akshu Kalain Ish. So with the interest of one person's parents, one is not Chayev for personal parents unless one goes ahead and does so, utilizing the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So turn around on Ish, what is right? Matam Ish, the rabbis class Tumtum Ba'ash. So he just never comes to include that even if one's parent is a tumtum and a boring greatness, one might have thought that Allah for myself under those circumstances do not hide the person's parents. Unless Allah, whoever the parent is, one is hired to go, one is hired to virtue, one is Allah is Abid to the who will curse his father or his mother. Amy Allah Abid, even though, so I only know from the Pasuk, and I was looking for the Pasuk, I never thought one of them hired for cursing mother and father together. Abid Shalom, you know. Emo Shalom, I don't know that I'm tied even for cursing one of my parents. I don't know about Abid Kilo, Dama, Abid Kilo, Emo Kilo, Rabbi. Says again, even though it's said as mother and father, you understand it as Abid Kilo, Emo Kilo, cursing one of the parents ultimately makes you tied as Rabbi. Yonah says, Mash listening to Echad, and Mash Echad B'Fnei Atzmo, Achrifa B'Chad Kosev Yachad. The possibility gives two instances. On one hand, the possibility gives the instance of cursing and both at the same time. The possibility also goes that I receive for cursing and individually. And Allah says in a circumstance like that, you will always be tied unless the Prophet cursing individually, unless the Prophet says explicitly that you only tie the person together. Most Yimas, for instance, if you put that for cursing your parents, the Skiba, stoning, Adam, the Skiba, and the Ella, the Abbas, and from Mrs. Hamlet, the Torah, Jesus, maybe it's like stoning, maybe it's one of the other types of death penalties mentioned in Torah. Nama, Dama, Bo, the Nama, Lahaman, the Mayhem, Bob. It says over here, Dama, Bo, and it says later on, by Obi Donis, the Mayhem Ball, the Mayhem Bob. What do I learn from this? Mala Alon, just like Obi Donis, half time this year, so it's like person parents, ultimately says the Yumara Onesh, Shamanu Ashwarinayim, and now I know the function of Sila. Where do I see the warning? Because what's going to be is that every death penalty has to have an Ashara, a warning, and also the other. Where do I see the warning? Elohim or Elohim Mosik Allah. So literally, and then also, so we'll see exactly what that possibly means. In Haya Aswat, so let's see first wide line. In Haya Abid Dayan, one's father was in Babylon. The Gemara says, Elohim Mosik Allah. So we don't understand right now Elohim. Do not curse the judge. So now, most of these men, let's say again, like even as a talking about this, and not only dying. So if Reuben curses his father, so not only is Reuben kind of cursing his father, but he's also kind of cursing the judge. Then how your father is Nasi, and if your father was Reuben's father was a Nasi, or how you Reuben's father was a Nasi, but I'm not going to say. So this is just enough as a prohibition to curse a dying. There's a prohibition to curse a leader. So Reuben's father Yaakov was a dying, he'd be kind of Nasi father. If he wasn't a Nasi, he'd be kind of Nasi Losa, or what happens? Ain't no dying below Nasi, right? And how do I know that if Reuben cursed his father, and his father is not the dying, his father is not the Nasi, that Reuben is so going to be fired? That's a third wide line. So, Kale Asa Chan Binyan what's the paradigm? Here we go. Lord be Nasi Kiri Idan. So Nasi is not like a dying. The Lord is dying Kiri Nasi, and the dying is not like a Nasi. How so? Listen to this. Lord is dying Nasi. Why? Shahari dying Atam Mitsuva, Al Hara also. Kira Nasi should be at the Mitzvah Hara also. So that's like I look like this. Dying, right? That's dying on this judgment. This is a ruling. You're obligated to go ahead and have these features. And during the future, it's actually the result of that. Interestingly enough, that same halacha doesn't apply to a Nasi. It's interesting, right? If you violate the halachic readings of a Nasi, that doesn't necessarily carry anything to the death penalty. I'm sorry? Right, this is Tasha. Oh, that's incredible. Tasha's instructed. Like, family Tasha's instructed. Thank you. Lo Nasi, Purei Dayan. And on the other hand, again, a Nasi is not like a Dayan household. Shanasi Ashta Mitzvah Hamra also, Purei Dayan Sheta Mitzvah Hamra. So Nasi and a Dayan are two forms of leadership. A Dayan is halachic. And therefore, if you go for the Dayan issues a halachic ruling, and you violate that can result in a death penalty. A Nasi is not halachic. And therefore, if a Nasi is halachic, then you violate it. You're not halachic death penalty. On the other hand, if a Nasi kind of gives like a directive, right? So then again, she's the leading that follows. If you violate it, you see high Nisa. On the other hand, if a Dayan gives a directive, you're not high Nisa. So two different forms of leadership.
How long have you lived at the shelter?
Yeah. What's the halacha? The Gemara says, "Hatzara Shabbat Shabbat." What's the denominator between them? Shein ba'at chod. That they are both members of Klal Yisrael. Ba'at Musa al Kilavas. What is the common denominator between the Nasi and the Dayan? They are both members of Klal Yisrael, and you are not allowed to curse. That's the common denominator. Af ani adi adi chashav amro. We have to look at Kilasa. What's the paradigm? What's the paradigm? That any person who is a member of Klal Yisrael, you can't curse. So therefore, again, that includes father. Even if the father is not a Dayan, or the father is not a Nasi, you still can't curse him. So you must, I never say, remember, this is the Askara. This is what we're looking for the word. So the Gemara says, Malat Salah Shabbat Shabbat, Shekin Gulasa and Gambalahem. Why don't you, maybe become the under between Nasi and Dayan as well. They both occupy exalted positions of leadership. Right? In other words, they don't have to do that. They both have babies. Now, the Lomar was the Kala Torah also says, don't curse the person you reject. So what do you see there? The Umlom Sheva Amfar Kasim Adai start talking about even people who are not in this or elevated positions of greatness. Malachir is the king Karishasa Gamalei. Nasi says, but again, maybe a village. Maybe it was telling that there's a specific thing of respect in the village, not hurting the village because he's at a disadvantage. So Nasi the Dayan of now the Nasi the Dayan should be the Nasi the Dayan. Here should be out. The Kajra then lower executive exam. The lower executive exam. It turns out that really have three things of Nasi and Dayan of the village. And the truth is, they're really all very dissimilar. What is the common denominator? Is that Tzara Shabbat Shabbat Shem Ba'amcha Va'atam Musa Al Kilavas. Common denominator for Nasi, Dayan. And if there's one who has common denominator, they're all members of Amcha, and you are not allowed to curse them. And the Aviyadi Choshe Ba'amcha Va'atam Musa Al Kilavas. So taught them for the father, because the father also is a Yid, also is part of Amcha, and you're not allowed to curse. Ma'avad Sata Shabbat Shabbat Shiflim Mishulim. So maybe it's our Shabbat Shabbat. Is that again, Nasi, Dayan, and Pirish all have some unique difference. Into Yiftov Pra, O Elohim the Pirish, and Nasi the Pirish. Elohim Ulamadi. So we'll say that's what he's whatever the Elohim. And they don't even look forward to it. Ultimately, you don't need it for its own interpretation, but use it for others. So it turns out that you can have a paradigm that is between Nasi, Dayan, and Pirish. Coming under all those three is that what? That Allah promises against someone who is uncrossed, someone who is part of your people. Ultimately, you're not allowed to curse. Then we'll say, what a beautiful and profound you say. What is the criteria for the after or at least what is the criteria for someone? The they're unfun. If they're not in private cell, you have to love them.
Do your own thing, or was moving to us into a homeless shelter your own thing? No, actually, they didn't kick me out. I just kind of just left on my own. Just like, I'm just gonna do it. I'm all in for it. What are you doing? 29. I just turned 29 on the 31st. Okay.
You know what's interesting? So, what is it that I'm doing?
First year.
Simple. See, he's wearing the whole uniform.
Does the shelter do anything? I think you get like a cupcake or something like that.
This guy is messing up his thumbs. You feel a tremendous sense of honor.
So
What's the point to understand that every youth wears his uniform? Right? And it's the uniform of Solomon. It's the uniform of
it's going to be one of the saddest endings to an interview in history.
No matter what the actual uniform, physical uniform looks like, the spiritual uniform is always the same.
I'll tell you what, you have a lot of work to do, so you're editing Joe's book just to fill it up.
Again, because of that,
Just have something. Once the word selling, double your net worth.
because of that beautiful uniform, therefore, let's start.
There he goes, Greg McCowan, everybody.
The baseline
There
is,
goes Greg.
the baseline is,
Morning, Mr. Curtis. How are you? I'm lovely, thank you. You ready to take on the day? All right. God willing, I'll be here when you return. I hope everything goes well with Papa and your day. You're welcome, Adam. Absolutely.
This is a reference to Hashem. Then what is there to say? Samuel, Elohim called him Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel says Elohim is possible. He's not God. Elohim was the judge. But Yahiva Omer Elohim Kodesh. It refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The time of the Lord Yaakov Omer, Asman Levarach Es Hashem Yinayim. And where do we see the warning against the person of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Talanoman Elohim Moshe Kalel. Which the Man Domer Elohim called. Gomer Kodesh we call. The one who says that Elohim in this context is called. That means it's not God. It's to a judge. Then ultimately again you learn how to prohibition to press the Baruch Hu from the prohibition to press the judge. The Man Domer Elohim Kodesh. Gamina Holy Kodesh. But when he says Elohim in this context, the first part of the Baruch Hu is we derive ultimately again the prohibition to press the judge from the prohibition to press the judge. So we should remember Elohim, all Gomer Kodesh we call according to the opinion that says Elohim means a judge. So I understand. If you're not allowed to press a judge, then what? Allah has told us how to post it, and you're not allowed to say HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Elamam Gomer Elohim Kodesh. Gomer Holy Kodesh. But according to the one who says Elohim is God, so can you derive that you can't curse the judge? So the fact that you can't curse God, to which the Gemara says, Domo, HaKodesh Asar, HaKolo Asar. Maybe after the Jews are only warning us against cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu, is not a warning us against cursing the judge. MK, let's go pro, Lo Shaka. If that's the piece of Torah could have just written it in the short form of Lo Shaka, don't curse my Lo Shaka. Why does it say don't curse unless it's on the report? None I come to just to be number one, don't curse the judge, and number two, don't curse the beautiful, beautiful. Let's go like this. Says the Gemara, Hafa'al Nara Murasa. The second person has to change it to Nara, but it's going to be Nara Murasa. It's going to be Nara. It's very specific age. What age? 12 to 12 and a half. So Nara Murasa is a girl who's betrothed. That is not Yisrael. So she's married. Therefore, if a man has relations with another man, has relations with her, that's adultery. What's unique about Nara Murasa is that she was singled out for a unique, well, she was she, and the man who was raising her was singled out for skill. The skill is supposed to say. So now, about Nara Murasa, Eochayim Ashketim, so it's a whole Chayim, ultimately again for Nara Murasa, skill. When it's really has to woman, adultery is strangulation. So here, this is singled out for schema. But in order to fit the criteria of Na'ara Hamuras, number one, in a type of kitten Na'ara, just be Na'ara. Number two, Kusuma. Number three, Little Rasa, and number four, the use for base Hadiyah. And ultimately, again, she's still living in the house. So those are the four criteria that you need in order to get the punishment of stealing Na'ara Hamuras. Now, the female had relations with her. So that was separate, right? Then what? I really showed the skilo, not showing the first one is the skilo. Remember again, the first one relations with her. Relations with the skilo. The second one has relations with her. She's no longer with the skilo. And therefore, he's punished in a regular case of adultery. Okay? He's where there's like this. Good. So it happens to be a Rashi points out that the tradition of the child that even if the man had a relationship with her, so the Shalokidarga, technically speaking, physiologically, she's still of the Suda. So you had to put that physiologically, since she's still of the Suda, therefore, again, maybe even the second guy should get spelled. Much more you know, the Torah recognizes two forms of Bia. It's Bia Kidak and Bia Shalokidaka, and they're both are legitimate forms of Bia. Therefore, again, after the first time even though physiologically her receiving part is cat, she's considered to be a law, and therefore the second guy gets punished, and ultimately, again, that's very interesting. Very interesting. And not Shabbos to be interesting, but again, very interesting nevertheless. As the word goes like that, turn up on this. Now, Rob. So, right, this is one of these things. Just refer to this as so now, Rob, the law for Garris. Garris is now, now we're going to go to the now it means the now, now we're going to go to the Garris. 12 and a half years old, like global Garris. This is law, the doctrine of the law, the law. And there was some sort of point that remember, even if a girl doesn't criteria, you're still fighting for votes. We're talking about the specific prohibition of Na'ara Hamuras, which carries you to the penalty of skilo as opposed to penalty. So in order to be high for this again, this is the number Ula, Nu'ula. So that's the thing. In order to base Hadiyah, and about his home, fact, Yishemasa Ha'adi Shkiki Hadai. This comes to experience ultimately again, where the father had already given her over to the children of the husband, or that she was being given over right to be taken to her husband's home. And I was like, good. I'm not so good. I'm ready to go on the house. He's already married. He's the only one already married. And I'll come to say, Na'ara Hamuras. So I keep it to Parliament. The Chum disagrees. And the Chum say that Na'ara Hamuras must have to be even what? Na'ara Hamuras could even be up to 10. I'm going to after the different Rabino. Midnight, the message is married. When we take the kind of I didn't know that our Mishnah is already married. As according to our Mishnah, Na'ara Hamuras is Dashka and Na'ara and Na'ara Kitano. Maybe it's comes to the Rabbanon, and maybe the point of the Mishnah is to exclude the whole Geres for Na'ara Hamuras. Amalai, I in a higher accent to Na'ara, Bisula, Ma'orasa. And a high Ella al Na'ara, Bisula, Ma'orasa. So the man says, should have said, that's what it just said. Na'ara, Bisula, Ma'orasa. Similarly, because the verse says nothing more to talk about this. We just solidified the fact that again, the specific and unique punishment for Na'ara Hamuras is Daka for a Na'ara. Not a Kitano or not a Bogaris. Going to the Daka by Adonai. Well, I like the kind of little so that I've been there enough. What happens? If another man, in other words, not the husband, another man did have relations with the Kitano, even on Musa. What's that rough in that situation? According to the mayor, what's that rough? You must be damaged by this loss? Is it saying that it's not adultery at all? Oh, you see them. Or maybe it's just going to exclude it from Stila. So I'm gonna start with the skill on it. That's kind of instead بعد ما العاد عطسه وليس تنشن actually شنين شغل here's the problem the possible person that Rothschild says he needs to tenshin they were both died which seems to indicate to us that there's got to be equality in both of the parties committing adultery on both sides I'm not engaging in adultery what's that like she's not Chaya that's why she's not Chaya that's why she's not Chaya that's for anything so how can you hold the man responsible if the girl is not responsible so they shut the mouth God was sorry you didn't have a responsibility how much more my conversation is that I don't think that Bible is on the name of it set you and start I'll be in love with my daughter another person and the other person indicates to us that the man will be executed because of the result of what he's doing there. This is the case, ultimately, again, where a man is singled out for execution, even though the woman is not. What's the case when a man is singled out for execution, even though the woman is not? In the case of a man who commits adultery, this is kind of under us. So again, she's going to be Torah. Why? She's kind of. He's going to be tired of that. Which is not especially tonight. Reality is one thing this point is in fact our focus tonight. We're missing that saying the consequence both women with the gas. Actually stand subject of Yoshua. And Yoshua says in order to execute the couple for adultery, both of them have to have the same level of liability. And therefore again if it's adultery kind of she's not put to death, she's not put to death either. The Yonasan says but Jonas is not true. There are sometimes where the man will be executed even if the woman is not. What will be that case? So she's not going to be executed because she's a right? But the man will be because he's an adult. What does Rabbi Yoshua do with that? What does he do? Basic understand. So, basic understand my Dutch, okay? What does Rabbi Yoshua do with the positive that says the basic understand? Which seems to indicate that again, there's got to be equality and liability between the parties. And the level of the that comes to exclude, let's say again, an act of intimacy that's not intercourse. So again, it's basically any other form of intimacy that's not intercourse. Allah makes that sound also not good. But the Maestro again not liable for death penalty if one does that. My city even not the other part was of course not. Don't need a person to steal my city even. I actually into the sea. That's not intercourse. That's not. I'm not thinking that's not recognized as anything. I didn't need a person to exclude that. You know what it says? We don't. I live by them, my God. You know what we're doing with the Levado. If you decide your all of that, so other bad guys you can see those interesting things over there. Let's say again, 10 men have relations with an Arab ruler. So but so how does that happen? So 10 men have relations with so again, physiologically, her semen are intact. Now, what is the liability for those men? So the verse says, the first thing he says, they're all liable to steal. I want to say, now, why are they all liable to steal? Because the halacha teaches is that all of them have relations with a nahara of Russia. Because since the soap is the line to the Sila, there's all kinds of steal. Rabbi already says, no. I mean, from the Sila, it's really kind of natural. The first guy is kind of Sila, because he had a relationship with an Arab but again, even in America, so recognizes usually Dhamma as a balance of love. Therefore, after that first act, therefore, what's no longer the Sila. So the rest of the guys are high. What are they high for? Adultery. But the high for regular adultery, regular adultery. Right? So the high for regular adultery, which is not punishable again by Sila, only punishable by incredible. So the brother says, each point to say from his nose, as I think we have important point. Ultimately, again, we says, he lost some. So let's almost give us. We'll deal with it actually just a moment.
Your next fucking goes by the name of Lorenzo Tyree.
Right? So Rabbi Omer, so Rabbi says, Rabbi says that her liabilities with Tefillah. What does that mean? Hey Omer, Omer says, Mike, what does Rabbi say? I'm going to put it in the Yeshua, Rabbi to be Shmos. Rabbi has to be Shmos. What is the Shmos? And the Amar, Arusa, Yatsa, L'Seifa, Lo Yeshua. So let's say it was only in Arusa Baskin, it was only in Arusa Baskin, ultimately again it was subject to Seifa, not in the Surah. Not in the Surah. The Hakikah is what it means to say. In Tchilas, we have business, the Seifa, the Idach, the Hana. So let's say if a Baskin who's in Arusa has relations with someone, the first man with whom she has relations with, that's the Seifa. And his subsequent acts of relations ultimately again will be the same. So then what's that case? That's when you can so the first man that has relations with the Bas Kohen, the Arisa Bas Kohen, he's going to be punished by Seifa. The rest of them, even though she's still physiologically a Yisrael, will be treated like regular people, and therefore again for that. So you want to see my thing, well, what's the thing? So you want to see Kiyasan, Mahasim, Kiyasan, Kiyasan, just of course, talking about a various activity, often now we just see that Shia, so to we're talking about an initial act of Amalei, Rabbi Barbaye, Mar Lo Hafiyah, so he said that Rabbi is my Rabbi is going to say this, right? So I'm not Rabbi Yosef, who did he say? Rabbi Yosef, so Rabbi coming there, Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi, the Amar, he says, he saw so the kind of ultimately again, because Rabbi Yosef, how can you ultimately again? How can you have so Rashi points out to go to Rashi says Rabbi Yosef, the Amar Bas Kohen Nesua L'Kasher B'Seifa. Al Anisas Dachamid Apsu, which was his Rabbi holds the following. You see, Rashi is two lines of the Bible. It's a Bas Kohen, right? That only when is there slave by a Bas Kohen, so only if she is married to a person who is however, again, about when you say the Dachamid Apsu, she is Kalma L'Shas, but let's say a Bas Kohen is married to a person, to a source. That's married to a Mamzer. If you're married to someone who's apostle, therefore, what did Rashi? She was Kalma L'Shas Nisuin, Shul B'Jaya Ela B'Kona, by Tila B'Kona Rabbi. So let's say Rabbi calls it a mayor. What is it a mayor say? The mayor says like this. The mayor says, when is there a unique punishment for Arisa Bas Kohen only when she's married or has innocent to someone who's kosher. But if she was innocent to someone who's kosher, let's say when she married a man, in which case one, she's already quote unquote blood, for fame. So therefore, again, the unique punishment of straight like Bas Kohen doesn't apply. So he says the Chenek, and therefore it's still adultery, but it's regular adultery, only the Chenek. All the other things to say, in Tchilas, Achalas of Biznus is Sreifa. If Halach remains the person she was preparing, was to the act of adultery, then there's a fee of Sreifa. But if technically speaking she was already preparing how? Through an illegal marriage, then a man who commits adultery with her will only be highly punished, not Sreifa. Don't say Idach, and then right Idach, and again, we'll say ultimately again the other case like that's what you remind us. So we'll say ultimately again what's the case of what's the case how can no couple ela Akilas the law Akilas the husband of Akilas beyond the couple. So we'll say so again about the way so what is the difference? What is that coming from Zion? Covers on that. The case of this section, and with Tchilas Shum Davash Metaber, with Tchilas Kilo Mihar. So this is what I'm kind of interesting. Have to take a few different cases. So the case ultimately again of now it's supposed to come together. So now I'm Rasa. Sorry, that's separation. Now I'm Rasa. So what do we have now I'm Rasa? So I tell you is that now I'm Rasa for the unique quality of what? Of skills. Right? A man has a relationship for now I'm Rasa with a girl betrothed to someone else. Do you know what? Don't you know when he carries on the blood? The penalty of? Not everyone else is easy, but again, it's all these criteria. Number one, Nara. Number two, Nurasa. Number three, base Aviyah. Base Allah Kamaisa, again, if you have those criteria, then Allah Kamaisa is anything else is going to be fun. What else do you learn? You also learn that Allah Kamaisa, if there's an act of Yadidanta, then it's interpreted. Therefore, if again there are multiple acts of adultery, it's a lesson and all usually Yadidanta. But the first guy will get Shula, subsequent people will get Shula. Interesting enough, the Gemara reverts back and also to Baskol. When is a bas kohen, or adultery, only once again, only if it's innocent, only innocent, and again, only the first person have which it's the same thing. If there's Bishop of America with a bas kohen, so the first thing will be chayiv, subsequently will be chayiv, but interestingly enough, another detail by bas kohen is occurring. When is there only in what? When that first act is what profaned people. And if she was already profaned, how was she already profaned? Illegal marriage. She's married to a mamzer. In our local relation, we don't talk about her father. Rather, we treat it as a regular act of adultery and marriage relationship. As the Most High, right. So I say, let's wrap this. 9:30, let's do 9:55, 25 minutes of breakfast, 9:55 back here in the stretches, till 11 o'clock morning stage. Careful with this.
I don't know if you guys heard, but Dr. Phil just said he thought it was one of those gas station doorways. Stood there waiting. Let's reset, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Kiltony debut, I do believe. One more time for Sion Lazar, everybody.
Well, I just came from Shanghai. I'm sorry if some of my humor doesn't land, but I'm used to talking to people who don't speak English. So if you don't mind, I'm going to talk a little bit about some Chinese problems that you people think that they don't drive well over here. You should see how they walk. There's this one guy, he walked into me about 10 times. It's kind of like those remote cars when they bump into something. They don't even look up from their phone. They just keep on bouncing into your ass until you just burn out. The other problem is they got a lot of metrosexuals out there. Does anyone know what a metrosexual is? If you don't know what a metrosexual is, calm down, Americans, calm down. Stand on your head and calm down. Like the police say, put your hands in the air, stand on your head and calm down. Calm down, sir. You need to go. No, what they do is in the metro, if you're walking around and you don't know what a metrosexual is, just watch who's bouncing off of the police.
Sion, where are you from?
I'm originally actually from Texas, but most of my life Mediterranean.
The Mediterranean Sea?
In Mediterranean area, yeah, Greece.
How old were you when you moved to the Mediterranean Sea?
19.
19. And how old are you now?
I'm 34.
34. So, oh my God. In 15 years, okay, guys, Jesus. I see why you've been to the Mediterranean. Germans everywhere. So in 15 years, you're saying that accent's real?
Well, you work on it, you know, it's not perfect. You polish it and you sleep on it, and it is what it is. I don't know what to say.
No, I think you're reversed. I think he's saying that the accent you have now, what you're saying, oh yeah, he thinks you think that he's saying that you're trying to achieve a better American accent, and you're working on that. He's saying that you lived here for 19 straight years first, and definitely didn't speak the way you're speaking now, and then you picked up a heavy accent from the Mediterranean over the last 15 years, which is peculiar. This is like me coming back from the 2-week vacation
vacation. I took last year to Rome and be coming back like, how's everybody doing? I don't even know what you talk about. It's good to be at home to America. Benvenuto Americanci.
It's like how you say cucumber. If you understand me, I don't.
You hear these metrosexual? I've been in the Mediterranean for about 15 years. I was born in Texas. Can you hear the Texas in my accent?
We like a and not an English teacher, by the way.
I was born there with a barbecue that flies like a wings. You never smell a man for his wing.
Go get the bed. Fuck the dog. Who's ever the owner? And they can bump into something. What the fuck was that? The only accent they know is Italian. It's strange.
Well, I mean,
If you got a rhythm and continue, gentlemen, I'm enjoying myself.
so the accent you can label that more as Greek.
No, probably more Israeli, actually.
Okay.
I speak Hebrew. I speak a little Greek and Turkish.
Okay.
Yeah, didn't take him long to bring it up, did it?
Yeah, baby. It's dog.
That is tonight's Honey Nut Cheerios joke of the night.
So, Sion, I gotta give you credit. Out of all the interviews out of the bucket I had tonight, you do seem like the most interesting at answering questions. It seems as though you have some life experience. What have you been doing over there? What made you leave Texas and go to the Mediterranean?
Oh, well, I teach English. I focus on the adjectives more than the nouns, if that makes any sense.
This is incredible.
But not the pronouns. Over in America, things are very strange pronoun-wise. Go on.
Tell us about that. Tell us about that. You have global knowledge. It's good what you're saying so that Americans can hear it. Go ahead.
Well, so you see, you have the he, and then you have the she. But sometimes, in certain circumstances, the she or she will decide he would like to try the other side. So he looks at the doctor, and the doctor says, "Turn around." And then he examines the size. That's the first thing. And if it's too large, then he needs special equipment. But sometimes it's normal. And in that case, he just says, continue with what you're doing, put on the lipstick, and good to go. Anyway, to the bride and groom. Yes. Worst winning speech of all time. Can you imagine your best friend's getting married and he's over here going, hey, let's get the toe, let's go to meet Zelda in the parking lot for some rub and tug. What the fuck was that?
I'm sorry, I drank a picture of a tequila pineapple. It is true. It is not the direction I thought things were going to go, but I found it hypnotizing. So you teach English in all those different places, and you kind of just go wherever you want.
Yeah, well, yes, that's the way it is. It's kind of addictive, actually. Once you start traveling, you just won't stop. You just keep running away forever. And you convince people that this is the way Americans speak. So wherever I'm teaching, they're going to talk like me.
And wherever you're teaching, you're going to talk like them.
You have to assimilate. You have to assimilate.
I don't want to say this is the one contestant tonight. Panelist asked, what do we call it? Bucket full that looks like he gets pussy.
That is true. Or dick.
You do well?
I've seen five movies.
You present like everything you're saying is so much more important than it really is.
You might not think it's funny. I'm going to go for like
You got me hooked. I'm like, what happens to the energy?
It comes from Genesis chapter 6. And they knew that they were naked. And they hid
God agrees. We are getting word that God agrees with you.
Christians, what are you fucking Christians?
Zion. Go ahead, Don Neil.
Do you do drugs? Excuse me? Do you do drugs? Like, are you a casual weed smoker? No, I live in China.
You live in China now, too?
Yeah, I live in China now. Oh, I live in China so long. I don't like it now. I need English.
What's up?
Can you imagine? Have you ever heard a white guy with a Chinese accent? This guy was born in fucking Texas. It could happen. And I wanted to. What'd you say?
If there's any Chinese people, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we don't have a very small Chinese.
How dare you say there's Chinese people in Texas? I talk about that. Not here, actually. Is this a clan meeting? What the?
All right, Zion, relax.
Excuse me.
Clan meeting, perhaps. Okay, so Zion.
All right.
What does Zion mean?
Zion is like Zion, like in English.
So, you are Jewish?
Okay,
that's enough. There you go.
You said buckle up in Hebrew. Tomato, tomato, romano. You know what I'm saying? If I killed your guys, don't mess with me. All right. So, if we killed God, seriously, do you want to mess with the guy who killed God? I'm just saying. Is that what you use on a first date? Yeah, are you seeing two pussy? If they come at me with you killed God, I'm like, so why you want to fuck with the motherfucker who killed God? You know, it's pretty badass, if you ask me.
All right.
Sorry, like you put it on me. You put it on me. If I did, I'm God killer. I'm gonna put that on my fucking sweatshirt.
Here you go. Here's a medium-sized joke with Zion.
Oh, thank you.
Zion. There he goes, everybody. Here he goes. Thank you.
Thank you for the conversation.
Those doors will open up automatically if you just stand a lot of handshakes. All right. There they go. Thank you. Just one more time for Zion, everybody. All right. Okay. We have one last bucket pull. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Layla Ingalls, everybody. We know Layla. She's been on this show before.
Hi guys. Hey mothership, it's good to be here. I've always had a nervous energy about me my whole life, but stand-up has helped me a lot. It's a huge confidence boost. Sometimes after I get off stage now, people come up to me and they'll be like, "Oh, no, look what you said." And that makes me feel good because they're making hiccups. Sick. A little bit about me. I can't watch Kevin anything to do with my dad. He's Muslim with my dad. I have been single now for like 13 or 14 months. I don't remember exactly. I'll have to recount the slits on my wrist. It's been 14. I was with a guy for 6 years, and then after 6 years, he told me he needed blonde hair and big boobs to come. And I was like, "Oh, you can cut your hair." Okay, thank you.
Welcome back, Layla. How's it going?
It's going good.
Were you going to say something else there?
No, it's going good. I just wish I had time to finish my joke. I'm sorry.
Do you want to do it?
Oh,
Let's do it.
really? It's kind of long.
How long is it?
It'll be no more than 40 seconds.
Okay, there you go. All right, sure. Let's do it. What do we got to lose at this point, Layla? Go right ahead.
He told me he needed blonde hair and big boobs to come. And I was like, "Well, we can cut your hair." I felt like the meow and everything. But,
Something in the air tonight. All right, Layla. That's one way to do it. Layla. Okay. Welcome back. It's been a while since you've been on the show. About a year, right?
I think it's been 2 years now.
There you go. How's life been going? If I remember correctly, you live in Ohio?
Yes. I still kind of live there, but I'm more like a Vagabond.
Look who it is. What up, baby?
Can we try to
Oh, that's a good question. Perhaps if we can switch dimensions. Are you ready to lose?
Is it true?
Yeah, theoretically. Are you ready to lose?
So this is literally how it works. You go ahead and summon up the spirit of the dead.
Dude, I'm gonna beat you so badly in this that you might cry.
This is someone who summons up the dead.
Dude, did you watch Bad Bunny? What were your thoughts? You didn't watch Bad Bunny? Dude, did you perform on Monday? Oh, are you fucking serious? Dude, did you perform on Monday? How'd you do?
I was just don't feel something too bad.
What do you mean filler? And you didn't use my joke? Dude, I don't understand why you don't use that joke. It's fucking hilarious. One of the greatest water bumps, perhaps. Oh, are you fucking serious? Zoot.
This is strange because I don't want to get changed like that, but I feel some pretty fucked up conspiracy theories that I don't pay too much.
All right, dude, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the fact that you performed on Monday and you said you were going to bomb. Did you bomb? Why won't you tell my joke? Yeah.
And no one remembers the name, character's name.
Right.
I told that character, someone, the next listing, the people in the front actually started listing the names of the other characters and all this stuff. I wasn't expecting that. I got accused of that.
Good job, dude. That's funny. What are the names of those fucking things?
And then they laughed because I said, I forgot the main character was Lucha.
Was it an illusion? Or was it a wheelchair?
The first movie is in Lucha.
Right. All right. I mean, that movie sucks.
That movie doesn't suck.
It's boring. I don't know. Maybe it's not. I couldn't get into it, but maybe in the future I will.
I think the problem is Avatar.
Zoot, tell me what you think the problem with Avatar is.
James Cameron is taking a huge risk to tie all the five movies together, and he doesn't know if he never knows if they're going to make enough money so he can make the movies. So he's not really that prepared to make.
Dude, he knows that they're gonna make money. He just says that to build a hype. Get up. Get up.
You know the other issue is?
What's the other issue, big dog?
When the Avatar movie is done, he would have spent the last 30 years of his career on that franchise and not made any other movie.
All right, but he'll be a billionaire. So does it really fucking matter to him?
But he is stuck in that franchise.
All right, well, he's kind of okay with it.
I guess he got off the
Yeah, I mean, like, how much bigger do you want him to be?
But Transformers as well. Not Transformers, Terminator.
That's true.
James Cameron Transformers movie.
But that's Michael Bay, big dog.
Yeah, Michael Bay's great.
Why do you say so?
He was an excellent.
Okay. Well, dude, I have a question for you. When are you going to tell my joke? Dude, when are you going to tell my fucking joke? Who the fuck is that? Dude, what are you, who the fuck is Abby Chatfield?
Like an extreme liberal feminist in Australia. So like, she's probably the most hated woman in Australia.
Do you think you're gonna do well? Looks like your shot sucked.
Well, actually, the woman who got pregnant by 11-year-old is the teacher who got pregnant by 11-year-old. Head of person in Australia right now.
How hot is she? 0 to 10.
Oh my god.
The teacher, dude.
She impregnated a 12-year-old, 11-year-old.
How is she able to impregnate an 11-year-old?
Right, so she got impregnated by 11-year-old.
Right, how hot is she?
I am not attracted to her.
I didn't say you have to be attracted to her. Rate her from 0 to 10. I don't give a shit if you're attracted to her.
I'm not.
I know. I don't care if you are or not. Rate her objectively as best you can. How hot is she?
So what we have over here is O, summoning up the dead through the armpits.
Right.
Yidoni, summoning up the dead through the mouth, although we see it's a bone in the mouth. And apparently Chover is summoning up groups of
That's great.
It's not creepy at all. You can say that she's a bad person, but she's attractive.
So apparently again, this act of summoning up a group of shade
I can say that she was my age that
So she's super hot.
So this refers to Chover Godol. What's a Chover Godol? So Rashi says over here, this refers to some types
So this bitch is like an 8.
Animals, right? Like an animal whisperer, right? Someone who's gathering up groups of animals with some type of incantation. This is Chover Gadol, Becher Chover Katan. Or even if you're just summoning up a small group of animals, even if you're summoning up snakes and scorpions. Amrabaye, Tilcha, Man did summon Zibura Va'akrava, Atagat the Kamachavin, Zololisku Asa. So therefore, was like even if someone who goes ahead and uses sorcery to go ahead and gather together Zibura Abi and scorpions. Now, why am I using sorcery to gather together bees and scorpions? Because I don't want them to harm me. So here, my kavana is not really for sorcery purposes.
have you tried it?
No one knows who that is. Zoot, did you watch Bad Bunny?
So I'm using some sorcery to go ahead.
Why not?
And gather up a bee and a scorpion.
Because I'm dying.
So also,
Why are you dying, dog?
sorcery to go ahead and gather any kind of animals is going to be problematic.
Everyone's dying.
Not necessarily. There might be some people out there who aren't dying. They're actually getting stronger and healthier. Dog, that was some bullshit. I can't believe you tied it again.
I don't want to put myself in dying. I think that could be fucking emotional.
Okay, I mean, that's a cool story, but that's a shitty shot. I'm telling you right now, that's one of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to witness. But look how good this shot is, Zoot.
But rather, it's about what's occurring inside of your heart.
Why you take so fucking long to play shots? That's the greatest mystery in life. Look at this shot, Zoot. Zoot, I just ended it. Champion. Zoot, champion. I hit it at the buzzer, baby. It's over for you. Oh, I thought the game was over. So do I. Thank you, dog.
That's not Megade. So because the ikar of Megade is really what's happening in your heart, and the verbal expression is kind of just the actual
No, you fucked up. You're gonna fuck me if you don't hit that corner. Dude, that was an amazing shot.
Action really has to be something significant.
Why would you do a shot?
Why not? Because I've got the lead. Oh, that's a big shot, Zoot.
Be better.
And the verbal expression is just like the icing on the cake. But in general, you need a little nice. It's like there's a tremendous. There's a tremendous
Zoot. Zoot, you have 7 shots. Hit it in the water. Hit it in the water. Hit it in the water.
You need a nice song. You need a nice song. You have to do.
You didn't even have to do that.
Was Chelsea there Monday night?
What you say.
She was?
What matters?
Was your pussy wet?
What you do. I will say this is like a tremendous thing.
What kind of shot is this? Dude, you're fucked. Dude, it's over for you, son. Terrible shot. Dude, you're done, son. Dude, you're done. You need the best shot ever. It would have been better to just kind of pitch out. You're done. You're done. That's not good. You're done. Oh, you could have hit the tree and went in. But you didn't. Dog, yet another fucking win. Yet another fucking win, dude. Yet another fucking win. Zoo. What happened, baby? Oh, so your ex-girlfriend came? Oh, that's tight. Are you happy about it? Okay. You gonna munch your box? Are you going to munch her box? Are you going to perform cunnilingus on this bitch? Okay. I mean, on what are you waiting, baby? Yeah. Why is she in a tough spot, big dog? Oh, she's transitioning jobs. Okay, what does she do for a living? What does she do for a living? What? Oh, okay. All right. So, what's she transitioning to? So, what is she transitioning to? What is she transitioning to, dog? Well, don't you think that'd be a good thing to learn? She's transitioning from receptionist to what? She's transitioning from what? She's transitioning from what to what, Zoo? Hold on, baby. I will. I'm just a little busy doing something right now, but you're gonna have an invite really fucking soon. Are you fucking excited? Have you ever been more excited in your entire fucking life? Okay, what's the most you've ever been excited in your entire fucking life? Dog, I just asked you a fucking question, and I haven't heard a fucking answer. What is the thing that for which you've been most excited in your life?
Must have covered my lot.
Yeah, Doug, that's what I just asked you.
When I go, what movie came out in 2012? Big movie coming out.
There's no nice involved in it, so it's fascinating. Now, when it comes to Avis, the essence of Avis is really acidity. And if I look at myself, there's more stuff in practice, not even from me, like I said. It was also
A lot.
so often we see things, and we become inspired by the things that we see. But it's important to understand.
Yes. What? I heard you say something about 2012. What happened in 2012 that made you so fucking excited? Dude, are you ready for an invitation? Right. I bet you thought the world was going to end. Dude, you have an invitation.
This was New Year's 2012. I was
Dude, stop. Accept my invitation and then tell me the story.
And then I was 16. And this girl just randomly comes up near the water. This girl just randomly comes up and I was like, "You want to be my New Year kiss?" And I was like, "Yeah, why not?" And then I did that, right? And I fucked up, though, because I had the house. Not by her. And then I go down here, get with another girl, and then on the way home on the tram, I get this other. I see my friend going to like 10, 11. She comes up and hugs me. And then I met her friend, and then I kissed her friend, and I kissed 3 girls in that one 2012.
And is that how you got super? Is that where you were patient 0 for super gonorrhea? When are you going? Big Dog, when are you going to get tested for super gonorrhea? What's that, baby?
I cannot remember a single one of those girls' names.
Okay.
I can't.
And they gave you super gonorrhea.
I could not. Yeah, I had like 3 girls on that 2012, so it's cool. I can't remember any of their names, and I had the house to myself, and I was not starting off with any of them over.
Okay. And you contracted super gonorrhea. Zoo, when are you going to get tested for super gonorrhea? Are you really?
Yeah.
No, you're not. Dude, it's not that you don't have it. You created it, son. Doug, you created super gonorrhea. Dude, what are your thoughts on being the founder of super gonorrhea? No, that's not something that I want to do. No.
So nice, right, again.
Okay, I mean that's a cool story. You know what would be even cooler if you hit this fucking ball.
I mean, you told about the good as well. Whenever I'm not working for STI.
What would you call your STD or STI? I'd call mine swamp crotch. Your pelvic area smells like a bog.
Furthermore, again, apparently it doesn't work on Shabbos. Okay? This shall will go less, but if you summon up the dead to a skull, Ola Kidako, the spirits come up in the normal way, the Ola the Shabbos. And ultimately, again, and they come up with Shabbos.
What up, Zoot? Oh yeah, for sure. It's known as memory erasure.
It means again, ultimately, the dead answer and communicate in a normal way, and also communicate with this. Okay? So I'll say the rest of an incredible story over there. So I'll say Turnus Lupus.
Zoot, are you ready for one of the greatest?
Right? Also went ahead and reached that all.
Would the memory be stolen somewhere?
It depends how the system is set up. No way you make this. No way you make this.
Says you Jews say that Shabbos is a unique day. What makes Shabbos so special? What makes Shabbos so special today? Amarlo, you not get him good.
Here's the problem with that, right?
What's the problem, Zoot?
You're asking why Shabbos is more special than other days.
What if people start confusing someone like just what they memory
I mean, that could happen.
My ruler appointed me as a fresh of a person. That's what makes me Tushabi Kiva standard. Shabbos Nami Imaritzah. Okay, so your ruler said that you're kosher, that's why you're kosher. So our ruler said that Shabbos is kosher. Because our ruler said that Shabbos is kosher, that's why Shabbos is kosher. I'm really healthy coming out of that.
Oh no, Zoot. Zoot.
I'm asking how do you choose
water. Easily in the water. Oh, get in.
How do you know? I'm on the road, listen to this verse. Shabby Kiva said like this. Sorry, Kiva.
That's the storyline for Cycle Pro that was like from Australia. And there was a guy
Shabbos was tranquil. Like,
he was like attempted murder, but he got just to go away with it.
What's this now?
The cycle from Australia storyline was a guy had an agent,
Right.
but he was attempted murder, still got away with it.
Okay.
And then his memory came back later.
Why would you not try to score, dude? Try to score. Just terrible. Terrible shot choices on your part.
I feel that people staying trials
I mean, it's like a mental issue. You could be found not guilty by reason of insanity, perhaps. I mean, that's what you call it in the United States.
You have to be insane, but when you committed the crime.
All right, baby. I'm just telling you what it's called in the United States. But look at this shot, Zoot. Did you see that, baby?
Has anyone gone to trial that has amnesia?
Yeah, I'm sure a ton of people.
לדורשל הניסים, what is דורשל הניסים? זה המעריב עצמו בכל בכל המבריס הקלוס, כדי שתשרה
So look at this shot.
who starts himself.
Rabbi.
Yeah, baby.
So why does he do this? In order that the spirits will rest upon him and be able to
Those are time I work out for 30 seconds. I did not know who I was.
Okay. That's a cool story, dog.
Do you want to know what?
Yeah, what was it like, big guy?
It was like 30 seconds. So it's like I knew what SpongeBob was and I knew what Carl Simpson was. But I didn't know I was trying to work out I knew who Bart Simpson was and who SpongeBob was.
Who's Bart Simpson? Who's Bart Simpson?
Bart Simpson.
Oh, okay. You were saying Bart Simpson. Dude, did you know you just lost yet again, son? That's 3 games in a row. All right, dude, give me a moment. Go ahead. I mean, scale of 0 to 10. How cool was it?
7.
All right. How could it have been cooler? You wanted your amnesia to keep going? For how long? You think that amnesia builds character? Dog, are you fucking serious? Why do you think you have to figure out who you are? Why do you think you have to figure out who you are?
You gotta figure out who you are, what you've done in the past. You gotta work it out.
Was it the coolest shit of all time?
Imagine you wake up to amnesia and you learn Rabbi that you're the most viral streamer of all time.
Well, I mean, that's obvious, dog. Tell me something I don't know.
But imagine you wake up and it's like, wake up and you're like, what was I doing for the last 5, 6 years? And you're like, oh shit, I'm streaming my life. Alright. And then I come and chat and I'm just like, what was I doing for it? Rabbi, you know what's cool if you wake up with amnesia? You could stream the whole thing.
Yeah, do you think that'd be baller as fuck?
You just wake up tomorrow, you can get amnesia, and then you just remember, you can go through the whole stream and remember everything.
Would you be happy? Would you be happy with that?
I mean, you'd be confused.
Why do you think you'd be confused?
Because you won't remember it.
How do you know you wouldn't remember it? Because you have amnesia. All right.
You won't remember everything. So you just watching the stream like
Okay. Now, are you absolutely positive that that's how it works? Just everything that you're saying. Like, are you sure that with amnesia you forget everything? Why are you so sure? Why are you so sure that you forget everything? Okay, like what? Okay, would you forget the names of people?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Why are you so sure?
Because when I experienced it, I had no memory of my own name.
So you're absolutely positive? I mean, couldn't you just have, like, selective amnesia? Couldn't you just have selective amnesia?
Like that.
What'd you say, Pimp?
Old memory could be selective.
I mean, who knows? You're the amnesia guy.
I think amnesia is.
Do you think that amnesia is?
Rare.
Alright, you think it's rare. Do you think it really exists?
Yes.
Okay. Are you absolutely 100% sure of it?
Yeah.
Have you ever been more sure of anything in your life?
I mean, people have that much.
Right.
There's different types of amnesia.
Okay. That's cool. It's whatever you want it to be, baby.
And there's Alzheimer's, there's dementia,
So do you remember that you've lost 3 straight games?
Yep.
All right, you ready for your invite for number 4? Okay. So you have an invitation. Zoot, you have an invitation.
All right, you could say ADHD on top of that.
Okay, cool. I mean, couldn't you say it's a type of anything? Couldn't you say anything's a type of anything? Oh, that was so close to not being good.
Bro, you can't say God is a God is human.
Dude, I'm gonna knock your ball. Maybe in the water.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, baby.
Is it wrong to tier list the Google characters?
Oh, like, no, not necessarily.
I shall bring them home to Shalom and Bekaro, and the schools of our home soldiers may be successful.
Dude, what are you gonna do? That's a terrible shot.
All right, the most like, let's begin. Today's daf. Today's daf is Samech Dalit. Right? Yeah, Samech Dalit. Good. Correct? Good. All right, fantastic. All right, so we left off. I don't know, when was the last time we did? About a week ago. Feels like, all right, you're right, Baruch Hashem, on, okay. All right, So it says we're picking up on the bottom.
Yeah, baby, go ahead. Don't make this shot. That's a terrible shot. Too hard, too fast. Wrong angle. That's a miss. It's a miss. You mean like in what year?
Yeah. Here we go.
Well, Torah generally seen it's the end of Deuteronomy, and it's when Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses dies, right before the Jewish people go into the Promised Land. So if you want to know a date, it's about like 1,000 of the before the Common Era.
So why did they worship it?
Like about 1,000 of the Common Era, of the before the Common Era. Look at the shot, dude. Look at are you fucking serious? That was garbage.
Says, what is the fundamental difference between Avodah Zarah and Avodah Hashem? Where are we going to idolatry and the Yiddishkeit, the Avodah, is to make ourselves in Hashem's image. Avodah Zarah.
Well, before the Common Era would be what you consider BC. Common Era would be what you consider AD.
And then create a framework which
no, it means it's Latin for Anno Domini, which means in the year of our L and then O and then R and then D.
So they create a system.
L and then O and then R and then D,
which allows them ultimately to do the things that they want to do. The whole concept of Avodas Hashem is that life doesn't begin by deciding what do I want. Life begins by deciding what I should borrow for. Ramchal says in his introduction, Ramchal says that there's a fundamental shayla that a yid has to ask himself. What's the fundamental shayla?
So did you know that you're down a lot?
Not what makes me happy. What do I want out of life?
Yeah.
What is my obligation? Because as a yid, I have a very simple obligation, which is to serve the Ribono Shel Olam, and to fit myself into his box, not to go ahead and fit him into my box. Fundamentally, so he says in the name of Rabbi,
where? Right before entering the Promised Land, to the land of Israel. The exact location is not known, but it's assumed near the Jordan River and perhaps just on the cusp of what is today modern day Israel.
Now comes Master Risharshio. Risharshio is the Kasha.
But if you're looking for an exact location, it is not known. But it is known that it was not in Israel. So it was not in today, what's today modern day Israel. It was outside of that.
So that's going to be a pretty intense connection to have all those
absolutely. He was essentially adopted by the daughter of the Pharaoh.
It was just a matter.
He was found in a basket of reeds. Oh, fuck you, Zoo. Fuck you, Zoo. I shouldn't have helped you there. I should not have helped you there. I should not have helped you. Is Australia in the Bible? No. Neither is North America. Neither is North America, neither South America, neither is Antarctica.
Helping out those who had voted by family in Yerushalayim again was plagued by famine and Syria under siege.
Dude, don't fucking mess this up. Don't mess this up. No.
One time, he came across a child, and the child never was holding
No.
and like laying in a garbage dump. Mary Stein. I don't know, he's a schwacher.
Dude, fuck you, Zoot. Fuck you. Are you? Antarctica's not in Torah, dog.
You said North America. North America.
No.
Member of this. The boy says, tell me, if I'm willing to teach you something, like that will save your life, are you willing to learn it?
Dude, I have a very good question for you. Do you know anybody who's been to Tasmania? Yeah, do you know anybody who's been to Tasmania? What do people do in Tasmania? Have you ever are you familiar with the comedy of Tasmania? Have you ever known a comedian from Tasmania? Yeah. Is he funny? Do you think he's funny? Is it good? Dude, I have a question for you. And this might be one of the great questions in the history of humankind. Why didn't you watch Kill Tony this week?
As we said before, originally, when we first started with I was going to justify their lifestyle.
You weren't busy.
We got into it, and ultimately, again, we clung to it, we leaned to it. We became very close.
You were not on Kill Tony this week. Don't BS me, dog.
How does it refer to Elio?
Let's give it
Yep.
That's not the normal appellation, right? Normally it's Elio.
You think I will?
Again? Yes. Tony Hinchcliffe was married to an Australian woman. Melbourne, definitely. And I think Sydney.
People often think that sickness means to work on yourself, sickness means to go ahead and work on your own looking. That's really true. Every person's working on their own looking.
Yeah. You mean is it available on YouTube? Absolutely, big dog. Why haven't you watched it? Exactly. Why haven't you watched it? Zoot, share your screen. I'll watch it with you.
How long did you eat a dragon? I had about a dragon.
Like 6 years ago.
What do you mean? How long did you drink?
Dude, do you hear me? Let's watch Kill Tony together, baby. All right, well, turn on the whole episode, dog. Why not? Why don't you want to watch it? No, you couldn't have.
Yeah.
They came to Australia before you were 21, maybe. Oh, okay. So, okay, you were 23, dog. Well, maybe. I mean, do you really think that you would have done well? Yeah, back then.
And they said, if the would only visit suffering upon us is to give us the star. You know what? You keep the suffering, and you keep the star also. You gave us the same Sahara for our Zara.
Oh, shit,
Dog, you're shit now. I know, and that is absolutely fucking shocking to me and the rest of the world.
Was a second white line. So Chazal, they decided that the
Yeah, do you know? Some unfunny schmuck? Someone who's unfunny?
What did it say on the note? What did it say on the note? MS. Which was a way of saying
My God was 20 years ago.
What you're saying is good. I understand that it is time to remove
Do you think is she Indian? Is she scale her from 0 to 10?
What you're saying is good. What you're saying is correct.
No, how hot is this bitch? Okay, that's legal, baby. Not really. Okay.
This was during the times of the Beis Hamikdash. So first of all, just in general, how incredible is it to learn a Gemara about the Beis Hamikdash when we sit here together in Yerushalayim Kodesh, just a few steps away from where the time is
Scale of 0 to 10, this bitch. Okay, and I'm gonna tell you if she's hot. And then I'm gonna look up the teacher. I don't care. That's totally fine. And she would want to fuck if we met. And it would be legal and there'd be nothing wrong with it. Okay, well, you're not going to have the same opportunities that I will. All right, baby. Okay, well, that's basically on you. What's this bitch's name?
Cushy, Shen, Cuff.
Fiery Lion Cup. Fiery Lion Cup. And that Fiery Lion Cup.
Is it Kushie?
It's right after the Holy Police.
And then how do you spell her last name? Oh, I found her. Dude, she's super cute. She's super cute. She is Indian. So she put you through? All right. Dude, she's cute. There's nothing wrong with her. We just know that her taste in comedy sucks. But she's a good-looking girl. Shout out to her. See a picture of her mom. No one knows. All right, now what's the name of this? What's the name of this Australian teacher? What's her name?
So we'll say so. Pause here for just a second. Pause it. No one would Doesn't matter. It's okay.
Dude, what's this bitch's name?
We always make it fit. So let's say
Dog, you even said that she's the most hated person in all of fucking Australia.
Where does it live? Where does it live?
And that you would have fucked her when you were 11.
At the end of the day, sometimes
You said you would have been tempted, or you probably would have done the same thing as this person.
And we think that those things are coming. And we think that those things come from an impure place. They don't. They come from the Kodesh HaKadoshim. They come from the Holy of Holies. Kodesh HaKadoshim gives us our struggles. Not to bring us down, but just the opposite. To give us the opportunity to work on ourselves. And to lift ourselves up. Your wants, your desires, your lusts, your proclivities, your Saharas, those are Kodesh HaKadoshim. Because it's those struggles that will make you the greatest version of yourself. It's the ability to transcend those things.
Dog, what is this bitch's name?
You know what life without struggle is called? Life without struggle is called? Death. Like, you're dead. You're dead. Right? If you're not struggling with something, the chances are
Dog, you sound like you're in a fucking pipe. You sound like you're in a fucking pipe. Dog, her name is Miami Craig? Omi Craig? Naomi Craig. You think she's hot?
You don't fight hard enough. You just don't fight hard enough. You just get in. You just get in. Or when the battle becomes a little too acute, you just kneel. You just surrender. We don't have to surrender. We never have to surrender. We're so much stronger than we give ourselves credit for. So the Yitzhahara, like every single other Yitzhahara we possess, doesn't leave your hand on. It leaves the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Because the challenges we have at 12, it gives them to us only to allow ourselves to become the best version of ourselves. And that's what I will say. That's why when they're wrestling the lion cub, so to speak, the lion cub of the Avodah, and the little hair falls off, and they're worried about Kishon having Rachmanis, because the emotional loves being Sahara. Sounds strange. Why does love being Sahara? Because he keeps us moving. Because he created it. Because he was like, the Sahara is the Ribono Shel Olam's latest creation. Because it is the Sahara that is the engine of growth. So in that moment, when the Sahara is...
Dude, you think Naomi Craig is hot?
So it's almost as if Chazal is concerning
Okay, wait, you just said yeah, dog. Now I gotta check this bitch out. Oh yeah, dog. You just said that this bitch is hot. Dog. I'm gonna look up this bitch right now. Okay.
Gets me to do stuff that I shouldn't be doing. But he's really my best friend in the world because if I can conquer him, which I can, if I can overcome him, which I can, that's when I encounter my greatest self. Most incredible human. Incredible Lord. Listen.
Zoot. I can't believe.
Just take it.
I'm about to look up this bitch.
Just take it where we are.
And if she's not hot, everybody's gonna laugh at you. But if she is hot, oh, she is a bad person.
So enemies of
not bad. Then he gets out of Charles. No. Be fair, like fair. There's no situation fair. But
She's all right.
whether it's
Charles, no. Have things to do with her.
Did she actually have the baby?
Yeah.
Oh, that's wild shit.
So I said, they're not showing anything.
Yeah, that's a fucked up situation. What are they doing in Western Australia? That's a fucked up situation. What are they doing in Western Australia?
Let's go back. It says the Gemara. What do you mean?
I mean, why did they let this shit happen?
Good. So the Gemara said, good. So it's also like this. All these lots of them. So now that we see that, now that we see that, it's also like this. Now we recognize that obviously this is right?
How did they find out it was the kid's child? Oh, wow, that's fucked up. I mean, I get it. That is a fucked up situation, Zoo.
Why they running to worship everything? We can't relate to it because the Sahara for this Avodah Zarah was removed from us. That's what happened, was removed. So that's how we can't relate to it.
You didn't even know that you could get someone pregnant? It's a fucked up situation, dog. All right, well, thanks for telling me that. I appreciate all that unnecessary information, dude. Oh, definitely unnecessary, big dog.
Here was the issue. The problem is, once they took out all kinds of basic desire also for just reproduction,
All right.
procreation. You couldn't find a chicken that was willing to lay an egg. See what I'm saying? And so you said, let's remember again, all of these pushes and pulls.
Zoo, what's your favorite? Zoo, what's your favorite Beatles song?
Is a corruption of a natural desire for intimacy, a natural desire for reproduction. So when you take that out of the world, you take away the negative stuff, but you also remove all of the positive as well. So they could not find an egg. It was like, how do you imagine?
I know it is.
You can't find eggs.
That's why I asked it, baby.
Guys going after that. I know it's like someone nice again, they couldn't find an egg. So the Gemara says,
okay, that's a good one. Why haven't you been on
That's not going to work, right? That's not going to work.
Twitter Spaces recently? Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Well, we're pimps, dog. We have similar taste in music.
They blinded the eye of the Sahara for last morality, and at least they had a partial benefit. What was a partial benefit? It was saying that a person doesn't have a desire for incest. Okay, it's helpful, right? This is one of those things, like you use the last right? And one of the great things.
What's my favorite star sign?
Most of us can see that, but we say to ourselves, I feel like I got this one down, right? Like, in other words, like, okay, well,
what do you mean? Like,
not that. So why is that? Because Chazal was successful in being able to remove at least that base of the basis level of immorality. That a person desires a whole bunch of stuff. At least when it comes to incest, that's not something that we desire. It's incredible.
Zoo, what do you mean?
This is incredible.
No one knows what you mean.
And this goes back to what I said before. Every Sahara that we have has the ability to prevail, but also has many positive uses.
I'm not funny, and here's my proof.
The natural and healthy and proper and published desire.
Dog, that's fucking hilarious. Dog, how funny is that?
There was a story of a non-Jewish.
What'd you say, Pam?
What did she do? She made a Kabbalah.
She made a Kabbalah. That will say, by the way, it's not like that, how incredible this is. See from here again, the importance of making Kabbalah. So she made a Kabbalah.
Yo, Pimp, what'd you say? Who am I? Am I following what? Am I following what? No, nobody follows that.
She got the Balpar, Charlotte Coleman, so they got the Balpar, right? So she's making her rounds, but she had her foot, she's making her rounds. And she says to the tell me, how do you worship this idol? So what happened? Amrullah says, I said to her, open Shabbos, the shows from Shekar, so you eat beets and you drink beer. So apparently that's a combustible combination, right? When you do that, it's making them candy for some, because they got to tell, right? So a nice again, beets and beer, and that's gonna cause the bowel. So it's interesting enough. So we talk about how many.
Oh, easily James McCann. Easily James McCann. Because he's like the only one I can name. Because he's like the only one I can name.
What's the right on what is like when it's like a stickle eruption.
He's big done.
So again, if you couldn't walk in there after eating peace and drinking beer and you manage like erupt in front of the idol, that's like that's giving me stuff. So this lady hears this, and after all of her Avodah Zarah, she says, right? So she said, you know what? I'm not gonna. You know what? I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna pass on this one. I'd rather get sick again than I can have to worship Avodah Zarah like this. So the Gemara says, how can this start in a thing and it's talking about so again? So ultimately, yes, I just want to point out. Just see if you think about this. Where does a form of worship like this come from? Like, in other words, Avodah Zarah, you can hear it. Okay, we can't relate to it because the Yitzhak is unique to us now. But my Sabal are like all the Avodah Zarahs we've encountered. Really get so also I want to point out this Soloveitchik makes an interesting observation. Soloveitchik says it's not so crazy. It does say you see a bracha to use the bathroom, right? You see the bracha Asher Yatzar. Why? Because we recognize the godliness and the ability for the body to work the right way. The person goes and uses the bathroom. You recognize again, something that's open closes up. Right? Something that's open closes up. Something that's closed opens up. Right? It's as simple as that. If something was to be open and it's closed, something that's closed and open, all right? So when I say again, we also make a bracha. So again, Avodah Zarah will say, if you notice, by the way, every single Avodah Zarah really is a very nuanced corruption of actually some important soul that we have in Yiddishkeit. At the end of the day, the woman says, like, I'm not doing this. Gemara says, Atan they saw in okay, and it's nothing about her. Semet Pasra. The Atan at taking my show, okay, and the state tomorrow is at Jukos. So we'll say, so again, but you Christ are not like that. Rather, again, even though you worship Avodah Zarah, ultimately, again, you weren't so attached, right? You were just generally attached to Baal Bahar. When it comes to when it comes to you claim like two cakes, like two cakes that came to each other as well. And it's talking about art, and some is how you do show. I cannot take them as well, okay, then you think about it. So what's happening? What's trying to tell like this? Even when Israel worship idolatry, you're never fully bought in. You are attached. Like the only way to bracelet, so the bracelet is on the roof, it's on her, right? But it's not totally attached. Right? So that was like probably both of those. In other words, so we're there, what we're doing it, we're not doing it. Some stuff to the spoil food, not came out deep. Even when you give worship to Holy God, and even when you give goes off the straight and narrow, at the end of the day, whatever else you're doing, it's dependent on you dabbling in. our uniqueness, our true connection to our Kodesh Baruch Hu is always the primary part of our relationship. You better learn about myself, the Savta, Ben Elon is a person's name. There was a guy by the name of Savta Ben Elon. Shehiskir Kamoro Lakinakis. He rented out his donkey for a non-Jewish woman. David Shehir apart. So he rented out his donkey. So what happens? So the lady's traveling. She gets the Balbar Amrlo. She said to him, Hamtain Adshe Currents to Eitzeg. Adshe Currents to Eitzeg. So she says, you know what? I want to make it deeper. I want to worship some more on the way. Right? So just wait for me over here. Okay? Amrlo. So she goes in, she comes out. Then the Jewish guy who's reading the donkey, he says, so he says to her, you know what, you went in the bar, you know, let me make a quick pit stop. Buy part also. Right? What happened? So she says to him, she says to the guy, to the donkey driver, aren't you a Yid? Someone says sometimes we need other people to remind us. But if we got to aren't you a Yid? How you worship in Baal? So he says to Amrullah, mind your business. But he said, what does it matter to you? So say, watch this. So what happened? The Jew goes in, he does his business, right? Ba'ar, defecates on the idol. Listen to this, getting interesting quotes. The kinoch, the chotmo. Then I was like, okay, he wiped himself on the nose of the Avodah Zarah. Right? So again, a little video mitzvah over here. And I was like, now the Pashtos, he was actually trying to do something disrespectful to the idol. And what happens? The priests of the are there, and they're like, oh, mamish, look at this guy. You've never seen someone who has worshipped the idol with such srizos, such ankos, right? Such Islam was he wiped himself on the nose of the Pakistan residents of here, right? When I say they could not believe what they were seeing in front of their eyes. Incredible. So once now, basically, the Gemara says that so apparently this Jew was actually trying to debase the Baal Par. But the Gemara says it doesn't work because again, if you defecate on Par, even though your intention is to debase the idol, but because that is the mode of worship, you're chayav for avodah zarah. So you can't do that. Similarly again, Hazorik ibn Markulis, Haresa Avodaso, Afagav Mechavi in the Mergame. So for example, say to Markulis, how do you worship Markulis? You throw a stone at it. So if you throw a stone at Markulis, but your intention is to debase the idol, so again, you're still happy for that because that is the mode of worship. Rabbi Menashe had a ka'azol of Beit Torsa, Amrullah Avodah Zarah would be Kayhafa. So what happened? Rabbi Menashe one time went to Bar Tarsa. They told him, oh, there's an Avodah Zarah here. So what did he do? Shagaveh, he took a clod of earth and he threw it at the idol. Amrullah Markulis. So he said to Rabbi Menashe, it's Markulis. You just threw a stone at Markulis. Now again, Rabbi Menashe's intention was what? To debase the idol. But it turned out that what did he do? He actually worshipped it. And not intentionally, but he worshipped it. Amrullah, Hazorik ibn Markulis, Tanan, Atchison was also shopping with Joshua. So Menashe ran to the nation. What should I do? Menashe, you're like in trouble over here. Because when I say we understand your intention was to debase the idol, but when I said at the end of the day, you went ahead and you worshipped it. He said, okay, no problem. I'll go back and I'll remove the stone. I'll remove the stone that I threw. So no. You can't remove stones from Markulis either. Because if you remove stones from Markulis, then what? Then the Lemaisa, if you remove it, you make room for more. So apparently part of the avodah of Markulis was to throw the stone, and then again after a certain point, the stones accumulate. So removal of the stones is also part of the avodah zarah. So you can't do that as Rabbi say. So what is here? What's the most skill list? What's the most skill? You can't finish those stories. Because sometimes once you throw stones, it's a little bit difficult to take them out. I would say, and again, with the sugi, depending how we began and how we ended is the same way. Evio, what is Evio called? Evio was called Evio at Tzaddik. Why is it called Tzaddik? Because the greatest sickness is when you reach out to your fellow Jew. How does the sugya end? Be careful when you throw stones. Because once at the end of the day, when you throw stones, You can't take them back. Once it's thrown, so let's say, I'm sure we'll pick up an answer by Rothschild once. Again, clearly he has his feelings about, certain segments of Islam that say, gathering that perhaps having like empathy for the hostages or for the soldiers or for the war. I will say, but in general, you have to be careful about the stones that you throw, whether they be actual stones or verbal stones. Because once you throw it, or once you say it, it's virtually impossible to look back. So Shlomo says, let's watch the question. I guess Ace the Shrunk Alpha and Blaze, Ace Rituals have a question we get from mental health. Shlomo has this question as well. There's a time to close those, there's a time to collect those. Be careful about this because once you throw it back, incredible. Mishnah. I know things out. Let's go back just for a few more minutes. I know things out in the moment. We'll say person now again, you have all this on. You have all this on Moda. Moda, the most it was child sacrifice. So now again, we're gonna get into it over here. I know things out in the moment. The person who's over his children for Moda. Eno Chayit, Ashim Shel Moda, V'Yavir Baish. You only Chayit until a person gives their children literally over to the priests of Moda and walks them in the fire. Masal Moda for Herebesh. If a person needs a child over to Moda, but a child wasn't walked through the fire, or had their days for a month in Moda, or given over to the fire, and wasn't given over to the priests. So that's how. In order to be Moda, apparently, in order to be by which the Moda can be used, number one, Moda was done with children. Number two, you have to give over to the priests of Moda, and number three, the child has to be walked through the fire. Now again, that process is really dangerous. That's interesting about that, because on one hand, we talk about Avodah Zarah, and now Mola is being singled down. So why is that? Mola Mola is not Avodah Zarah. That was what is that mean? Kisanya. After the Mola, after the Avodah Zarah, right. So what's interesting enough. So whether a person gave his child over to Mola, but different Avodah Zarah, it's going to be higher. The Mola is higher, the Mola. So what's that? What you make sure you have any like this. The only time that giving over one child is in form of Avodah Zarah, that's the Mola. So giving over one child over, let's say, to Baal Ba'ar, that's not the Avodah Zarah, because that's not the way that the idol is worshipped. I'm not buying. A lot of Shimon, when I live in this, I'm not going to have a lot of Shimon Hadav, a lot of Shimon was asking the second one that I need again. Mola is the Avodah Zarah that is worshipped through giving over a one's children. If a person gives over their child to any other idol, something that's good, like what the mice that's not Avodah Zarah. Any of them are giving it, any of them are giving it Omer, they came not up to call Hashem Mola. Why does there use Hashem Mola? What is Mola? What does Mola mean? So the Gemara says, Kol Shenichu Aleh. If you do Snor, after you do Pisa. So one violates Mola by going and accepting anything upon themselves as a deity. So I'll say this is a different understanding, but even Antigonus has a different understanding of Mola. His understanding of Mola is you accept any object as a god, like Mela, upon you, that is the Avodah Zarah of Mola. Even a slur, even a pebble, even a twig. Rabbi Amar Mola Adai Rabbi says in reality, whether or not there's such a thing as what we call a temporary or episodic Mola is the point of contention between them. On the days. When it comes to Mola, we'll say one is only Chayit if he gives his child over the actual attendants, right, to the priests of Mola. Whereas we'll say there's a process. So let's say if a person just gives their kid over to Mola, that's not the Avodah Zarah. It's giving your kid over to the priests of Mola for Avodah Zarah. Shneimar Mizaraho Dosite Lahavir Mola. Hang on, the other race that support this. You might have thought the ultimately one passed his child through the fires of Mola, but didn't actually give his child over to the priests of Mola that he would be chayiv. Amalomar or Site Masa the Mola. You have to give over your kids to the priests. But however, you also get chayiv. What happens if you gave over your child, but he didn't actually pass him through the fires? Maybe you think that he'd be chayiv. Amalomar Lahavir. Masa the Hadir Shalom the Mola. Yahweh chayiv. You might have thought that Allah may say, you give over your child to the priest, and they pass him through the fire, but not the Molech to you. Now, Lomar, the Molech, Master, the head of the Molech below the age. What happens if you give over your child to the priest? But he passed him through, but not through fire, you'd never come out here, the Nemar Lahalon, the Nemar Lahalon, the Matsu the Hamadir, no Bikalaish. Malaran Baish, Afghan Baish, the Makran Molech, Afghan Molech. So bottom line, by the way, what the American Torah says, in order to be higher for giving your child over to Molech, you need three components. Number one, have to give over to the priests of Molech. That's number one. Number two, ultimately, again, there has to be fire involved. And number three, the child actually has to be walked through the fire. Now, what that actually walking through fire actually looks like, and Yetz Hashem will see a little bit. I'm not going to go Heather takes out let's say, if you pass all of your children through Molech, you're part of why? Shanei Amar Mizara. But the Russian of the pasuk is ultimately again you pass your child from amongst your offspring, not all of your offspring. Below Kozar, actually said, what happens ultimately again if a person went ahead and has a child who's blind, and they pass their child who's blind through the fires of Molech. What's that about? Or Yoshinai. What happens if the child is asleep? So let's say, again, in these situations, the child is not aware of what it is that's occurring. They're blind, they're asleep. Are you chayiv from the mouth? Ben beno, ben pito mouth. What happens if you pass your grandchildren to the Molech? What's that about? So keep showing up, Chado. We can answer this one of these. Sanyo, Zaro Nasan Lamolech. The pasuk says you give up your offspring to Molech. Not Kamalom. What do we learn from this? The fish name I must have come not there to know Vito age. Amy, Ella, but no Vito. I only know son and daughter. Ben Vito, Ben Vito Minai. How do you know your grandson or granddaughter? Kamalomar, the Sito Misaro. So listen, you see from the earth that if you give any of your offspring, whether it's your children or your grandchildren, Allah can say, give your chayiv from Molech. No. Pasuk the Mizaro, the Salek the Sito Mizaro. Josh Ackley, so also says it begins with Kizaro and it begins ultimately the Sito Mizaro, different versions of the Mizaro. Amy and Mizaro question. So also the Pasuk tells Mizaro, how do you know that you're chayiv for percussion offspring? Zero custom over. How do we know that even if a person has his Mizaro offspring, through Molech, that he's still going to be chayiv? I remember the Sito Mizaro. Okay, I'm ready to go. Actually, at the end of the day, so you read this in like this. You're only chayiv. I'll say, if you go ahead and you ask your children to actually we're going to do is stop over for today. Stop for today. So this next sugya, ultimately again teaches us how Molech was actually done, how he went ahead and it was passed through the fire. So we'll say next time again. Hopefully tomorrow we'll have a little bit more time. And that's Hashem to be able to. But that we're also going to learn more today. We're not finished. So also, if you want, you can take your practice with you. Start together some simchas atzadik. And that's Hashem today. So we'll do that quickly in the next version. A little bit in next one say. And again, use this time. Usually, when it comes to daf yomi, we usually don't have a lot of time to be able to chazer. But now that we're in Yakin Kal, there's an opportunity to chazer daf, especially tremendous yisodos from today's daf, even more than there, so we'll get to in further shots. Tremendous with all the Yerushalayim breakfast, and I guess is everywhere? Is outside okay. So I think our goal in Yetz Hashem is to leave at what time? 8:30. Okay. So breakfast, here's Hashem states in All right, so it's like good morning, such as close to Hashem people. It's already got together in Yerushalayim. I should begin by thanking our sponsor for this morning's share, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tzolsin Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Sherman Rothschilds this year. As a Zufus, for Risotos Tavos Am Yisrael, however, you should see in Meretz Hashem that Hecha being Skying, in Meretz Hashem the color. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samech day 65. We are actually picking up on Samech Dalit on the day 64b, and we left off Amar Yehuda, which is about I would say about 20 lines up from the bottom. Right across from closest to the Shlosha Olamos. So if you see I focus on the right, just move your finger towards the left and you'll see exactly where you are. I'm not Yehuda. Enu Chayv actually have Yirenu Derech Habar. So we're going to be speaking about Molech. So we're speaking about Molech. So remember again the Avodah Zarah of Molech. So this whole Avodah Zarah is all about going ahead and taking one's child sacrifice. So it's taking one's child and passing it through fire. So now we're going to see interesting machlokes exactly how the Avodah Zarah was performed. The Gemara says, how exactly or what does the Avodah Zarah actually look like? The Gemara says, Rabbi, Shraga Luminisi, Yurame Haigisa, and Yurame Haigisa. Sabai says like this: there would be a fire on two sides and a pathway made of bricks. And the idea was that a parent would pass their child. They would remember, as we saw yesterday, that you give over your child to the Avodah Zarah, and the Kol the priest of the Avodah Zarah would lead the child through the pathway between the fire. So a brick path, fire on both sides. That was the Avodah Zarah. Rabbi says, no. Kima Shvarta de Puria. Rabbi says, no. Molech looks like, literally again, the way people jump on Purim. I said, what does that mean? If you take a look at Rashi, it actually says, Rabbi Amar Kima Shvarta de Puria. It's about 5 lines up before it gets wide. Enoma Avira Baraglov, Ela Kolfetz Baraglov, Kider Shatinokos, Kolftzin in Purim, Shaisa Hatira Baretz, Vaish Boerbo, through Kolfetz Musafa. It's interesting enough. Rabbi says Molech wasn't walking on a path between two fires. Instead, what Molech was ultimately again jumping over a pit. There's a pit of fire, and you would jump over the pit. But if you made it, if you didn't. See, so Rabbi compares it to people who are Purim. Something what happens on Purim. I guess one of the Purim. Sorry, like one of the Purim pastimes. One of the Purim pastimes was, jumping over a pit, or jumping over, see how far you can jump. So Abaye, so the other comparison, goes back to Molech. So if you have a final Molech, exactly what Molech looked like. So Abaye, literally again, a brick path in between two fires. Rabbi jumping over a pit of fire. Tanya Gavas is Rabbi. The Rabbi says support Rabbi. Ain't a time out the Adiyah Derech Habara. So Derech Habara. Idea was so that and Christ supports Rabbi. Then halacha l'maisa again. You're not tied until you go ahead and you pass over the way that people normally pass over Molech. All right. Havira Berega Potter. Interestingly enough, if you go ahead and let's say a parent carries their child, let's say again, a parent carries their child to Molech, ultimately again Potter. So again, it was because we spoke before that the only way to go ahead and violate Molech is in a very specific way, giving it over to the priests of Molech. And then ultimately, again, the priest leading the child or causing the child to go through the child through Molech, then ultimately, again, one is Potter, meaning that that's not the form of Avodah Zarah. So it's the interesting that it's not Molech if you carry your child through. In other words, it's only Avodah Zarah if the child walks on their own. There's tremendous lessons to be learned Avodah Zarah as well, which Lamaisa, you only transgress if the child walks on his own. If you're going to carry your child through right, then that's going to be successful. In other words, the end of Avodah Zarah, if the kid walks on their own. Whatever is true for Avodah Zarah is true for the rest of life as well. As parents, we naturally want to teach our children, we actually want to teach our children, we actually want to be able to children. And that's beautiful. But at a certain point in time, it is incredibly important that we teach our children to walk on their own, that our children are able to move forward on their own. Because if we're always supporting them and we're always holding them, then at the end of the day, sometimes we're enabling their non-growth. A child always has to know that the parent is there, but a child also has to learn to walk on their own and to be successful on their own. So you know, like Benachayim, Ella Ayoti Lecho. And ultimately again, one is only tired. One is interesting enough. Molech is only done with one's own children. Interesting. The Gemara says, Haketzad, you know, Ubito Chayim. If a parent goes ahead and makes his son or his daughter through Molech, then you're Chayim. But ultimately, again, if you bring your parents or you bring your siblings through Molech, then you're potter. Have your small potter. Similarly, again, if you take yourself through Molech, you're also potter. They're going to say, obviously, it's not good. But what he's saying is, in order to transgress the Avodah of Molech, there's a specific and a scripted way in which one transgresses. For Rabbi Elazar Rishimon Mechayim. Elazar Rishimon says, no, if you walk yourself through Molech, ultimately again, you are Chayiv as well. So the Gemara says, Echa the Molech, the Echa the Shara, Chayiv. So ultimately again, interestingly enough, whether you go ahead and pass your own child through Molech or any other Avodah Zarah, you're Chayiv. Elazar Rishimon Omer, the Molech Chayiv, Shalom the Molech Pater. Elazar Rishimon says, no. The yesod of offering up one's child is only a din in Molech, not a din in any avodah, not a din in any other avodah zarah. Amar Ula, my time of Elazar Rishimon, what's Rishimon Elazar's logic? Amar Kra, lo yimatzei b'cha b'atzmecha, Rabbanan lo darshi b'cha. So we'll say, what's Elazar Rishimon's logic? He said that even if one offers themselves up to Molech, so to speak, that one is chayiv. Because he's notion of b'cha, and the Rabbanan don't darshan b'cha. I b'hatnan, they don't darshan b'cha. What about the following halacha? Avidas v'avidas chavis shelo kodemes. So let's say, interestingly enough, let's say if I lost something and my father lost something, the halacha is that my lost object takes precedence. In other words, that I have the right to seek out my lost object before I look to my father's lost object. What's the reason? My time, FS, Torah says that there should not be anyone who is an Eved, anyone impoverished in you. Shalom, Kodemes, Yishel, Kol Adam. Ultimately, we'll say this is an incredible idea. Your lost object comes before anyone else's lost object. So this will say, so again, it happens to this. But first, let's look at the halacha. So the halacha itself is that if I lose something and my father loses something, so whose object should I try to seek out first? So it's tempting to say, my father. After all, again, kibod avayim, honoring parents. The Torah comes along and says, "Efes hilo yebicha." There should not be anyone or in what's impoverished. Like there shouldn't be anyone impoverished or poor in you, which means that ultimately, again, your financial status or your financial well-being comes before someone else's financial well-being. So therefore, again, if it's a question of finding my own lost object or someone else's lost object, even if someone else is my father, my lost object comes first. My financial security comes before anyone else's. To which the Gemara says, Hassam me'afes. That's because Torah used Rothschild of afes. So again, so I just want to point out something very interesting over here, which is this idea that Avedasa va'avedas pati. So we spoke about this, I think, even like our opening night of the Akitala, that we all have things inside of us that are broken, and we all have things inside of us that are lost. But there are other people around us also that have things that are broken, that things that are lost. So Gemara is telling us that halacha l'maisa, first repair that which is lost and broken inside yourself. Deal with that first before you deal with the world around you. Because if I walk around as a broken person, it's going to be much harder for me to repair the things that are broken all around me. But if I fix that which is broken inside of me, if I find that which is lost inside of me first, then ultimately I'm going to have the ability to help repair that which is broken around me and to help to find that which is lost around me as well. But if I never take the time to repair myself, if I never take the time to go out and find that which is lost inside of myself, it's very hard to affect change all around. I must say, it's like this. There's this incredible tension for the Jew about being there for myself, but being there for other people as well. And on one hand, sometimes the best way to repair yourself is through helping other people, but sometimes there's this recognition that as long as I am in a state of disrepair, as long as I have not yet found my Aveda, what's missing from me, it's very hard to affect change. So there's this dialectic. You can't just be there for yourself. You have to be there for other people as well. But yet, I really can't be there for other people until I know that which is broken and that which is lost inside of me has really been truly repaired and has really been found. Incredible Gemara. All right, let's go back here. Says the Gemara. I'm Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Chaim. Shalosh Krisos Ba'avod Zarah Lama. So let's say, why is Karis mentioned 3 times in the context of Avodah Zarah? Which the Gemara answers, Achas L'Kidarko, V'Achas Shelo Kidarko, V'Achas L'Mola. So one is teaching that the prohibition to worship Avodah Zarah in its normal fashion. The other is teaching about worshiping Avodah Zarah even in an abnormal fashion. That means, again, even if it's not accepted mode of worship. And the third is for Molech. So let's say, remember again, we see a theme over here. Molech is Avodah Zarah, but interestingly enough, Molech is almost put in its own category of Avodah Zarah. Okay, well, the Mandara Molech Avodah Zarah, but according to the king, it says that Molech is treated like any other form of Avodah Zarah. Kares the Molech Ramani. Why do I need that third Kares by Molech? The Nazir Vino Shalot Kidarcha. Ultimately, they're going to teach me that if I offer up my child, Shalokidaka means to another Avodah Zarah, even besides Molech, that is still going to be prohibited. Well, the Mandar Megadef Avodah Zarah, he Kares the Megadef family, and according to the one who says that Megadef, blasphemy, cursing at Kodesh Baruch Hu, is a form of Avodah Zarah. So why do I need Kares by Megadef? The Fidisanyo, Kares Ba'olam Hazeh, Tikaris the owner of the Hakbah of Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Akiva says ultimately again that for Avodah Zarah there could be Karis in 2 worlds, Karis in this world and Karis in the world to come. So Amrli Asuri was Amrli Rabbi Yishmael, Ba'alok V'Nemar, the Nicholasah. I have the Pasakaris is the Nicholasah. If he Shlosha Olam in Nish, I don't understand. So what does the third Nicholasah come for? Otherwise, if there's already Karis in this world, already Karis in the next world, so what else do you need Karis for? Elo, the Nicholasah Ba'olam Hazeh. Tikaris the Olam Haba, Tikaris Dibra Torah Kalasha B'nei Adam. So now we have 1 Karis is for this world, 1 Karis is for the world to come, and ultimately then the third Lashon of Karis is because the Torah speaks in the vernacular of man. Incredible, incredible. All right, we'll say Kapot Samifei, 65.
I think I meant to say bag of heart.
Moving on to a new form of
I made it sound like vagina bondage.
Right, we've done Molech. Now we're moving on to over and we've done the same thing. So,
I know where the
so
shows
what's
are,
old?
so I
What is
just
old?
travel
So
as
let's
many
say,
places
you know,
as I can,
English,
as many shows as I can. And
use,
then when I am in Ohio, I'm
English.
staying at my mom's house. And then when I am in Ohio, I'm staying at my mom's
These are all different forms of sorcery that are designed to communicate with the dead. So about old Zet and the battery shot. So once I say old, because for someone else to make you again communicates with the dead through these concepts. For example, פתאום שינה מקשת, המדבר משפטו, מה לעשמיס מן הארץ, ומשה בו בשפטו תחת לו also, ומדבר משפטו. This is really how it works. You go ahead and summon up the spirit of the dead, and the dead could speak to the input of the individual. Alright, that's all. Really going, what's he going? This is somebody who summons up the dead, and the dead speaks through the mouth of the sorcerer. We're going to see
Lately, you're on OnlyFans.
Involved than that.
Yes.
Okay.
What did Rashi says over here? You don't even have it with it. Kid Mefarish tomorrow. Chaya Achos. ששמו ידוע, ומכניס ממנה 10 מסופים. כך כל כרגע having over here is using the phone in his mouth and ultimately get the thing to communicate through the phone. Okay? So you must Vanisha, Vahara Elo Beskila. And then over Yidoni, and also Beskila. Vanisha Bahar Aspara. And ultimately again, if you consult the over Yidoni, that is allowed. So not only is the source of the soul, but ultimately one of the souls the over Yidoni is in violation of Allah. Alright, so my Shema had the 20 power over Yidoni. And my Shema got the 2 souls, 20 power over the Shire Yidoni. So here in the Mishnah mentions both over Yidoni. The reality that there is the same thing. That's the whole Mishnah. That's the second old doesn't do the open, Yidoni doesn't do the well, but it's the same idea. Both over Yidoni. And yet again, I will say another price up, but like he says, only mentions old, doesn't mention Yidoni. So what's the chat? What's the chat? Mishnah, but Rav Echad, no, Rabbi says, look, it's the same Rav. So you don't really need to mention both. You just need to mention one, and the other one is going to marry you. You don't need to see shit in
I've always thought it was so weird that OnlyFans wanted to rebrand this job. Like, they want to do like a sports channel or they want to get out of the porn
but
business.
he's always not mentioned why, because he has no myself. There's no myself that's there. You look at Rashi, that's what they say, you're learning, but how people can hear in the hustle, that you think that you have it in the Adonai, not bad Kadalu, but we should in the whole myself. So this is interesting. So Rabbi wants to, Shlokish wants to suggest that the Yitoni doesn't
It
have
really
any
started
action.
that way.
Since the
I
Yitoni
was getting so
ultimately again is
discouraged.
just
Every
work
comment portion
separate.
was like, they were
It's not the myself. So you know, like Rabbi Yochanan, nice stuff how all the nothing. The ultimate is like Rabbi Yochanan. Why is it that all the mentioned in that second is that he says, and he's always not? It's in the concept of what is mentioned first in the concept. So it's not just like, I know, no, I'm not Rabbi Yochanan. Why doesn't he come to Rabbi Yochanan? I'm not looking in the Misa. Because ultimately, again, the argument is the outset, really, in terms of what he is. Rabbi Yochanan. I wish I could laugh, not the God. We should not the God. Rabbi Yochanan will say, ultimately, again, when you're distinguished by Allah, that's called the distinction. But a distinction by Misa is not called a distinction. Rabbi Yochanan, my time of my why did Rabbi Yochanan say, I'm going to come and listen to Kisos, Rabbi Akiva, Ita Amar, nobody on myself. Mishnah ultimately, like Kisos, affects the Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva holds that he was out of myself, reliability. But it's lucky if the people of boy, Rabbi Akiva, myself, myself, super boy. Even if I'm saying Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva holds the grand myself. He doesn't significant myself. But he's really so bad myself. So the mercy of the nice. Well, it's nice to treat the myself. You actually or generate liability. So then how would you try to find the baggage? Like, the baggage is the question. What is the second part? What is person involved? So what's the myself? What's the action behind the baggage? So now it's ego. I keep myself, my myself. I keep myself having myself. You have to look at too much myself means articulation of the words. That's the articulation of the words. That by itself is the myself. By all my myself. So let's say by the old. What myself? Remember that the old. The guy was turning up the so what myself is there by old? You can't touch us. So us must touch us other myself. Apparently, in order to make this work, you have to flap your arms over. You know, so it's like, so the myself, like, let's go, right? So the myself, that's the action. That's the action. The clapping of the arms, that's the action. People are going that kind of I got to teach for myself because you grew up in the community of the Shafada. But I must say the Bryce says it's probably time. One is only time, with action. For example, instance, vibration, prostration, running, my kind of Shafada. Who is the opinion that says prostration? Like the Yativa, so I'm a robot in myself. So the people also don't hear myself. So once it's interesting, you know, understand that the stress about prostration itself is not even such a myself. The Yochanan says, no, you take my Rabbanon. Tipas kamas Rabbanon, having myself. The act of bending the posture or prostration, that's considered to be a myself. Actually, it's like Tipas kamas myself. So the concept of this even bending there, like prostration, is not considered to be a myself. Now, contrast is also the bow
I don't want to say, like, I don't want to say I'll never do anything because I've already done way more than I ever thought I would.
Right, the shortest thing called the Yakiva is that the Yakiva seems to say you only need just a very minimal myself. About the Rabbanon, no. But for the Rabbanon, ultimately, again, one does not need anything with myself at all. I'm sorry, the Rabbanon will need a greater myself. Not from the guy that you bought, right? That's in the goddamn about what in the context
got a little wild. I started reading what you were writing.
Yeah,
and so what's the sweetest thing you've done?
that's what he says in myself.
It's really not bad. It's once I was just wearing a nice dress, you know, really nice dress, much like you guys, the ladies here. And I was
Is that considered to be about
And then
Remember
pay
the
any
scenes
attention
before
to the
about
fucking
certain shaking, like offering up incense to a shade. Is that considered?
I rolled a blunt on my bed, kind of went on my bed,
in the
and then
counter,
once the blunt was rolled, I put
the
some jacket on,
so
and I
ultimately
went
what's
outside to
happening
smoke
over
it
here,
because it was cold
you're going
outside.
ahead and you're
And then
offering
I
up
went back in my
incense
room,
in
and
order to
then I took the jacket
conjure
off,
up
and then I took
something.
everything
And
off.
let's say if you look at actually if it's just a moment actually says what's not there, it is sometimes at the bottom. And on the counter the shape
And
of
then I
the
kind of
course.
just like
Yeah,
rolled
how
around on my
nasa
bed, like,
nasa
oh,
na
there's no
shape of
sense.
the
And then
shape of the bed.
I
So
just
it's interesting what's happening over here as far as when it's offering up incense in order to go ahead and conjure up a group of
how
shape.
much should people throw at you for that? Because that's,
That
I mean,
is going
good
to
on
be
you, but
problematic.
yeah,
I'm
people
gonna
want to
buy
pay
it.
and
And
you
the
know, gotta give
counter,
it to them.
Lechaber, Chover, Chover. So
I
this is
support taking
another
advantage of
interesting
brokers,
enough
you know.
the same section of old and
well, yeah,
Tony
I mean, it's
is
literally the
also
reason why I'm able to
Chover,
like
Chover.
better at stand-up and
Right?
stuff.
So whenever
I
he
can
is
wake up and
old,
write, and then
summoning
in my story night,
up
he
the
shows
dead
as much as I
to the
can, and like,
Yitoni,
don't have to worry about
summoning
money.
up the dead to
So
the mouth, although we
I'm
see
using
it's
it to
going in the
chase
mouth.
my
But
passion.
apparently,
You
Chover,
just have to go
Chover
live
is
twice a
summoning
month.
up
Is that
groups
the
of
That was
sheep.
when I was on the contract. I'm not on the contract anymore, so I can post as little or as much as I want.
So Gemara says,
Right now, I post like twice a month.
so apparently again, this act of
And
summoning up a group
he
of
ranges
sheep.
from like 35,
Something that
like
is something
30 to
to do.
35
So
for
that's the
posting
the Torah on cover. So what is it called? The cover cover gogo. The cover katan. So it's a deceit thing. Now the Bryce understands what
my
it is.
name, yeah.
So what is called a cover? So this refers to cover gogo. What's a cover gogo? So Rashi says over here. This refers to someone who uses some types of sorcery to gather up groups of animals.
I appreciate
Right?
it.
I
It
think
mind
animal
fucks
is
me
for
because
right.
for
Someone who's
about a year now, I've been in the
gathering
top
up groups of animals
0.51%
through
of
some
all
type of
content creators
incantation.
on OnlyFans.
This
And
is
it
cover
freaks me out
gogo.
because it's like
That's
these
cover
top
katan.
porn stars.
Or even if you're just summoning up a small group of animals that feed the question that love. Even if you're summoning up snakes and scorpions. I'm not buying it. Therefore, man could summon Zibura and Ta'aklava, Avaga, Vikamachadi, these two answers. Therefore, I said, even if someone goes ahead and uses sorcery to go ahead and gather together Zibura of bees and scorpions.
I am out of
Now,
town
why
on
am I using
Thursday.
sorcery to gather together these scorpions? Because I don't want them to harm you. So here, my Kabbalah is not really for selling purposes. Right? But rather, again, my Kabbalah over here is to oppose any type of damage. So I'm using some sorcery to go ahead and gather up the demons scorpion. It's still awesome. It's still awesome because the act of using sorcery to go ahead and gather any kind of animals is going to be problematic. I'm not going to measure the Tifas Komesa, Rabbi and Habimasa, that Kimas Swasava, that are going back to the So we're saying, why is it according to the Yochanan?
That's this
According to
weekend?
his understanding
Is
of
it
the
Friday,
Mahalo,
Saturday?
the act of castration
I was
is a
just in
Maisa,
Houston on
the act
Thursday.
of
I'm
movement of lips
co-headlining the
is
riot, but I
not
will come back to here.
Maisa. Castration is a Maisa, movement of lips, not a Maisa. What's the shot? And the other, shining the Gadi, all of the Yesh Gadi. Because the Gadi is different. The Gadi is different. Like blasphemy is different. Why? Because the Iker of blasphemy in general is not even as much about what you're doing with your lips. But the Iker of blasphemy is really about what's occurring inside of your heart. Look at Rashi, the last one showing the left. Rashi says, all the Yesh Gadi. Iker Kiyah Abba Allah covers the lips. Because when it comes to blasphemy, right? The real issue over here is not even what you say with your lips, but rather it's about what's occurring inside of your heart. So it's having the Baruch Hashem, person has in mind the person that is going to pass Shalom, Shachim the Baruch Hashem Kolayom, the unbelievable Pati Mailo, Ela Shema Hashem L'Davar Acher, and Mechaneo B'Shem Mechaneo B'Shem Because it's actually very interesting. The only way Megadi is awesome, a successful person goes ahead. This is the name of
came
activity.
on the show,
But in his heart,
won a
doesn't have
golden
to
ticket,
so
and then took over
technically
just
speaking, it's
control.
not also
Became one
it's
of the
not
most
also
intimidating
the
forces in the
Mugabe,
history of the show. So much so
only
that I let him do
this
whatever he
very
wants.
intense
It's been a
sense of
while
intensity in your heart,
since he's been
and then
on.
that inner intent
Ladies and gentlemen,
manifests
this is the
itself in
long-awaited
some
return
verbal
of the
expression.
one and
But
only
if the verbal expression is
Timmy
there without the intent, that's not Mugabe. That's not Mugabe. So because it is there, Mugabe is really what's happening in your heart, and the verbal expression is kind of jazz. The actualization all you need is a verbal expression. So the movement of the lips is enough to make you tired.
A lot of people have been saying,
But
give
in
me
general,
no
what we
jokes
say
this, give me
that
no
a
jokes
nice song
that. I know
really requires
I
something
can
more
write
significant.
jokes.
So listen,
So I wrote a few jokes for you
in the
guys.
world of nice song,
I have a
action
lot of nervous
really has to be
energy.
something significant. To the point
But
that even
stand-up has given
consternation,
me a
according
lot
to
of
many opinions,
confidence.
is not really a significant action. The ground
Because
is
sometimes after I get
success.
off stage,
Because
people come up to
dancing
me and
is the
say,
real
great
what's
set.
happening is what? Is what's
And that
happening
makes me
inside of
feel
my
good
heart. And the
because
verbal expression is just like the icing on the
becomes.
cake. But in general, you need a real nice thing. It's like, there's a tremendous, I'll see if it's just a second. There's a tremendous mental health skill in all of this. That's a tremendous mental health skill. Listen, in general in life,
Here's another one.
what do you need in a sense?
CFJ, ladies and gentlemen.
Sometimes in life, or all the
She's a
time.
black
Listen, what do
widow,
you need? What do
which
you need
means she
in order
doesn't
to
eat
affect
pussy.
change?
She
What do you need? What do you need? You need a mindset. You need a mindset. You have to do something. You have to do something.
Relinquish my
What you
time.
think doesn't matter. What you say doesn't matter. What
What's up,
matters
you guys?
is
How we doing, everybody?
what
We good?
Timmy, motherfucking no
listen,
brains.
this is such a tremendous thing.
Absolutely
Because we
incredible.
go through life,
Thank you.
we have beautiful plans and goals
I
and
recognize
dreams
some of that
and
material.
aspirations. And we have to
Well, yeah, Tony was in
have all this.
cover.
And listen, at the end of the day,
In
none of
music,
it
we do
matters.
covers. I do a lot of
Unless
music now, not just a comedian. So it's only normal.
in dynamic. A life filled with dreams, goals, aspirations, and thoughts is very much in order for anything that you do, that you aspire, that you think about when the topic to be meaningful, it's kind of fun, and dynamic experience.
No mercy,
Life
no
of
freeze.
youth is a life of action. It's a life of dynamic action. Yet, what you think and what you feel
Oh, look at this
and
guy.
what
Is
you
this
do
Dr. Phil?
is still there.
Hey,
Because at the end of the day, that's the basis,
I'm going to see him
right?
too.
That's the
What kind of
foundation.
doctor
Whereas
are you?
action doesn't just occur by itself.
Follow me on Facebook. I'll
Action
give you a
often
couple
is the
responses
result
and
of
might
what you're
direct you
thinking
towards
about,
what
what you want, So that's
you know, I've been practicing for quite some time. Originally, it was psychotherapy, and then just social work stuff, just kind of fun parenting.
Oh, so you're not the gynecologist?
Dreams,
You're
goals,
fucking gay.
Kabbalah, level. You have to keep what you dream that you think
Man,
is
check
going
out
to
Play Big and Pop. What the fuck is going on? I call him gay.
But even in that dynamic
I have
activity,
seen a couple. I've seen a couple.
what's the definition of activity for you? What's the
Your
definition?
wife's, right? So you went
It's
to
gotta be
wife.
something
And you know,
You see
every
over
4th
here,
of July, we
if
try
you
to
stack up all,
smash
a
things
little
up.
bit
She
of
brings a
movement,
friend over.
it's not enough.
Usually somebody
A
I
nice
follow on
song
OnlyFans.
Anyways, what else is going on, Tony?
something
I was just gonna
The
say a
nice
little fun
requires
fact for you Tummy
something
diehard
about
fans
it
out there. This is the first time in which Timmy
you
No
listen,
Brains
when you
and
bow down, you bow down a little bit, you bow down a
on the
lot.
same show
It
at the
might
same
even be
time.
that
This is quite the
noticeable.
eclipse.
So nicer to be real nicer,
When I'm traveling over there, something like that too. All the time,
Nothing
all of a sudden,
Mas é que ele vai ter. Se nós tivermos dinheiro de caixa, já que os homens find myself, so then we're going to not contact the exact, the even so
I'm
live.
making money. I'm doing
Our project and public. I just have to public. Why? Because there's no myself. And there's no myself. That I'm not wrestling for life. Right? Ultimately, but remember, even so, let's say, how does a person provide you? How does a person come into someone? How does he ultimately again? Right? So when I say again, how can you say that it's not that? How can you say it's not a man? So by my last delay, I'm a Chinese years old, all the extras the call the real command love mercy. So listen, because the essence of English is the call is just again through this speech.
Jody Grumman.
Everyone's
Speech is not a man. So I don't know how it's not effective. That call, that voice is not a man. So this is my deal. Whereas this helps you like a and you got a call. When you honor instruction, you're not allowed to mess with it. The Saxon tradition. Right? It's not only is not only almost about selection, but the selection that honor instruction, and I yell at it. I yell at it. Zoe, and sometimes I guess it's that's not the call. I'm muzzling the animal with my voice. Or let's say for that matter, okay? Let's say I go ahead and I put two different species of animals under one yoke. And I say, move. I say move. I say, I'm not saying move. So I muzzle the animal with my voice, or I move them together. That's the line. Or second, I only done actually with my voice and nothing else. Yes, you see that as well. But again, that's what you expect by your call. Right, my sense is so we write the voice activated. So you see that call, open up the again. What is this stuff? What's going on?
Asian guy? What does he do? Teaching English in Atlanta?
Well, anyways, you act like going to hell and totally your lips. Like weakness of your lips. Instead of being myself, instead of trying to watch your lips, not myself. What he always says about that. Because it's like you said, you act like you know your lips. Not of myself. I'm a lot of Chinese people and all the young Chinese. So now, she's got to get these women to take a guy. That's like, ages in general, ages saturated. Ages in general is not really about what you said, or rather, what is ages really about? What is ages really about? What you see, right? And everyone agrees that seeing is passive. Seeing is passive, right? There's no nice involved in the video, so it's fascinating. So when it comes to eidos, the essence of eidos is really passivity. Passivity. And therefore, Allah also is no covering conscious by even though we're quite passive. Which will say also, the other thing is right? In life, so often we see things, right? We see things, and we become inspired by the things that we see. But it's important to understand that when you become inspired by things that you see, that is passive inspiration. What happens to passive inspiration? God's passive inspiration, nonetheless. It becomes like passive inspiration comes in. I see something amazing. If you don't do something with it, it happens. So look, if you type it up, when you type it up, this is a video that says that when you see it, describing passive inspiration. When you see something you like that inspires you, it also says you have to think about inspiration, it's describing something that starts you. And the third that says, even if you just open up a book, and you just read, Rabbi Hashem amongst the Lord, taking that passive inspiration, right? Because when you see those scientific passive inspiration, and you start to
No breaks.
so at least now you have that passive. At least you take something that was passive inspiration, you plug it into something incredible. That's what I thought. I'm a rabbi, playing with the audience and what's all we know. What's all? Seven McDonald's saying and we think the Rabbi says like this, what's all? So okay, all of this is necromancy, right? All of this is communicating with the dead. So how does the old communicate with the dead? So ultimately, again, he speaks to the dead. Now this is interesting. Bina Pratim, so Bina Pratim means on the joints. So apparently, again, so the speak to the dead from the joints of the body, meaning the elbows, the knuckles, that which is spirit rest. Okay? Or armpits is going to be straightforward. Right, but the nice is either through armpits or through, look, I try to point out, we laugh at this. There was something. There was something, right? Because again, the color goes out of its way to prohibit this type of treatment, this type of surgery, which means that at some point in the world, this power did exist in some way. Right? Bidoni, what's Bidoni? Zeh Hamania, actually, there's love a shame in the Galileo. Bidoni puts some type of bones in his mouth and communicates with the dead through the bones. My loves and the Christ, okay? So I'm going to look at you ask the prophet, is it not that the old communicates with the dead from the grave? In other words, that the dead is coming from the grave. Which the Gemara says, go to the Christ, and the prophet, my love and the Christ, no, the fellow suggests that they are talking the same. No, we're talking about the joint and the other, and what's like that, Ashma. Woman, he said, so, what you see, oh, yeah. Listen, remember the characters that you need to answer in this case. Shaul, King Shaul, went to one of these necromancers to raise the spirit of Shmuel and Rabbi. And by the way, it worked. It worked. So this necromancer, so the woman, says to Shaul, I literally again, I will see what you see in the eyes. I saw literally Hashem destroy the spirit of Shmuel rising up from the earth. My love is like that, okay? What she has communicating with the spirit of Shmuel from the grave. No, the rest of them are talking in this guy. No, the spirit of Shmuel rested on the joints that this lady continues to the lesson. Okay, what does it do, guys? Come on, follow, how did all see the mother's effort and the other is below, the effort and you talk to the Lord. Alright, so this is an interesting one, right? I'm not sure you got to present this line of work, right? But for myself, so apparently there was the ability to go ahead and raise the dead to the people, to the Makomila, now members, right? That's how you go ahead and communicate. Everybody's got to find it. Myself, right? Again, that's what I mean, right? So the myself, why do you go ahead and communicate with the dead like this? I'm not sure how you spell it, but the myself is good. So the myself, or whether you speak to stories, right? So again, you communicate again through the Makomila, or you can go ahead and communicate with the dead through the skull. What exactly is the difference between your relationship and people out there? Right, first of all, mindset is not mother is that right? Now look at you know in the older tobacco, they're in the older before. So again, if you really get through your own body, the dead doesn't come. Spirit doesn't come up in the everyone again, this shows you the bonus, but if you sign up to get this from all of the all of the shots, and also again, and Right? Also, when I had big channel, so I had this conversation with people. I don't know. The amount of those says, when the speaker is asking that you give the following shayla. He says, you Jews say that Shabbos is the unique day. what makes Shabbos so special? What makes Shabbos so much is Amalek, who not getting moving, but he keeps us in the service. What makes you more special than other people? Why you ask me why Shabbos is more special than other days? I'm asking you for this. Why is it that you are more special than other people? Amalek, the Marit Sadi. The third super says because the Caesar, right? My ruler appointed me as a person. That's what makes me future Hebrews founded Shabbos Nani Marit Sadi. Okay? So your ruler said that you're Pasha, that's why you're Pasha. So our ruler, like the Baruch, he said that Shabbos is Pasha. Because our ruler said that Shabbos is Pasha, that's why Shabbos is going to be Pasha. I'm not a hockey coming to the Pasha. Those who know, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying. I'm asking as follows. How do you know that you have the right calculation? How do you know that the day you say is Shabbos? Maybe you got your point wrong. And maybe again, maybe tomorrow Shabbos, maybe yesterday Shabbos. How do you know? I'm on the rules, listen to this, Rabbi Kiva said like this, Rabbi Kiva. Now the Sabbat Yom Yokia. So he says the Sabbat Yom River proves it. The chance actually points out that we have the Sabbat Yom River is a very turbulent river. And on Shabbos, it's tranquil. Isn't that incredible? On Shabbos, it was tranquil. Right? Baal Ol Yokia. The old also proves it. Why? Because the old could summon up the dead 6 days a week, but the old can't summon up the dead on Shabbos. Kibro shall Abed Yokia. Shema La'asham to Shabbos. This is the story of the people said, do this. Your father's grave will prove this. Why? Because he says, no, truth is, go to your father's grave. Every day of the week, your father's grave is smoke emanating from your father's grave. Why? What's the first thing? His father was a big Rasha, and he was burning in Gehenna. So there was the halacha is that Gehenna, right, those who are in Gehenna, so they suffer in Gehenna Sunday through Friday. But on Shabbos, everyone gets arrested from Gehenna. Because the first look at 30 father's dead on Shabbos, and you see the smoke is not coming out. The smoke is not coming up from his grave. On the row, the church witness was very offended by this. He says, "Is this so? You have embarrassed my life. You have degraded my father. You have embarrassed my father, and you expressed to my father." So what is interesting enough, how the Trinity is very offended by the Akiva's statement. But if anybody Akiva's statement, then Allah for myself. Allah for myself is speaking about that. All right, Shoel or any very time. Maybe Gemara says, isn't it the same thing? Shoel over Doshna, because it's repetitive. Isn't it the same thing? Dorish the Mason to the Sangha. The Dorish Mason to the Sangha. What is Dorish Mason? זה המעריך עצמו בהורת עולם בין ספרס, כדי שתשע עליו לרחמה. So the Dorish Mason is someone who starts himself and goes to speak in the cemetery. So why does he do this? In order that the spirits will rest upon him and will be able to go ahead and have a little bit of a power of kishuf. So this apparently people try to acquire powers of sorcery. Sorcery is incredible. If you're trying to be a human being on the inside, and when you're feeling this concept of very strong Mason, he was quiet, on your book. And we say as follows, if someone who goes ahead and deprives himself of physical enjoyment of eating and goes to sleep in the cemetery, he's going to have this access to these impure power. So Marid Atzmo, first of all, Marid Atzmo is Kishallah Yakala, Alachas Kama. But the Kiva says, listen, this is what the Kiva says. The separation allows one to access all of these purposes. Then imagine what deprivation does to allow us to access the right? But what do? But when you do this, what should I do? Because at the end of the day, our heroes create the distance between ourselves and our so I want to save them, how you not even donate them, what they want to do. So I both said, this is our incredibly profound people say like this. Let's say, how do you access the people for the month? Regarding yourself at some food. You go to sleep, right, to have yourself at a comfortable bed. You go to sleep in the cemetery. You're able to access all of these profiles. So the key is where it was like cloud global. Whatever is true to love is always true to Torah. So the key says a little deprivation allows us to access the profiles of Tumah. Allah has come with a camera. A little deprivation allows us to access the profiles of Torah as well. But what can we do? Because we're so distant from our Torah that somehow confusion becomes so inaccessible to us. But listen, and we keep teaching you something incredible. If you want Kedusha in life, when you listen, there's one thing you need in order to access Kedusha, and that is sacrifice. Sacrifice. You can't have everything. So what am I willing to give up for the service of HaKadosh? Listen, this is true on every single level, right? I can't have Tefillah B'tzibur unless I'm willing to give up sleep, right? I can't have shir unless I'm willing to give up time from work. Anything you want, but I don't say no. There's a phrase, we have a phrase like, I want my cake and eat it too, or cake and eat it too. That was coined by the guy, right? Why? Because Yidden don't believe in that. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can have your cake. You can have your cake. You know, it's like in life, right? You can't have your steak and have ice cream for dessert. You have to make a decision. You have to choose a team. Life is filled with a series of sacrifices. The greatest disservice that we do is, a lot of us, I kind of don't want to make a commitment. Why? Because I want to leave all of my options open. Sometimes if you think about it, our greatest challenge in our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we'll say, what do we say, right? If we had to look at the conversation we have with God, how does it go? It goes something like this. Shalom. I love you so very much, but what's the but? I'm not really ready to settle down. I have commitment issues. I think we should see other people. Like, in other words, it's not you, it's me. I'm not ready to commit to you. Why? Because commitment to HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes with a whole series of sacrifices. And I'm just not willing to sacrifice. And if you're not willing to sacrifice, there's no Kedusha. If I'm not willing to give up certain things, then by definition, I'm going to be unable to advance my life agenda. That's not how we keep crying. If we only realized the sacrifices we need to make in order to become the people we are capable of becoming. But yet, Rabbi Akiva says, we're just unwilling to make sacrifices. And why? Because if we just be a bit more if we just be a little bit creative, if we just be able to do things that I know I need to want to know, in order to acquire the Kedusha that is truly waiting for me, there is no telling who and what I can truly do. Rabbi Akiva cried because listen, the ability to sacrifice, or at least the benefits of those sacrifices, is an opportunity that is waiting for us to be here every day. Just have to find the courage, or just have to find the ability to identify the sacrifices, make the sacrifices, and be ready to embrace the Kedusha that is waiting. That's what I started here for today. Shkaya everyone, Shimon is back.
Michael Gonzalez, not just Belgrande. We have the great Dave Scher playing guitar for us here tonight. John Dees on the keys, and that's Steve Madness on the bass guitar. Everybody, they have a new.
All right, so it's like good morning. Such a special Hashem to you. It's a very documented here.
Episode of the number one live podcast in the world is brought to you by Quo, ZipRecruiter, and Shopify. How you guys feeling?
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for today. Our annual outdoor sponsor for Touching Hey.
Sponsors that made it all possible.
It's perfect.
We live in Austin, Texas, where we are jumping
Those 12 emergencies are dedicating all the children's rush shows this year. As this piece of the service our documentary sponsors for today, Ira Miriam Grossman, in honor of the SOTC Capella Trip Paris. Jasmine Grossman, Houston, Ira, and I say that let us hear the tickets. Our learning.
You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show?
Shalom and Mikhail, and the special of the soldiers will be successful. The whole man say you, ladies and gentlemen,
two of the biggest comedians in the world, two of the funniest human beings on planet Earth.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you two of my favorites.
Let's begin. Today's daf. Today's daf is Samach Dalet. Right? Yeah, Samach Dalet. Good. Correct? Good. All right, fantastic. All right, so we left off. I don't know, when we last off, we did a week ago. Yes, like that. All right, you guys might have some on. So it says we're picking up on the bottom of Son of Jill on the base. 63. We left off. I'm going to do the Omelette, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up on the bottom. We'll say some really incredible humorous kind of story. I'm going to do the Omelette. Here we go. I'm going to do the Omelette. Yotin Hayu Yisrael, Ba'avodas Kohanim, Shedim B'Mamish. Rabbi always knew that Avodah Zarah, there wasn't anything to it. There's like
special crowd pleaser is out on the Comedy Store YouTube now. Rick is one of the funniest fucking days on planet Earth. Rick was the guest. Fun fact for those of you that consider yourself no Tony fans, Rick was the guest on episode 1 of Kill Tony. It was called
So why do they worship Avodah Zarah? Avodah Zarah was saying it's a matchlet. Avodah Zarah was what enabled Klal Yisrael to go ahead and, in this case, engage in morality. It's still a little bit different. The function of Avodah Zarah says what is the fundamental difference between Avodah Zarah and Avodah Hashem. Very nice distinction is idolatry and the service of the Rebbe Shalom. Rosh Hashanah says something amazing. He says Yiddishkeit, the Avodah is to make ourselves in Hashem's image. Avodah Zarah is makes God in your image. What Avodah Zarah says is, decide what you want to do in life and then create a framework which justifies all the different things that you want. So it's like, that's not a
note on the show where over 300 human beings signed up for the opportunity to be on tonight's show. They're all stacked on top of each other.
They want a different form of morality. They want to engage in other things. So they create a system.
That they get pulled out of this bucket. I'm gonna let
They create a system.
First came out of the bucket.
They
Congratulations.
create a system which allows them ultimately to do the things that they want to do. The whole purpose of Avodah Hashem is that life doesn't begin by deciding what do I want. Life begins by deciding what I should follow.
We go wrangle that first comedian that you guys are always like 6 months like a ton and already getting the first son of a bitch.
What is my obligation in this world? Not what I want to do like well, not what makes me happy. Not how do I feel like what I want to have life. What is my
special treat for you guys to start tonight's show.
I have a very
A
simple
regular who we
obligation
haven't
to
seen in
serve
quite some
the
time,
Rebbe
master
Shalom.
of the interview portion of the show,
Into his
and
box.
the great
Not to go
return
ahead and
of
fit in.
the one and only, ladies and gentlemen. If you know the
So
words,
he's
sing
saying
along.
about the entire purpose of Avodah Zarah was to justify a whole system of other behaviors. That's what he's trying to say. So I will say, the whole fact is, you can never really believe that Avodah Zarah. Everybody wants that's what they want. Right? At the end of the day, what they simply wanted was a rights. They just needed a system which would allow for them to go and do what they want. So that's what the Shashia. So the Shashia is the Kasha. This Rabbi is the person. Rabbi knows that the other chief of God who is Alvino.
My only problem with ICE
Yes,
is
again, the
that
concept
they're going
describes
after every
the Jews'
minority
connection
group
to
except
Avodah
black
Zarah.
people.
And the way it describes it is the name is the Chosei. In other words, it says that Jews love Avodah Zarah, but the father loves his son. So that seems to be a pretty intense connection. So Avodah Zarah. So what do you think? He says, no, busted that people. Right.
But I understand, can you imagine the shape you have to be in to deport black people?
Avodah Zarah is only a mechanism to allow us to do what we really wanted to do.
I'm actually training for that green gun competition right now. That's where you shoot a pistol, a rifle, and a shotgun, and that's green minutes. Just in case I get carjacked and it's
The busting that means after you became attached to Avodah Zarah, then unfortunately, again, we really actively.
All right, that's my time. Thank you so
That's how
much.
you can get back to the video. I'm already on side. So listen to this. I'm אליהו הצדיק, אני מחזר על תדליק בגלל של ירושלים. זאת אומרת, אליהו הצדיק.
I just, I haven't been able to visualize situations so much.
Aeliel HaTzadik is going ahead and literally helping out those who are
fun set. I agree with almost everything you said. I didn't understand the thing that comes out to she
all of
playing
those
the
who
side of
are
maybe even
having
having it felt like a very specific type of racism. But he's Asian, so that's the highest level of racism. Not a lot of people know that Asians are the least racist people. I thought people knew that when I made fun of an Asian back in 2021. Turns out nobody fucking knew it somehow, or everybody forgot it all at once. And I got in big trouble. And I needed to find an Asian to come in and be my token Asian. And this was the Asian. You know, that's the Asian that I got to replace the old Asian.
Aeliel says to the boy, he says, tell me, if I'm willing to teach you something, like that will save your life, are you willing to learn it? I'm going to learn it, of course. He doesn't want to learn. Amar b'chol yom, Shema Yisrael Shema Elokeinu Hashem Echad. So Aeliel Navi says to the boy, he says, all you need to do is every single day, say Shema Yisrael Shema Echad. Just say that every day and you'll live. Amar lo, tablets on the cloud. Amar lo has. So the voice said to Aeliel Navi, Jesus, the voice said to Aeliel Navi, has to be Israel. The voice didn't want Aeliel Navi to say the name of Hashem. The voice he didn't have all Zara. He didn't want anything other than all Zara. Shala haske b'shem Hashem, shelo lidu aviv v'imo. So ultimately again, so can you imagine what I'm saying? Aeliel Navi is telling this point, he's dying of hunger.
What else did you do on camping? I smoked a joint. Did some mushrooms by yourself.
That the already said Hashem, the boy didn't recognize the name. He said, that's not our God. You do worship yourself, just like Hello Keller. What did he do? And he had a phone city also in the Keiko, in the platform in the the little boy took out the Avodah from his shirt. And he began to go ahead and
how long were you camping out there by yourself?
Enough of you all now. So ultimately, again, he died from that. He wouldn't translate. His stomach exploded. Right? His Avodah Zarah fell to the ground. And he fell on top of his Avodah Zarah. The time Hashem and I started to get him up to get him. So this is again, you see from here that again, this is your very kind of so I can see that the book that will definitely goes wrong. So we believe in it, which we must have learned out, Buster got as we said before, originally when we first started with I was going to justify Aaron's lifestyle. But once we got into it, and ultimately again, we became to it. We became personal. It's really actually began to do it. Let's actually go back to something very interesting. If you notice, by the way, how does it refer to Aeliel, right? The first name is Aeliel HaTzadik. It's not the normal appellation, right? Normally it's Aeliel HaNavi. So what's the question? I say, obviously, only someone that's Tzaddik is a higher level than Navi. So what's the check? Because what is Aeliel doing there? What is he doing there? He's helping another Jew. So it's great to be a Navi, but it's even greater to be a Tzaddik. And how do you become a Tzaddik? You help your fellow.
Amazing.
That's what it means.
Why was he away
People often think that sickness means to work on yourself, sickness means to go out and work on your own weakness, which is absolutely true. Every person has to work on their own weakness. But Aeliel HaNavi becomes Aeliel HaTzadik. When he sees a child in distress, he stops everything and he runs at helping home. The path to personal piety, the path to righteousness.
Did you see anybody else out there when you were camping?
That is achieved by working on oneself. I get it. The path to sickness is paved. Take the time to help out the other. Incredible. Tashma. Vayizaku b'kol gadol Hashem Elokeinu. My armor. So listen, the pasuk says they call out in a great voice that they started with that. What is being said? Rabbi Yehuda, he came to the other side. Die. Was a So listen to this. The Klal Yisrael called out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They said, "Bye bye." What's bye bye? Bye bye is oi, oi. Woe to us, woe to us. They were lamenting the Yitzhak. And they were saying that Yitzhak is so incredibly overwhelming. So overwhelming. And it's almost as if it's almost like any ability to stand by it. The Achai, the Achai of the Besa, it's this Yitzhak that I destroyed the Besa Mikdash. The Kaya Lehekale, the Kakina Litzakitim, caused the death of Tzakitim, Bagluni Yisome Arai, with exiles from around, Va'adayin Umurati Dinon. And still this Yitzhak Mamish is dancing between us. Klum, Yavisa Lan, Ela Kabule Be Agura, Lo Ihu Ba'inon, Lo Agre Ba'inon. So let's listen to this. So Chazal Dad, the only reason you gave us the Yitzhak for Avodah Zarah is to get schar. So you know, make you a deal. Make a deal. You keep the Yitzhak and we're willing to forgo the schar. Also, you see this, by the way, you see examples of this. We saw like more than this in the brothers. If you remember again, where ultimately again there were tzaddikim who were suffering, and they said that the only reason you do this suffering is to give us schar. You know what? You keep the suffering. You keep the schar also. You gave us a Yitzhak for Avodah Zarah, and to get schar, why don't you keep the Yitzhak? And the truth is, again, we're happy to forego the schar. So the verse is Basar Da'adigu, very Yossi Tzvasi Amakayisa. Boy Rachami, enough of the Pistam Rekia to have a Kasav Ba MS. Was a second white line. So Chazal, they decided that the Yitzhak for Avodah Zarah had just become too distracting. And to that right, they fasted for 3 days. And after the fast for 3 days, a patak, a little note came down from Shamayim. And what did it say on the patak? What did it say on the note? MS. It was a way of saying that the Baruch was saying to the Rabbi, I heard your request, what you're saying is good, and I understand that it is time to remove the Yitzhak for Avodah Zarah. I'm not coming up, Shmami no, but someone shall call the Baruch Hu MS. See from here, ultimately again, at the signature of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's MS. So we're going to show again, what is MS? The Baruch is saying down the book and MS, meaning, okay, what you're saying is good, what you're saying is correct, and now at the end of the day, the Baruch is going to give in to their request. So this is what happened. Here we go. Nocha, Kevoria, Yura, he gives Kachak Hadash. He needs the Hara Frat of his grandparents. He needs the Hara Frat of the Zara. It's like Avodah Zarah came running out of the Holy Spirit. This was brilliant times of the Beis Hamikdash. I will say again, so first of all, just in general, how incredible is it to learn the Gemara about the Beis Hamikdash when we sit so together in the Shayal Kodesh, just a few steps away from the Divine issue. If we just have a couple of hours of sleep,
That's exactly how you made the chicken salad. Give us your recipe.
I had half a rotisserie chicken.
The other half was dinner last night.
How many tears took on the form of a fiery lion cub. And that fiery lion cub ran out from the Kodesh HaKadosh. It ran out from the Holy Kodesh. Amar the Holy Bees, Amar the Holy Bees. And then we just spread the Avodah Zarah. That's it. I don't care that fiery lion cub. That is the Sephara of Avodah Zarah. That's it. Grab it. The Gemara says, Ma'adi Dekatatziya, Ishtamit Ben Senile, as they arrested the Avodah Zarah, a fiery lion cub. So what happened? The hair came off of the lion cub. The other color, the Agamer Harsi. And again, the lion cub began to cry. began to cry out.
We'll see if you moved to Phoenix.
Amru, hey, so Chazal said, what should we do? Because we're going to start by Rachman and everything. So, maybe I can start taking compassion on the line, but it's in pain, right? One of its parents that are going to take compassion on it and release it.
Yeah, what about, right?
Shachua to do it, the Avra, because you have an Avra the Shayat color. Grab it, put it in a cauldron of lead, cover it with a covering of lead, because that will mute the cries of the lion. It said, V'yomer Zos HaRasha v'yashlech Osa Tos HaIfa v'yashlech Esabena Al-Peres HaPiyah. So we'll say, so possibly just a second. Because there's absolutely no one who's going to say that. It doesn't matter. It's okay. It's not a rush. We always make it through. So let's say, understand. Where does Sahara for Avodah Zarah reside? Where does it live? It lives in the Kodesh. Because we'll say at the end of the day, sometimes all of us have our desires. Like we all have our wants, our desires, our proclivities, our wants, our inclinations. And we think that those things are coming. And we think that those things come from an impure place. They don't. They come from the Kodesh of Hashem. They come from the Holy Holies. The Kodesh gives us our struggles, not to bring us down, but just the opposite, to give us the opportunity to look at ourselves and to lift ourselves up. Your wants, your desires, your lusts, your proclivities, your Saharas, those are Kodesh Kadosh.
Give us a fun fact about your life that would surprise us about you, something special that makes you you.
It's the ability to transcend those things that makes us us. Do you know what life without struggle is called? Life without struggle is called death. Right? You're dead. You're dead. Right? If you're not struggling with something, chances are you're dead. Right? Or just holding the same idea. Either way. Right? The nice one is like, our Yitzhak is Kodesh Kodashim. The Yitzhak for Avodah Zarah, it doesn't live in Gehenna. Right? It doesn't live in Dollars. It lives in the Kodesh
So I've had a single ball like 6 hours of
because it was a Yisrael Zara that gave us that opportunity to see the challenge of our Yitzhak is that once we're honest, we have to be honest. We don't fight hard enough. We just don't fight hard enough. We just get in. We just get in. Or when the battle becomes a little too acute, we just yield. We just surrender. We don't have to surrender. We never have to surrender. We are so much stronger than we give ourselves credit for. So you say, hello, like every single other Yitzhak that we possess doesn't really get any. We're losing the Kodesh HaKadosh. Because the challenges we have a God who gives them to us only to allow ourselves to become the best version of ourselves. And that's why I will say, that's why when you're wrestling the lion cup, so to speak, the lion cup, out the Avodah Zarah, and the little hair falls off, and you're worried about the having Rachmanis, because emotional loves the Sahara. Sounds strange. Why does love the Sahara? Because it keeps us moving. Because he created it. Listen, the Sahara is the Ribono Shel Olam's greatest creation. Because it is the Sahara that is the engine of growth. So in that moment when the Sahara is being wrestled, and it lets out a cry of pain, so it's almost as if Chazal is saying to Sahara and allow it to come back to its full of glory. I will say the things we contend with, they're not working against us. They're working for us. Those challenges that are there are only there to make us greater. And all we need to do is get our stuff together. Work a little bit harder and recognize that Sahara is my best friend. He's really my best friend. Kind of gives me a wink because more often than not, it gets me to do stuff that I shouldn't be doing. And he's really my best friend because if I can conquer him, which I can, if I can overcome him, which I can, that's when I encounter my greatest self. That's an incredible deal. Incredible deal. Listen.
Can I ask you a really serious question? If someone gave you, say, like $500,000, said you invest this in cars,
just take it in.
Oh, I can make that into how long are you talking about?
Full Italian sub, full rotisserie chicken.
This time with the grapes, because when you got that kind of catch, you don't care about the sugar.
Like there are overwhelming circumstances that are down
You've seen Jim Paul talk about this card that he worked on today. He talks about
that's right.
investment versus annuities
Yeah, I
and
think the concept
real
of
estate.
stocks, it's not just the hardest to prevail.
It's a scammer.
So anyways, it's something that we often says, the greatest challenge in life that we face.
Looks like I'm gonna have to fight in a boxing ring in a few
Those
months.
challenges for life, you lose yourself in
Biddy, you were the first fucking fool of the night. Here's a little jump for you. Gotta start somewhere, Big Biddy, everybody.
whether it's Yeshua in the past, or whether it's Lavalius, whether it's the soul of Christ, or whether it's the soul of whatever it is, you got it. Whatever it is, we're going to get through it.
Hello, everyone. I'm proud to say that this episode is sponsored by Prize Picks. The game is almost yearly cash in. Are you biggest supporting member of Prize Picks?
We are here in Eretz Yisrael.
That also means it's your last chance to get in on the ball action before next season. Close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5.
Tony, Prize Picks is the best. Let's go right there. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. What happens? Good. The Gemara said, good. So that's like this. Oil-based structure. Now that we see it, now we recognize that obviously this is like, why do you have to hide? Listen, I should have said, somebody understand what you're talking about here? This is great. The whole problem with design was just a mess. That's what happens. It's not so bad when you do a piece of what design, you're like, what's wrong with you? Why are they running to worship everything? We can't relate to it because the higher for this Avodah was removed from us. That's what happened, was removed. That's why we can't relate to it in the same way. So now, because that's okay. We're on a roll. We got this. They said, now that we moved on the I'm the opponent we brought up and then you said, let's go. Let's do this. Let's remove some morality. Right? Why not? On a roll. Right? Let's remove the aside for immorality from us as well. So what happens?
Now I know that I was
the Gemara says, so they did so. Why not? I mean, things to be out there. Come to it, plus Yama, was this what happens? They did it. And they were successful. They moved the aside for immorality from the world. Only what happens? The Gemara says, so for sure, plus Yama, you brought the Asabas Homo, the whole lot of the Ashton. That was the issue. The problem is, once they moved the desire for immorality, was they took out all kinds of desires. Basic desire also possessed reproduction. So we couldn't find a chicken that was willing to learn that's what he said. Let's remember again. All of these pictures are cool. All of these, listen, understand, immorality is a corruption of a natural desire for intimacy, a natural desire for reproduction. So when you take that out of the world, you take away the negative stuff, but you also remove all the positive as well. So they could not find an egg. And listen, can you imagine a couple of go to breakfast and you can't find eggs? The sky's falling. The sky's falling out there. That knows so when I say again, they couldn't find an egg. So the Gemara says, what should we do? What should we do? You must say, we like how what should we do? To have half of the Yisra removed from us, that's not going to work, right? That's not going to work because, again, after the Father doesn't remove half of the Yisra. You know what I'm saying? Okay, he doesn't remove half of the Yisra. We'll come back to you just a little bit. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, look at all you. Katlinu le'inei, ahani people, even should be kavasas. So what they literally, again, they blinded the eye of the Yisra. And at least we had a partial benefit. What is a partial benefit? That a person doesn't have a desire for incest. Okay, right? I was going to say, right? So nice stuff, right? So that's something. This is one of those things, like we use our eyes on Yom Kippur, right? And one of the great things about the Qur'an on Yom Kippur afternoon, most of us can see that we can say to ourselves, I feel like I got this one down, right? Like in other words, like, okay, well, I desire a whole bunch of stuff. Not that. So why is that? Because Chazal was successful in being able to remove at least that base of the basis of all immorality. The person desires a whole bunch of stuff. And at least when it comes to incest, that's not something that we desire. Incredible. Already we go out. Nice of enough Pesachas. So what's this? So back to Avodah Zarah. This is incredible. This is still interesting enough. And this is what we were saying before. Every Sahara that we have has the ability to derail, but also has many positive uses as well. So they couldn't go ahead and remove the desire for morality. But instead of that, it's the natural and healthy and proper and public desire for intimacy. But they were able to blunt it in some way that at least remove the basic urges of that immorality. For instance, okay, so we know what nice of it was not nice of nobody else saying there's a story of a non-Jewish woman who was very old. Amro, and Tamar and Ethan they call it. It's Tamar the Kabbalah of the Darsh of Olam. Someone says, what did she do? What did she do? She made a Kabbalah. She made a Kabbalah. That was a matter of trying to point out how incredible this is. See from there again, she wants to make a Kabbalah. She made a Kabbalah. And she said, if I get that, if I will, I promise, I will worship every single Avodah Zarah in the world. Now, wrong kinds of Kabbalah, right? But definitely good intentions. Good intentions. So what happens? So we must Baruch Hashem. I guys with Hashem, Shalom Kabbalah Shalom. On Rabbi of the Kabbalah Shalom. And she ended up worshiping every single Avodah Zarah in the world. Even she did a car, and she got the Baal Car, Shalom Kabbalah, and I'm not open this. So we got the Baal Car, it's like she's making around. And she says to me, please stop, tell me, how do you worship this idol? So what happened? Amrullah, it says, Amrullah says that Oakland Shadri, the show's in shape, right? And you drink beer. So apparently that's a combustible combination, right? When you do that, you put some awareness, right? So a nice again, feast and beer, and that's going to cause the bowels to remove. We must reason to find out. So it's interesting that she's all about finding place. So part of the idea, apparently, alcohol was that one very important scientifically, currently, so there's defecation, but like, this good mitzvah for alcohol was like, what's the right when it's like a stickle eruption like that, it's like I can't be actually given. So again, if you put walk in there after eating peace and drinking beer, and you notice like eruption from the idols, that's like that's given mitzvah. So Allah, so he's 80 years old, and after all of her Avodah Zarah, he said, "Mitzvah shetatza yisha b'choya, v'lo tamar Avodah Zarah." Right? So she said, you know what? No, I'm not going to, you know what? I'm going to pass. I'd rather get sick again. I can have to worship Avodah Zarah. So he goes, how will the Zarah become? I can make you start interviewing and it's working about so again. This is significant. Where does almost worship right? I mean, Avodah Zarah, you can hear it. Okay, we're talking about now. But the nice part of all the Avodah Zarah is the really good thing. Let's say something that is unbelievable. Makes this calculation. It's always it says it's not so crazy. Let's say you say Rabbi to use the bathroom. Right? You say Rabbi to listen. Why? Because you recognize the godliness and the ability for the body to work the right way. The person goes and uses the bathroom. You recognize. Again, only by that, I mean, or you just say that something that's open closes up. Right? Something that's open closes up. Something that's closed opens up. Right? It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. If something is open and it's closed, so it's closed and open, all the other places. Right? So the nice again, so again, Avodah Zarah is like you notice on everything about Avodah Zarah really is a very nuanced collection of actually so but at the end of the day, the woman says, like, you know what, I'm not doing this. Mary says, Atem is game, and it's talking about her, it's semi-possible. The Atem are taking a show, okay, and the street tomorrow is like, so again, these flowers are not like that. Rather, again, even though you worship Avodah Zarah, ultimately, again, you weren't so attached, right? You were just generally attached to Baal Pahar. And I tried to fight myself like this, right? The state bars are really easy. When it comes to like the powerful again, I cannot take it. You always like the powerful, like two things. That's what I mean. Like two things that connect to each other as well. Speech at Torah, על הספודר והפער, תצומת על ידי אישה. והכם הזה כמשהו לא כיכם, שדיקים עליו. שלא שדיקים עליו. Even when Israel worship idolatry, we are never fully bought in. Never fully bought in. We are attached. Like a woman wears a bracelet, so the bracelet is on her wrist. It's on her, like, but it's not fully attached. So that was like how I want to hold this on. In other words, so we're there, we're doing it, we're not in that section. But Kim has to speak it. We talk about this, Rabbi. You see what I'm saying? Even when you give worship, it's a whole bizarre. And even when you give goes off the straight and narrow, end of thing, whatever else we're doing, dependable on God. Our forgiveness, our clinging, our connection to our Kodesh Baruch Hu is always the primary part of our relationship. Incredible. Talking about on my side, the Safsa that he loves. This is a person's name. There was a guy by the name of Safsa that he loved. He's here from Moron Lechinoch. He went without his donkey for 9 years.
I can't tell you. You have like showbiz, you have like weird like Shane Wild guy energy up here. Like you're very comfortable up here.
So he went down his donkey. So what happens? So the lady's shouting. She gets the Baal Pahar. I'm alone. She said to him, Anshe, don't stay. He said, you know what I want to worship some poor on the way. Right? So just wait for me over here. Okay, I'm alone. So she goes in, she comes out. Then the Jewish guy is leading the donkey. He says, so he says, you know what, you're going to the car, you know what I mean? Quick stop. By Pahar also. Right? What happened? So she says to him, hello, you with Yaakov? She says to him, aren't you a Yid? Oh, so this is something other people to remind us. But if you are you a Yid? How are you working in Pahar? He says, Allah, Uma Ikhbasni, finally. Right? So my is married to you. Nick was to watch this. Nick Ross, Pahar the Pahar, so this is what happened. He goes in, he does his business. Right? Baal Pahar, defecates on the idol. This is what he said, it's crazy. The Tinoch, the Tinoch. Then I was like, okay, he wipes himself on the nose of the Avodah. Right? So again, a little ignorance over here. I was like, now the Pashtos, he was actually trying to do something disrespectful.
Everything else is real.
To the idol. The higher Mishnah about the time the council of the Omer. The Olam, the higher other Sha'atul of the Abdul's of the Council. What happens? The piece of R are there. Look at this guy. You've never seen someone who has worshipped the idol with such resources, such antlers, right? Such Islamos, who wiped himself on the nose of Yakistan residents. Right? When I say they could not believe what they were seeing in front of their eyes. Incredible. So what's in that business, Gemara says, that, so apparently, this Jew is actually trying to debase the Baal Pahar. But the Gemara says it doesn't work, because again, if you defecate on Pahar, even though the intention is to debase the idol, but because that is the mode of worship, you have to avoid Zarah. So you can't do that. Similarly again, Hazorik Ibn Markulis, Harez. So when I start dangerous, that because that is the mode of worship. Rabbi Nash had a puzzle of eight books. Allah on the Zara you can kind of so yeah, Rabbi Nash what time to work out. There's gonna have all the Zara here. So what did he do? Shut up, he so shut the base, he took the pot of it, and he threw it at the idol. But Marcus, they said to him, Nash, it's Marcus. You just stole Marcus now again. His watch to debase the idol. But it turned out that what did he do? He actually worshipped it in my intention. He worshipped it on a level. I was very kind of about this time. After some like also shopping with Joshua, I'm not sure I can explain. So what should I do? I mean, I was very kind of about this time. I found out that I have the miracle day. And then actually, like super trouble over here. Because when I say I understand their intention was to debase the idol, but But when I said at the end of the day, you went ahead and you worshipped it. He said, okay, no problem. I'll go back and I'll remove the stone. I'll remove the stone that I threw. So I'm going to I know for the Echad, I know it's Nechayim. No. You can't remove stones from our place. If you remove stones from our place, then what? Then the nice, again, if you remove it, you make room for more. So apparently part of the avodah of Marcus was to blow the stone, and then again after a certain point, the stones accumulate. So the removal of the stones is also part of the avodah zara. So you can't do that as well. So what is he doing? What's the most hospital? What's the most hospital? Be careful when you throw stones. Because sometimes once you throw stones, it's a little bit difficult to take them back. They'll say, and again, it's kind of how you began when you ended the same way. Ivyo, what is Ivyo called? Ivyo is called Ivyo Tzaddik. Why is it called Tzaddik? Because the greatest tzidkus is when you reach out to your fellow Jew. That is the sugya end. Be careful when you throw stones. Because at the end of the day, when you throw stones, you often can't take them back. Once it's thrown, so let's say, I'm sure when this happened, he's going to buy a Rothschild rice. Again, clearly he has his feelings about, certain segments of Klal Yisrael, let's say, after davening, or perhaps having right empathy for the hostages, or for the soldiers, or for the war. But in general, you have to be careful about the stones that you throw, whether they be actual stones or verbal stones. Because once you throw it, and once you say it, this is virtually impossible to let it says, be careful with how you throw the stones. For the actual or verbal, because once you throw it, you often can't take it back. Incredible. I know Simi's out of the Molech. So let's go back to just for 4 minutes. I know Simi's out of the Molech. So I'll say person now again, you have all the Zara. You have all the Zara Molech. Molech, the one said was child sacrifice. So now again, we'll get into it over here. I know Simi's out of the Molech. The person who's over the children's Molech. Ain't no Chayim, Hashem Surah Molech, Yabir Ba'esh. The only chayiv until a person gives their children literally over to the priest of Molech and walks them in the fire. Muscle Molech will have a baby. If the person gave the child over to Molech, but the child wasn't walked through the fire, or had been able to walk into the Molech, or given over to the fire, or wasn't given over to the priest. So it's time. That's why in chayiv Hashem Surah Molech Yagaresh. In order to be invited by each of the Molech, you need 3 things. Number 1, Molech will find the children. Number 2, you have to give over to the priest of Molech. And number 3, the child has to be walked through the fire. Now again, the exact process we see in the Gemara. So tell me about the other kind of Molech. That's interesting about saying, because on one hand, we talked about Avodah Zarah, and now Molech is being singled out. So why is that? Let's see, the verse. I'm going to add into my command, Molech lab Avodah Zarah. Can we just teach us that Molech is not Avodah Zarah? That was now what is that mean? Yisanya. Echad Molech ve'echad l'shar Avodah Zarah. Chayiv. So what's interestingly enough, so whether a person gave his child over to a Molech or to a different Avodah Zarah, he's going to be chayiv. It was the Shimon Omer, the Molech chayiv, Shalom the Molech pater. So let's say, if you wish to do the highlighting is like this. The only time that giving over one's child is in front of Avodah Zarah is that of the Molech. So giving over one child over, let's say, Shabbat or that's not for the Avodah Zarah. Because that's not the way that the idol is worshipped. I'm not dying. Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Chanina ben taking this. Amrut Davar Echad. Rabbi Shimon Hazar. Rabbi Shimon was that's what we just said before. That again, Molech is unique. Molech is unique about the Zarah that is worshipped being over one's children. The person who's over your child to any other idol, certainly not like performance, that's not about the Zarah. Chanina ben Antigonus, the sign of Chanina ben Antigonus, Omer, that they mocked Hafsa Torah Roshel Molech. Why they start using the Molech? What is Molech? What does Molech mean? So the Gemara is called Shemichu Aleim. Afilu Tzrar, Afilu Kiseh. Let's say someone violates Molech if by going in and accepting anything upon themselves as a deity. So let's say this is a different understanding. Every time I take this has a different understanding of Molech. Please understand what Molech is. If you accept any object as a god, like Melech, upon you, That is the avodah zarah of Molech. Even a slur, even a pebble, even a twig. Rava Amar Molech Arai Pikavina. Rava says in reality, whether or not there's such a thing as what we call a temporary or episodic Molech is the point of contention between the other things. When it comes to Molech, we'll say one is only kind if he gives his child over the actual repentance type of Molech. There's a process. So let's say the person that's giving the kid over to Molech, that's not the Molech. He's giving the kid over to the priest of Molech for Avodah Zarah. Shneimar, Mizarachah, Bosikein, Lahavir Molech. They recognize that the person not going to have a Masa. You might have thought that ultimately one passed his child through the fires of Molech. The people actually give his child over to the priest of Molech, so he would be tired. And the Lama, Bosikein, Masa, the Molech. That you believe well, however, you also know tired. What happens if you give over your child, but if you didn't pass it through the fire, maybe you can get tired. And the Lama Lahab, Masa, the head of Shalom Mola, Yacholi, you might have thought that Allah says you give over your child to the priest, and pass it through the fire, but not the Mola. Now, with Lama, the Mola, Masa, the head of the Mola, what happens if you give over your child to the priest, but it passes through, but not through the fire, and you tired? Yacholi, I never come to have you, and then on the Hamon. ולמה לעמוד ולמות וחמד ולבנות איתו. מעלרם באים, אף באים, ומאחים מולך, אף לעמוד מולך. In order to be tired for giving your child over to Molech, you need two components. Number one, have to give over to the priests of Molech. That's number one. Number two, ultimately, again, there has to be fire involved. And number three, the child actually has to walk through the fire. Now, what they're actually walking through fire actually looks like, it means Hashem will see a movie. Every show, Sarah Harper, looks like if you pass all of your children through Molech, why? And then not use that. But the function of the consequence ultimately amongst your offspring, not all of your offspring. The Lord calls that actually said, what happens ultimately again? If a person went ahead and as a child is growing, and they asked the child is growing through the fires of Molech. What fire? Or yes or no? What happens if the child is asleep? Unless it's one of the new situations, the child is not aware of what it is that's occurring. The blind, they're asleep. I use someone that's no. Benzito, no. What happens if you ask the grandchildren to know that? What fire? So two shows me out, we can answer this one of them. Stand up, Yalo Nasson Lamola. The boss says you give up your offspring to Mola. Not how long, I'm about to leave it. From not to know if he's away. I don't know. I didn't know son of Jonah. Then to know that you can not. I didn't know his son of Jonah. I'm Roma. This seat on me Salo. So it's like, wow, this is very good to get any of your offspring, whether it's your children or your grandchildren. I'm not going to make something that's how you can do that. No. Concept is the Mizaro. The son of the seat on Mizaro. Not just, also it begins with Mizaro and it begins ultimately the seat on Mizaro. Different version which we'll see. Zaro. Any Zarakosha. So most of the first has Mizaro. I don't know what you're hired for Kasha offspring. Zarakosha. I don't know that even if a person passes his invalid offspring through Molech, that he's still going to be hired. I'm going to have the seat on Mizaro. Okay, I'm ready to go. Any high actually at the end of the day of Havara. So you can say like this. Any higher, let's say what? If you go ahead and and you ask your children to get up. Actually, we're going to do is stop over for today. So this next sugya, we'll say this next sugya ultimately again teaches us how Molech was actually done. How he went ahead and it was passed through the fire. So we'll say next time again. Hopefully tomorrow next we'll have a little bit more time. We're not going to do a little more today. We're not finished. So also if you want to take your packets with you, stuff you're getting some six outside it. And that's actually today. So we'll do that hopefully in the base a little bit to make sure. And again, use this time. Usually when it comes to Dafyomi, we usually don't have a lot of time to be able to have faster. And now that we're in rapid coverage, because the doctor is tremendously so nice from today's doctor, the most that American will get from further stops. Tremendous Hawaiian breakfast. And I guess Zebulon. That's I think our goal in America is to eat what time?
Yeah.
8:30. Okay. So breakfast, the Mir Hashem stays in the if anyone needs a booklet, one of the packets.
Philosophically, they can't have a birthday, they are born.
So did you not celebrate a birthday for a long time?
No, literally, my mom would be like, "It's a special day today," and I'd be like, "What is it?" She's like, "I can't tell you. Check your birth certificate." And that would literally be it.
So you didn't get presents?
I didn't get presents or nothing. No, it's just I got used to it. So Tina Turner. What an abusive fucking thing! It's a special day today, bitch. All right, take your birthday.
When's the first time you celebrated your birthday?
I was 17. A bunch of my friends were trying to make me stop being a Jehovah's Witness. They were like, "Hey, we're all going to be at a bridge somewhere where you can preach to us." And I showed up to the bridge. Yeah. They had a 30-pack of beers, and they were like, "Happy birthday." What a surprise party starts the other Thursday. I'm like, surprise for what? My birthday. Oh, shit. Okay, so fucking Paul McCartney.
It's a great intervention when your friends bring you a 30-pack of beer.
Is your family still Jehovah's Witnesses?
Yeah, but my mom's like 21%. She's still
Remember the part where she didn't give you fucking birthday present?
From the very actual end of the studio, so picking up 4 lines of the
My uncle's really cool, man. He had the softest fingers in the world.
She gave you a Jewish name and no presents.
That's fucked up.
That's incredible.
Yeah, my birthday was pretty weird when I was born.
When is your birthday now?
August 21st, 1993.
This is where I deposit
Yeah, I was born
for you.
premature, so
And
my
you can go
lungs
ahead
weren't
and
working.
use it. So what
The
happens
doctor
is
told my mom that I was probably going to die,
and
and she prayed to God,
so something
and
happens to the bowel.
she said,
So
if
there's a whole discussion
my
about
son lives, I will
what's
give
wrong
him
with
to
liability. Well,
and because I lived, she made me a
for
live.
purposes, is moving it for the balance purposes. So there's a whole discussion of how it's not going to be but the point is that your blood does not like establishing a blood according to opinion, and yet when it's that, the entire mission of Christ, and according to one opinion, I will carry these items to the back house. Now, carry those items to the back house is like a form of sheep, like a form of servitude. Like that's like it's something you go ahead and look at something you're about. Okay, good. That's right there.
God did not help him catch that joke. There goes Eleanor on birthday party. We're having fun here. We're cooking. Here we go. 3. Your 4th bucket of the night is Sharon. Thankfully, everybody shared your weight.
You open up the cover, you offer it in sense, you do a validation, and you do all
Good evening, Kiltony people. I am Sharon Greenway, and I have 2 buckets for the male versions used to better entertain. 1. If you insist on mentioning your illness, Tony, more than once within a short period of time, I will have questions and or comments. I am now responsible to confirm those tapes and inquire advice. So when I know your circumcision status. 2. If you insist on sending me pictures of said penis or Tony Zodius, be aware in Texas and a handful of other states it is against the law. I find them amusing, so I will allow it. And only if you follow his guidelines. Well then, head to toe, fully erect, holding a 16-ounce bottle adjacent for size comparison. Thank you. Well, here's the deal, Tony. After the last time, I figured out that I, the international female, cannot outdo someone saying something else funny. So I I should say so. It would make it like easier when the onslaught of like your 10,000 like your male followers,
Let's check in with Rick Hanger here. The first thing is we gotta send her a pic of that thick dick from earlier. We gotta get that. Scan it on a printer because it's not gonna be on an iPhone. There was so much insanity throughout that set. Was the implication that I've mentioned my penis?
when I was on last time, you did mention your penis twice, so I think
What was the context of me mentioning
like
it?
how hard you were. Not one time was not so much. One time was really hard.
What were we talking about at the time?
Which the first time was probably my set. The second time was that I tried something.
Anthony, you think you're a little bit out of context here, but I mentioned my penis very early.
No, you didn't.
Was it a hee-haw? Did people go ha-ha afterwards? Sharon, did they make that whiny noise that you don't understand how it That's the part that thing right there. You hear that whiny noise?
I went ahead and changed the subject and asked if you were circumcised, and some people were like, they got it, they thought it was hilarious, and some people were like, that came out of nowhere. I was like, no, you mentioned his penis, so I'm allowed to ask if he's circumcised.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Did you guys date many people? Sharon Roy. Say 3 words to your name and it's not that many punchlines at all. This is incredible. When you were in high school, did you like tell people you were like a cat or something like that? Yeah, that's a great question. You do have those energies. I'm really a cat. My boyfriend's an energy vampire. He's been a librarian for 300 years. Are you doing comedy other places? Yeah, where? What are you doing? How often do you try this?
I did comedy in the state last year.
Well, they probably couldn't understand you.
They have a pretty big English-speaking comedy scene.
Actually, are you like the last guy? Like, do you have like different jokes that are better than whatever you planned to do here tonight that nobody understood?
No, I am technically more of a storytelling comic. And like a minute is kind of hard.
Wow, we'd love to hear a 25-minute banger from Sharon. Wow.
The main reason I wanted to come on is so I have a major anxiety disorder. Last time I almost did pass on stage. Nobody can tell. But this time it's not that much better. I was hoping that like the nerves would go down the second time, but it's really hard.
Yeah, I felt like you were nervous running through that. Yeah. You felt like a hologram.
No, I wanted to get it in my head. Like I respect the minute timeline. I think
I think you're looking at comedy the wrong way. You have a joke and then make it like, don't try to cram it in with it. I think that's where the disconnect runs is slow it down and find your pace. It didn't feel rushed. I don't want to be shitty because I've been nervous on stage and it's working too. But
I'll be shitty. You could have done it like this. You could have pumped the brakes on that and done it so slow. But it took 20 minutes to get through that, and it's still there's not a funny, unidentifiable moment.
No, I did it very intentionally. It is funny to certain like people.
Who are these people? Where are they? I suggest trying to conform to maybe the Hiltonian audience. Maybe that.
You know what I wanted to tell your audience from last time? So I am not a person.
What do you want to tell the Hiltonian audience? I don't know if you think this is going to get any better.
I am not a person who would do well in jail. I do know from experience. So I should not be talking about things when on stage until those pesky statute of limitations run out. There's no statute of attempted murder, so I should not have mentioned that last time.
Okay.
Wait, so you just thought we could get her arrested tonight?
Yeah,
Sharon Ruth, you just mentioned it again. You know?
no, I know. Like, I'm like, well, I already made a mistake. Like, let me lay into it.
There's something very melodic about her voice when she starts to lose it. It's like,
What are
I feel like
examples
one of
of
those Spanish people right now going like, I got
incense, libation,
You know, and I thought you were gonna be. I actually like it.
All right, Sharon, you get a little jump book last time. You got a little jump book before, I'm guessing. Because of the interview.
Because the audience demanded it.
All right, Sharon, you get nothing this time. They're going to share it with everybody.
There
she goes, sharing this way, everybody. With the patented one last crazy glare in the eyes. A little icon there for everybody. Oh my god. That's exciting. Yeah. Sharon, it might be time for Sharon to take a break from signing up. Alright. We have a regular that's going to siege the room right now. The newest force of nature regular here on Calzone. Please run for the great Ginger Flynn, everybody. I hate the Greyhound. I'm so glad I don't take the Greyhound no more. One time a nigga with no arms stole my wallet. I'll say it again, a nigga with no arms stole my wallet. And the only reason why I called him is because my wallet was in my hoodie because it was cold out and I felt that nigga big toe scrape across my tummy. And then that shit was right there in between his thumb toe. I don't know what you call it. But his thumb toe and his index toe was gripping that motherfucker. And he got strong legs. He got nice legs. Because you know how like Daredevil, his eyes don't work. So his ears is stronger. So this nigga's arms is his legs. So when I try to grab that shit, I had to like tug him. You know, I had to tug a war with this nigga. Then I started wrestling with my wallet away. He talking about, Eugene. Cause I need my arms and my legs. To get it away. So when I finally got it, I stood up with my wallet. He stood up with me, but he is wearing a hoodie too with no arms. His arms was dangling. So when he stood up, he's like, well, you gonna do snakes. I was like, no, nigga, we still got 8 hours on this bus. So I can't shit. I'm there and your thing is, when I ride the Greyhound, I got my gun on me. And they tell you you can't ride with your gun, you won't get in trouble. Go to court. Go to court. If you're just like, you have no gun. I was like, I want a Greyhound. I got all my teeth. They'll be like, look, quit it every single time. Because if I had woken up and that nigga had stole my wallet on my gun, ain't nobody going nowhere until I transform into a wallet. I got a Velcro wallet because I want people to hear me at least try to pay for something. Everybody within 8 to 10 feet, we hear that shit like he did it just to be good. Twice as long as Sharon Ruth Hensley did 29 more verifiable punchlines. Absolutely incredible. Dead 17 less Texas. Dedrick, that is fucking fantastic. Great job.
Great job. I love Greyhound material. None of the people bring Greyhound to know fucking just how sketchy that is.
Is it a box like, you know, they drop the notes and they have like a center where everybody's name does with the Greyhound papers? You don't know what year it is based on what niggas is wearing.
When you get out of prison, they give you a Greyhound ticket.
Yes, they do.
So you said the majority of the people on that bus just got out of prison.
Yeah.
And so I fucking took Greyhound from Tallahassee to Tampa all the time. I remember when album came out, I had headsets and a tape player or a CD player. And dude had just got on British and he was like, what are you listening to? I was like, Notorious B.I.G. He goes, can I see your headsets? That was it. They were his.
I said,
That's why you gotta have a gun, Bert.
Hell yeah. Right?
We all get robbed on a Greyhound.
They brought you up. So
Of emotion. Almost getting passed around a Greyhound. It was an experience.
You feel bad that people mostly vagabonds is privileged, but everyone on a bus, no matter where you are, looks like they're from Albuquerque. Yeah, it is a certain type of bus. Definitely a people from Albuquerque. I stand by what I said.
Your bus will go back. As much as they are worshiping at home, at least what they do, and what they live, at least they're shooting at the show.
So you've taken the Greyhound quite a lot.
It was the impact of what I said. But
Yeah, we know.
included that show, and they said again, probably slow. It was after the Bible and this age of the church. So I knew they were including that in the Bible and the equation. That was at least a saving grace for probably slow. So you know what I'm saying? I remember when someone was like, let's do so good. So the traffic seems to be the last and next time. How did you say that? If a person goes out and picks up and he calls this together, and I think that was so. You can be a guy that I believe in the world. It's even worse. It's incredible. Because I think that's what is the upside of being a Rabbi? It's something that's so constant. But what is the upside of being a Rabbi? What's the upside? The upside is you serve the team. Choose the team. Choose the team. Be decisive. Let's the right with someone. So what's the other with the I must say I have once been Australian.
They just have to use that as a commercial. They just have to know who they are and roll with it.
They know who they are. They don't even have an intercom in the Greyhound. One time I went to Atlanta Greyhound, which is the scariest place on earth.
I really cannot imagine. The entire city of Atlanta scares me. It seems like the Greyhound station you need to.
It's right outside of the strip club, so the port is terrifying. And I walked up to a lady, I said, when is the bus to Charlotte? Right, I looked at her and she was looking at me and she went, what did you say? I was like, don't yell at me. I'd rather be on Frontier, nigga. I hate Frontier.
You know, an Atlanta Greyhound station is dangerous when Tetrick is the safest person there. Everyone else looks exactly like John Bees does right now. You wear your ski mask up when you're laughing. You haven't all figured out John at a comedy show. You're cracking up with his mask on. There you go. There it is.
You know I ain't got it right. It doesn't work. The joke doesn't. Because you told him that if the power went out, we was going to start losing. So you gotta make our kill Tony money somewhere. Like I don't steal, but I loot. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. There's group synergy too.
Yes, it is.
Wow, you know exactly where the Greyhounds are.
Yeah, I was just there.
And the Greyhounds are fucking great. I know you got money. You don't have to be there.
My father-in-law doesn't.
By definition, you never do something in your life. Better to be it's going to sound fake, but just let us hold it on your mind. Better to go, here it is.
And Magic City has the best wings in town.
Yes, they do. They'll live in forever. Shout out to Magic. Shout out to Magic City, Atlanta,
Because if
Georgia.
you're committed to nothing, it means you lack.
Dedrick, your set was absolutely fucking incredible.
Very good. Very funny. You know, I'm going to tell you, just like, there's such an energy. It's almost like watching good ice skaters. Like when you came up, you kind of owned it. It was like, you know, when you watch ice skating,
So not enjoyable at all ever.
Hey, Bert, what's an ice skater?
You're the opposite of ice skaters, and then we've all enjoyed it before.
See, that's what it says. It is better to have a bad king
Well, you're watching ice skating. It enjoys it, but it's like when you see someone drop confidence, you're like, oh, this is gonna be okay, I'm not worried. And when you came out, I was like, oh, I'm not worried. And then when they kicked in the music, and you go to the stage, that was the never Also, in a cowboy hat was very excited to see you, which is another sign to the black guy that you're doing it right. Thanks so much. That guy rode the green belt here the other day. He rode the actual cowboy hat. One time for the Great District Flag. Your next bucket will goes by the name of Zach Townsend, everybody. How's it going? I'm 35 years old. I used to want kids real bad. I used to want guns real bad too. Now I don't know if I want either one. I kind of see them as the same thing. They're both dangerous. Whenever somebody has one, they're always like, do you want to hold it? And I'm like, no. I know way too many people in jail for touching those things. I mean, get my fingerprints off it. I feel like guns are a lot like kids too, because all the worst people I know hold theirs sideways. You know, it's either like give me your fucking money or like baby hanging off the hip at Walmart, you know. So like, want me to Cookie Monster pajama bottoms even though the sun is still up? Come on, you guys have been used it before, you know what I'm talking about. Cheers to this. I feel like guns are a lot like kids too, because whenever I see one out in the street, I'm like, shouldn't you be in school right now? You know, and I remember on Facebook you see a new article of like a female teacher begging their younger male students. We gotta pay these teachers more money, right? So they can afford to go on dates with people their own age. It's super easy to find a 9 to 15-year-old and just fucking say 6 times while you juggle their balls a little bit. You know, it's I live in Nashville, Tennessee. Oh man, by Bert Kreischer, actually. I was opening for him at the movie theater on Friday. Yeah.
Amazing. I love it.
I was like, man, you better get fucking blood. It was you, Crux, man. I think you're fucking hysterical.
That's absolutely incredible. I have no idea that you had anybody here, that anybody even signed up. We got fucking quirky there.
Yeah, I was supposed to go home last night, and I was fucking ice is crazy, and the weather's bad.
Zach, so have you lived in Nashville your whole life?
No, I'm from Connecticut originally.
Okay.
I started comedy in Tampa.
Hell yeah.
He's sober right now, but he's not drinking. He's getting married. Yeah. Well, I'm also sober for my career too. But
how long have you been sober for?
Since December 2019. December 2019. Yeah, let me ask you this. Don't tell me or anything. You know?
Let me ask you this, because what exactly did you do on December 2019? You're going away last year.
Don't tell me. Tell two lies and the truth. We gotta guess which one. What happened on December 29th? Okay, 2 lies and the truth. I went out to a bar with my friends. Or I got blacked out on wine and had my coke dealer come over there and accidentally did ketamine.
already out of the back, we're doing it back home. I'll see what we're looking at, the other lab, you're not really looking at any of these things because it's a generalized lab.
Take a service, and you're getting drunk on wine.
Yeah, it was supposed to be just a chill night. Like my friend just had a baby, and they came over, and then he came over too, and he was over too. He was like, "Oh, picture me." He's like, "We're drunk," hanging in the wall. I was like, "Oh, they're not." Like the baby inside. I was like, "Yeah, you're so right." And I was just a joke. So we'll bring me a gun. So we decided to have a shit. I was all for my
Amazing sins, and you had a little Pulp Fiction moment. You thought you were doing cocaine, but it turned out to be ketamine.
Yeah, well, nobody's told me it was ketamine.
How did that make you feel? Feeling after lunch about ketamine? What you do know, you seem to be extremely drunk off of only wine. It's very odd or even
Yeah, I don't remember much about being completely honest. Like, there is like video. I went outside to get cigarettes from my car and busted my ass trying to get back in. There's like video of the red camera from my fiance and my kids. You want to see this? Actually, I don't want to really people look at my hands all fucked up.
I'm gonna be honest. That bitch is gonna be a god.
So Zach, you make all your money doing stand-up comedy?
Yeah, I do stand-up and sketch comedy.
I love it. What does the future wife do?
She's a private. I don't know. She's like works for like the government. Okay, yeah,
perfect. You're doing a lot of good things.
She makes all the decisions in my household. Yeah.
Are you in charge of wrangling or anything like that?
Yeah, you should see our crawl space. It's actually quite packed right now.
Zach, you are so funny. Where can people find your stuff?
On Instagram at Zach Townsend _ and Paid Vacation Comedy. Yeah. I did a sketch. I did a sketch about me telling about the video game.
Oh
Yeah, that was so yeah. You guys are all on it.
so much. Literally, like our favorite language. We sent it to each other and everything all around. Absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, I think you guys should make a video game too. I think you're gonna make some money on that too. Everybody's in the video.
I absolutely agree. Talk about how long you in town for now?
I leave tomorrow. Yeah, I got shows this week, so I got to try to get back. So I can get back home.
Also funny. Thank you guys so much. One more time for Zach Townsend, everybody. Untested minutes in front of 5 million people. Sharing Rick Bensley and then the tables turn. Let's see if we can keep the momentum. Okay, this decided that up next comes Angel of Diaz, everybody. Yeah, give it up for myself. One time. I actually have a real question. Is anyone in here subletting a room? Fuck me, bro. Goddamn. Does anyone see themselves living with me at home? Jesus Christ. Alright, well, I have to find my apartment like pretty bad. Like, right. This is a text message thread between like me and my landlord. I have to write it down. I said, Mr. Landlord, no, right. I said, Mr. Landlord, man,
I am doing a live stream set on the radio. What's happening? Please tune in online, and I will come around 4. You won't believe who the fucking DJ you know what? Yeah, give it up for me.
Swagger and confidence and stage presence, unlike almost anyone that's been up here.
I'm a good guy. What else the fuck do I say? What else?
Angel for you.
I just turned 26 last week. Yo, give it up for 26.
You don't have to give it up for everything. I'm gonna ask you a lot of questions, Angel. Just like a great chance to show you what the full listener. Always gonna make noise for every question I make. And I'm working at a vape store. What do you do for work, Angel?
Yo, I have no job whatsoever. Yeah, I have no job.
How do you survive, Angel? Take us through a day in the life.
So I've been going out of state to steal shit. Give it up for stealing shit.
Angel, so do you really make money stealing shit?
Not really, but kind of. Well, if I steal anything, like it's for myself, but like if you need bounty, I mean, I don't know. That's the type of shit I'm stealing. You know, like
paper towels?
Yeah, it's bad.
Can you give us an example of some time that you've stolen something? Like,
well, allegedly,
you are naturally guilty. I might bring you back just for interviews. What I like is his bounty, which is a way of saying the amount of money for something, but he actually meant paper towel. Definitely went to California to do this, right?
what was that? California? I don't know what this guy is telling me. I'm sorry, I can't hear him too well.
You're okay. California. Angel, so take us through it. Allegedly,
Alright, so I'll like pick up like maybe 3 things that you want. Am I gonna go to jail for this?
No. You are protected. This is a comedy show and everything is a joke.
And dry off twice. So you know, just already that's different voices. What do you think,
But like, what did they catch? Like, what did they catch me on camera? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, yo, this is you, and like, this is you talking.
I got good news for you. Angel, I got good news for you. Everybody that's ever stolen anything or successfully like this, no way you get in trouble for this. Keep going, Angel. Tell us about the amazing work of the bounty hunter, Angel Diaz.
Yeah, so I'll just walk in and then I'll just like walk out with like a whole bunch of bounty and then like I'll sell it to like the first person who needs bounty in their house. You know, like is anyone subletting a room?
Seriously though, have you really stolen bounty paper?
Well, it's between bounty and street beef. So like, honestly, I really can't talk about it too much. Like right now, I have like an open case.
exactly, you can talk about this. What exactly is the open case for right now?
Well, honestly, it's for graffiti because I got caught and like so pretty much it's like this. It's like allegedly they saw me. I got a new case. I'm gonna do the butt slap on the way out, and they better make money. I don't know. So yeah, pretty much they caught me like camera on the bandwagon. Bro, she was like an old graffiti writer. They were like, yo, this is you, and I'm like, this is you, and they're like, oh man, and like I couldn't deny it. I don't know, I couldn't just hold those hours. So like that's the situation. I got to be so yeah, what's your name? So what is your living situation in Austin, Texas right now? Do you live here now? I kind of stay with my sister when she just had a baby, so I can't really stay there. Is anyone something like I'm gonna stop staying there. Seriously, you live with your sister? Yeah, she lives in Austin. Yeah, where did you come from? New York City. How did you get here? I took a plane. Well, now there's been a lot of talk right now about this too. And anybody that I know from this episode belongs on a Greyhound bus. Buddy, it's you. The judgment he showed towards the other Kiltonic guy for being on the Greyhound bus just now. Yeah, so fucked up. Who the fuck did the guy have, man? I got a fucking spirit flight. Yo, I literally took a spirit flight. Do you remember your musician by any chance? What you say? That's pretty much all that's right. I can't imagine what the guy behind you would want. Cash out my girlfriend out? Yeah, sure. Shout out your brother, I'm sorry, I should have never said that. There you go, she is now under arrest. D-Man, this is actually going to bang her right now. Okay, so Angel, where'd you meet your girlfriend at? So I met her at a park, and it was crazy the way I did even though, so I saw her smoking a whole bunch of cigarettes, and I was like, so I went to the store, I went to the store, are you okay? We're watching, I'm watching. She said in the park, you want to go with them? I'll pick her up. Watch Free Bird out now on Netflix. I know, me too. How much do you cost? We're not selling it today. I'll fucking pay for this kid just to be around me. Oh my God. Everybody loves it. I'm gonna stop doing that. I'm serious. I'm gonna stop. Yeah, wait to see the kind of deal you get it when you purchase it. For $2,100. Very
Now, I'm more like 4,000.
He's a tough negotiator, Bert. He's a master negotiator. Offer yourself up to the Avodah. Now, of course, what happens after you leave the self-sacrifice? Who owns the property?
Angel Diaz will sleep in the gas tank of your tour bus.
I just the other
Hey, just give me a second. I don't even need the money. Just give me a can of spray paint and paper towels. I'll fucking art. I'll fucking deck out your boss, Bert. Okay, Angel. So let's talk about what jobs you had before. I can't imagine you really holding down anything at all.
So I used to work at a halal shop, and then I worked at a does anyone pick that glass up? Like, what is going on?
Angel, you are so naturally funny. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
I've been doing it for like 2 years now. So I had my phone. Last time when I came to Austin, they were like, never do comedy in Austin. You fucking hate your guts. Are you serious?
There's something so magical about laughing at someone and not with them. It's different. His reactions to normal, everyday things are unbelievably funny.
It's like clockwork I've never seen before.
Are you serious? It's crazy. You better hope nobody's barefoot. It's insane. Like, these are things, I mean, Rick is a crowd work god. But I'm not quite sure if they had the coolest DMs in the audience, Rick. I mean, as a crowd workout simple, you must admit. I'll say this. I don't think most people should be allowed to do crowd workouts. But I also think we all have to hope that no one is barefoot out there. And to hear it said, I went, yeah, that makes sense. This guy's a master. Crush your water. I mean, this dude is doing it. Even the way he hydrates is next level. Hydrates like he's very thirsty.
I am very thirsty right now. I actually do want to walk off.
Why do you want to walk off, Angel?
I don't know. I just want to go home.
Why? What are you going to do when you get home? What are you looking forward to?
So, actually, I gotta watch the second half of Oppenheimer. So, like, I'm excited about
Can you imagine going home and his sister and the baby sitting there while he watches Oppenheimer?
Can you walk me through what you've seen in Oppenheimer so far? I saw the part where they were like, so they were recruiting a whole bunch of guys, and then they were like, maybe you're the one who can like help us really like build this shit. And they were like, so where are we fighting against? And they were like, the Nazis. And they were like, all right, man, let's just go fight.
So I think maybe a movie review on what's the movie that you finished recently, Angel Diaz? What's your favorite movie?
Okay, my favorite movie is the Talahega Nights.
This is absolutely incredible. Can you give us a little synopsis of Talahaga Nights?
So pretty much it starts off with like a guy that like he's like a race driver guy, and then like fucking towards the end he gets like his bitch took. And then he has to like kind of like stun on her like, yo, I just came in number one, and then like the guy is like his best friend that took his bitch. Keep that in mind. So he's like, keep that in mind.
This interview has gone on too long, but I gotta ask, what what's the series? Not a comedy, I want something serious. You ever seen Forrest Gump? Help me explain Forrest Gump.
so at first I started off, that was bad. I'm actually gonna walk off.
What do you remember about Forrest Gump?
He was there for everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Like, it was just like, yo, let's just have like this dumb guy as like a fly in the wall. You know, like that's pretty much the movie.
I've been doing this so often lately, and it's a real fucking problem. The internet's gonna hate me for this. Red Man's furious. He's already groaning over here. But Angel, you are absolutely priceless, and you are indeed the newest golden ticket winner here. There's the butt slap. Come back again. The whole world needs to see you again. You're about as welcome as it gets in Austin, Texas, by the way, Angel Diaz. Holy shit. Oh my God. He was real deal. Real deal. There's going to be shit missing from now on around here.
Tony, right before he walked off, he goes, can I throw this water on the ground? No.
He is real trouble. Every once in a while, you need add a little fucking pepper to the mix, a little Diablo sauce, if you will. Angel Diaz is the newest winner of I'm getting word. The mothership is out of paper towels.
Somehow turned him into PCP in the back.
Alright, well,
My sister's gonna have a fun day when this comes out.
oh god. Hey, yo, so check it out, like I have a reason to stay now. I'm gonna take my bitch in New York, and the court members are gonna show up the court. I got a whole thing going on now. He's gonna avoid that case in New York City. Alright, your next photo poll. You guys having fun out there, huh? Your next photo goes by the name of Andrew Lowe, everybody. What's going on, yo? How you doing tonight? Yeah. So I was told recently, that I look like I from that 70s show. And, I don't know if you keep up with the news or nothing like that, but, just pretty disgusting. Very Scientology, you know what I mean, guys? Because there's nothing worse than that. Right?
Now, it's interesting to know how the colors are so
I just like to think of the guy that compares to him. Like, I haven't seen him on anything in a while. Like, I love that 70 show. What's he been in? I was like, I don't know. It's not actually anything, actually. You're probably a fucking team in there.
Go for that.
Yeah. So, no really fuck with that. But, you know what I do fuck with, though? I have a question, guys. I watch videos. Be honest. Does anybody out here use point stars? Anybody use point stars before it makes some noise? Yeah. It's one little machine you'll find tucked away in the corner of a Walmart, right? And you just ring all your Sailor 40s.
True glow, everybody. Do you have Reagan then towards the end there?
Those edge guys.
Punishable by
It's just an angel. Do you like an angel? Yeah, I did request that angel request back.
What if we had Angel do the same material?
Do you have your material written down here by any chance? Yeah.
No, I got.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to have, just like he did with the subject, we're going to bring the angel back. We're going to have him watch your session, and then he's going to give a synopsis.
This is like one violation.
Are there any chance we have angel back there? Is already finished up.
Vice agents have taken him and decided to release him.
These agents love Angel Diaz. He might actually be the one that could solve all of America's problems right now.
So now, what exactly are we talking about over here? So
Is Angel here? He wasn't able to get him.
According to the opinion
Okay,
that Havana was single.
he might already be in a fight in the alleyway right now.
Havana only carries
Incredible. Andrew, how long have you been doing drunk comedy?
Probably like 3 or 4 years, give or take.
3 or 4 years.
One thing I liked was you said, I don't know if you guys have seen the news, that you told a joke about something that happened 5 years ago in the news. So that might not be the best. It might not be the intro into the high grade thing.
So once again, why single out prostration? Why single it out?
He was?
So the Gemara says, we're not going to have our
That was why somebody brought it up.
so when the opinion that
Okay, I got the
singled
word.
out.
Ladies
In
and
order to
gentlemen,
make
they
one
were
higher
able to
for us,
retrieve Angel Diaz. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the return of Angel Diaz.
There he is.
One of the all-time great superstar Angel. Here's what we're gonna do. I want you to stand back here between Michael Gonzalez and D Madness. I want you to watch Andrew Lowe's set.
Give me some notes.
And then I want you to give, like you did with the movies, I want you to give a synopsis of what we talked about. All right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Andrew Lowe, everybody.
So let's really be honest though, because I didn't hear enough people make some noise. Because I know, has anybody used the fucking point star? Make some noise. Thank you to my fellow bro bitches out there. Alright? So if you haven't used the point star, like I was saying, it's this fun little machine you find tucked away in the corner of the Walmart, right? You walk up with your same double box of coins for the fucking keep in it, right? You just walk up, right? And that's the thing. It's so fucking loud. It just lets everybody know in the general vicinity that you know you're not really doing something right. Right? Because nobody's using the coin stars like, oh, let's see those coins. I'm going to get myself something nice. And no, it's me on the high as hell in my 90 size. Just like this needs to be $70 something. This shit out of luck, but it's not. It's not $40 minus 3 because there's a fee. And I'm like, are you kidding me? There's a fee. I'm down this bad. You're just going to fly me somewhere out here? It's like, well, yeah, because you're still going to take a bunch of those little points left in the yard. Thanks, guys. It's my time.
Here's the synopsis by Angel Diaz. Angel, step up to that mic. Let's say somebody hadn't seen what Andrew Lowe talked about, how would you describe it to us?
Yo, pretty much this guy is broke as shit. So you said you were collecting coins and taking them to Walmart, nigga? Like, bro, you are broke. Like, yeah, it's like at this point, like the only thing you're trying to find is like, you know, those old coins or something. I feel like that's like your lucky thing, you know? Should I play? No, you know what? I just gave this guy a kiss here.
Listen, I do take that into Walmart. Sometimes they should be in the
play any instruments. I just might make you like a band member full time or something. You know how to do anything? Play like
Yo, actually, I do. I know how to play the.
From these. So the listen to this.
Yo, I know how to play. The double keyboard.
No, you're not gonna replace one of these guys. They're gonna be an addition to the band. Get your goddamn single keyboard the fuck out of here. I don't know how to play that. The best was the look around, though. What do I play? Oh, of course, the most common instrument played by human beings. The double piano. Angel, you know what we're gonna give you is another can of delicious water. Burn in that can of water. They burned it, Angel. Wow. Somehow, completely uncarbonated can of water, by the way. Somehow,
So much bounty.
I'll say this too. Angel's such a good presence that Andrew Lowe said got better and better. Yeah. And we got to hear the whole coin stuff thing and it made more sense. I'm like, oh, this Angel finally goes. We'll never know how many people were laughing at the coin cemetery and how many people were slowly picking up on the Angel. Literally, this Angel is like to be able to absorb. Is that also how you watch movies, Angel?
Yes, I'm actually very blind. I have a 13-20 vision. I don't know enough to talk about it anymore. I don't know. At this point, I'm just lying to everybody.
The fact that you run out of material is absolutely perfect, Angel. Somebody gave you a golden ticket, amazing. It's going to be a real nanny next time you're Tony and Mitch. You found a full body retarded midget. Look at him.
Anyone else showed up in the same class.
Michael Jordan or something. There he is. Sound effects for days. Every time he does something, something happens. All right, Andrew Lowe, fun times. Just for the sake of your entire set, everyone thinking about Angel Diaz while you were here. Here's a big joke. Sounded like a compass. You had to be here for what happened before you. There you go. Don't go selling them to someone in an alleyway, though. I can tell you're a real hustler, dude. I don't know how you survive. Can I get those cigarette butts? Makes noise one more time for Angel Diaz and Andrew Lowe, everybody. There they go. Where's one more button left? There goes Angel.
Shimmy, let's say you instead of writing your name, you write shimmy.
All right. This has been a long episode, so this will be your final bucket full of the night, and he goes by the name of Spencer Food. Everybody, are
Okay, so the law would be writing shimmy. What would be an example of?
I like hot dogs.
Yeah, so for example, okay, just
my mom has a tramp stamp.
It's actually a concept. So let's say again, for Shabbos violation, how do you violate Shabbos?
Was 44 to 34.
So again, how does a person violate Shabbos?
I don't think I should have removed my mom coming home with a tram stand. I definitely should have been old enough to drive away from the situation.
A derivative of that. So shin, you just like shemet. Hey, no.
A lot of people jerking off cartoons these days. I don't like it. It's weird. It's weird and it's gross. Why are you doing that? Stop. Like I went to art school to draw cat ears, so I don't like it. I'm bad at drawing hands. They're daily tentacles.
Which could result in multiple layers of liability. For example, Zodon Shabbos, Shididas Malachas. So let's say this is
It's a great movie.
So Zodon Shabbos,
I like hot dogs.
I know that it's Shabbos. I know that
I like
it's
hot
Shabbos.
dogs. I'm
But I
supposed to
don't
building
know that all of these acts that I'm engaging in are malachas. So I know that it's Shabbos. But what did I do? I think, oh, it's Shabbos. I checked the
I like hot
cat.
dogs. It's the face perfectly.
I go on there for a couple pieces of meat. I did
And the body, no doubt about it.
So I
Spencer,
know
I'll
that
even
it's
on
Shabbos.
stand up.
A little over 6 years now.
There's individual liability
Years.
for
Where
each and
at?
every thing that I do.
Last 3 years I started in Virginia.
So to speak,
What do you do for work?
so I know that it's Shabbos, but I don't know all of the malachas.
That's here.
There's individual liabilities. Other Shabbos, that's
Right down
malachas.
there.
Energy apples. That is an example of multiple acts.
I need to go in there.
Individual
Yeah, we got a
liability.
beer one in South Florida.
Shabbos,
Hell yeah.
malachas.
I love that. It must get interesting.
If I know that it's Shabbos,
Anything crazy ever happen there?
I have liability for every
Yeah, a lot of dudes with autism come We also sell like toys and figures, so it's like Ninja Turtles, wrestling figures and stuff like that. You meet all sorts.
I am intentional about the
Toys are gonna walk in like, I like turtles.
So
I'm like,
that's energy.
gotcha.
Again, a singular liability.
Oh, yeah.
So
How
that's
long
a
you work
singular
there?
again. That's because
I started working there in
there's a difference over here.
Okay.
When I know that it's Shabbos,
Hell yeah.
then
That's
it's so good.
But all the dudes who come in and ask or say they like turtles, how many of them would you say are virgins?
Oh God, sadly it's usually deals with families. But it's not a lot of virgins, yeah. It's like it's the kids are like, we all like turtles. It's a family affair. That shit collecting shit they don't need. So you have to know about all this shit. To a degree, it helps to like know about movies and music because we have bands ranging from classic rock to contemporary. So it's like it's also a merch store. So they're more familiarized with
Just to keep in mind our conversation.
Okay. What do you do for fun, Spencer?
I've done a lot of rock concerts. Concerts based on just live music, which is all whatever band. As far as like which genres, which that's kind of hard.
Really? What's your favorite live shows? I'd say.
The Acacia Street.
Wow, they're here in the audience. Ladies and
It's
gentlemen.
my favorite metal band. I mean, last year I saw Wu-Tang. That was awesome. Wu-Tang Run the Jewels.
The people from Albuquerque listen to it. Run the Jewels is the shit live.
Yeah, they really were. Yes, that was right there.
Two rappers at once. Turns out it's like twice as entertaining as one rapper.
Yeah, the Wu-Tang's like 7 dudes. You're like, fuck you.
Absolutely. I know when I'm surrounded by 7 dudes, I get fucking Sharon Ruth Hensley with all heart as well. Okay, so Spencer, you a lot.
Why not?
Briefly dated a girl over the holidays. How did that happen? Just wasn't feeling the vibe.
You ended it.
It was mutual. We noticed we kind of like at least I wasn't really kind of felt into it.
You say you fell in love.
You know, you meet a lot of young girls.
Okay, hell yeah.
What do you
He's doing his growl. For those of you that don't know, if you're wondering what we're talking about, Redman does a thing. When he wants to talk, he doesn't have anything to say for we all hear it up here, but the mic's not near him, so you don't know that he's doing it. Like, as a thought about something.
Normally requires the
Goth
cutting
girl
of
is
both symbols
horrible hygiene,
esophagus.
usually, right?
So let's say our first is the actual shape. Your first would be cutting one of the symbols. So now that first primary categories is equal keyword use of the about primary reflection of both. For example, slaughter is insense, like wine translation,
Latinas, we notice the difference between Latinas and goth girls. Yeah, they take it too seriously. Morrissey fan.
That is the most fascinating thing in culture. The Mexican community attaching itself to Morrissey. It's like mind-blowing. I'm hoping that'll happen to me somehow. That like I'll show up and it'll just be paralyzed people. What did I do?
Incredible example of a singular act which can result in multiple layers of liability. For example, Zolo shooting gas alcohols. So for that be an example of
No one can do that now. If anyone does it, you say they're ripping.
but I don't know that all of these different things are automatic forms of worship. So for example, I know there are worship of Zolo.
I'm sure you can find out whenever I start a place of groundwork clips. Angel Diaz is going to be releasing a couple of these. We love Angel Diaz. There's one lady literally having an orgasm over there.
All the jokes you're telling, when you get better at comedy, will be better. Just keep writing, and then revisit these when you're better at comedy. And because like the idea of promoting a trans family and you should be able to project, that's funny. You just have to figure out the right. And they're also short films. He's a water good like 40 details of
So, how does the tramp stamp joke go? If you don't mind me asking, your name is unedited. One Spencer is bring your mom. Feels like this should be a comedy duo. I bet Mom crushed. Yeah, Mom, a funny lady. Where's she at? Is she in Virginia still? She's in Virginia. So, like, your home in Virginia is a very small population. Yeah. Tell us about it.
It's a farm county. I think the whole county has like 35,000.
Are you anywhere near the, what's that one family called? The famous Angels. No.
I got to watch Virginia.
The whites, the wonderful whites.
We're in Virginia. I think that's where West Virginia is. I'm like the Shenandoah Valley.
35,000. What did you do for us when you were there?
I was working at a t-shirt factory. Used to make papers.
Spencer, you're a very funny guy. Congratulations. Great times. Here's a picture. There you go. So, okay. All right, Amy, we're getting word that Angel Diaz has brought his notes. How did you get those? In the bathroom? You ran into Angel Diaz in the bathroom and he gave you his notes. All right. Well, it actually does say, me, can you please come tomorrow between 10 a.m. and maybe 1 p.m. and fix the AC unit? It's Tuesday, he said. I'm doing a live deal. We read this. Oh, they're kicking you out. There you go. That's what happens.
That's the exact kind of foreigner we need to get out of this country, goddammit.
The guy's just drunk enough to know that Angel did this show, or not know that Angel did that show on stage. But we should keep that. Hold on to that. We're going to put that in the Kiltony Museum one day. It is incredible. His handwriting is very youthful. Incredibly. I don't know if you have a shot of that. childlike wonder. You would think a graffiti artist has better handwriting, but no. All right, everybody, here's the reality. William Montgomery is sick again, everyone. That's right. The most vaccinated person in the show's history somehow gets sick once a month. What are the odds? Ari Maddie got snowed into Estonia, everyone. I know, the controversy is wild. But I do have one remaining special treat that you guys might like. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the greatest golden ticket winners in the history of the show. Here to close us off, make some noise for the one and only Martin Phillips, everybody.
And then I say, sway right, if you want to see how it turned out. The most wobbly, rock-solid comedian in the world. You did it again, amazing set. Rick, is this your first MC mark?
This is my first time. Fantastic. Mainly I just say straighten up, do what you gotta do. Okay, well then you know what, maybe do a little coke or something. Let's see if you can calm the nerves a little.
You have the sweater of Bill Cosby and the movement of a lady that just got a drink from him.
It's like he's standing on ice right now.
How is this weather treating you? How are you surviving?
Down to a statue out of our so what is your
You did it again, amazing set. Rick, is this your first MC mark?
This is my first time. Fantastic. Maybe I just say straighten up, do what you gotta do. Okay, well then you know what, maybe do a little coke or something, see if you can calm the nerves a little.
You have the sweater of Bill Cosby and the movement of a lady that just got a drink from him.
It's like he's standing on ice right now.
How is this weather treating you? How are you surviving?
Shows in Florida, maybe he's like a 1940s.
Oh, Martin, tell us about Florida. How did it treat you? Where were you at in Florida?
Is that local myself? Interestingly enough, there's a similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah. What's going on? Which makes it better. The similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah actually works quite physically. The way that you follow Shabbos is as if he's worshiping Avodah Zarah, right? Shabbos is the mitzvah that solidifies and concretizes our belief in God as a creator. Without that, there is no belief in Him. The primary essence of the Rebbeinu Shalom is as historical and contemporary creator. Shabbos is the great that solidifies that.
He's a little bit let up right now, Bert.
In order to yield the time to us finish tomorrow. So therefore, the failure to observe Shabbos is tantamount to worship of Avodah Zarah. We can learn
Freebird is on Netflix.
just to teach us about some two different sources. But just like
Angel Diaz
Shabbos,
is
the
watching it
Torah goes
right
out and
now.
singles out
We're going to hear a
in order to show
synopsis.
you that there's
It's going to be
individual
next
liability
week
for
where
every
we're going to
aspect
get
of
the
Shabbos.
Freebird
So this
synopsis.
one
So
singles out
basically, there's like this fucking black guy and a
like an
family.
individual level of liability for every aspect of worship of the Lord. Okay. So now take us.
Go to your angel. Describe cerebral palsy to the rest. Oh, so like basically God didn't like this fucking guy. Did you get to see Angel Diaz tonight?
And then the Chumrah that other mitzvahs have over Shabbos. Okay, here we go. Chumrah Shabbos, what the Chumrah Shabbos? We don't
You kind of have to see the whole thing. He
Chumrah
watches you on
Shabbos,
sometimes.
Shem Shabbos, also Shai the Arab, right? So now we'll read it and then we'll follow terms a little bit.
Oh my God, Martin, I love you so much. You're so fucking considerate. You're so fucking powerful. Catch him everywhere. Catch him on the killers that kill Tony in his own tour. Guys, how loud can this place get for the great Ray Ingram and Bert Kreischer, everybody? Go to the Comedy Store YouTube page and watch it immediately after this, please. And then, or before, in any order, go to Netflix and watch Freebird. These guys have unbelievable things out there right now. This episode's been brought to you by Quo, ZipRecruiter, and Shopify. Did you guys have a good time?
Check out the secret show every Thursday, sunsets for DTX.com.
We are going back to Los Angeles, where it all started in May, to the Intuit Dome, the largest ever venue that we've ever done. Bigger than the O2 Arena, bigger than Madison Square Garden. To do a little show that started in front of 12 people. Two of those 12 were Lady and Sherry in the Comedy Store Valley Room, which all started with the first guest ever on the show. One more time for Rick Ingram. One more time for Bert Kreischer. We love you guys. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
I know that Shabbos, I didn't know that turning on light was blessing. For example, right? So I know that Shabbos on Sunday. There's another thing called the misasek. Misasek means I am involved in a totally different act. Actually, physically on that day. And as a result of that act, something always occurs. Meaning, whereas if you take a look at the light case, right? I have on the picture on the light. But what was my mistake? What was my mistake? I didn't really do on Shabbos. That was my mistake. So again, there was kavanah to laugh, but just lack of awareness for it. And that was without it, it was the moment I didn't have kavanah to do anything wrong. It just happened to be as a result of what I was doing, something else according to what prohibited. So now, you will go back to the different listen. We'll go back. Chol the Shabbos, so there's a chumrah of other mitzvot over Shabbos, and then what? Shebishar mitzvahs, Shabbat, below miskadei chayim. Ultimately, again, if you go and you do a shobek without covering your chayim, not changing the Shabbos. By Shabbos, if there was no kavanah for the act, you're not chayiv, right? So if you do an act without any level of intentionality, Shabbos requires intentionality. So by other mitzvahs, if you perform an avera even without intentionality, you can be chayiv. By Shabbos, you only chayiv with intentionality. So let's analyze this. So the Gemara says, for example, Amar, let's now dissect this. Amar, Chomer b'Shabbos. So what's the Chomer of Shabbos? Shabbos also shtarim. So remember what we just said. On Shabbos, if you perform two melachos, the ha'elamechot in one lapse, then what's halacha? You're chayiv for each and every melachot. Okay, so you might think like this. Here's the example. Okay, this is fascinating. Okay, so let's say like Shabbos, maybe you have a help, and you buy a little Shabbos morning, right? You went ahead and you harvested, you harvested, and you ground the wheat. Right? So there's a piece of a little harvesting and grounding. So let's say you did both of those things. Some people do anything that's about to do on time, right? So you go ahead, right? You harvest, and you grind up the wheat. That's two different malachos. The Rabbi says Rabbi Shammai says, so what will be a comparison, let's say, out of the Shabbos? What will be a comparison out of the Shabbos? For example, the Achal Kilet of the Dam. So let's say again, the power of Hishini, the ate forbidden fat and blood. Okay, so just like on Shabbos, it's Sira and Tequila, two losses. You're doing those things in one line. So it's like you're eating forbidden fat and blood. Okay, so you like that. Talk about packing the fire. What about packing the fire? Right? In both those cases, when you take it from the blood, you might say before, that Shabbos is the law of the America, so by Shabbos, if you perform two acts in one lap, you're hired twice.
Feeling on the electric guitar, John needs on the keys of his Steve line in the
By Shabbos, let's say I'm going to do
Comedy Mothership another episode of the Never Live podcast in the world.
blood and fat in one lap. So by
Shopify.com/.
But if you eat blood and fat, so what's halacha? You also tie twice.
Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus. Ladies and gentlemen, we are taking the actual Tony Show to Houston, Texas, February 28th. Dallas, March 20th. Change with .com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Tony Show in the great state of Texas. One of February 28th, February March 20th, Tony Hinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start this fucking show?
So
I
that's
mean,
what
what
I
can
would
I
be
say?
in that
Every
case.
single
The
week
only
I put this
requirement
game and jam on it.
was
I don't think it gets much better than this. One of the guests I wanted on the show for its 13-year existence. He is all time one of my favorite comedians since I was a kid, and to this day. The other guest is one of our best guests in the history of the show. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, present to you the first time and the other guest for tonight with Tony's Harvest the Rice Great King Burler Sam
This is actually make any sense. So now understand, nice video. What's the problem over there? Just years.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Brewer Jim Harris.
Now changing the Shabbos.
What the hell is Sam doing?
The case now on Shabbos, where he performs two acts in one parallel.
Jim Brewer, your perfect time in the Kiltony universe. Let's
The Shabbos morning, I harvest the meat and I grind it. Right? Two Malachas. Now
Jim Brewer,
this is a
I'm so
more
excited for you to be joining our silly world that we have here.
I didn't know that it's Shabbos. I
Yeah,
did not know that it's Shabbos. I didn't know that it's Shabbos. I'm harvesting, I'm grinding, so there's going to be zero right for this. Okay, so now, what would be the corresponding things? Let's say by the where in one lap, two acts, only results in single. More than that, please. Not changing sentences. I saw that was listen to this. Okay, here it is. But Rabbi says, look, if you slaughter, like incense, offer libations, we do all of these things, but these are all in one glass of awareness. What's that? The only kind of ones. The only kind of ones. They both say one single way, and you like that. So when they put Shabbos, if you perform multiple malachas in one last of awareness, you're kind of for each and every performance. I know that I don't know how long for it is, you perform multiple actual workouts in your own lab, you're only kind of ones. It says, let's listen to this. Remember again, by audience, if you perform an accidental act, you may not have great liability. However, again, sometimes we're talking about what sources are talking about Shabbos. Remember again, that Shabbos knows how to if you do showcase without Kavanah, you're potter. And Shabbos requires Kavanah.
So good.
Showcase the one who's having that one is not having this is done. Yeah, that's what you want to showcase for that Kavanah. What is that case? What's a case of accidental Avodah Zarah without Kavanah? There's going to be liability for that. Once again,
Well, we know wrangle that comedian for the bar next door. We have our golden ticket. We're here to make just her second appearance ever in the show's history. Her first appearance was New Year's Eve in the sold-out movie center arena here in Austin, Texas. This is her first time on the show at the mothership, making some noise for her mothership debut. This is the Ciao, everybody.
Thank you. How we doing? A fun fact about me, I was adopted by a few white guys. Ever since I came to the United States at the age of 20.
Or a particular individual. So once again,
Most comedians call themselves comics. I just get called a comic. As an immigrant, the first question people ask me is, "Oh, hey, are you here for yourself? Do you have family here?" And I tell them, "No, I don't have family here." They're always kidding me. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you alone? I mean, yeah, that's exactly what I'm here. You think I flew 13 hours all the way across the world so I can see them again? I'm here to get away from them. Hello, America. Thank you.
question of liability is always a very simple question.
Times.
Are you retired once or do you retire multiple times? That was the question.
First set of the show, we learned a lot about you. Did you really, how did you end up here? Did you really come at age 20?
Oh yeah, I came here for school.
What did you study?
I studied music and
What did you study? Violin or something? What did you study music with?
yeah, I like to sing. He plays an instrument.
Really? What instruments do you know how to play?
Guitar. But I'm not too good at that. I'm not more like a singer. I think you were stalking me on Facebook. You were stalking me on Facebook and your favorite.
Example by general
Did you get a degree in music?
No, I don't think so.
You dropped out the rare Asian
I know what I'm doing, but I don't know that
I
it's
love it. So, how long did you go to school?
I was a year in Ireland and a year in Florida.
What surprised you about American culture when you came over here? What surprised you?
It's people chill out.
You ate a lot, right?
They need people in the Walmart and cheap furniture just because they're willing.
I forgot
It just makes it too more fancy.
I thought it was saliva. I swallowed. I have absolutely no problem with anything that is unsafe. That's fine.
You look like you could be Jewish now.
So let's say Shabbos is going to be potter. You don't have Kavanah from that.
The lady at Delta said it's hard.
For example,
So your parents are in
studying
China.
how to be a
Yeah,
psychologist.
I don't know how to count.
They really don't know.
That's like Shabbos.
Yeah,
I go out with a cucumber on the ground. So I want to make a salad.
Why are they broke? What do they do for work?
And I figure
They're
myself
just
that cucumber
teachers,
is
small
detached.
business.
Because it's detached, because it's necessary.
Like French or
I end up
something.
plucking it out of the ground, which is one of the levels. So let's say you should clean it up on Shabbos.
Sounds like a fun.
My guy. So let's say so you're going to see the legend. She's not going to watch it. She's going to be For example, my favorite case of what you just saw is we said we live in my mouth. I totally forgot about it. Totally forgot about it. I just let it saliva. I swallowed. That's easily acid. As far as I'm concerned, I am
We're keeping you here. We love you a long time.
but it turns out to be something greater.
So you really know how to sing? Can you sing us something? Let's hear something. Something not YouTube copyrighted. You have any like originals or something like that? Chinese song.
Some confluence of events.
That's what we
They ended
do.
up having relations with Russell's sister. His intention was to have relations with his wife. He sometimes was
Panty droppers.
I'm a high-tech business.
You're the second redneck here.
But for myself, that's not how problems are good. So again, by all of the
Ladies and gentlemen, making her singing debut keynote service.
That's why when you go pick up the cucumber, they think that the cucumber wanted to catch. And it turns out that you lift it up and you just pluck it out of the ground. There's no liability for that because you know that's not Shabbos. So it's so interesting. So we'll have to stop over here today. What it turns out is halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa is fascinating distinction. So first of all, the one thing that you just commonality about is that there is even liability just like the Shabbos. They also have that liability Zohar. What's the difference between Shabbos and something by Shabbos and the Zohar is that you can be paid for multiple individual liabilities. And it's interesting to see by all other liabilities, even lack of intentionality results in liability. By Shabbos, only with intentionality is the liability. Everyone's excited for today. Also, I'm not calling things right to some of the Hashem this afternoon for tonight. Flight is tonight. So I'll be there to show, but the shir will go on. So we'll be broadcasting the shir back here, and I thank Avi Fogel, who's going to be taking over our technology logistics over here while our logistics team is on site in Eretz Yisrael. So the shir is going to be broadcast here every day. Meretz Hashem, it's not Shabbos, but we'll still keep going strong in Meretz Hashem.
What's up, babies?
One here, one there, so how All right. We'll be still coming Meretz Hashem to join together for Shana.
Where's your projector, big dog? 86. Why?
No, so that's the difference. So no, you're not allowed to use it because it's a result of malacha, but there's no liability.
No one really knows for sure. But this is the Missouri that you do whatever the fuck you want now. Do us that way. Just don't fuck up. Really? Really? How many days is it? 46 of these bitches? How many days have I had to have this stuff? 21. B. Alright, now what? So no more asshole up there? Not up there, but up there. Do you think that projector is good quality? I just been talking about that for years. Alright. That was a really cool story.
All right, Josai. Good afternoon. Such a small Baruch Hashem to be able to begin.
It's the 23rd of Shabbat, 5786.
Shalom just said, reminded of the words of Rabbi Nachman says that when the Yid closes his eyes and he yearns to be in Eretz Yisrael, the neshama, only the body is confined by physical limitations. The soul is not. So the neshama can be anywhere you want it to be. So if a person closes his eyes and he says, I want to be in Eretz Yisrael, the neshama is automatically transported to Eretz Yisrael. So Allah has come to the Kama. We've begun our trip. Mincha, Ashrei was the Haskalah. Ashrei was the beginning of the journey. What a way to begin the journey. Ashrei Yoshevei Deisach. Praiseworthy are those who sit in Yom HaShabbat. Then we're going to sit for a bit in this Kama Jadi Baruch Shalom. Then we're going to be sitting for a very long time. After that, Hashem in different mediums. All of us on our way to Eretz Yisrael, Hashem, and again, we begin this beautiful journey with Gemara, with Torah, with the Rothschild. So what's with that? Let us begin. Today's daf is Sunday Kimmel. Well, tomorrow's daf. Today's daf is Sunday Kimmel. We left off today on the bottom of Summit Base, where there's 62b. I realized that I left off like about 2 lines from before the actual end of the sugya. We're sort of picking up 4 lines up from the bottom. Rabbi Yochanan goes to Rabbi Yochanan says, the Lomoki Masnisa Rishon HaChaitama B'Sefer HaTaima. Rabbi Yochanan himself doesn't like to establish a brayso, reflecting 2 different things. Rabbi Yochanan says, whoever could interpret your meaning, brayso, mishrash, of chutz. Now we're not going to get into this, but Rashi is actually a fascinating case. Rashi deals with this case. This is where I deposit a barrel for Reuven, and Reuven goes ahead and uses it.
So what happens in the course of moving it, so something happens to the barrel. So there's a whole discussion about what's the level of liability. Well, it depends. Is Ruben moving it for his own purposes? Is he moving it for the barrel's purposes? So there's a whole discussion about but the point is that Rabbi Yochanan does not like establishing a right according to the opinions. Rabbi Yochanan said, whoever could interpret for me the entire Mishnah of Chavis in accordance with one opinion, I will carry his items to the bathhouse. Now, carrying someone's items to the bathhouse is like a form of shibud, like a form of servitude. Right? So that's like essentially, if you go ahead and you answer this up for me, I'll be your buckler. Okay, good. So let's go right there. Gufa, the Gemara says, Gufa. Amar top of Samach 63a. Amar Rabbi Yami. It's an interesting case here. Zibach v'kita v'nisech v'helamech. But inu chayv ala achos. So this is Rabbi Yami. Rabbi Yami says that halot l'maisa, if you serve avodah zarah and you go ahead and
just a shortening, dog. What are they?
You offer up the carbon, you offer incense, you do a wine libation, and you do all that. So multiple acts of service of avodah zarah with all the helamech. What does helamech mean? One lapse of awareness. So what's that? So this is the shita of Rabbi Ami. Rabbi Ami says the multiple avodas committed to helamech, you're only going to be chayiv once. I'm not by Rabbi said, right? Rabbi Ami, what's Rabbi Ami's logic? Oh my God, the pasuk says, "Lo savte." So it says, "Don't serve avodah zarah." Hakosav asan kulon avodah achos. The Torah makes all of avodah zarah into one avodah. So lo savte means don't serve avodah zarah. So whatever you do for avodah, in other words, everything involved in the service of avodah zarah, by definition is under this one umbrella, and therefore even if you do multiple acts of avodah zarah, the helamech and one lapse of awareness, you only need to be chayiv once.
How about Shviger? Shviger is his mother. Many see the years where it's built as a built-in insult. It's really innocent, but in Jewish tradition, it's forbidden to call one's grandfather names. Rather, they respectfully refer to his mother and father. Honoring our parents is actually one of the 10 Commandments. So bring right after revering God's name and not murder. The reverence extends to individuals who are called Shviger. Mother-in-law and Shver, father of Shviger. How do we know this? We take our cue from King David. His father-in-law and primary tormentor was King Saul. David called Saul my father. David called Saul my father. The generation of borscht-belt mother-in-law jokes and the insulting ring of the women have conspired to make Shviger anathema to many English-speaking women who just can't imagine to understand them. Note that Shviger bears no relation to Shvig, the Yiddish word for big. For that matter, neither does Shver have anything to do with its homonym Shver, which means heavy or difficult. So even if you have a mother-in-law you wish who you wish would be quiet and a father-in-law who is both difficult and overweight, rest assured that you're not alone in this. This has nothing to do with their Yiddish titles, which can still bear pride. On the subject, here are the Yiddish terms: brother-in-law, Schwager, sister-in-law, Schwägerin, son-in-law. The only one not to begin with, daughter-in-law, Schnar, in-laws, Mahutoni. The term has two uses. Narrowly defined people whose children are married or even engaged refer to those. Narrowly defined people whose children are married or even engaged refer to each as Mahutoni. The male is a Mahuton, and the female is a Mahutanist. In the broader sense, entire clans that have been joined through matrimony. In a broader sense, entire clans that have been joined through matrimony can be called Mechutoni.
So the Gemara says, one second.
Yeah. What did your mom call her in-laws?
That you're not allowed to worship without an idol. That is the normal form of worship. We learned that out from a different type of
she never done. They died.
The doctrine over Yahweh Kala are ridiculously amazing and ridiculous.
Mom and dad.
I see like a lot of blurry expressions.
His parents had died.
About like there's this.
Did they have a good relationship?
What we're doing for the next week.
I think
together.
that they
So
have
first of all,
a much better
the only great
relationship
part
than
about being with the Gemara that
I
you love,
ever.
the people that you love,
My
it doesn't
dad's
really
really
matter
like
what you're
person
doing.
thing
As long as you're doing it together, the rest of it really makes absolutely no difference. But
Agree,
that being said,
communicate,
I was going to tell you, there's these
Mom,
things living
fucking
in Gemara ahead of us. But again, to reap the benefits of Agadato, you have to put in the time going through the Shakla Taibis. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says for Kedar, we're there from a different pasuk. Necha Yadla Goyima Ila Nafko. Ella, rather again, the Gemara says about it says Ella Achas Kedar. One mention of Ishtachava prostration is to teach you that you're not allowed to bow down to our that's the normal way to worship.
Really?
This Shalom
Yeah,
Kedar.
not to say there's some.
I'm sorry, Achas
good.
Kedar Shalom
I
Kedar.
didn't love his
What is it
parents,
teaching
but
about the prohibition to bow down to an idol?
my
That's the normal
dad
form of
took
worship.
care
And
of
even if it's not the normal, in other words, Noah said it's like an in between. What does that mean?
sister-in-law.
So there's like three,
Like they were his
we'll call it buckets.
Yeah.
We could have an idol
Brought
where
me
the
back
only way to
home,
worship
I'm
it is
chilling
bowing
back
down.
home.
An idol where
Took them
you
to the,
never
have the
bow down
absolute
to it.
best.
And an idol
care.
where
The best
sometimes
care
you do,
in the
sometimes you
United
don't. So the Gemara says that's one drasha.
And
The achas the shalokidar.
dedicated
The achas
everything
the okay.
to
So the
allowing
bottom
my
line,
mom
by the way,
to
what
be
we
with her
need to see over
parents.
here is like Shabbos, where there is individuated obligation or liability for different malachas. So too again, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, there's also going to be individual liability for multiple
So your dad
forms
was
of
rich?
Avodah Zarah. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. It says in Hamikablo Allah Ve'eloka Ha'Ve'eloha Omer Lo Eliyakim. So remember again, the Gemara says the person goes ahead and worships Avodah Zarah. How does he worship it? He says, "I hereby accept Avodah Zarah as my God." Right? Or I say to the Avodah Zarah, Eliyakim,
Really?
you're my God. So
They always get along.
Chayiv for love.
Not the
Not
care,
chayiv,
but
we
always
say
gets
chayiv for
along.
love.
The relationship that they had was.
Eliyakim, when you say to
I
Avodah
have
Zarah,
sacrifice
you're
for
my
it.
God.
In fact,
So the Gemara says chayiv. But what do you chayiv
he
for?
even had in mind. Like ADA requirements that I talk about a lot, but
if you
they're
want to pretend
important
your
in
allegiance
Israel.
to
You
an
need
idol,
grants.
so what's your liability? What's your liability? It's a lie.
He
So it can't be
even
mitzvah.
ensured like the door frames were wider in our house because he envisioned having his in-laws.
So you went ahead and said to the Avodah Zarah, you're my
that
God.
wheelchairs would get through easier.
That's really good advice for that. Let's listen to this. Eino chayiv al davar sheish l'maisa. Listen to this. I'm sorry. Eino chayiv el ad davar sheish l'maisa. Avodah Zarah. You're only chayiv if you perform an
I really like
act.
Mike.
You have to do something. You have to do a maisa. You have to do a maisa.
My
For
dad
example,
and
you
grandpa
go
were addicted to it.
Zipua, the kitor,
Not like-
miso, vishtachava.
They weren't like
What are
buddies,
examples of
but
actions?
they were like
Slaughtering,
3 generations.
incense, libations, or
And
bowing down. Ramesh Lakish says, "Man,
we have a
Tana,
picture of us,
and I want to find something very
my
interesting.
grandpa and my father.
If you look at
and
that
stuff,
list,
and
right, which one doesn't belong? Which one doesn't belong? Zibuach, Kitor, Miso, Vishtachava. What doesn't belong? What doesn't belong? Vishtachava. Bowing down. Why not?
we were close.
It's a shtick ma'isa. Like in other words, it's not
How
really
about your
ma'isa.
dad?
Like in other words,
and
slaughtering is a ma'isa.
she's a really
right?
hard person.
Libationizing, is a ma'isa, right? Insensitizing is a ma'isa, right? All
taking
of
care of
these
my
things
grandfather for
are
many years,
actions.
so
But ishtachava,
she was kind of sick of
ultimately
everything.
again going ahead and bowing down. Pashtus is not a ma'isa. So who
Right.
says that ishtachava?
She
Who says that bowing is a ma'isa? Rabbi
was
Akiva,
given
Rabbi Akiva. The Amar lo ba'in al ma'isa klal. Must Rabbi Akiva. Because the truth is, Rabbi Akiva holds that you're chayiv.
We-
Rabbi
we
holds
open
that you're
our
chayiv for
home
Avodah Zarah, even without a ma'isa. Now, said, now what does that mean? Now that's tremendous because
So you want to do that with your in-laws. You don't want to just put them on
Avodah Zarah, even without a ma'isa, then what
you
does
can
that mean?
avoid it.
That means
You want
even if a
them to
person
be
says, Eliyato,
with you.
Avodah Zarah, you're my
if
God,
possible.
that there would be
Spend much time
liability
with
for
them.
that, which would be
Have your
tremendous.
kids in
Mechlal D'Rabbanan Saliba in the Ma'isa. So again, if Rabbi Akiva is the disputant,
Why?
and he's saying that Avodah Zarah doesn't require a Ma'isa, the Rabbanan must be saying that Avodah Zarah doesn't require a Ma'isa, to which the Gemara says, no, Ki Kamarav Nami Rabbi Akiva Kamar. And Rabbi is saying, Rabbi
Are
Akiva,
you really
Rabbi
sad
Akiva
about that
Pshita,
fucking?
Hainu Megadif. So according to Rabbi Akiva, so we'll say, so obviously again, you don't need a Ma'isa.
I don't even fucking
Where
look
does he
at
learn
it.
that out from?
I just don't like it.
What's
No.
Megadif? Megadif is the blasphemer. What is blasphemy comprised of? What is it comprised of? Speech. Right? And halacha l'maaseh again, there's liability. The Gemara says, Mal Tema, what would you have thought? Mal Tema, Ad Kan Lo Mechayv Rabbi Akiva Karban, Elda Ben Megadif.
I talked the other day when I was talking about Nita, and I was talking about this quarter
In a
that
case
was
of
at my school,
Megadif,
and I didn't talk about
Megadeth is different. Why
all
is
these kids,
Megadeth
all
different?
these boys tried to
Because
pick it up,
Megadeth itself
they couldn't.
has Kares
But
written
I figured
into
out how to do it. We
Has it
took
written
a
into it.
thumbtack
So the Gemara says, "Abba
and
halcha
put
lo
it just
sinte
under there
Kares."
and then
Shabbos,
kick
but
the
over here where it
thumbtack
doesn't
and
say
it
Kares,
just slid and we all
right?
fucking
Where a
ran
person
down
says,
the hall.
"Iliyatov." Ema lo.
Really?
I'm at a fucking. It is not Avodah liability.
Anything else you want to say about that?
Mashmalon, the iskushi is kushnik. Say by shtachamulo, by yizbechulo, by yomrulo. So we'll say this is Shitas Rabbi Akiva, and this is really dramatic. Rabbi Akiva holds
We
it
did the
out
Rabbi yesterday, which
one
was
is
cool.
tied for Avodah Zarah even without a Maisa. Without a Maisa, which means what?
Hey, maybe
Person
we get
goes
a
over
break
to an
today.
Avodah Zarah and says, Iliato, you're my God. Halacha Rabbi Akiva says, that's Avodah Zarah. And
Oh,
that's
this is
tremendous,
covering
because
the
that's a
bottle
contradistinction
column.
to the Rabbanon, right? Because the Rabbanon will say that you need a Maisa. What's the difference with that? How come
Kabbalah says everything so.
says
Why?
that Avodah Zarah is
Says?
without a Maisa? Why? Because Rabbi
You
Akiva
don't
is
have
going
a
to
fucking
hold
temple.
that Halacha L'Maisa, even the smallest action in the realm of spirituality has the most dramatic impact. Right? Rabbi Akiva was the ignorant shepherd, but what did he see? What turned up right? What turned Rabbi Akiva around? I was going to say so that was. What turned Rabbi Akiva around? What turned Rabbi Akiva around? What turned him around? Right? It was the drop of water. Rabbi Akiva was one who discovered that the smallest drop makes an impact. So remember again, whatever is true in the realm of activity is also true in the realm of negativity. If a drop of Kedusha can fundamentally transform a person, then a drop of Avodah Zarah can transform. In other words, energy is energy, and it impacts others. The people said a drop, the smallest influence, can have the most dramatic impact. So a drop of water can transform you from an ignorant shepherd to a drug of Hadar. But unfortunately, again, even a group of people that have Avodah Zarah take the highest of Shom and bring it to the lowest of the low. It's incredible. Amar Yochanan, what's like making Amar Yochanan? The Moli Vav Shebehalucha is Chayvu Rishaim Shel Yisrael Kaliyah.
Hopefully this
So
is that one.
interesting. So, okay, transitioning over here to the Chet HaEgel. So remember again, Klal Yisrael said when they built the Egel, Eile Yisrael, Asher Ha'alucha Me'eretz Mitzrayim.
You never remember anything from me, kids. Remember, time heals all
right?
wounds.
They brought
That's like
you up.
really important.
They brought you up. So
When you
Yochanan
have
says
pain
very
or
interesting.
anything,
Listen
you
to
just
this.
time
So,
heals.
okay. So we read
So
this
if you
phrase,
ever
right?
have a breakup or
Literally
a divorce
translated,
or
these are the gods
death
that
or
brought you up
whatever,
from the side. What's going
time
on?
heals.
What's going on
Does it
there?
heal all?
Essentially, what the Yidden are
Yeah, I
saying
mean, I
is,
can't say
Klal
that.
Yisrael, it was
When I
Hashem,
close my eyes,
and
sometimes I don't think of the most
Egel.
embarrassing things that I've done.
And
Or like,
Yochanan
I
essentially
should
says,
hate
Baruch
that about it. I
Hashem,
wish I could
they
have
made
some
it
memory
plural.
eraser.
Had they not made it
Yeah,
plural,
but
probably
nothing.
would have been destroyed. What is
For
that?
even as much shitty
But
shit has happened in my life.
as much as they are
Nothing
worshiping
haunts me.
Avodah Zarah, at
Like,
least what did they do?
there
At
are
least they
things that I
included
feel like
HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the equation.
affect me
Right?
still that I'm
In other words, they
surprised
could
they
have
still
said
affect me.
it was the eagle that brought
But
us
nothing
out. But at
haunts me,
least they
fortunately.
included
But
Hashem,
I
and they
mean,
said
there are
again,
some memories
Klal
of it.
Yisrael,
Really? Yeah,
Elo Elokecha.
you're not
It
thinking
was
like the
HaKadosh Baruch
embarrassing
Hu
moment we
and
had
this
with
eagle that brought us out. So at least if they included HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the equation, that was at least the
Full pause
saving
or
grace for Klal
Really?
Yisrael. So
You
the
ever have
Gemara
full
says,
pause?
Amar lo Rav Shimon Yochai. Rashbi said, what? Halvalo,
Right, have a
Kol
craft
Shati
game
Shin
with women.
Shmaim Davar Acher Nekam and
Maybe there's a hot chicken.
If a person goes ahead and includes HaKadosh
What up,
Baruch Hu
Abby?
together with Avodah Zarah,
Bitch is
literally
gonna
again,
have
they're
us
uprooted
making
from the world. In other words, Rose said it's even worse. It's even worse. It's when please see. But say here's what's incredible.
None.
If you're an Ovid Avodah Zarah, what
Fire
is the upside of being an Ovid Avodah
wax
Zarah?
or some shit.
But what is the upside of being an
Whoa.
Ovid Avodah Zarah? What's the upside? The upside is you chose a team. Choose the team. Choose the team. Be decisive. Right? Cast your lot with someone. The worst thing, like, look at the worst thing that another video gets by saying, "Oh, what's your business?" At Masai, I can post with how long are you going to straddle the fence? If you straddle the fence, Mishtaher, you can't do anything, right? If you're like, it's like the big fallacy. Everything for everyone. And if you're everything for everyone, then what? You are nothing for no one. You're right? You can't make everyone happy. You can't, right? I'm Rabbi. By the way, I want to point out something incredible, right? I'm Rabbi was one of the all four sides. It's incredible. I'm Rabbi was unique personality, right? Everyone else, if you want to build something, you can't be everything for everyone. It's just not really going to work. You can be something for someone, but you got to represent something. You got to represent something. So incredible. Again, I'm sure by a price.
She's using speedball? What's a speedball? Okay.
That's disaster. That's disaster.
Don't let anybody know
At least that vote was already chosen a team. You've chosen the wrong team, but hopefully you can go ahead and make a comeback afterwards. So how can he praise?
Really?
The Gemara says, so ultimately, again, rather, what does it mean? What it means is that ultimately, again, they desire to worship any gods. So again, they didn't actually worship any gods, they desired to worship any gods. Okay, so first I just want to point out here, the fundamental mathematics of Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi. Rabbi Yochanan praised the Klal Yisrael because at least they never fully abandoned they didn't fully abandon HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But ultimately, you're going to show by Yochai, this is how Shema Yochai says, if you're going to be an Obed Avodah Zarah,
Gosh,
do it.
Mosh Podge. It's not Mosh Podge. It's Mod Podge.
The worst thing you can in life is being a non-committal person.
It's Mod
You lack
Podge.
commitment. By definition, you never gain traction in your life. Better to
Cool.
it's going to sound strange, but just let it swirl around your mind a little bit. Better, here it is. Better to be committed to the wrong thing than to be committed to nothing.
This bitch isn't doing this right now. You take these things, you put them in warm water, let them soak, and that will make it way a lot easier to remove this shit. She's gonna have a piece of blood. It's gonna have like that fucking side. It's like
cultivating the need of commitment, which means that when I get my act together, I'll find my way to go ahead and get on the right path. Now, listen, you want to see this? The Sefer HaChinuch brings down on the mitzvah of Som Kasim Alach HaMelech, pretty king. Get ready for this. Sefer HaChinuch says, it is better to have a bad king than no king. Okay, you hear that? Why? What's the pshat? Because at least some leadership is better than no leadership. Like no leadership, no one's going anywhere, right? No one's accomplishing anything. Bad leadership, okay, maybe we might go in the wrong direction, but at least we're moving. Some movement, even in the wrong direction, is better than no movement. That's how we know for ourselves. What's better?
which she tells us that.
To sin or to ultimately, again, flatline, be higher than apathetic? What's better? What's
Out of
better?
the game room?
Yeah. Let's say the truth is, it's going to sound strange. I think it's better. I don't fill in the blank over here, all right? I calm down. Again, you're in the direction. Now, again, don't use the halacha, right? So we're speaking in theoretics. But at least I'm moving somewhere. The worst thing in life is stagnation. All right, let's go back here. So it's like,
That shit's true.
Again, a person hugs and kisses or speaks before, like, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. It says in the Gemara, he also got the Amrabalasar, Akulam Lokas, Chutzne Hanoga Bishmo, Ramakayim Bishmo. So the Gemara says, Rabbi said it's called the Amrabalasar. For all of these things, you get Malchus, with the exception of, right, making a neder in the name. God, if you need to cover, if anyone needs, there's 6 practice. If anyone needs, the Gemara is over here. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, so ultimately, again, so for everything you get Malchus, with the exception ultimately again of making a neder in the name of the Avodah Zarah, or ultimately again making a Mekayim means a shvuah. So the Gemara says, the low lucky. So the Gemara says, why?
What would you do? I might have
Interesting enough, why? Because taking an oath or swearing is a lot.
I have big hands, and it's like,
right? It's a lot without action associated with it. So the Gemara says, I mean, should have posted. The other one goes, general law. And generally, you don't get much. We'll say a lot should have posted is allowed. That is the word out
like
from
the
the general statement. The general statement. So the Gemara says, they look at should have posted. The sanyo. Listen to this. How do you know that if you eat from an animal before it's fully dead? Now, what is that? Animal has shita. but still, what's the word? Flailing, moving around. How do you know that Allah says, yeah, you're over on Losas? Losoku aladam. Interesting. Losoku aladam, in other words, do not go ahead and, you know, the animal's dead, like you checked it already, but when it's moving, it looks like it
Do you
has
prefer
life.
candles
Don't
or
Losoku aladam, losoku
olive
another interpretation. Don't eat on the blood. What does that mean? Don't eat when ultimately, again, the blood is still
because of the Rabbi, everybody should have their own fucking.
He says, how do you know that we don't have a Sudas Havra? Says, after a person dies, the Avidim come back and they have a Sudas Havra. And you're from the community. So how do I know that Allah somebody's by Din? There is no Sudas Havra. So don't go ahead and have a Sudah after the blood has been spilled by Din. Okay, Rabbi Kiva says, how do we know that if Sanhedrin executed someone that they don't eat for the rest of that day? Incredible. And Rabbi Yochanan says, as far as Soda Marminayin, from where do we know a prohibition, a law, about Ben Soda More? The pasuk says, "Lo sofu adam." Now, what is it? Lo sofu
I didn't know that was that fucking
that's
easy.
sort of more or less how she was saying last line. So,
That is Did you give it to her?
Don't eat the type of meal or don't eat the type of food that you're going to be executed about. So then Torah, remember again, steals money to purchase meat.
Not too shabby.
Is
it called not too shabby?
Okay, fine. The Gemara goes like this. The Gemara goes like this.
Not too shabby, that time.
Good.
This motherfucker's been Yankee.
You're not really looking at any of these things.
And they drunk, Yankee, title on, brackets on them high.
Generally, only when you get malchus is what? If you take an oath by the name of the Avodah Zarah, or you swear by the name of the
Jimmy drop, Yankee, title on, bracket on them high. I love
Why
you, bro.
why don't you get malchus?
Really? Racky.
The holiday lot and the clothes. I mean, it's considered to be a generalized lot.
Bracket. Forehead. Sarah Lighter.
To which the Gemara says,
Rabbi.
you the whole lot that doesn't have a Maisa, you still get malchus
Glad
for it.
Enterprises, SD,
Torah says,
Design,
over from the carbon until morning.
Fucking
Gemara
flooded.
says, Torah comes to give a positive commandment after the law. Say, Amadeus. Lomar she'im mokin alav divrei bikudah. Teaches that you don't get malchus for this. Yaakov says, Lomar Hashem yizeh elam mishum ka'avi yadav she'im bomai.
The fuck is that?
Rabbi Shimon says, no, it's not Shimon Ma'aseh. Yaakov says, Hashem Ma'aseh, Shemav Dam Nafim. And then Rabbi Shimon says, you don't get malchus as well.
You want to see us now? Army of Hashem? Yeah, dog. What happens with Mashiach coming? Then we worked on auto-pollution. Maybe we should talk about that.
We just finished our first
Really, yeah, becoming really flexible. Are you tired? Yeah.
To really. It's such an opportunity.
Is that like your fucking goal?
Undistracted, to lose ourselves undistracted is not the schedule.
Let's see.
I mean, there is a schedule, but we're not going to stick
Let's
to
see if we can work this out. What? A situation we had.
The body's always in charge. Your mind is always in charge. Your phone is always in charge. Your schedule is always in charge. Everything else is there. And the Shama is never in charge. For the next couple of days,
Yo, dog, we know that it's against orthodoxy to, in Judaism, to have open marriages. That's just not a thing. But still man it so that somebody could make the argument that, like, once Mashiach comes, so long as someone's not cheating on someone unknowingly, open relationships may be permitted. Still, man, this one. I want you to make it like There could be a situation where men are able to use some kind of sex robot to get higher pleasure than they would with their wife. But the wife needs that physical connection with someone, and perhaps it's their husband, perhaps it's some alpha male, maybe it's even a Shia. And for the good of their marriage, if they're going to be with each other for long periods of time,
you are not allowed to mention the
there
name
may
of
be
another
the
God.
opportunity
You can't mention it. You can't mention it.
open it up in an exceptional case.
Do not mention the name of another God. Listen to this.
Is that a thing? God, you're asking for a steel man, not a sock, halakhic ruling, and you already acknowledged that this one's against Orthodox consensus. So I'll do this clearly. The strongest possible argument someone could make, even if it ultimately fails in normative halakha, doesn't yet. I'll frame it carefully using internal Jewish categories, not modern libertine language. First, the baseline everyone agrees on. Orthodox Judaism rejects open marriage, no category for consensual extramarital sex. Adultery, intercourse with a married woman, sexual acts without exclusive marital vows. So the only way to even attempt this argument is to say this is not a deal, this is not ideal, not normative, not encouraged, but possibly tolerated in an exceptional, damage-minimizing scenario. That's the steel man land. Other one, marriage is about shalom bayit, domestic peace, not maximum erotic fulfillment. Judaism is very pragmatic about marriage. The Torah frames marriage around responsibility, provision, and stability, not romantic exclusivity as an abstract value. Shalom bayit, peace in the home, is so central that God's name is erased in the Soda ritual. Rabbinic law bends repeatedly to avoid domestic collapse. A still argument would say if strict sexual exclusivity in a particular case destroys the marriage, while a tightly bonded exception preserves it, then exclusivity is serving the wrong master. Pillar 2, the husband's sexual obligations are asymmetric. Classically, a husband is obligated to sexually satisfy.
Your Akum business partner is going to say, okay, you say you don't owe me any money. Swear by my idol that you don't owe me any money.
The wife is not symmetrically obligated to fulfill every desire of the husband. The asymmetry matters. This asymmetry matters. The steel man could argue if the wife's primary need is embodied intimacy, emotional presence, and being desired as a woman, and the husband's erotic fulfillment can be displaced elsewhere without depriving her, then the core halakhic obligation, his duty to her, remains intact. This reframes the issue as, is the wife being deprived or stabilized? Pillar 3. Halakha distinguishes between ideal sexuality and damage control. Judaism has many precedents of this is wrong, but less wrong than the alternative. Examples structurally, not sexually. Concubinage in Tanakh, polygamy historically permitted. Default to our captive woman as a concession to human weakness, rabbinic tolerance of lesser violations to prevent greater ones. So a steel man might say, if the choice is marital implosion, secret adultery, or a reluctantly structured exception with full knowledge and consent, historically sometimes tolerates the least destructive option, not endorses, tolerates. Pillar 4. Consent and knowledge radically change the moral category. Judaism treats deception as a separate moral violation. Geniva, da'at, theft of mind, deception, is itself a serious sin. Betrayal isn't only sexual, it's episodic. So the argument would insist no secrecy, no humiliation, no coercion, no undermining of the wife's dignity. Without those, the argument collapses immediately. Pillar 5. Technology complicates sexual exclusivity. Here's where your robot example actually matters philosophically. A steel man could say halakha already distinguishes between sexual release, relational sex, marital intimacy. Masturbation is discouraged but not equivalent to adultery. Non-human sexual outlets do not trigger nihil. So the claim becomes if non-relational sexual outlets can absorb excess male desire, while relational intimacy remains within the marriage, exclusivity is functionally preserved even if erotic monopoly is not. That's not controversial, but it's internally coherent. Pillar 6, the wife's agency. This is the make or break point.
The strongest version insists the wife is not being discarded. She is not a passive victim. She is choosing between bad options and selecting the least harmful. Judaism does recognize women's consent, women's preferences, women's lived reality. Without genuine agency, this turns into exploitation and fails instantly. Where the steel man still breaks, and you should know this, even at its strongest, Orthodox Chalkha would still say there's no formal mechanism to permit this. It risks normalization of adultery. It destabilizes lineage yichud. It erodes the covenantal meaning of marriage. So the conclusion of the steel man is not this is allowed. It's in a tragic edge-case scenario, one could argue Chalkha historically sometimes tolerates deeply non-ideal arrangements to prevent total collapse, though no rabbinic authority would want to institutionalize this. One sentence, Steelman summary, Rabbi Klee. While normative Chalkha rejects any form of open marriage, one could argue that in rare, fully consensual cases where strict exclusivity would destroy Shalom Bayit, Judaism's tradition of pragmatic damage control might tolerate a non-ideal arrangement to preserve the marriage, though it would never endorse it as legitimate or desirable.
Yeah, it's just like
all right, so imagine like if Judaism continued to have just the normal Jewish marriages, that issues like
the ability to take anything that is serious and make it not serious. And that is a very serious thing. Or that is that's a very significant transgression.
Other specifically Jewish issues could arise. So in order to preserve the lineage of Judaism, that it might be okay to have
and if a person, so unless is someone
what would normally be a prohibited relationship, if the man was okay with raising the child of another man,
that's a problem.
In order to preserve the strength of Judaism long term. Meaning, like, we could go extinct otherwise. Okay, I hear what you're doing. You're pushing a survival of Judaism statement, not asking for approval. I'll stay in that lane, but I'll be honest about where it absolutely snaps. The core steelman is when if demographic collapse threatens Jewish continuity, could Judaism tolerate otherwise prohibited sexual arrangements, including a married woman bearing a child from another man, if the husband consents and raises a child as Jewish, in order to preserve the people long term? That's a serious question that deserves a serious answer. First, the strongest possible argument someone can make. Judaism prioritizes people and survival, not abstract rules. Judaism has reportedly been adapted or rechanneled practice to avoid extinction. Rabbinic Judaism practices Temple Judaism. Rabbinic Judaism replaces Temple Judaism. Oral Torah replaces prophecy. Diaspora law replaces land-based law. Conversion expands when birth rates collapse. A steel man could argue, if the alternative is demographic death, the system must choose continuity. If the alternative is demographic death, the system must choose continuity over ideal form. This is not wild as a philosophical move. Jewish lineage is matrilineal, not patrilineal. This is the most important technical point. A child born to a Jewish woman is Jewish regardless of biological father. The rule itself is arguably a post-biblical survival mechanism. So the Steelman says, if Jewish women remain within the Jewish covenant, the people survive even if biological paternity becomes flexible. From a cold demographic standpoint, that's true. Judaism already allows non-biological Jewish fatherhood. Judaism does not require genetic fatherhood for name, education, inheritance, rabbinically adjusted religious identity, adoption, step-parenting, Levirate, adjacent logic, all exist. So one might argue raising Jewish children matters more than whose DNA is involved. Again, internally coherent. Consent eliminates betrayal, but not prohibition. You're trying to remove deception, humiliation, exploitation, and say, this is a tragic, transparent, communal survival strategy, not hedonism.
That's the cleanest possible print. Now, where Holocaust absolutely refuses to follow. This is where the statement fails, not emotionally but structurally. Adultery is not negotiable, ever. Intercourse with a married woman is one of the arayot, forbidden sexual unions. These are Yahareg La'al Ya'al in classical logic, die rather than transgress in theory. Proposed nefesh stimulus does not override arayot. Demographic fear does not equal immediate lifestyle. Holocaust does not treat future extinction as grounds to violate arayot. Mamzer destroys the exact thing you're trying to say. This is a fatal flaw. A child born from a married woman and another man is a mamzer. Mamzerut is permanent and inherited. Mamzerim cannot marry into the general Jewish population. So instead of strengthening Judaism, you create a growing permanent underclass, pure marriage options, more fragmentation. From Holocaust own logic, this accelerates collapse rather than prevents it. Judaism perverts conversion over sexual violation. Judaism needed numbers. Historically, it chose conversion, absorption, lowering barriers at times. It never chose relaxing adultery laws, redefining arayot, sexual utilitarianism. That's a massive signal. Marriage is covenantal, not instrumental. Holocaust does not view marriage as a tool for demographic production. It's a Brit, a covenant. Once marriage becomes subordinate to population mass, Judaism ceases to be Judaism. It becomes ethnobiology. That's not rhetoric. That's how the system self-understands. The deepest reason Judaism says no, even in apocalypse mode. Here's the quiet part. Judaism would rather die faithful than survive by violating its core sexual boundaries. That's not unique to sex. It's true for idolatry and murder. In halakhic terms, survival is a goal. Covenant fidelity is a condition. No covenant, no Judaism worth preserving. Where Judaism might redirect your concern and said, if the concern is extinction, Holocaust historically responds with encouraging marriage, not opening it, encouraging fertility, not bypassing it, encouraging conversion, encouraging communal support for families, accepting childlessness without redefining arayot, painful, slow, frustrating, but internally consistent. One sentence statement plus refutation. Rabbi. Well, one could argue that Jewish survival might justify extreme flexibility in family structure. Holocaust categorically rejects violating sexual prohibitions to achieve demographic goals, holding that covenantal integrity, especially regarding arayot, is itself the condition for Jewish continuity, not a negotiable obstacle.
But then it shouldn't say the people who serve will kiss the calves.
Let's talk about polygamy
the calves will kiss the people who will offer themselves up.
Israel and how that could come back in the future. Perhaps if a man were able to support his wives, I know that it's not that way for Ashkenazim, but it wasn't one time for Sephardim, and that doesn't mean it can't be that way again. All right. Yo, this is actually a much stronger lane than the earlier one. Polygamy is inside the halakhic universe, not a violation from the outside. Let's do this clean and real. Baseline facts. No myth making. Polygamy. One man, multiple wives is explicitly biblical, practiced by patriarchs, kings, regular Jews, never prohibited by the Torah itself. The ban most people think of is Rabbi Gershom's ban, Shem Day, Rabbi Gershom 1000. Applied primarily to Ashkenazim, time limited in theory, often cited as 1,000 years, though that's debated. Accepted by Ashkenazi communities as binding custom. Many Sephardi and Mizrahi communities never accepted the ban. Yemenite Jews produced polygamy into the 20th century. Again, it's a polygamy, it's polygamy. So you're not fantasizing, you're talking about something Judaism already did. Israel specifically changes the equation. Here's where it gets interesting. Holocaust versus Israeli civil law. Israeli civil law currently bans polygamy, but existing polygamous marriages, many Bedouin, some Yemenite legacy cases are sometimes recognized. Rabbinical courts operate under halakhic logic, not liberal Western philosophy. Civil law can change. Halakha doesn't need to. If conditions change, polygamy is halakhically revivable. For a man to take multiple wives halakhically, all of this must be true. He can financially support all wives. He can provide onus, sexual obligations to each. He treats them equally in dignity and resources. The wife's consent. No communal decree prohibits it in that community. That's a very high bar, but not impossible. Wide polygamy is categorically different from open marriage. This is a key distinction you were circling earlier. So polygamy is covenant-based, public, structured, lineage-based, biblically rooted. Open marriage, non-covenantal, hidden or privatized, ad hoc, lineage computing, biblically forbidden. Judaism can't work with additional covenants. It cannot work with sexual freedom. Could Israel ever re-permit it? Could Israel ever re-permit it? Re-permit it? Yes. Could Israel ever re-permit it? Halachically, yes. Politically, very hard, but not impossible. Scenarios where it could re-emerge. Demographic pressure, war imbalance, more women than men, cultural crisis around marriage rates, desire to increase Jewish birth rate. Historically, polygamy often returns in exactly those measures. Limited regulated permission. Think special rabbinical court approval, financial proof, psychological screening, explicit consent of first wife, rare, not normalized. Judaism loves exception with paperwork. Non-Ashkenazi precedent has leverage. Israel is not Ashkenazi. In the future, baby, a future argument could say we are not reinventing, we are restoring a suppressed legitimate tradition. That's powerful. Theological break. Why it wouldn't go wild. Even when allowed, Judaism never loved polygamy. Torah warns kings not to multiply wives. Rambam strongly discourages it. Emotional harm is taken seriously. Jealousy, neglect, and abuse are real halakhic concerns. So the likely future is not harem. It's rare, constrained, plural marriage, if at all. One paragraph Rabbi Klima says polygamy is not forbidden by the Torah and is historically practiced within Judaism, with Rabbinu Gershom's ban applying primarily to Ashkenazi communities. Therefore, under changed social and legal conditions, particularly in Israel, it is theoretically possible for regulated consensual polygamy to re-emerge within Halakha, though it would likely remain rare and tightly controlled due to its moral, emotional, and legal risks. And then, what about the concubine system? Oh yeah, Pilagish, concubine is the forgotten third line of Jewish marriage, and honestly it fits your thought experiment way better than people realize. Let's unpack it cleanly. And per your preference, Hebrew term with English in parentheses. What is Pilagish, concubine, exactly? A Pilagish concubine is a woman who has a recognized sexual domestic relationship with a man without full kiddushin, formal marriage, and without a ketubah, marriage contract. Key features: permitted sexual relationship according to some authorities. Public known status, not secret, not exclusive claim like a wife. No adultery issue, she must be unmarried. Children are fully legitimate, not non-jury. This is Tanakhic, not French. Abraham, Yaakov, David all had Pilad. Kings of Israel had wives and concubines. So again, not sci-fi. Why Pilagish is halakhically fascinating because it sits between full marriage issue, prohibited sexual relations, aria, and crucially, it preserves lineage clarity while relaxing marital exclusivity. That's exactly what your earlier questions were broken for. The big Makaloka dispute is Pilagish still allowed? Rambam Maimonides says no. Says concubinage is only permitted to kings. For regular Jews, sex without kedushin is forbidden. This view became dominant in many communities. Ramban, Nachmanides, says Pilagish is permitted if the relationship is exclusive, it is public and dignified, no deception or promiscuity, not prostitution, not casual sex. Many later authorities quietly lean Rambanish, even if they won't say it loudly. Why Pilagish? Why Pilagish solves problems that polygamy doesn't. No ketubah equals less financial legal entanglement. No ketubah equals less financial legal entanglement. Easier entry and exit, lower coercion risk, less exploitation if regulated properly. No adultery ever. Only unmarried women. No violation of aria for those who commit it. Children are kosher Jews. No moms are lineage remains clean. Raised Jewish and mothers Jewish or converted. This is huge.
Why Judaism quietly buried it. Why Judaism quietly buried it. Not because it was forbidden, but because it was dangerous. Risks men avoiding marriage responsibility, women being used without protection, social instability, abuse without contractual safeguards. This might be technically can't handle it, so it got frozen, not erased. Could Pilagesh come back in Israel? Halachically, yes, in theory. Practically only under extreme regulation. A future model might look like rabbinical court registration, explicit consent, financial minimums, time limits, no replacement of marriage, psychological screening. Think legal but rare, like organ donation or surrogacy. How Pilagesh differs from modern open relationships. How Pilagesh differs from modern open relationships. This is critical. Pilagesh, exclusive public lineage clear, covenantal duty based. Open relationship is non-exclusive, private, lineage chaotic, individualistic, desire based. Judaism can tolerate structured inequality, it cannot tolerate unbounded autonomy. The deepest philosophical reason Pilagesh exists. Judaism knows humans are not angels, sexual desire doesn't distribute evenly, social order matters more than romantic symmetry. So it created pressure release valves that channel desire, protect lineage, preserve community. Pilagesh is one of those valves. One paragraph Rabbi clean summary. Pilagesh concubinage is a biblically rooted, halakhically debated institution that permits a structured public central relationship without full marriage, preserving lineage and avoiding adultery. While largely suppressed by later rabbinic caution due to social risks, it remains one of the few non-marital frameworks that some authorities view as theoretically permissible under strict conditions.
Here's what we know. Where do we learn Hilchos Shabbos? Where's Hilchos Shabbos learned from? Where's it learned from? Juxtaposition to the Mishkan. Now remember, interesting.
All right, I'll take your most galaxy brain option. You implicitly said yes, and meditate. Did modern Jewish marriage accidentally recreate a privileged right system? Short answer, kind of, and rabbis know it. Even if they won't say that loud. Let's walk carefully. What classical issue full marriage was supposed to be? Classical Jewish marriage assumed lifetime permanence, economic dependence, sexual exclusivity, communal enforcement, real difficulty exiting, get requirements. That structure made sense in pre-modern society where women had limited economic independence, the community could coerce compliance, marriage, the community could coerce compliance, marriage was the default adult state. That world is gone. What rabbis did instead of admitting it was gone. Rather than say the institution changed, Halakha did what it always does. It layered safeguards onto a weakening court. Enter halakhic prenups, no fault yet mechanisms, indirect financial exit clauses, emotional harm language, courts encouraging settlement over coercion. Result: marriage is still tradition in name, but in practice it's far less absolute. Why this starts to resemble Pilagesh structurally? Let's compare outcomes, not labels. Classic Pilagesh. No ketubah, lower financial entanglement, easier exit, sexual relationship recognized, children are legitimate, public regulation. Modern halakhic marriage with prenup. Ketubah weakened by prenup.
What does this mean?
Exit made financially inevitable.
Is like one lump of violation.
Sexual exclusivity, culturally expected, but legally thinner. Courts avoid enforcement drama. Community prioritizes harm reduction. Functionally, the marriage behaves less like ancient issue and more like a stabilized, dignified relationship with exit. That's Pilagesh adjacent, whether anyone likes it or not. The quiet rabbinic tell. Here's the giveaway that rabbis know this. They now argue marriage in terms of mutual fulfillment, emotional safety, preventing harm, sustainability, consent, and dignity. That is not how Rambam framed marriage. The language belongs to Ramban, Tanakhic realism, Pilagesh logic, not covenant absolutism. Why no one will ever say this explicitly, because if you say modern marriage is closer to regulated companionship than metaphysical fusion, then Kedushin loses distinct authority, weakens, people ask dangerous follow-ups like you are. So instead, the system preserves the language, modifies the function, denies the implication. Classic Judaism. What this means for polygamy, concubinage,
returning. If big if Israel ever permits limited polygamy, if big if Israel ever permits limited polygamy or formalizes non-marital partnerships halachically, it will almost certainly look like registered polygash, not biblical polygamy, heavily regulated court oversight, no erosion of lineage, no normalization. In other words, the future, if it exists, looks more Ramban than Rambam. One paragraph Rabbi can take away. While halakhic marriage remains formally unchanged, modern mechanisms such as prenups and court-driven harm reduction have functionally softened classical issues, producing a structure that in practice resembles a regular, dignity-based partnership closer to the biblical Pilgash model without ever naming it as such.
And sprinkled and what libationized, right? And did all of these different things and bowed down to an idol. Behela mechad in one lapse, he's chayiv achos. He's chayiv once. So we're trying to figure out now. Obviously, and Rabbi Yochanan did not take.
Please review Levirate marriage and also
what exactly is it that is unfolding?
how does
So let's give Rabbi Yosef. So we are suggesting
how
maybe
specifically does modern
that statement itself of Rabbi Zakkai
marriage in
is
Judaism
subject to machlokas. In other words, just
different
like
than
Shabbos,
what
you have one malacha that
Rambam
was
thought
singled
marriage
out.
should be?
Why was the malacha singled out? So Rabbi Yossi says, in order to teach you that it's only a love, whereas everything else is commercial by death.
Let's do the straight textual and surgical, no vaginal hand waving. I'll split it into two parts. Levirate marriage, Yibum, what it really is and why it matters. Rambam's model of marriage versus modern Jewish marriage, point by point. Yibum, Levirate marriage. Yibum, Levirate marriage is a Torah institution where man marries his deceased brother's widow if the brother died childless. Source Devarim, Deuteronomy 25, 5-10. Core features of Yibum implies only if brothers live together, same household, estate context, deceased brother had no children, the widow is forbidden to all other men. The brother has a mitzvah obligation to marry her. The first child is legally considered the dead brother's heir. This is huge. Why Yibum is explosive philosophically. Yibum shows that Judaism believes marriage is not only about romance or choice, it's about continuity, name, and responsibility. Key implication: sexual exclusivity can be overridden by covenantal duty. The widow's body is not available but assigned. Lineage can override personal preference. Biology and legal fatherhood can diverge. That alone wrecks modern romantic assumptions. Chalitza ritual release allows both parties to opt out. Over time, rabbis strongly preferred chalitza over yibum. Why? Because intention matters. Doing yibum for desire corrupts the mitzvah. Still, the existence of yibum remains a standing proof that Judaism tolerates highly non-romantic duty-based sexual arrangements when covenantal logic demands it. Rambam's model of marriage, what he actually thought. Now let's get precise. Rambam's definition of marriage is Mishnah Torah, Hilchot issued laws of marriage. Marriage is a legal acquisition, kinyan, creating exclusive sexual access, establishing lifelong obligation, structured hierarchy of duties. Romance is not central, stability is. Rambam's assumptions often miss. Rambam assumes marriage is permanent by default. Divorce is rare and socially constrained. Economic dependence is normal. Community enforces normal. Sex is regulated, not expressive. Desire is disciplined, not explored. Marriage is a containment system for sexuality. How modern Jewish marriage differs specifically and concretely. This is the part you asked directly. Here's the side by side. Permanence versus conditionality. Rambam, marriage assumes permanence, divorce exits, but is a failure mode. Modern practice, prenups make divorce financially inevitable. Courts prioritize exit over endurance. Marriage is entered knowing it may end. This alone is a massive shift.
You could perform multiple acts and only be chayiv once.
Sexual exclusivity, metaphysical versus practical. Rambam, sexual exclusivity is intrinsic to Kedushin. Sex outside marriage is disorder. Modern reality, exclusivity is cultural, not enforced. Emotional betrayal is emphasized over halakhic categories. Rabbis focus on harm, not metaphysics. Functionally, weaker boundaries. Economic hierarchy versus symmetry. Rambam, husband provides, wife manages home. Roles are asymmetrical but stable. Modern marriage, dual earners, negotiated roles, financial independence. Courts intervene for fairness. Marriage becomes a partnership. Marriage becomes partnership, not structure. Authority of the husband. Rambam. husband has clear legal authority. Sexual access is an obligation, but also a right. Wife's refusal is a legal issue. Modern Judaism, abortion is taboo. Consent is foregrounded. Emotional readiness matters. Rabbis avoid enforcement. Authority is replaced by mutuality. Marriage is discipline versus self-actualization. Rambam, marriage disciplines desire, limits fantasy, narrows options, stabilizes society. Modern framework, marriage fulfills emotional needs, supports personal growth, must work for you, ends if it no longer does. This is a philosophical inversion. Why Yibum exposes the difference so sharply. Yibum would feel alien today because it prioritizes duty over choice. It assigns sexual responsibility as subordinate desire to lineage. It treats marriage as infrastructure. This is Rambam's universe. Modern Judaism still uses his language, but not his assumptions. One paragraph, Rabbi, clean synthesis. Yibum, Levirate marriage reveals that classical Judaism viewed marriage as a covenantal system for continuity and responsibility, not primarily romantic choice. Rambam's model assumes permanence, hierarchy, and disciplined sexuality, where modern Jewish marriage shaped by economic independence, consent norms, and exit mechanisms retains the form of kedushin while operating with fundamentally different social and moral assumptions. Yo, dog, when's the last time there was a Yibum in like the diaspora and in Israel? And how would a secular court address this? It'd be like a husband having sex with his sister-in-law.
So let's say again for Shabbos violation.
And how does the wife deal with this?
How do you violate?
And how is this dealt with under secular law in both?
Again, how does a person violate Shabbos? Me'achos. You write the name Shimon. Right? Achos would be Shimon.
Yo, I got you. Let's slow down and answer exactly what you're asking in 3 clean passes. When was the last time Yibum, Levirate marriage actually happened? How would a secular court do this? It looks like incest or adultery. How does the wife deal with it halachically versus secularly in Israel and in diaspora? When was the last real Yibum? Short answer, Yibum basically disappeared by the late medieval period, and by modern times it's almost entirely replaced by chalitza, ritual release. Longer, precise answer. Talmudic era, Yibum is alive and real. Geonic period 7th through Geonic period 7th through 10th century still practiced, but already controversial. Rishonim, medieval authorities, Rambam allows it, but tightly. Ashkenaz, increasingly suspicious of motives. By the late Middle Ages, rabbinic consensus shifts towards chalitza first. Modern era, Yibum is theoretically valid, practically almost never done. Israeli rabbinical courts require special permission. There have been isolated cases in Yemenite and very traditional communities into the 19th, early 20th century, but today essentially extinct as practice, alive only as law on the books.
But I don't know all of the malachos.
How does a secular court see this? This is where the real clash happens. When what Yibum looks like to secular law, from a secular legal lens, Yibum looks like a man having sex with his sister-in-law, possibly while already married, with the explicit goal of impregnating her. That triggers red flags for incest, adultery, coercion, abuse of power. Secular law does not care that the Torah says it's a mitzvah. Israel, secular law. Israel is a hybrid system, so here's the split. Rabbinical courts have exclusive jurisdiction over Jewish marriage and divorce. Recognize Yibum only with halakhic procedure. Strongly push chalitza. Would not allow casual or coerced Yibum. Secular criminal law. Incest laws exist, but Yibum done under rabbinic court supervision is not prosecuted. It's treated as a religious exception. Outside that framework, criminal expulsion. So in Israel, Yibum survives only because it's quarantined inside rabbinic authority. Diaspora, totally different story. Secular courts do not recognize Yibum. See sister-in-law sex as incest in some jurisdictions, adultery, grounds for divorce, custody laws, restraining orders. A rabbinic argument would carry zero legal weight. So in the diaspora, Yibum is legally radioactive. How does the wife deal with this? This is the emotional and legal core of your question. Halakhically, in classic halakha, the deceased brother's wife is not optional. She is forbidden to all other men. The brother must either do Yibum or do Chalitza. The living brother's wife has no veto. Her emotional distress is acknowledged but not decisive. This reflects a duty-based system, not a consent-based one. That's Rambam's view. Modern rabbinic canon. Today, courts assume Yibum motives are suspect, emotional harm is real. Therefore, Chalitza, preferred Yibum is discouraged. Wife consent effectively matters, even if not formally codified. So the system evolved to protect her without rewriting the Torah. Secular law responds both Israel and diaspora. From a secular standpoint, a husband sleeping with his sister-in-law is adultery, possibly incest, emotional harm to spouse. Consequences can include divorce with fault, lots of marital assets, custody implications, civil damages, criminal charges, jurisdiction dependent. Even in Israel, outside rabbinic procedure, this would work. The big takeaway, this answers your how does this survive question. Yibum only survives because it is ritualized, where supervised, non-optional, and increasingly replaced by Chalitza. The moment you make it elective, frame it emotionally, detach it from court control, it collapses under secular law. And so one paragraph, Rabbi King summary. Yibum largely disappeared as a lived practice by the late medieval Yibum largely disappeared as a lived practice by the late medieval period, and today survives almost exclusively as a theoretical halakhic institution, with rabbinic courts strongly favoring Chalitza due to concerns about motive and harm, while Israeli secular law tolerates Yibum only within tightly controlled rabbinic jurisdiction. Diaspora legal systems treat such relations as incestuous or diaspora legal systems treat such relations as incestuous or adulterous, offering no religious exemption and exposing all parties to severe civil and criminal consequences.
Now, breaking a stick, what does that mean?
What's the shoe thing? And
where the way that you worship it is to break a stick. Okay, if
when you have Yibum,
then that's the way you worship it. So the mice again, even
how does it work in a secular world?
For that form
is there a
ketubah? That is how the particular idol is worshipped.
Is this then a polygamous
what's an example of a singular act which can result in multiple layers of liability? For example,
how does that work?
So I'll say that would be an example.
And what if you had
let's say again,
a husband who wanted to have a relationship with his sister-in-law, and the sister-in-law wanted to have a relationship with the husband?
I know that I'm not allowed to worship Avodah Zarah, but I didn't know that I can't bow down.
The wife just
offer up a
basically has to have a sister wife.
I committed all of these acts.
How does that work?
So what's the halacha? There's individual liability for each of those acts. Now remember again, mindset is everything. Because in this case, I knew Avodah Zarah was also. What did I know?
Let's entangle this calmly and precisely because a few different systems are getting mashed together. Actually, each piece, please make no graphics of just how well actually works. What's the shoe thing? I mean, I know that's Chalitza, ritual release. What happens? The widow and brother-in-law appear before Beit Din, rabbinical court. He wears a special leather shoe. She removes it, spits symbolically on the ground, and recites a formula. This publicly declares we are not doing Yibum. What it means, it ends the obligation. She is now free to marry anyone. He is forever barred from marrying her. Oh, that's interesting.
I didn't know that this thing wasn't Avodah Zarah, right?
It's not punishment or humiliation. It's form of dissolution.
So again, in that case, there's multiple.
When you do have Yibum, how does that work in a sexual world? Important. Yibum is not an affair. If Yibum happens, the brother-in-law and widow become fully married. Sexual relations are marital, not illicit. The relationship is exclusive. The first child is legally linked to the deceased brother. This is not open marriage cheating. Trying something out. It's a complete marital status change. Is there a ketubah marriage contract in Yibum? Great question. And here's the subtlety. According to Rambam, no new kedushin for Rothschild. No new ketubah. The bond comes automatically from the Torah. Other authorities say a ketubah should be written for protection, even if not strictly required. Practically, modern rabbinic courts would require safeguards. The widow's financial protection is a major reason Yibum is avoided today. Is Yibum polygamy? Sometimes, but only technically. If the brother is already married, Yibum creates a second wife. This is polygamy, not adultery. This was allowed historically, but his existing wife has no halakhic veto. Her emotional pain is real, but not legally decisive classically. This is one reason rabbis now push chalitza instead. So yes, Yibum can result in polygamy, but only inside a rigid legal frame. Now your big scare. A husband wants a relationship with his sister, and she wants it too. So the wife is just gets a sister wife under halakha, not allowed. Full stop. Why a married woman's sister-in-law is forbidden? A married woman's sister-in-law is forbidden. Desire and consent don't change it. The only exception is after the brother dies childless, and even then, only through formal yibum. No death, no yibum. It's adultery incest period. Under secular law, Israel and diaspora. Israel, outside rabbinic supervision, sex with a sister-in-law equals adultery, possibly incest, civil and criminal consequences. Only yibum through the courts is tolerated. Diaspora, yes. No recognition of yibum, seen as adultery, grounds for divorce, custody, and asset penalties, sometimes criminal incest statutes. So the consensual sister-wife situation is legally dead on arrival. Why Judaism draws a hard line. Judaism can tolerate polygamy, structured yibum, forced duty, pilagesh, according to some. It cannot tolerate desire-driven rearrangement of sexual boundaries, turning incest prohibitions into lifestyle choices, marriage by consent alone. That's the red line. Clean takeaway. Chalitza, true ritual that cancels yibum, full marriage, not an affair. It can create polygamy, but only through death plus obligation. A husband cannot add his sister-in-law by consent. No, outside halakhic court, secular law treats this as adultery incest. Okay, but let's say, give me the background. Why is it a shoe? Why is there the formula? Why the spit? When did that happen? Give me that history. And then also, all right, so say the husband is married with his wife, and the husband's brother dies, and the husband's brothers and his wife were childless, and now you're going to have a chalitza situation. Can the husband have sex with both the wives in the same bed? Or how does it work? Is it in the same bed? Or like, does he have to have sex with them in different rooms? And then how does this work from a legal perspective in secular law?
That we forget that as important as the details are not the ends.
Both in Israel and diaspora.
Means to bring my heart to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ella, so what's the case?
All right, let's do this from the ground up historically and legally. Keep the sex logistics non-graphic and structural, not explicit. This stuff only makes sense when you see why it was built this way. Why is Yibum's chalitza even a thing? The background. The courts were a problem. In the ancient world, if a man died without children, his name vanished, his land could be lost, his widow was economically and socially excluded. The Torah's solution, Deuteronomy 25. The brother steps in so the dead man's name is not erased from Israel. This is not about sex, it's about continuity, inheritance, and social stability. Why is refusing Yibum considered a public problem? Because refusal meant abandoning family duty, letting a lineage lapse, leaving a widow stranded. In an honor-based society, that was shameful. So the Torah does something very Jewish. It forces the refusal to be public. That's where chalitza comes in. Why the shoe? The shoe is not random. Ancient meaning of the shoe. In the ancient Near East, the shoe symbolized ownership, authority, and right of transfer. Removing the shoe and renouncing their claim. You see this elsewhere in Tanakh, for instance, land transactions. So when the widow removes the shoe, she is saying, you refuse to take responsibility, you lose your claim. It's legal theater, not magic. Why the formula, the spoken word? Judaism doesn't trust symbolism alone. Words, love, intent, create public record, prevent later denial. The formula makes it explicit. He refused, she is released. The Trinity witnessed it. Why the spitting? This is the part everyone asks about. Important. The spit is not on the man, but on the ground, meaning it's a gesture of public disapproval, not an insult, not degradation. Think of it as this path was available, you declined it. It marks the refusal as socially significant, not private preference. When did chalitza develop into this from biblical era basic ritual already present? Second time period formalized Talmudic era. Standardized medieval period preferred over Yibum. Modern era essentially mandatory. So this ritual is over 2,000 years old with fines to prevent abuse. Now your scenario: brother dies, husband is already married. Logically, what could happen? Two options: Yibum, second wife, polygamy, chalitza, no marriage. Today, courts almost always force chalitza. This specific question, sexual religious, is non-graphic legal frame. If Yibum were done historically, the widow becomes a full wife. The man now has two separate marriages. Each wife has her own household space, has her own ona, marital intimacy, obligations, has her own dignity and privacy. There is no concept of group sex, shared bed, sexual simultaneity, sexual simultaneity. Those ideas are foreign to halakha. Those ideas are foreign to halakha. Polygamy in Judaism means parallel marriage is not merged sexuality. Does halakha require separate rooms? But yes, functionally. Each wife has her own private marital space. Privacy, modesty is mandatory. Even one wife cannot be present during intimacy with another. This is assumed, not debated. How would secular law see all of this? Israel rabbinic courts control marriage, divorce, allow chalitza to discourage Yibum. Secular criminal law tolerates Yibum only if fully supervised, court authorized. Any sexual contact outside of that. Any sexual contact outside that is adultery, possible incest, civil, criminal exposure. Polygamy itself is civilly illegal, though legacy cases exist. Status for U.S. Europe. No recognition of Yibum. Polygamy is illegal. Sexual sister-in-law, adultery, incest, jurisdiction. Consequences: divorce, loss of assets, custody issues, possible criminal liability. So practically, Yibum is legally impossible in the diaspora. The big picture, why this all feels so alien. Yibum comes from a world where marriage, infrastructure, sex equals duty, consent, secondary, survival is paramount. Modern law is built on individual autonomy, emotional consent, sexual privacy, equity. Chalitza exists precisely because those worlds no longer align. In summary, the shoe renounce responsibility, the words, legal clarity, the spit, public consequence. Chalitza evolves to block abuse. Yibum creates separate marriages, not shared sexuality. Secular law tolerates this only in Israel, barely nowhere else. Yeah, give me the which ones are overridable, and then also give me what is the formula that's said in Yibum, and also I know that the husband and the sister can't get. The husband and the sister-in-law can't get married after chalitza. But what if they really, really want to, and like 50 years go by, and the husband's wife dies, the original wife, and they're both single? Like, is there any way to reverse this?
The similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah, as you immerse it quite visibly, whoever is Mechalel Shabbos, it's as if he's
all right, deep breath. Let's do this clean, exactly practically correct without sensationalizing. You're asking three very specific things. Which forbidden relationship are ever overridable and which are absolutely not? What is actually said during chalitza, the formula? After chalitza, can the brother and sister-in-law ever marry later, even decades later? I'll take them in that order. Which forbidden relationships are overridable? First, the rule. Almost on Judaism treats ariot, sexual prohibitions, as some of the strongest, least flexible laws in the system. There's exactly one real override, if even that one is there. The one overridable case, brother's wife, Eshet Ach, only in Yibum. Normally, a man's brother's wife is strictly forbidden. Eshet Ach. Exceptions: if the brother dies childless and the woman is otherwise eligible, then Yibum overrides the prohibition. This is not a loophole, it's built in Torah. It's a built-in Torah exception. Once chalitza happens, the exception is permanently closed. Non-overridable ariot, never under any circumstances. These cannot be overridden by consent, time, desire, demographics, survival arguments. Examples not exhausted. Father and mother son, daughter, siblings, aunt, uncle, mother-in-law, brother-in-law, and married woman, Ishet Ish, same-sex incest prohibitions, adultery in general. These are Yahar Ba'al Ya'avor categories in classic halachic logic, i.e., theoretically die rather than transgress. So the system is crystal clear. Judaism allows one incest adjacent override and locks it behind ritual and court control. What is the actual chalitza for me? You asked specifically about what it said. I'll give you the content. Not just the step one. Brother declares refusal. He says, I do not wish to take it. The brother declares refusal. He says, content-wise, I do not wish to take it. This establishes clear refusal. The widow removes the shoe. Then she recites, so shall be done to the man who does not build the brothers. So shall be done to the man who does not build his brother's house. This is the key line. Step 3, public declaration. The court proclaims his name shall be called in Israel the house of the one whose shoe was removed. Meaning, this refusal is public record. He permanently relinquishes this role. No, the spitting is symbolic onto the ground, not added. Why this formula matters? Judaism does not allow private refusal, private nah. Later revisions history there. Short answer means absolutely never. No matter, even if 50 years pass, everyone else dies, they're both single. They desperately want to marry. The community supports it. Halachically, once chalitza occurs, the brother and sister-in-law are permanently forbidden to each other. This is stricter than divorce. Why is it irreversible? Because chalitza does two things: cancels the mitzvah of yibum, reinstates the original incest prohibition permanently. There is no annulment, no appeal, no time limit, no rabbinic override. This is intentional. Why Judaism is so harsh? If reversal were allowed, yibum becomes a trial relationship. Chalitza becomes meaningless. Sexual boundaries become negotiable. So the Torah says effectively, you had your one window, you closed it. Done. Compare this to divorce. Important contrast. Case, regular divorce. Can I be married later? Sometimes divorce one plus another man. Sometimes foreign divorce rules are restricted. Brother plus sister-in-law after chalitza. That tells you how seriously the boundaries taken. Clean rabbi grade summary. Judaism allows exactly one override of incest prohibition. The brother's wife in the narrow case of yibum. And once chalitza is performed, that exception is permanently closed. The chalitza formula publicly records refusal through speech, symbol, and witness, and witnesses, and no passage of time, change in circumstance, or personal desire never permit marriage between the brother and sister-in-law thereafter. Alright, well, what if she's like no longer of childbearing age? You still need chalitza? Like, what if she's like 95 years old, never had kids, and it's well known that she can't have kids?
By Shabbos, if there's no kavanah for the act,
you're deep in the practical halakha. This is a classic. What happens when the mitzvah of yibum is literally impossible? Question. Let's break it down. The basic principle: obligation of yibum exists to perpetuate the deceased brother's name and lineage. If the widow cannot have children, the core principle of yibum is impossible to fulfill. In halakhic terms, the mitzvah is only relevant when children could result.
So the Gemara says, for example,
what does Rambam say? In Mishnah Torah, Hilchot Yibum, Rambam is clear. If the widow is barren or postmenopausal, Yibum is no longer applicable. The brother does not perform Yibum in this case. There is no mitzvah to override biological impossibility. What about chalitza? If Yibum cannot occur, window is infertile, etc., the brother still must perform chalitza.
Okay, so the Gemara says like this. What's the case? This is fascinating.
Why? Because Torah frames the prohibition for the brother always must either perform yibum or chalitza. The ritual formalizes disclosure, even if reproduction is impossible. So even at age 95, or if she is infertile, chalitza is required to officially release her. In short, chalitza is not about her fertility; it's about closing the Torah obligation.
So let's say you did both of those things. Some people will do anything not to go to shul on time, right? So you go ahead, right? You harvest, and you grind up food. So two different malachs. The Kabbalah Gadishan says.
On a rabbinic perspective, rabbis today usually know if it is objectively impossible for reproduction, age, history, etc., chalitza is still performed because the Torah requires public formal closure. The ceremony is mostly symbolic and minimal and risk discomfort, but skipping it is halakhically invalid. So even at 95, you go through the ritual. Practical takeaway: Yibum impossible if she cannot bear children, not perform.
Fat and blood. Okay, so the Gemara says,
chalitza still required ritual closure ritual closure for the sake of sexual or marital concerns irrelevant. Sexual or marital concerns irrelevant since this is purely formal. Secular law not an issue, it's a religious ritual. The Rabbi cleans them. Even if the widow is past childbearing age or infertile, the mitzvah of Yibum cannot be performed because its purpose procreation is impossible. However, chalitza is still required to formally release the widow and close the Torah obligation regardless of the age or fertility. Yo, dog, what if the husband knows that the sister-in-law is barren, but still wants Yibum and knows that she can't have children? And it's well known that she can't have children. Can they still have Yibum?
Interesting enough, we'll say where I eat
now you're getting the heart of a halakhic logic versus desire into subtle one. Let's go carefully. Core rule of Yibum. The Torah's mitzvah of Yibum exists only to perpetuate the deceased brother's name and lineage.
So apparently in that case,
if the widow cannot have children barren, infertile, postmenopausal, the primary purpose is impossible. Luckily, that nullifies the obligation of Yibum. What the husband cannot do, he cannot marry her under the guise of Yibum if he knows she is infertile. Why? Because the Torah only permits sexual union in Yibum to fulfill the mitzvah. Any sexual relationship outside the purpose is plain adultery with respect to the deceased brother's family. Desire to consent does not create a halakhic loophole. Chalitza is still required. Even if she's infertile, the brother must perform chalitza. This is because halakha still requires formal closure of the potential obligation. The ritual is not about fertility. It's about publicly releasing the widow and marking the end of the Torah's command. Rational rabbis today clarify Yibum? No, because no children are possible cannot be performed. Sexual desire cannot override prohibition. Husband cannot use infertility as an excuse to pursue a relationship. Chalitza, mandatory formal release, closes the halakhic window. So the bottom line, infertility cancels Yibum but does not permit a relationship. Chalitza must still happen. Secular law perspective, Israel has for no legal recognition of Yibum here. Any sexual relationship would be adultery if the brother's widow is married or forbidden. Infertility is irrelevant to sexual. Rabbi cleans him. If the sister-in-law is known to be infertile, the mitzvah of Yibum cannot be performed because its purpose, procreation, is impossible. A husband cannot lawfully marry or have a sexual relationship with her under Yibum, even with her consent. However, chalitza is still required to formally release her and close it to her obligation. Okay, so there's
here it is.
May Hashem bless you, guard you. May Hashem shine His face upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem lift His face to you and grant your peace.
All in one lapse of awareness.
Murex trunculus, that's that fucking snail. Surus means problems in Yiddish. Gay, talking, often young. Lek, tis dying. And
another Bible, if halacha you perform multiple acts of worship in one lapse, you're only chayav once. To which the Imam says, no, you can't say this up with Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because look at the end of the Brisa. Right? So we'll say, so that's the chumrah of Shabbos over other mitzvahs. That's the Gemara suggested. What was the end of the Brisa? The other Brisa was that there's a chumrah of Shabbos mitzvahs. Chumrah of Shabbos mitzvahs over Shabbos household. Shabbos mitzvahs, shadach v'lo miskavein. Because remember again, by other mitzvahs, if you perform an accidental act without kavanah, there's liability. However, again, Shadach v'lo miskavein. However, by Shabbos, remember again, by Shabbos, what was the halacha? If you shogeg without kavanah, you're patur. Right? Shabbos requires kavanah. So you might say, 1 second. Shogeg v'lo miskavein b'avodas chacham yechidam. Now listen, what is shogeg v'lo kavanah? What is that case? What's a case of accidental avodah zarah without kavanah? There could be liability for that. Here we go once again. If I bow down to a building and I thought the building was a shul, right? But it turned out that it was really avodah zarah. That's not avodah zarah at all. Why? Because as you said before, again, my intentions are pure. My intentions are absolutely pure. Ella dahavi andarka. What's the case? The case is where I bow down to a statue. I bow down to a statue. If I'm bowing down to the statue as a god, Mesitu. Then again, that's amazing. But if I do not accept it as a god, then lo kumdi. Then I will say it's nothing. Then I say it's absolutely nothing. Elo me ava mira. Rather than what must be the case we must be talking about over here is where I'm bowing down to the idol, but I'm bowing down to it ultimately again out of love or fear for a particular individual. So once again, Hani Chalabai Damachai. That makes sense when Rabbi says that the viability for such an act. When according to Rabbi who says that's your partner, what is there to say? I love Omer Mutter. And I will say, what's the case? The case ultimately again is where the person thinks that it is mutter to worship idolatry. That's the case. Masha Eki B'Shabbos, the part of the Gamre. So we'll say, interestingly enough, so apparently Omer Mutter will create some level of liability via Mutter Zara. But ultimately, again, by Shabbos would be part of the Gamre. Now, again, we'll see if that's true. You know, if that's true. That's Allah for my or not. I'm kind. Lo B'Bnei Rav Nachman Helam Zeh. So remember, up until this point, so I'd come up by B'nei Rav Nachman Helam Zeh. Up until this point, that was going on to Rav Nachman about Helam Zeh. In other words, where there was a lapse of awareness on both areas. There's a say, just to be clear, the question of liability was always a very simple question. Are you going to be chayiv once, or are you going to be chayiv multiple times? That was the question. No one says, or I should say, the asks really this question: is there anyone who says that there is complete liability, like a complete exemption? Is there anyone who says they could totally putter for anything? To which the Gemara says, why not? My question. Vilma the Olam Nafa, Reisha Ba'avodas Mohavim, the Seifa B'Shamitzis. They were saying the following. Reisha is talking about Avodah Zarah, the Seifa is talking about other mitzvahs. And how so? Shagad Below Miskavi. And what are we talking about over here? We're talking about a case of an accidental commission of an Averah without Kavanah. Now watch this. The Kasavar, what would be an example of that? I will say, for example, what would be an example by a general Averah of Shogeg without kavanah? Here it is. Roku ubalo. So here's what it is. It happens to be a piece of chilib in my mouth. I forgot that there's chilib in my mouth. I just think it's saliva. So what do? I swallow it. So a typical shogeg case is where I know what I'm doing, but I don't know that it's awesome. This case is a little bit different. In this case over here, I don't even have kavanah for the act of being changed. Like in other words, some things have kavanah for the but just to be informed. I think that's in this case over here, I have something in my mouth. I forgot that it was similar. I just have excess saliva, so I swallow it. So there I will say, there's not even kavanah. There's not even kavanah. The kasavar, that's shagan below is kavin. The kasavar, roku bolo. And I will say, nehalocha l'maisa, the chayiv in that case. Chayiv in that case. So remember, we're creating a contrast between Shabbos and Shara Averos. So by other Averos, I will say, even if there's absolutely no kavanah for the commission of the Averah, but you do it, there's liability. I forgot that there's something in my mouth. I thought it was saliva. I swallowed. I have absolutely no kavanah for anything with consumption. That's fine, right? But I'm still chayiv. Interestingly enough, the Gemara says, "Masha eating the Shabbos, the pater." So I will say Shabbos is going to be pater. If you don't have kavanah for the act of Shabbos, you're pater. Why not? The Gemara says, "Shinis." For example, "Shinis kavi lahagbias atalush v'chatach esam lechuber." Pater. Well, it's not any case. Let's say on Shabbos, I go out. There's a cucumber on the ground, so I want to make a salad. I'm going to pick up the cucumber, and I figure to myself that the cucumber is detached. So because it's detached, therefore I get a smoker for use. It turns out I take it off, and I end up plucking it out of the ground, which is one of the malachos. So I'll say, interestingly enough, on Shabbos you are pater. You are pater for that. Now why? So I will say, because we're going to see the Gemara says, Rav Nachman Amar Shmuel. There's like because Rav Nachman Amar Hamisasik bechalavim uba'arayos chayiv shekin ned. So I say, listen to this. Misasik. Remember again, what's misasik? Misasik means I am involved in a permitted act. But what ends up happening is I end up doing something prohibited. For example, by the chaylev case is what we just saw. There was a piece of chaylev in my mouth. I totally forgot about it. I just thought it was saliva. I swallowed it. That's the case of misase. As far as I'm concerned, I am ready to go ahead and do something totally permitted, but it turns out to be something prohibited. There's still liability for that. Interestingly enough, same thing by arayos, by immorality. Right? So this is an interesting one, right? Where again, I have kavanah to do something permitted, but it turns out that something prohibited happens. For example, let's say Reuven is ready to have relations with his wife, Rachel, but it turns out through some confluence of events that he ends up having relations with Rachel's sister. Right. So I might say again, but it's some type of mistake occurred, right? And he ends up having relations with the wrong woman. But again, that was not at all his intentions. There was no intentionality. It was, interestingly enough, lack of intentionality. Like people say that all the time. So again, but in this case, legitimately, his intention was to have relations with his wife. Through some confluence of events, he ends up having relations with the wrong woman. I mean, I don't know how exactly you can explain that to us, right? But that's not our problem for today. Right? So again, by all other averus, lack of intentionality still results in liability. By Shabbos, and here it is, by Shabbos, Meleches Machsheves Asra Torah. We'll say when it comes to Shabbos cries Meleches Machsheves. Meleches Machsheves means intentionality. By Shabbos, there has to be intentionality for the act, and if there is no intentionality, there is absolute exemption. Absolute exemption. That's why when you go to pick up the cucumber, thinking that the cucumber wasn't sandwich, and it turns out that you lift it up and just plucks it out of the ground. There's no liability for that because you left that's not done. So we'll say so interesting. So we'll have to stop over for today. What it turns out is halacha l'maisa. These fascinating distinctions. So first of all, the one thing that you do have commonality about is that there is individuated liability, just like for Shabbos. You also have that by Avodah Zarah. Which the difference between and again, same thing by Shabbos and Avodah Zarah is that you can be chayiv for multiple individuated liability. An interesting distinction, however, is by all other averos, I will say, even lack of intentionality results in liability. By Shabbos, only with intentionality is their liability. That was the study for today. Let's say our Yarki colleagues leaving for Eretz Yisrael and Hashem this afternoon for Fridays tonight. So I'll be there Eretz Yisrael, but shir will go on. So we'll be broadcasting the shir back here, and I thank Avi Fogel, who is going to be taking over our technology logistics over here while our logistics team is on site in Eretz Yisrael. So the shir is going to be broadcast here every day. Eretz Hashem, which will still keep going strong in Eretz Hashem. One here, one there, so higher by. So we'll be built and Eretz Hashem to go together to share Eretz Yisrael the color. Okay, anything you have to say about the sponsorship, any of those great things I need to that's very fine print. That's it. Good morning, everyone. We would like to thank the Tilson family for sponsoring that annual Talmud Torah. For the Tovos for Am Yisrael. Who got that? Okay. So what we had yesterday. So brief reminder. One of the statements you make in the morning, what Rabbi tells us, Davar Shahaya B'Klal. Yasa B'Klal L'Lamed, Lo L'Lamed Al La'atzma Yasa, Ela L'Lamed Al Kol Akal Kula Yasa. Torah is one that when it comes to Avodah Zorah, and the Torah warns us that to go ahead and slaughter an animal for Avodah Zorah Zricha is obviously a violation of the Torah because you are worshiping that Avodah Zorah. Now, what happens if that specific force or deity or that Avodah Zorah is not worshipped by slaughtering animals, right? They're very ethical. They only take tofu. They don't like meat that Avodah Zarah. So what happens? In other words, if I go ahead somewhere on the West Coast and find Avodah Zarah, and the person decides to accept an animal, but it's not how it's worshipped in that society, is it still a violation? So obviously, if you go ahead and perform an act that's part of the rules and regulations of that Avodah Zarah, that is how you worship it for, clearly you understand that that's a violation. Well, what happens if it's Zricha, the slaughter of Avodah Zarah? So the Torah tells us, listen, don't do it, even if it's not the way that work is worshipped. Okay, now, what's interesting is that when the Torah warns us not to go out and slaughter, it doesn't just include slaughtering, but it includes any type of service that is performed inside the Beis Hamikdash. So, Zricha, Kabbalah, receiving the blood, Halacha, Zrika, any one of the 4 services that are done inside of the Beis Hamikdash are included in that warning that if you perform it to any pagan deity, even if it's not the routine, you violate the Torah prohibition. And it's working. In other words, the Torah only mentions 1. So how do we include 4? It was Hoyo Bachlal, it teaches not just for itself, but it teaches for the rule of all 4 services done on the Beis Hamikdash. But then we have this question that we have to deal with, and we have to remember, we must remember as we started up what Rabbi Baruch Hanan asked Rabbi, wait a second. The Torah tells us, Lo tishtachaveh. You should not go ahead and bow to a pagan service. So wait a second. Maybe that is to include, maybe that is that type of statement that is meant to teach on many more things. And maybe what the Torah is teaching us is that if I do anything that's honorable to a pagan force in Avodah Zorah, even if it is not the way that specific Avodah Zorah is worshipped, even if it's not done with the community, maybe the Torah is warning us such a thing is a violation. So maybe the Yisachava is used. And we wonder, wait a second. Okay, interesting question with Rabbi Baruch Hanan. But if so, why mention, what is the Torah mention to be but all? So we had in the top on the bottom of the Sama Chaladay, and now the beginning of Sama Chalad, is that perhaps, and that's what we are told, what we are being taught here is mechashim me'avoda le'avoda. In other words, we find by caution that the thing is called machshavas tigul. So in a couple of years we get the Rothschild, and one of the things we're going to discuss is the fact that you have to be very sure when you perform any of the services in the Beis Hamikdash that your mind has to be operating with understanding that everything will be done correctly. And if I go ahead and shecht an animal, and I have intention to go ahead, and I'm doing it with intention to perform a later service of it, for example, eating the meat, or something, or sprinkling the blood, doing it in an improper way that should not be consumed by those who are designated to consume it, or to sprinkle the blood out for everything. So the figures we're going to be discussing with you here are known as the figures of Machshavas Tigul. Okay, I thought that's appropriate. Now, what we're going to be discussing here, so let's start off with the last line and a half of some of them. Let's say a person slaughters an animal. So now we're going to be applying those concepts of machashim avoda, which means I perform one act with intention to have the damaging effect with a future, with a service that is going to be coming in the next stage. Okay, so the discussion here. In other words, my shita is not with the intention that I'm doing it for an avodah zarah, but I do have in mind that when I shecht,
that the sprinkling or the offering of the ring should be done for an avodah zarah. Okay, I shall pay my legal down the level of this kachazim. Last year, Chelva to offer it for the fans for avodah kachazim. Rabbi Yochanan Omar Asura, that was considered a violation, and we saw the top of Samachala Omar Muteres. And what the Gemara discussed is the fact that could be. So again, we're going with what Rabbi Yochanan is telling us, that perhaps Mishnah is to teach us that any honorable service is included in the warning. Very attracted to short men. I know who short one. And the thing is,
that way. And if we work with that approach, we ask, but wait a second, what is the word? What is the teaching of Lo Sisba teach us? Maybe Lo Sisba is to teach us that what? That mechashmin ma'avoda la'avoda, that even if I do not have an intention to be able to have a deal with the shita, but when I test, I have in mind to perform either the shita or the hashara, that is included in the warning. So the Lord tells us, how do you going to read that well according to Rabbi Yochanan? Because according to Rabbi Yochanan, it was by kachino and mechashmin ma'avoda la'avoda. So you don't need a verse when it comes to avodah zarah to warn us. Because if by kachim, if in the base hamidah, the concept of mechashrin me'avoda la'avoda is effective, so obviously it would apply on the dark side in avodah zarah. But according to L'Rish Lakish, that when it comes to the base hamikdash, it's not really a violation when I perform one act with intention of doing something wrong in a future act. So maybe the word zricha by avodah zarah is to teach you that mechashmin la'avoda la'avoda and by kra, and you need a verse. Now, what the Gemara now called maskif l'Rav says, the Torah tells us the truth is he got it wrong with Papa claim. Because what Papa is going to tell us, the Rabbi Yochanan lo by kra. You're telling me that for Rabbi Yochanan, I don't need the verse because I can learn it from kachim, from how the service is done in the Beis Hamikdash. But that's not so. Ad kan lo ka'od to Rabbi Yochanan, because when Rabbi Yochanan tells us in the Beis Hamikdash, a thought by shchita could be effective, right? Even if it relates to a future service. Rabbi Yochanan is only telling us that the animal becomes prohibited. He's not talking about the person. He doesn't get the death penalty. In other words, don't tell me that for Rabbi Yochanan, right, everything is clear because according to Rabbi Yochanan, I can learn it from Kachim. That's not true, because in Kachim it's talking about the animal. By Avodah Zarah, what are we talking about? The person, okay? But also, of course, we do need verse to state that the person who goes out and performs performs avodah zarah with the machshava from one service to another service, then he deserves the death penalty. And so too the question could be asked the other way around. And according to the Shlakish Mibaikra, you told me that from the Shlakish we might need the verse. But that's actually not so. Because even though by kachim, Rish Lakish holds that a machshava from avodah to avodah is not effective. Rish Lakish only talks about the behema, about the animal. Avogavra, but he would agree that Avogavra bar katlo. And if you ask, wait a second, how is it possible that Rish Lakish is of the opinion that when it comes to avodah zarah, that if I have one a thought which during shchita for something in the future, that the person deserves the death penalty, but that item that the service took place regarding is permissible. Is that possible? Do you ever find such a thing? That a person doesn't have avodah zarah, the person deserves the death penalty, but the object itself is not prohibited. You find that? Well, we do actually. If a person bows to a mountain, what do we learn? The low end that we are told that it's Israel, that all the pagan nations would bow to mountains, and the Gemara darshans that although, right, if the avodah zarah is placed on a mountain, by bowing to it, you prohibit that item, but below that if you go out and worship a mountain because it's connected to the ground, they don't have the ability to prohibit it. So if a person
spouse to a specific mountain. He himself violates the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and gets the death penalty. But the mountain itself remains permissible. So what do you see? That it is possible that you could have a situation that the person himself gets the death penalty and the item is mutter. So when a Rothschild says that when you have one machshava, or you have a machshava during shlichus for something in the future, that doesn't mean that the person does not get the death penalty. Perhaps he does. And when he says mutter, he's talking about the item. So therefore, needed to have a mishtachah har mutar va'avda gets the side, obviously it's a good, it's a side. So that's what we are told. Here we go. You remember Rava bar Rav Hanan. So Rava bar Rav Hanan had a question. His question was, well, perhaps when the Torah tells us lo tishtachaveh, it is to teach us that any honorable act performed to an avodah zarah, any honorable act, even if that specific avodah zarah is not worshipped that way, that's considered a violation. That's what Rava bar Hanan believed or claimed. So it says, Ravacha medifti leravina, wait a second. L'maydika Amar, based on what this Rava bar Hanan tells us, L'maydika Amar Rava bar Hanan to Abaye. And what did he say then? We're going to remind us. Ema, Yotze Ishtachava, maybe Ishtachava is L'lamed ala klal kulo. That maybe Ishtachava is to teach us regarding our service. Well, there's a problem. Because the Torah tells us that when you get Eretz Yisrael, much research into, and don't start asking, Eicha Ya'avdu, how are these pagan nations worshiping their God? Be'ezek can come on in, I can do so as well. And obviously, by the Torah telling us that you should know, it's a major problem if you start researching how those pagans are worshiping their gods. You know what the Torah is telling us? That the way they worship the Avodah Zarah, that is where there's an issue. So, for example, a specific Avodah Zarah, as we know, Peor, the way you worship it is by defecating. So, therefore, that is how you violate the prohibition of Peor. If you go ahead and want to worship Lalenu, a person wants to worship Marculus, right? They want to worship the Mercury. So, the way it's done is what? By throwing stones. So, obviously, the Torah is telling us that the way you violate the prohibition is performing specifically the acts that were designated by the cult, right? By those of the Avodah Zarah. Now, if you claim, right, like Rabbi bar Hanan, that any act is included, why does the Torah have to tell us that? Because if the Torah is telling us according to the Ishtachavo, anything you perform, anything you do is Avodah Zarah, because Ishtachavo, Yotza, in a klal lamed, ala klal kula Yotza. So why does the Torah have to tell us specifically that be sure not to perform an act where they worship their Avodah Zarah? Okay, well, the Chitayim, if you're going to claim it's here to exclude Hapoer, Atzmolizovkim. But imagine you have a more normal mainstream Avodah Zarah, that they slaughter animals to worship that force. And you go ahead and say, you know what, I'm going to worship it, and I'm going to take the practice from Peor and defecate in front of it. And maybe the Torah is telling us that that's not considered a violation, because defecating is a very odd way of honoring a deity. So therefore, the Torah is telling us that's not included, because it has to be Ishtachavo, which is honorable. But Ishtachavo nafko, my Ishtachavo derech kibud, Avko derech kibud. In other words, if you look at Ishtachavo itself, Ishtachavo teaches us that. In other words, you can't tell me that Ishtachavo is Yotam and Aklam and Lamed, it's coming to go ahead and teach, and therefore it's coming to tell you that any form of service. Well, Ishtachavo on its own teaches you that. In other words, without thinking like Rabbi bar Hanan. So Torah tells us, no, it could be Ella lemeite hapoer atzmo lemarkus. In other words, imagine you have an Avodah Zarah, that the way it's worshipped is not in an honorable way. Like we mentioned, Marculus was worshipped by throwing stones. So one would claim, wait a second, since that cult, since those of the Avodah Zarah worship it in a way that's not honorable, so any way that's not honorable is included. So therefore, perhaps what the Torah is telling us that, I would have thought, since the nature of that Avodah Zarah is worship in a shameful way,
So perhaps any bizayin. In other words, if Marcus is worshipped, right, by throwing stones, so anything that's a degrading act will be included. Therefore, kamashmala, therefore it's needed. Okay, here we go. Ella. Now comes the following question. How do Rabbi Lozer tells us, Minayin, how do we know? Lizofeach behema lemarcus. So again, Marculus, if you in Spanish, Wednesday, right, is a Merculus, right, Mercury. So obviously it has its roots, right? It has its roots in these pagan culture, and even Wednesday itself, or Wednesday, it seems like some Nordic word that became part of the way we identify days. But let's go back to Marculus. So Marculus, generally, the rules and regulations were that if you want to go ahead and worship, you throw stones. A person decides, no, I'm going to be better than them. I'm going to go ahead and offer an animal. So we are told, says what the law says. How do you know that he's chayav? How do you know it's chayav? The Torah warns us among the many warnings of the Rothschild that it seems to be that the way they would worship the devil are related to goats, and that's found in other cultures as well. And the Torah warns us that you should never, right, keep yourself away from many practices, among them drinking blood, because by doing so you might one day be offering zivcheim l'sipiri. Okay, so but listen carefully to the language. The Torah warns us, don't go ahead and do a tzvika, a shchita, a slaughtering. And what Rabbi Lozer tells us is the following. In other words, obviously, I don't need a pasuk to tell me that if you have an avodah zarah, that is, the norm is to shech animals to it. I don't need a pasuk to tell me that that's prohibited, because that's the norm. Because, and how do I know that I don't need a verse that if it is the norm that the Torah warns us not to do it? Because the sin, because the Torah tells us that if you go ahead and research the way they do it and then you perform it, obviously it's a violation. So what is the law to teach you? The Torah is warning you that even if it's not the norm, meaning even if that's not the way they worship, still sure. Now, but the problem is, Rabbi Lozer, if you're telling me that word the Yisbach was to teach us, that even if it's not the norm, it's included in Avodah Zarah, but according to Rabbi Baruch again, Rabbi claims that the word Mishtachavot teaches us that even if it's not the norm, it's included. So, how do we understand the series of Rabbi Lozer if Rabbi Baruch is correct? So the Gemara answers an interesting answer here that Hossam, that's a warning there that we are told we should not do to any of Avodah Zarah, even if it's not the norm. It's ofeach lahakis. It seems to me that someone is upset at some pagan force, and therefore they decide to worship it in an unusual way, and or by slaughtering it, even that is unusual for that Avodah Zarah. Comes Rabbi Lozer and tells us don't do it. I knew someone in Toronto that as a child after the war, he was hid in France, in some monastery, and he was able to observe how they interacted with whatever little idols they basically had. And he mentioned that one time it wasn't raining for a couple of weeks, and they got upset at one of the statues, and they turned her around to face the wall as a punishment for not bringing rain. So it seems to me that there is such a thing as getting angry with your Avodah Zarah, and you're fuming at it, you want to break it because you don't want to, mess up things for the future, but they would punish it. So maybe this is what we are talking about. There's some form of anger towards this Avodah Zarah, and that's why the Torah is telling us that even though your agenda is to show that you are angry, but nevertheless, when it comes to tzvika, it's a question of significant avodah, and it is included. Okay, here comes the story. So now we can start something that's a little bit so here we go. So here's the story. Rav Hamnuna. Okay, so we're going to be dealing with a questionnaire that has something like 5 or 6 answers. An interesting question where there's going to appear to be a contradiction between our Mishnah and the Mishnah later in a couple daf. And the main issue, a little bit of a preview here, is the following. We all understand you're Avodah Zarah, terrible thing, terrible punishment. What if a person makes a statement, I'm planning to be Avodah Zarah? Just making a statement. Is that a violation?
or not? Just making the statement. And we're going to analyze one Mishnah which would seem to indicate, well, if you just make a statement, no big deal. But the Mishnah later on, some Achat, seems to indicate that even a statement is already a violation. So how are we going to deal with it? So the contradiction. So we're going to have Rav Amnuna, Rav Yosef, Abaye, Ravina, Rav Ashi, Rabba, all the great Amoraim addressing the issues. But it starts off with an interesting story that Rav Amnuna, here so Nebuch, his oxen went wild and they were lost. So what does the great Rav Amnuna do? He goes looking for his oxen. So Pogah ben Rabba, so as he's round, what does he need?